Title: The Unyielding Spirit. In an era marked by the resurgence of spiritual energy and the invasion of alien races, humanity stands on the brink of catastrophe. This is a fortunate time, for everyone has the opportunity to transcend the ordinary and acquire powers that rival the divine, yet it is also a time of despair, where human life is as expendable as grass, and a moment's misstep can lead to eternal darkness. Once a savior of countless lives, Ning Yuan was revered by ordinary people as a guardian of humanity. However, in his twilight years, he was secretly executed by the elite as a condition for negotiating peace with the alien invaders. Upon being granted a second chance at life, he retraces his steps, ascending from pawn to player. With a cold laugh, Ning Yuan declares, "You shall guard this world yourselves." Chapter E: The Unfounded Accusation. The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. In the resplendent hall, an ancient voice echoed, "Ning Yuan. It is not your disloyalty, nor our desire, but they have chosen you by name to meet your end. Your contributions to humanity over the years will not be forgotten." In the center of the hall, Ning Yuan, seated upon a chair, slowly lifted his chiseled face. As he moved, the chains binding him began to tremble, emanating a faint golden light. "How, how, how?" Ning Yuan's eyes fixed on the shadowy corner of the hall, a hoarse, dry laughter escaping his lips. "Zuo Qinghua, do you believe that by killing me you will exchange for the peace that these people desire? When did you become so naive?" After a moment of silence, a chilling female voice emerged from the shadows. "Ning Yuan, the alien race demands your life in exchange for 100 years of peace. Though we do not understand their motives, we cannot refuse. This war has claimed far too many lives. You must comprehend the significance of 100 years for all of humanity. It is not merely an opportunity for us to catch our breath. It is a glimmer of hope for our resurgence. I understand your intentions." Ning Yuan suddenly roared, his face contorted with rage. Simultaneously, the golden light from the chains surged forth. "Zuo Qinghua, I have sacrificed so much in my life to protect humanity. Do not attempt to spin your narrative of sacrificing the small for the greater good. In my youth, I believed in your so-called righteousness. In my quest to save others, I lost the most important person in my life for centuries. I have saved not millions, but at least hundreds of thousands. And now, you would kill me based on mere verbal assurances from the enemy. How will you explain this to the world?" As Ning Yuan's fury filled the vast hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. After a moment, the ancient voice spoke again. "Explain. Ning Yuan, do not overestimate your importance. You are merely a fourth-tier extraordinary being who has lingered for centuries and will not last much longer. In this current situation, there is no need for us to justify your death to the world. We need only fabricate a baseless accusation to condemn you. No one will care about the truth of your demise. What we say, the world will believe. Rest assured, we will announce to the world that you died of natural causes. You shall remain a hero, a guardian in the hearts of the people, revered by future generations." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan fell silent for a moment before erupting into a maniacal laugh. "How, how, how? A baseless accusation, indeed. How splendid! I despise you hypocrites. I loathe myself for not seeing through this world sooner. If time could rewind, I would relish the chance to flay you all alive." In response, a grim voice emerged from the shadows. "Why waste words on this obsolete figure? Time is of the essence. Let us swiftly send this old hero on his way." Ning Yuan's source power is light. His ability is formidable in defense. To be cautious, Lin Chuang, you shall personally escort him on his final journey. As the words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the hall. A middle-aged man in white attire, with long hair cascading down his shoulders and a tall, erect posture, approached. His features were stern, and his eyes glimmered with a hint of purple light. "Shun Lin Chuang." Ning Yuan regarded the man with a self-deprecating smile. This man was a legend, the youngest among the 5 7th-tier extraordinary beings of Blue Star. Unlike Ning Yuan's defensive prowess, Shun Lin Chuang wielded the most potent offensive power, the power of thunder. "Ning Yuan, find solace in your passage. Your death will secure the time we desperately need. Humanity will not perish now, nor in the future. We shall fight until the last moment, until victory or death. The ideals upheld by your generation will endure." Shun Lin Chuang's voice was steady, instilling a sense of calm. "Humanity, will it truly survive on the scant respite of 100 years?" Ning Yuan gazed toward the ceiling, as if seeking to pierce through to the heavens. In the next moment, he turned to Shun Lin Chuang and posed a peculiar question. "Do you know the ability of light upon breaking through to the 5th tier?" Without responding, Shun Lin Chuang slowly lifted his right hand, a surge of purple light erupting, transforming into a delicate lightning spear. In an instant, a wild and violent force radiated from his palm, engulfing the surroundings. Time is also light. This is the ability of light upon breaking through to the 5th tier. Alas, only you and I shall know this. Shun Lin Chuang, as he sensed the destructive aura above him, Ning Yuan exhibited an unusual smile. Shun Lin Chuang furrowed his brow at Ning Yuan's demeanor. He then struck down upon Ning Yuan's head with great force. Boom. The purple light exploded, piercing through Ning Yuan's skull, causing his body to shatter like fragile porcelain. Time. In a space where no one could hear, a faint, weak voice resonated. In the next moment, a flicker of white light traversed the void, vanishing into nothingness. In a bustling city, amidst the sweltering summer heat and the incessant chirping of cicadas, the fervor of graduating students seeking employment remained undeterred. Hey, young man? A middle-aged woman waved her hand in front of Ning Yuan, pulling him from his reverie. The hazy image before him gradually sharpened, revealing the middle-aged woman speaking to him. She was somewhat plump, donned in a white dress, with glasses perched on her nose, seated in a makeshift tent. A thick stack of job advertisements lay atop the wooden table before her. Noticing Ning Yuan's intense gaze, the woman awkwardly diverted her eyes, saying, "So, what do you think about this job opportunity? It is quite a chance for personal growth. Although the initial phase may be tough, the prospects for advancement are significant. Consider?" Upon hearing her words, Ning Yuan instinctively glanced at the job advertisement in his hand. Working hours, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., 1 day off per week. No meals or accommodation provided, no social insurance, monthly salary ranging from 2,000 to 4,000. His gaze swept over the contents, then fell upon the date printed below, year 2035, July 21st. As the date registered in his mind, Ning Yuan's pupils dilated, and a torrent of memories surged into his consciousness. Seeing him once again lost in thought, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but think, "Oh my, has he lost his wits from studying too much?" Ha 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 ha. As the middle-aged woman waited for a moment, growing increasingly impatient to speak again, she suddenly heard Ning Yuan erupt into a low chuckle, which subsequently escalated in volume. His unexpected laughter instantly drew the attention of those around him. Disregarding the peculiar gazes of onlookers, Ning Yuan clutched the recruitment advertisement tightly, his fair and delicate features contorted with excitement to the point of appearing somewhat grotesque. Who would have thought? I have truly succeeded. It is now the year 2035. This means I have returned 400 years into the past through my 5th-tier time reversal ability. Realizing this, Ning Yuan abruptly focused his senses to perceive the changes within himself. After a brief moment, his brows knitted slightly. He found himself devoid of the familiar essence of his original power. Ah, I see. It appears that time reversal does not restore the physical body. It merely carries my consciousness back 400 years. Despite this revelation, Ning Yuan felt no disappointment from the loss of power. On the contrary, he was entirely at ease, his heart swelling with joy. This signified that he could now freely choose the extraordinary path he wished to pursue. Student, are you alright? If you're feeling unwell, you should consider visiting a hospital. At that moment, the middle-aged woman's voice grew increasingly impatient due to Ning Yuan's seemingly erratic behavior. Not a single person had shown up to apply for the job. Hearing her words, Ning Yuan snapped back to reality and casually discarded the crumpled recruitment advertisement onto the ground before rising and blending into the crowd, disappearing from sight.
Chapter 2 Extraordinary long-buried memories surged in Ning Yuan's mind like relentless waves. Seated in the taxi, he gazed out at the passing scenery while reminiscing about nearly forgotten memories and lost individuals. Soon, the taxi came to a gradual halt. We've arrived at Chuanhe Community. Is this the place? The driver, casting a peculiar glance at Ning Yuan through the rearview mirror, inquired. He was particularly wary of suspicious passengers who took a long time to recall even their own home addresses. Ning Yuan looked at the entrance of the aged community and paid the fare before alighting. Stepping into the complex, he entered a building and pressed the button for the 7th floor in the elevator. The elevator ascended slowly, and with a chime, the doors opened. Ning Yuan arrived at the door marked 703 and retrieved a key from his pocket, inserting it into the lock. With a click, the lock turned, and he gently pushed the door open. The room before him was modest, consisting of 2 bedrooms and a living room. The decor was reminiscent of a decade ago, yet it was arranged in a clean and warm manner. After closing the door behind him, Ning Yuan proceeded to the sofa, where he gazed at the digital clock on the wall, lost in thought. In the year 2035, extraordinary beings had already begun to emerge, although they had yet to be fully revealed to the public. At this moment, those spiritual seeds were likely already in existence. Those seeds, possessing terrifying talents and formidable powers, remained unattainable by anyone. Yet, due to his rebirth, Ning Yuan could freely choose the path he wished to embark upon. Contemplating this, Ning Yuan couldn't help but recall the potent force capable of altering everything. What are spiritual seeds? Some say that all things possess a spirit, and spiritual seeds are the embodiment and source of all power, the very seeds of existence. During the years when alien races invaded and humanity suffered through war and tribulation, the technological resistance against beings endowed with divine powers was akin to primitive humans fighting modern armies, a futile endeavor. At this juncture, The emergence of spiritual seeds represented the very essence of humanity's hope. Some referred to spiritual seeds as gifts from the divine. Should an ordinary person obtain a spiritual seed and successfully merge with it, their transformation would be profound, transcending ordinary existence. Spiritual seeds come in myriad forms, varying in strength and weakness, and once a person merges with one, they become inseparably linked, akin to a soul that cannot be altered. In his previous life, the spiritual seed Ning Yuan merged with granted him powers related to light. Had he not fortuitously broken through to the 5th tier a few days before his execution, acquiring the ability to reverse time, he would never have lived again. Similarly, the individual responsible for his execution, Ning Yuan, possessed a spiritual seed that bestowed upon him the power of thunder. Those who merged with spiritual seeds were known as extraordinary beings. In the future, it was precisely because of the existence of these extraordinary beings that humanity could muster the strength to resist and avoid being slaughtered by alien races. As he reflected on the bloodshed and tears of his past life, a fleeting look of distraction crossed Ning Yuan's eyes. However, this moment of distraction was swiftly replaced by indifference. The choice laid before Ning Yuan was straightforward: to leverage the advantages of his rebirth to merge with that once fleeting yet wildly coveted spiritual seed, and to forge ahead alone, standing at the forefront of all, in the impending era of ceaseless chaos. Only by becoming immensely powerful and wielding absolute strength could one become the master of the game, rather than a mere pawn sacrificed, as in his previous life. A click from the door lock drew Ning Yuan's thoughts back to reality. He looked up as the door was gently pushed open, revealing a girl entering with a small bag slung over her shoulder and a supermarket shopping bag in her hand. Xiao Yuan, when did you return? The girl appeared to be around Ning Yuan's age, with a pure appearance and fair skin. She wore a white t-shirt and jeans, completing her look with a pair of white sneakers. I just got back, Ning Yuan replied softly, his gaze catching the brief flicker of complexity in his eyes as he looked into her bright, clear ones. The girl was Ning Xiaoluo, his cousin, 3 years his senior. After the tragic loss of his parents in an accident when he was 4, he had lived with his uncle's family, growing up alongside Ning Xiaoluo. The place he was in now was the apartment she rented after starting her job, allowing her to provide Ning Yuan a place to stay during his breaks since they were in the same city. Really? How was work today? Ning Xiaoluo hung her bag on the wall, changed her shoes, and headed toward the kitchen while speaking. Don't rush into finding a job. If nothing suits you, don't settle. By the way, I bought fish today. I'll make soup for you later. In the kitchen, her voice mingled with the sound of running water from the faucet. As the only family member from his past life who had left a profound impact on him, seeing her alive again due to his rebirth stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Ning Yuan. Xiao Yuan, why are you so quiet? Is it because you're having trouble finding a job? Noticing Ning Yuan's silence, Ning Xiaoluo, now in an apron, curiously peeked out from the kitchen. Seeing him staring intently at her, she couldn't help but inquire, is there something on my face? Nothing. Ning Yuan averted his gaze, settling onto the sofa and turning on the television. It is indeed quite challenging to find work. Don't worry, I have a day off tomorrow, and I can accompany you to look around. Okay, Ning Yuan softly affirmed, switching through television channels. The next morning, as Ning Xiaoluo opened the bedroom door after waking up, she found Ning Yuan seated on the sofa in the living room. With a yawn, she approached him, wearing loose pajamas. Xiao Yuan, why are you up so early? Noticing Ning Yuan intently watching a video on his phone, she remarked softly, hey, isn't that Mount Everest? I couldn't sleep, so I just got up. Ning Yuan replied with a faint smile as he put away his phone. All right then, I'll go make breakfast. After we eat, let's go out for a stroll. With that, Ning Xiaoluo turned and walked toward the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Ning Yuan reopened his phone, gazing at the majestic Mount Everest in the video. A glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 3 Seed Money at the dining table, Ning Yuan said, after breakfast. You don't need to accompany me to look for work. It's your day off, you should rest at home. Pausing in the midst of peeling an egg, Ning Xiaoluo looked at him and replied, what's wrong? I'm perfectly fine. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yuan replied calmly, I made plans with a few classmates. Is that so? Ning Xiaoluo placed the peeled egg in front of Ning Yuan and nodded. That makes sense. It should be more enjoyable to hang out with peers your age. After finishing their meal, Ning Xiaoluo tidied up in the kitchen while Ning Yuan returned to his room to grab his prepared backpack, getting ready to leave. Just as he opened the door, Ning Xiaoluo's voice rang out from behind him. Xiao Yuan. Turning back, Ning Yuan saw Ning Xiaoluo approaching from the kitchen, dressed in casual attire with her slender, fair hand making a gesture of encouragement. Good luck. A smile crept onto Ning Yuan's face at her gesture, and he closed the door behind him as he left. Wandering aimlessly down the street, Ning Yuan's gaze occasionally swept past the surrounding walls and utility poles. As time passed, he continued his solitary journey without a particular destination. When he turned into a secluded alley, his attention was drawn to a bulletin board plastered with rental information. Approaching the board, he spotted a card and reached out to tear it off. Need money urgently? Loans available today, low interest, instant approval, borrow and repay at your convenience. Phone, 1xxxxxxxxxx. Address, Dazhou City, Lianhua Road, number 302, Sudai Financial Company, Limited. Gazing at the information above, Ning Yuan's face broke into a smile. He then took out his phone and dialed the number displayed. The phone rang just 3 times before being answered. Hello, who is this? Came a crisp female voice from the other end. I need money, Ning Yuan stated bluntly. There was a brief silence before the clear voice responded. The address above is false. I will provide you with a new one. Just bring your ID and come directly. After receiving the new address, Ning Yuan hung up the phone and hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to head to the specified location. The car arrived at Ning Yuan's destination, Huimin Financial Company, in just 20 minutes. Upon entering, he pushed open the glass door and noticed the modest room, which housed only 3 individuals. A heavily made-up woman resembling a receptionist stood up to greet him. With flowing waves of hair and clad in a revealing outfit, her striking figure was hard to ignore. Welcome, handsome, she cooed, her voice significantly more flirtatious than the one he had heard on the phone. Ning Yuan briefly scanned the woman before shifting his gaze to the 2 men seated on the sofa. One was a burly man in a tank top with a glaring scar across his shiny bald head, engrossed in a mobile game. The other, a well-dressed middle-aged man donning a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, was meticulously trimming his nails. As the woman welcomed him, the bespectacled man looked up at Ning Yuan. Without hesitation, Ning Yuan approached and sat directly in front of him, placing his ID on the table. Loan, he stated. The man paused, momentarily caught off guard by Ning Yuan's forthrightness. How much do you need? He inquired after a moment of silence. Ning Yuan smiled in response. The more, the better. At this, the bald man, previously absorbed in his game, instinctively glanced at Ning Yuan, while the seductive woman also cast him a few more looks. The bespectacled man regarded Ning Yuan thoughtfully, then, while examining his ID, opened his laptop and began, I need to understand your situation thoroughly before assessing the amount you can borrow. Ning Yuan readily agreed. And soon the process was completed swiftly. Satisfied, he received the maximum allowable loan of 200,000, which was promptly transferred to his bank account. Ignoring the terms of interest and repayment, Ning Yuan signed documents and took pictures under the enthusiastic guidance of the 3 individuals. Once everything was finalized, they escorted him out, sharing laughter and camaraderie as if they were longtime friends. Brother Ning, do come back to play sometime and refer more good friends, the bald man said with a grin. Certainly, certainly. Goodbye, Ning Yuan replied with a friendly nod as he hailed a taxi and departed. As the vehicle drove away, the alluring woman turned to the bespectacled man beside her and asked, Wu Gu, why do you seem so displeased after catching such a big fish today? Something feels off. This kid has never borrowed money before, and I can't fathom why he suddenly decided to take out such a large sum while disregarding our interest, replied Wu Gu, furrowing his brow. Moreover, unlike others who come to borrow money, I don't sense any weight of heavy debt on him. He feels as if we are merely giving him money. You might be overthinking it, chuckled the bald man. We've encountered many who dream of easy gains. He is just an ordinary recent graduate with no background. Someone like him borrowing 200,000 will likely never repay it. Ha ha ha. In the taxi, Ning Yuan, with an indifferent expression, browsed flight tickets on his phone. With the initial funding secured, the next step was to embark on his journey to acquire that coveted item. Chapter 4. Ascending the peak in a room. Ning Shaluo lay idly on her bed, scrolling through videos when she suddenly received a message from Ning Yuan. I have matters to attend to and won't be returning in the next few days. I've made plans with some classmates to unwind. Out with classmates to unwind. Sitting up, Ning Shaluo scrutinized the message before typing her reply. Okay, have fun and return early. Along with her message, she sent a money transfer. On the way to the airport, Ning Yuan glanced at the message and transfer from Ning Shaluo, letting out a gentle sigh. At the airport counter, a sweet-faced attendant handed him his boarding pass. Have a pleasant journey. Watching Ning Yuan's departing figure, the attendant remarked to her colleague, I envy him. He's yet another young man off on vacation. I started working like a mule right after graduation last year. Her colleague chuckled in response, Xiaoyu. He doesn't seem that impressive, does he? His appearance is decent, but his attire is quite ordinary. Ordinary? Huh. Do you know what I saw when his phone switched to the background? What? He was discussing the timing and route for climbing Mount Everest. He is not going to Lhasa for a typical vacation. He is going to ascend Everest. Xiaoyu exclaimed. Climbing Everest costs at least hundreds of thousands. Don't you think a regular recent graduate would spend that kind of money to climb Everest? The other woman fell silent. On the plane, the announcement began. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Changlong Airlines Flight CD-136 from Dazhou City to Lhasa. I am Captain Lu Xing, and our estimated flight time is 4 hours and 46 minutes. The cabin was filled with young travelers, most of whom engaged in animated discussions about where to check in first in Lhasa. In stark contrast, Ning Yuan, with only a deflated backpack, felt out of place. He found his seat and settled in, listening to the announcement about Lhasa's weather before donning an unmasked to rest. Seeing his aloof demeanor, the girl beside him lost interest in striking up a conversation. Hours slipped by, and as the plane landed smoothly, Ning Yuan arrived at his new starting point before nightfall. In the Lhasa airport hall, numerous accommodation providers and tour groups waved banners to attract customers. Among them was a small, inconspicuous sign with Ning Yuan's name written in colorful ink, which he spotted immediately and approached. Are you Ning Yuan? Asked a burly man with a scruffy beard, removing his sunglasses to scrutinize Ning Yuan with a peculiar gaze. He had anticipated that the person wanting to climb Everest would be so young. That's me. Ning Yuan replied naturally, presenting his ID for verification. Once confirmed, the burly man gestured for him to follow. Inside a business vehicle, the man, while driving, said, You can call me Ahu. There are a few things I need to clarify with you beforehand. Since you aspire to ascend Mount Everest, it is imperative that you have conducted prior research. Unlike other tourist attractions, merely possessing courage can lead to perilous consequences. After uttering these words, Ahu cast a glance at Ning Yuan's expression through the rearview mirror. Contrary to his expectations of anxiety, the young man's face was devoid of any discernible emotion, as if he had not heard the words of the burly man with the bushy beard. When can we arrange the ascent? Ning Yuan inquired. Gazing out at the scenery beyond the car window, Ahu hesitated momentarily before responding. I have the equipment readily available, so there is no need to waste time on purchases. However, to climb Everest, we will require a local guide. They are currently occupied for the next couple of days, so the earliest we can set off is in 4 days. But fret not, I have already arranged accommodations for you. You can take these days to acclimatize or explore the surroundings. Ning Yuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this, then astonishingly declared, I intend to ascend the peak the day after tomorrow. As for a guide, I do not require one. I sought you out precisely because you can circumvent the cumbersome procedures and permits. Just provide me with the equipment and leverage your connections to get me to the base of the mountain. The agreed sum of 100,000 yuan will be paid in full. What? Ahu's eyes widened in disbelief. You say you don't need a guide to climb Everest? At that moment, Ahu felt as though he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. After all, even the most elite mountaineers could not tackle Everest alone. It would be tantamount to courting death. Could it be that this young man was contemplating such a reckless endeavor? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed Ahu's mind. After a brief silence, he softened his tone significantly. Young man, this world is not solely filled with suffering. There is also boundless beauty. What obstacle is insurmountable? Understanding the underlying meaning of Ahu's words, Ning Yuan smiled faintly. You are overthinking it. To be forthright, I have come to Everest secretly, without my family's knowledge, merely to take photographs and impress friends. I have only 2 days, so I cannot afford to waste time here. Do you understand? Oh, I see. You should have just said so earlier. Ahu exhaled a long breath of relief. He certainly did not wish to profit from a venture that could lead to fatalities. If that is the case, we can depart the day after tomorrow. Moreover, I know a splendid location for photography, just a few kilometers from the base of Everest. Well within signal coverage and quite safe. Thus, Ahu drove and conversed with Ning Yuan, and soon they arrived at a lodge. Rest well tonight. We shall set out early tomorrow. After checking Ning Yuan into the lodge, Ahu remarked. Ning Yuan nodded and made his way upstairs. As Ning Yuan's figure vanished around the corner, Ahu leaned against the lodge's front desk, shaking his head in contemplation. What wealth! Spending so much just to take photographs and impress others. The middle-aged woman at the front desk, in her early 30s, had a slightly yellow complexion and ordinary features, yet her figure was curvaceous. Noticing Ahu lost in thought, she teased, Congratulations, Ahu, you've landed a big job, huh? Turning at her words, Ahu surveyed the woman and, with a suggestive smile, replied, Zhuoma, are you joining me for this big job tonight? In the upstairs room? Ning Yuan, however, was not resting in bed. He stood before the large window, quietly gazing at the starry night sky. In his line of sight, the majestic outline of Mount Everest was already visible. Chapter 5. Past and present. The following morning, Ahu drove Ning Yuan towards the base camp for the ascent. Perhaps aware of Ning Yuan's urgency, Ahu did not make many stops along the way. After navigating through multiple checkpoints, they arrived at a location close to Everest by evening. Stay here for the night. I have prepared your gear and clothing. I will handle some paperwork and take you up the mountain first thing in the morning, Ahu instructed, pointing to a corner of the spacious tent. Afterward, he pulled out his phone and left, engaged in a call. Ning Yuan surveyed the items within the tent: down jackets, oxygen tubes, goggles. Everything necessary for the climb was present. He donned the down jacket, which fit perfectly due to the prior disclosure of his height and weight. Feeling the chill dissipate slightly, Ning Yuan exited the tent. Laughter and chatter filled the air outside. The base camp was bustling with people, most of whom were young adventurers. For these tourists, this location was their final destination. But for Ning Yuan, it was merely the beginning of his ascent. With a deep gaze fixed upon the starlit Everest, a fervor ignited within him. Boss, 3 bowls of lamb soup. A melodious voice rang out from a tent set up for serving lamb soup. After sitting down for a short while, Ning Yuan turned to see the speaker, a woman with casually cascading wavy hair and loose-fitting, thick clothing that could not conceal her perfect figure. However, what drew more attention than her physique was her face, fair as jade, with exquisitely captivating features. She was the epitome of beauty. The moment she entered, the previously boisterous establishment fell silent, and countless gazes were fixated upon her. Ning Yuan's eyes briefly scanned her visage before shifting to the 2 burly middle-aged men behind her. In that fleeting moment, he understood that their identities were far from ordinary. A woman protected by 2 elite soldiers indicated that her purpose here was likely significant. Sensing Ning Yuan's scrutinizing gaze, one of the men behind the woman glanced at him, but quickly redirected his attention elsewhere. Ning Yuan recognized this as a dismissal. In their eyes, he posed no threat whatsoever. Yet, he remained unfazed, sipping his lamb soup, though a subtle furrow appeared on his brow. Encountering such distinguished individuals in this context seemed to portend ill fortune for Ning Yuan. "Miss, we shouldn't drink. If the captain finds out, we'll be in trouble," one of the men remarked as they settled down. The woman chuckled lightly in response. "It's not like we're drinking alcohol. Why worry? I've done my research online, and this lamb soup is renowned for its deliciousness. As for Lu Feng, I'll take the blame for you, don't worry." The 2 men exchanged glances, seemingly familiar with the woman's temperament, and reluctantly took their seats beside her. After finishing his soup, Ning Yuan settled the bill and prepared to leave. "Shizhou, what's the matter? Did he raise any concerns?" the woman casually inquired, sipping her soup. Shizhou, the middle-aged man, paused before responding in a hushed tone. "From the moment we entered, everyone in the shop focused their attention on the lady, but he was the only one looking at me and Lao Gao. He seems to have sensed our identities." "What?" Lao Gao, seated on the other side, expressed surprise. "You must be mistaken. He looks like a fresh graduate here for leisure." "Perhaps," Shizhou conceded, contemplating the possibility that he was overthinking it. The woman set down her spoon, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and replied nonchalantly, "Whatever. Some individuals possess an innate intuition that is beyond ordinary comprehension. Perhaps he belongs to that category." "Boss, the check, please." The next day, Ahu was loading items into the vehicle while conversing with Ning Yuan. "Do you understand the precautions I outlined?" "Yes," Ning Yuan replied. "In this backpack, I have prepared everything you will need: food, hot water, GPS positioning, and a backup power source. Oh, and this as well." Ahu retrieved a retractable selfie stick from the tent and placed it into Ning Yuan's backpack. "This is essential for photography." Observing this, Ning Yuan smiled gently and remarked, "Your service is indeed considerate. My expenditure is well justified." Ahu rubbed his hands and chuckled. "Of course. If you enjoy this trip, do not forget to recommend a few friends to me. My prices are reasonable, and the service is absolutely top-notch." "Certainly," Ning Yuan affirmed. "Now, let us get in the car." The vehicle wound its way along the serpentine road towards the foot of Mount Everest, with Ahu and Ning Yuan engaging in casual banter. "Do you think climbing Everest has become increasingly difficult in recent years?" Ning Yuan inquired, gazing out at the scenery. "Indeed," Ahu replied, tapping the steering wheel. "In the past 2 years, no one has reached the summit. Even those with extensive experience and previous summit attempts have failed." "Oh, what is the reason?" Ning Yuan pressed. "Well, it is said that blizzards have become more frequent and unpredictable. Sometimes, the howling winds mixed with snow can blow for extended periods, making it challenging for climbers to discern their direction." Ning Yuan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. The irregularity of natural phenomena is likely a consequence of the spiritual seeds consuming the primordial forces of the earth. He instantly recalled the 3 individuals he encountered at the lamb soup shop the previous day. So, They are indeed attempting to seek out the spiritual seeds. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Ning Yuan's mouth, and he felt no urgency within. The reason for this is simple. They are unlikely to succeed. Even in my previous life, the spiritual seed rooted in Everest was discovered by mere chance, and that event occurred over a century later. This implies that the extraordinary being who will astound the world has yet to be born. In my past life, numerous extraordinary individuals have scaled Everest, hoping to uncover potential spiritual seeds, yet they returned empty-handed. Climbing Everest was effortless for these exceptional beings, yet they were unable to locate the spiritual seed. Humans instinctively gaze towards distant horizons, unaware that the true treasure lies beneath their feet. Ning Yuan mused. Alas, this truth is beyond the comprehension of others. Were it not for my conscious rebirth, I would likely never have found it. Chapter 6. Xiaxinran. In my previous life, Ning Yuan had indeed ascended Everest several times. After all, the renown of the world's highest peak beckoned. Should a spiritual seed appear, it would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Furthermore, due to Everest's unique geographical location, many extraordinary individuals from various nations flocked here in search of it. As a prominent official extraordinary being, Ning Yuan naturally joined this treasure-seeking endeavor. However, like his counterparts, he ultimately found nothing. Gradually, various nations abandoned their explorations of Everest, and the now unlocked mountain reverted to a tourist destination. During this interval, a climbing team composed of ordinary individuals began their attempt to ascend Everest. Among these climbing enthusiasts, one individual fortuitously discovered the spiritual seed and fused with it, becoming an extraordinary being, a unique individual who nearly overturned everything. The following day, at the foot of Everest, the sound of tires crunching over gravel echoed as the car came to a gentle stop. Dressed appropriately, Ning Yuan stepped out of the vehicle, only to be met by a chilling gust of wind. Come, follow me, commanded Ahu, donning a mask and sunglasses, as he led Ning Yuan straight through the guardrail toward the climbing management station. Outside an office at the management station, Ning Yuan observed through the window as Ahu whispered to the personnel inside, gesturing for them to look towards him. After approximately 10 minutes, Ahu emerged, signaling for Ning Yuan to approach. You only have 2 hours, stated a bespectacled, balding man as he placed a thermos cup on the table before Ning Yuan. Since you are only here for photographs, this time will suffice. With that, the balding man stood and retrieved a coat from a cabinet behind him. Put this on. It's the uniform worn by our staff. You can remove it while taking photos. Ning Yuan regarded Ahu with a stoic expression. Ahu hurriedly leaned in to whisper. There's no choice. Climbing is restricted these days. Apparently, there are people up top surveying Everest, which is what I just learned. However, 2 hours is sufficient. The location I mentioned is only half an hour away. Ning Yuan, with a sardonic smile, responded, Is a mere 2 hours worth 100,000? I have no alternative. Ahu explained softly outside the office. Do you think all of that money is for me? Let me tell you, after sending you in, I'm left with only this amount. He raised 3 fingers. I'm not deceiving you. Now that the money is spent and the connections are made, consider your options. I believe 2 hours will be enough for your photographs. Huh, Ning Yuan scoffed. Fine, if 2 hours is all I get, then so be it. Relieved by Ning Yuan's acquiescence, Ahu sighed. Be mindful of the time and the route. The only danger at the foot of the mountain is the slippery terrain. If anything unexpected occurs, use the intercom to call me, and I will promptly bring someone in, though that will incur additional charges. Upon re-entering the room, and amidst Ahu's incessant instructions, Ning Yuan donned the coat, obscuring his face thoroughly before proceeding through layers of security, all under the curious gazes of several staff members, as he made his way towards Everest. Once Ning Yuan had distanced himself, Ahu hastily filled the thermos cup with hot water from the dispenser and spoke with a grin. I truly appreciate your assistance, Wu Gu. Otherwise, this business deal would have fallen through. The balding man scoffed. Ahu, given our years of acquaintance, I am taking a risk to help you this time. But it will be the last. At least until I provide you with information, refrain from pulling any more stunts during this period. Upon hearing this, Ahu placed the thermos cup in front of the balding man, glancing around before asking in a hushed tone, Wu Gu, what is happening? Can you share any details with me? The balding man took a sip from the thermos and replied nonchalantly, There are people coming. It is said they are here to climb Everest. If they discover your little schemes, a single word could spell disaster for us. Do you understand? Ahu gasped in shock. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, replied old Wu, indifferent. Report, sir. The group you mentioned has arrived. The management personnel responsible for inspections saluted old Wu, who stood up in shock. What? They were supposed to arrive tomorrow. Are you certain it's them? Yes, sir. The license plate and number of people match, and the leading woman mentioned she had spoken to you in advance. Quick, quick, take me to them. Old Wu hastily donned his coat and nearly sprinted out the door. Ahu quickly followed suit. Outside the guardrail, 2 black SUVs stood silently, next to which 6 individuals were gathered, 1 woman and 5 men. Had Ning Yuan been present, he would have recognized this woman as the one he encountered at the lamb soup shop the previous night. Oh, Xiaoxia, look at you. You arrived early and didn't he even inform Uncle Wu, Old Wu remarked, his sparse hair disheveled by the cold wind, as he greeted Xia Xinran with a sycophantic smile. Hello, Uncle Wu. As with yesterday, Xia Xinran maintained her usual appearance, smiling as she extended her hand to shake hands with Old Wu. Behind Old Wu, Ahu gazed at Xia Xinran with a sense of daze. Aside from seeing her online, it was his first encounter with such a beautiful woman in reality. However, when Ahu casually glanced at the group of men beside her, he shuddered suddenly. Among the 5 men, 3 cast him unfriendly glances, and 1 even reached into his coat. Witnessing this scene, Ahu quickly lowered his head, no longer daring to look. How is Grandpa Xiao's health? I've been quite concerned about him. I often reminisce about his earnest teachings from years past, Old Wu expressed with nostalgia. He is doing well. Xia Xinran replied with a smile. That is wonderful. Come on, let us go inside. It's quite windy out here. I have all the gear prepared, so you can ascend whenever you wish, Old Wu said cheerfully, leading Xia Xinran and her companions into the management station. As they departed, Old Wu cast a casual glare at Ahu, signaling him to leave promptly. Having known Old Wu for several years, Ahu naturally understood his meaning. Without hesitation, he awkwardly bent down and stood aside, watching them enter. Chapter 7. Light and Darkness from Old Wu's Demeanor. Ahu discerned that the identities of these individuals were undoubtedly significant, possessing considerable power. If he had delayed even a moment longer and collided with Ning Yuan and this group, his fate would have been dire. Old Wu would likely not have spared him. Reflecting on this, Ahu couldn't help but feel grateful for his good fortune. Inside a gear room of the management station, Old Wu remarked, Xia Xinran. Climbing Mount Everest is no trivial matter. Uncle Wu has arranged some professional guides. If you need them, I can summon them at once. No need, Uncle Wu. These few have climbed every mountain, so you can rest assured. Xia Xinran, while donning her gear, declined Old Wu's suggestion. Moreover, we are undertaking a mission this time and cannot bring outsiders. Understanding the protocol, Old Wu nodded promptly. Very well, should you require anything, just contact me, and I will address it immediately. Once the climbing gear was fitted, Xia Xinran and her party of 6 passed through the barrier towards Everest. Miss, that person just now was likely Ahu, Shizhou remarked as he turned to glance back at the management station. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinran softly replied, over the years, Uncle Wu has profited significantly from Ahu. Now that we have nearly gathered sufficient evidence against him, let him enjoy his last month of freedom. The others silently followed Xia Xinran, fully aware that Old Wu's continued presence was due to their need for him in the upcoming expedition to Everest. After all, with nearly a decade of experience working here, Old Wu's expertise was invaluable. Meanwhile, ahead of Xia Xinran's group, Ning Yuan had deviated from the planned route. Through his goggles, he gazed at the towering snow-capped mountains, recalling a specific location in his mind. He then retrieved his locator and tossed it aside, heading in a different direction. The path he pursued was winding and untraveled, for it was not a route meant for climbing. In the year 2146 of the Yuan era, over a century from now, a climbing team composed of ordinary individuals embarked on the challenge of ascending Everest. At that time, extraordinary beings had already integrated into society, revered and aspired to by the common folk, viewed as saviors. On this day, within this team, the fate of an ordinary man named Chu Feng would undergo a profound transformation. As Ning Yuan walked, he reflected on the official account of how Chu Feng obtained his spirit seed, which contrasted starkly with public speculation. Chu Feng did not acquire the spirit seed at the summit of Everest. He had panicked and separated from the group after climbing only a short distance. Subsequently, he encountered a snowstorm on his descent, relying solely on his memory to navigate. The outcome was predictable. He strayed off course, and although he was descending, it was towards the opposite direction. It wasn't until he reached another mountain's base that Chu Feng realized he had gone astray. He then continued forward, guided by the stars above, until he came upon the spirit seed radiating ethereal light. Thinking back to how Chu Feng had once recounted his experiences without reservation under official scrutiny, Ning Yuan felt a wave of emotion wash over him. At that time, Chu Feng was merely a passionate young man in his early 20s, possessing an almost fanatical trust in the official headquarters of extraordinary beings. He openly shared all his abilities, which resulted in shock and apprehension until information was leaked by an insider, leading to his assassination by foreign forces and other powerful entities. Reflecting on Chu Feng's life, he was like a shooting star, fleeting across the tumultuous skies of that chaotic era, where every extraordinary being faced the possibility of not seeing another dawn, leaving no one capable of protecting him. As his thoughts drifted, Ning Yuan meticulously climbed over the stones ahead, keeping a vigilant eye on every nook and cranny. Time passed slowly, the sky gradually darkening, and the temperature at the foot of Everest grew increasingly frigid. After nearly a day of searching in vain, Ning Yuan remained undeterred until he painstakingly scaled a massive boulder, causing his breath to momentarily catch. As darkness deepened, he spotted a peculiar sight at the center of a pile of rocks. A snow lotus quietly blossomed. This lotus was unlike any other, not white, but black. A pitch-black snow lotus blooming amidst the snow. It emitted a faint, shadowy glow, as if countless silhouettes danced in the wind, evoking an indescribable feeling of beauty and eeriness. In that moment, Ning Yuan knew it must be a spirit seed. With a dry mouth, he stared at the dark snow lotus, its description aligning perfectly with Chu Feng's future account. The lotus radiated a unique beauty, steeped in the uncanny. Ning Yuan crouched beside the dark snow lotus, removing his goggles and gloves. The surface of the lotus shimmered with a shadowy sheen, swaying like numerous fleeing shadows as Ning Yuan approached. With trembling hands, he delicately brushed the petals of the snow lotus. In his previous life, he too had drawn attention when he first obtained a spirit seed, as it contained the essence of light. Light, in the eyes of the world, often symbolized hope and strength. However, as time passed, the higher-ups discovered that Ning Yuan's advancement was slower than anticipated, and his abilities did not dazzle as expected, as his powers leaned more towards defense. During those tumultuous times, the nation required formidable offensive capabilities. After all, the best defense has always been a good offense, a timeless truth. Yet, it was precisely because of Ning Yuan's protective abilities that he became a guardian in the eyes of the common people. As for why foreign entities sought to eliminate him at all costs in his previous life, Ning Yuan could not comprehend. But now, the past held no significance for him, for he was set on embarking upon a new path, one of solitary progress, casting aside all others. The sensation of the petals against his skin was chilling, yet Ning Yuan remained unmoved, his gaze fervently locked upon the dark lotus as he murmured softly, "Where there is light, there are shadows. In the absence of light, there exists darkness. What force in this world could be more terrifying and powerful than darkness?" Chapter 8. Merging Spirits. The universe is governed by balance. For every gain, there is a loss. To acquire power, one must be prepared to embrace the requisite risks. In the journey of an ordinary individual, there exists but a singular opportunity to fuse with the spirit. Success grants entry into the extraordinary realm, while failure results in the dissolution of both spirit and self. The initial method of fusion was astonishingly simple: consumption. Throughout the annals of human evolution, sustenance has been the sole pathway to growth. Yet, despite its simplicity, the probability of success through mere ingestion stands at a mere 30%. This is due to the inherent rejection response triggered when a spirit seed is swallowed, as the power it instinctively emanates tends to obliterate the fragile human form, leading to death. It was not until a prodigious genius unveiled a novel approach that the success rate soared to 50%. This method involved first nourishing the spirit with one's own blood, allowing the spirit seed to absorb the essence of its host and familiarize itself with every facet of the being, before subsequently consuming it. Through this process, the spirit seed, which would typically provoke a violent rejection, becomes much more docile. To further enhance the chances of successful fusion, a substantial quantity of one's blood must be used to nourish the spirit, thereby elevating the compatibility between the two. With this thought in mind, Ning Yuan retrieved a pristine dagger from his pocket. Fixating on the obsidian snow lotus, his fervent gaze gradually morphed into one of madness. In the next instant, he sliced open the artery of his arm. A torrent of warm blood cascaded onto the icy, unyielding surface of the snow lotus below. The pain did not elicit the slightest tremor upon his visage. Rather, upon witnessing his blood being rapidly absorbed by the lotus, a look of delight spread across his face. With a swift motion, the sound of flesh parting echoed once more. This time, Ning Yuan clenched the dagger with his teeth and inflicted a wound upon his other arm. After discarding the dagger to the ground, he extended his arm straight, allowing a copious flow of blood to drench the surface of the snow lotus beneath him. Soon, the rapid loss of blood began to cloud his mind with dizziness. He bit down hard on his own tongue to maintain consciousness. His eyes locked onto the snow lotus below, mentally calculating the time and his limits. 2 brief minutes elapsed, and Ning Yuan's complexion turned as pale as parchment. As the 3rd minute approached, in a state of near unconsciousness, he fiercely grasped the snow lotus from the ground. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The moment the frigid lotus entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a surge of energy that coursed through his being. Simultaneously, snowflakes began to drift from the dim sky. Blood continued to flow from his arms, yet Ning Yuan did not attend to his wounds, for it was of no consequence. Should he succeed, these minor injuries would bear no impact. Should he fail, death awaited him regardless, as he was already fated to perish. With this in mind, Ning Yuan reclined onto the ground, the snowfall intensifying, as the biting wind carried down feathers of snow upon his face. He gazed blankly at the somber sky, murmuring softly, "The snow and wind weigh upon me like a mountain, yet I laugh, for the wind and snow are as light as cotton." Soon, that familiar yet unfathomable pain emanated from within, growing increasingly severe until it overwhelmed him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Days turned into an indeterminate passage of time. A brief snowstorm enveloped the base of Mount Everest in a pristine white. A few mountain goats foraged amidst the blanket of snow. At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the white expanse, startling the few grazing goats into a frantic retreat. In the next instant, Ning Yuan abruptly rose from the snowdrift, his eyes dark as ink, exuding an enigmatic aura. However, this aura quickly dissipated, and his gaze returned to its former state, appearing much like before, though the depths of his eyes now held a more profound darkness than that of an ordinary man. A brief silence was followed by a raucous laughter. "I have succeeded. I have become." Rising from the snow, Ning Yuan examined his unmarred arms, then deftly employed his spiritual perception to scrutinize his own form. His body was now utterly transformed compared to that of an ordinary person. Within him lay a dim space where a spirit resembling a gnarled, blackened tree took root. The tree bore several branches, one of which cradled a small, dark sphere of light, resembling a nascent fruit. Ning Yuan gazed at the obsidian orb with fervor. This diminutive sphere represented the wellspring of an extraordinary being's power. With its presence, he could unleash strength beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. In my previous life, as a 5th-tier extraordinary being harboring 5 spirit fruit, I have never felt such elation. Is this the joy of anticipating a path paved with promise? Ha! Retracting his spiritual perception, Ning Yuan fished out his phone and opened it. Upon seeing the time displayed and the multitude of missed calls and messages, he furrowed his brow. 15 days. He had been unconscious for a full 15 days. This duration exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. Staring at the countless calls and messages from Ning Xiaoluo, he contemplated returning the call but hesitated, ultimately shattering the phone in his grasp. He had no intention of responding. He would simply claim that his phone had been lost upon his return. First, Ning Yuan discarded the broken phone, then casually picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. With a mere exertion of force, the snow-covered stone crumbled to dust in his hand. His 1st-tier strength far surpassed that of his previous life. Observing the powder in his palm, he began to comprehend the magnitude of his newfound power. I recall that the first ability of the dark spirit is shadow manipulation. My understanding of dark abilities had only reached the first 4 tiers, as in my past life. Chu Feng had met his demise before attaining the 5th tier. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ning Yuan glanced at his shadow cast upon the pristine snow. In the next moment, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. His human-shaped shadow began to elongate, shifting its form in accordance with his will. With a thunderous boom, a dark spear shot forth from his shadow, piercing through a massive stone before him. With a mere tremor, the stone, towering above several individuals, shattered like tofu. Chapter 9. Ambush with a resounding roar. Multiple dark spears erupted from Ning Yuan's shadow, instantly shattering the surrounding boulders. The distant mountain goats, startled by this spectacle, leaped 3 feet into the air and fled in terror. After a brief familiarization, Ning Yuan leveraged the experience from his past life to masterfully manipulate his 1st-tier abilities, continuously commanding the shadow beneath him. The shadow not only morphed into various forms to assault targets, but could also detach from the ground, hovering before him. Ning Yuan gazed at the towering black silhouette before him, filled with a complex array of emotions. A spirit that embodies attack, defense, speed, and strength was something he had only witnessed thrice in his previous life. Yet this was the sole dark spirit that contained all these attributes at the 1st tier. Taking a step forward, Ning Yuan merged with the shadow, transforming into a phantom that surged towards the summit of Mount Everest. At the pinnacle of Everest, Ning Yuan's form materialized out of thin air. What would take an ordinary person half a month to reach, he accomplished in mere seconds. Such is the chasm that separates him from the mundane. Now standing atop the mountain, Ning Yuan felt as though he was treading upon clouds, impervious to the biting winds that whipped around him. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from below the summit, snapping him from his reverie. Furrowing his brow, he vanished into thin air, transforming into a specter. Meanwhile, on the final stretch leading to the summit, two factions were engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire. Amidst the bursts of light, the sounds of gunshots and bullets colliding with stone reverberated through the air. Ning Yuan's silhouette emerged in the blind spot above the two groups, his expression inscrutable as he gazed down upon them. Among the factions, he recognized one, the trio he had encountered not long ago at the lamb soup shop, a woman and two men. At that moment, Xiaxinran was shielded behind a boulder by the two men, while across from them, a dozen adversaries relentlessly opened fire. Both sides had suffered casualties. Near Xiaxinran's group lay two blood-soaked corpses. Surrounding the opposing faction were 5 lifeless bodies sprawled haphazardly. When will help arrive? Xiaxinran anxiously inquired of Shizhou, who was panting heavily. His eyes reddened as he replied, at least half an hour more. Given this altitude, helicopters and drones struggle to reach us. They can only deliver assistance to their maximum flying capacity. At that moment, the opposing group began to deliberately advance towards them, using cover and firepower. Miss, shouted a burly man beside Xiaxinran, firing off a round before hastily reloading. They are not only numerous but also seasoned fighters. Their background is likely formidable. As the adversaries listened, an unexpected announcement blared through a loudspeaker. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. We guarantee your lives if you comply. Hearing their clumsy Mandarin, Shizhou was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in anger. Damn it! It turns out to be foreign devils. How dare they cross the line and brandish weapons here? The burly man's expression darkened ominously. They had been ambushed, and had it not been for the boulder behind them, they might have been exterminated in an instant. Assailed by this inexplicable attack, they had suspected their movements had been compromised, but never anticipated encountering a well-equipped foreign force. Did they not fear that their actions could incite a war between nations? Although Xiaxinran found it hard to believe, she took a deep breath and boldly responded. Regardless of where you come from or who you are, this area is our territory. If you leave now, we will pretend we did not see you. Otherwise, you understand the consequences of your actions. Such brazen violence in another country will undoubtedly spark a war. Furthermore, our allies are en route and will arrive shortly. Upon hearing her words, the opposing group fell into a contemplative silence. Xiaxinran was correct. Discreetly withdrawing without revealing their identities was indeed the wisest choice. However, just as she anticipated their retreat for the sake of prudence, a youthful voice rang out again, this time with a notably fluent command of Mandarin. Is that you, Miss Xia? My God, I never expected to encounter you here. Xiaxinran was momentarily stunned by the familiar voice and greeting, quickly recalling a certain individual. Reapy, is it really you? Haha, I can't believe the beautiful Miss Xia remembers me. The young man's voice dripped with a playful tone. You have overstepped your bounds, Reapy, and broken the rules. Do you know the consequences? Xiaxinran's expression darkened further. Consequences? Ha ha ha. Without substantial evidence, there will be no severe repercussions, Reapy's laughter echoed. Miss Xia, since you are here, it seems our goals align. Unfortunately, I found nothing on my side, so I had to take a chance here. I swear, I am merely wandering near the mountaintop and will not descend. Since we both understand each other's identities, there is nothing more to discuss. If you are willing to return with me, I can vow to the Lord that I will not harm you. Xiaxinran scoffed coldly. You certainly won't kill me, but you will use me to coerce the Xia family for your gain. Of course, Reapy admitted candidly. But you can survive, can't you? Dream on, Xiaxinran retorted icily. Rest assured, if I die here, you won't last long either. Is that so? What a pity, Reapy sighed, then whispered to a burly blonde man beside him. Try charging again. If it fails, we will retreat. Given my understanding of Xiaxinran, if they are here, there must be another team on standby below. We have little time. The blonde man nodded and signaled with his hand. Instantly, gunfire erupted once more. Chapter 10, Desperation Above the Fray. Ning Yuan stood with his hands tucked into his pockets, his expression impassive as he observed the scene. He had intended to turn away, but upon learning of Xiaxinran's identity, he paused. The Xia family was among the most prestigious clans in the country, wielding significant influence within the military and government. Such a powerful family could serve as a valuable pawn in his earlier plans, necessitating that he make good use of this woman. On the battlefield below, Both Xia Xinran and her two protectors were formidable. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they could hold their ground until reinforcements arrived. However, sometimes, unforeseen events can be orchestrated. Contemplating this, a glint of cold light flickered in Ning Yuan's eyes as he casually plucked a stone from the nearby rock wall and flicked it towards one of the adversaries below. Thud! The stone struck Shizhou in the knee, causing him to lurch forward uncontrollably. Shizhou! Xia Xinran gasped in alarm. The opposing side, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a barrage of bullets that struck Shizhou's body, one piercing through his skull. Shizhou's lifeless eyes stared blankly, and before losing consciousness, he desperately attempted to pull the trigger in a bid to take down as many of the enemy as possible. The burly captain, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned before rage surged through him, and he let out a furious shout as he opened fire. Damn you! Two adversaries who were preparing to finish Shizhou were hit in the arm and quickly pulled to safety by their comrades. Xia Xinran stood in shock, staring at Shizhou's lifeless body, her mind momentarily blank. Above them, Ning Yuan expressionlessly flicked another stone. Thud! The captain's right hand was pierced, causing his submachine gun to clatter to the ground. What just happened? Could there be a sniper hidden on the opposite side? The captain stared in disbelief at the wound in his hand. Who did this? What marksmanship? Reapy, peeking from behind cover, felt a surge of excitement at the unfolding scene. Before he could issue further orders, his experienced teammates opened fire to suppress the enemy. Old Xia Xinran's eyes brimmed with tears. Miss, listen carefully. The captain gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain, picking up the fallen weapon and looking at Xia Xinran. If anything happens, you must not be captured by them. Do you understand? Xia Xinran bit her lip and nodded. I understand. After a brief silence, the captain's voice trembled. I'm sorry, we failed to protect you. With that, he raised his submachine gun and charged forward. In an instant, cries and gunfire erupted around them. No one had anticipated that a severely wounded man would dare to charge into the fray. As the captain was shot down by a hail of bullets, the once tumultuous plateau at the summit of Everest fell eerily silent. Footsteps approached slowly. Xia Xinran raised her handgun to her chin, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, even though her heart was resolute and her insights surpassed those of ordinary individuals facing the imminent specter of death, she still felt the paralyzing fear and helplessness akin to that of an ordinary girl. Put down the gun. Several figures, obscured by their submachine guns, encircled Xia Xinran. One among them shouted at her in a foreign tongue. Xinran, oh no, you need not take this path. Li Pai, hiding behind a burly man, urged her. Their essay saying, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Rest assured, as long as you obey, I shall not harm you. Life is beautiful, and we are living in an unprecedented era, are we not? Would you willingly embrace death? Upon hearing this, Xinran merely shot a cold glare at Li Pai. In your eyes, this era may be unprecedented, but for many, it is one of despair. I shall take my leave now. I believe your fate will soon mirror mine. With that final remark, Xia Xinran closed her eyes, preparing to pull the trigger. Just then, a calm, indifferent voice echoed. What is happening here? What are you doing? The sudden voice stunned everyone, including Xia Xinran, as it was spoken in the native tongue. She opened her eyes to locate the source of the voice, and her eyes widened in disbelief. It was him. How could this be? Not far away, Ning Yuan stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression devoid of emotion. Unlike the others who donned goggles and masks, Ning Yuan's attire was so simple it seemed more suited for a leisurely excursion than a perilous ascent. What the hell? The burly blonde man exclaimed, lifting his gun to aim at Ning Yuan. Where did this guy come from? Sensing the profound unease from Ning Yuan's unexpected appearance and attire, Li Pai urgently called out as he saw his companion aiming at Ning Yuan. Hey, lower your weapon. However, the moment his words left his lips, a shadow, as dark as a spear, instantly pierced through the blonde man's skull. In an instant, blood and brain matter splattered onto Li Pai. This unexpected scene left everyone in shock. The first to recover, Li Pai, trembled violently. Oh my god, he is an extraordinary being. Those accompanying Li Pai were aware of the existence of extraordinary beings, having only heard tales of them but never encountered one. Who would have imagined that their first meeting would unfold in such a manner? Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through. Finally, gripped by utter terror, they instinctively pulled the triggers on Ning Yuan. The crack of gunfire erupted as bullets cascaded towards the young man, who gazed at them with indifference. Yet, a scene of despair unfolded once more. Countless bullets collided with an invisible barrier, halted before the young man, and then fell to the ground. Damn it! A monster! This is a monster! A terrified man with dark skin turned to flee. However, the moment he turned, a shadow cleaved him in two. In the fleeting moment before his upper body fell to the ground and consciousness faded, he witnessed countless shadows dismantling his companions into fragments. Chapter 11. A life-saving grace. The pungent scent of blood was scattered by the chilling wind. The remnants of bodies and blood nearly carpeted the snow. Even Xia Xinran, who had endured rigorous training, felt her stomach churn at the sight. Are you all right? Ning Yuan stepped closer and inquired. Instinctively, Xinran recoiled, her eyes revealing undeniable fear. Sighing at her reaction, Ning Yuan gazed mournfully at the bodies of Shi Zhou and the captain. If only I had arrived sooner, perhaps they would not have perished. I couldn't comprehend what those people were saying. They must be foreign forces, right? Observing Ning Yuan's demeanor and his words, Xinran felt her fear lessen significantly. She nodded, her voice trembling as she spoke. Indeed, they are foreign forces. The one in charge is Li Pai, who has substantial backing. He is one of the heirs of a top multinational conglomerate. I see. Ning Yuan nodded. It appears I did not commit an error in judgment. Big brother, which unit are you from? Xinran cautiously probed. Me? Ning Yuan donned a friendly smile. I'm merely an ordinary citizen. My current state is the result of an unforeseen accident. As you witnessed, controlling my power is quite challenging. I intended to grant them a swift end, but it turned into this. Upon hearing this, Xinran's eyes widened. A civilian extraordinary being. What incredible fortune must one possess to successfully integrate a spirit seed? At this thought, her heart raced. A civilian extraordinary being implies he is not aligned with any faction. If he were to join the Xia family, it would significantly enhance their influence in the current situation. Big brother, may I inquire your name? Xinran began, but upon meeting Ning Yuan's enigmatic gaze, she shivered. What if I reveal my identity, and he declines? What fate awaits me? Memories of her elder's warnings flooded her mind. Xinran, these extraordinary beings are, in a sense, no longer human. Those who wield terrifying power often act on whims in certain situations. Thus, one must exercise utmost caution when dealing with them. What is it? Ning Yuan regarded her with a calm gaze. If you could share your name, I would be eternally grateful for your life-saving grace today. Xinran adopted a tone of utmost respect. Haha, you are indeed a woman of intellect, Ning Yuan thought to himself, then shook his head with a smile. There's no need for repayment. How could I stand idly by and watch my fellow countrymen be bullied by these outsiders? It was merely a trifling effort. However, judging by your demeanor, I assume you have encountered others with such powers. Therefore, I hope you will not disclose anything about me. I certainly do not wish to be treated as a lab rat. A lab rat? Xinran inwardly chuckled. He seems to underestimate the implications of his power and future. Currently, extraordinary beings are coveted by various nations. Rest assured, big brother, I will not breathe a word about what transpired here. Hearing her promise, Ning Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He then extended his shadow, which began to engulf the scattered remains and bodies around them. Xinran watched in astonishment as the remnants of the bodies, including those of Shi Zhou and his companions, vanished as if they had fallen into a deep abyss, leaving no trace behind. Well then, farewell. Many are climbing up from below. They must be the reinforcements you summoned. With that, Ning Yuan's figure transformed into a shadow and disappeared without a trace. Xinran stood there, astonished. What level of spirit seed had he integrated? He could even teleport. When nearly 20 armed individuals arrived at the clearing, they found only Xia Xinran sitting there alone. Miss, are you all right? Where are the others? The leader approached and saluted her, puzzled. They are no longer here, Xinran softly replied. Gazing into the misty expanse ahead, the surrounding people exchanged glances. Above them, a shadow streaked through the clouds like a shooting star. The life-saving grace, unacquainted and without expectation of return, is often the most precious. In Ning Yuan's plan, the next time he encounters Xia Xinran, it will be the moment the Xia family repays him. Not long after, as Ning Yuan hurried back to the Great Zhou city and pushed open the door to his home, the first sight that greeted him was his sister Ning Xiaoluo, sitting alone on the sofa. Upon hearing the sound of the door creaking open, Ning Xiaoluo abruptly lifted her head. Now, she appeared quite haggard with her hair cascading down. The moment she laid eyes on Ning Yuan, she froze momentarily before springing up from the sofa. Xiao Yuan, where have you been these past 10 days? Why haven't you answered your phone? She hurried to Ning Yuan, her eyes reddening as she raised her hand as if to strike him. Yet her hand hesitated in the air, ultimately not falling. I even reported you missing. They said you bought a ticket to Lessa. What were you doing so far away? Even if you want to have fun, you should have at least told me. I thought you had been deceived and taken abroad, or worse. Gazing at the tearful girl before him, who was shorter than he, Ning Yuan suddenly opened his arms and gently embraced her. Feeling the softness in his arms, His voice emerged slowly. Shaluo, our good days are coming. Good days? What good days? Ning Shaluo, still enveloped in his embrace, tilted her face up in confusion, her inquiry echoing in the air. The kind of days where you can have whatever you desire, Ning Yuan replied with a faint smile. However, at his words, Ning Shaluo withdrew from his embrace and shook her head. Xiao Yuan, a simple and unadorned life is also a blessing. While wealth is desirable, you shouldn't do anything and everything for money. I truly believe that our current situation is already much happier than before. Even if you don't work, I can still support you. Is a simple life truly a blessing? Ning Yuan mused, looking down at the girl before him. But the consequence of simplicity is that when faced with certain matters, one lacks the privilege of choice. Chapter 12. The Dao Tree. Ning Shaluo stared blankly at Ning Yuan upon hearing his words, feeling that her cousin, whom she had watched grow, seemed to have changed during this time. When did this transformation occur? Could it be due to the difficulty of finding a job? Dismissing her cousin's words as mere ramblings, she continued to question him. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. Weren't you with your classmates? Why did you go to LaSalle alone? And why have you been out of touch for over 10 days? I just wanted to clear my mind alone. As for why I was out of contact, it's quite simple. I lost my phone and didn't have money to buy a new one. After weaving his fabricated tale, Ning Yuan sported a look of helplessness. Fortunately, during this time, I encountered a kind-hearted big brother. If he hadn't bought me a ticket, I might still be stranded there. As Ning Yuan vividly recounted his fabricated adventures, Ning Shaluo felt as though she had experienced them alongside him, her already waning complexion now filled with anxiety. That big brother is truly a good person. It's a pity he didn't leave any contact information. If possible, we should return the money to him. Ning Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He is quite wealthy, so he won't miss it. Speaking of which, Shaluo, I'm craving your braised spare ribs. In an effort to divert her from further inquiries, Ning Yuan found an excuse. As expected, upon hearing his request, Ning Shaluo eagerly nodded in agreement. All right, I'll go buy the ingredients right away. You must be tired, so rest for a bit. I'll call you when it's ready. After giving her instructions, she hurriedly grabbed a basket and left the house. Watching her retreating figure, Ning Yuan's smile gradually faded. After dinner, as night descended, the world grew tranquil. The vast majority had succumbed to slumber. In the pitch-black room, Ning Yuan stood by the window like a phantom, gazing into the enveloping darkness outside. He could hardly sleep now. Even abstaining from food and drink would not affect him, for his sustenance was not derived from ordinary fare, but from the essence of spirit. What is the essence of spirit? It is the primal source of the universe contained within the air, which has no effect on ordinary people, but transforms into essence for those who possess extraordinary abilities. This transformation occurs because every extraordinary individual harbors a Dao tree within, symbolizing their power and serving as its source, much like the small, black tree resembling a withered trunk within Ning Yuan. Taoist philosophy posits that the human body contains three core energies, essence, qi, and spirit, which are interconnected with the laws governing nature. The circulation and sublimation of energy within the human body closely mirror the processes of growth, flowering, and fruiting in trees. The appearance of this tree within extraordinary beings serves to validate this notion, leading them to refer to it as the Dao tree. The Dao tree absorbs the primordial essence of the universe, enabling it to grow and bear fruits of essence. These fruits continuously supply extraordinary individuals with abundant essence, granting them formidable powers. The number of essence fruits correlates with the strength of the extraordinary being. Each additional fruit signifies an ascension in rank. While this may sound simple, the advancement of extraordinary beings is fraught with difficulty. The primary reason lies in the binding of advancement speed to the strength of the essence seed. From the moment all things came into existence, distinctions of good and bad, beauty and ugliness, strength and weakness have prevailed. Naturally, the essence seeds that embody the primal forces of the universe reflect these disparities. In other words, the instant one becomes an extraordinary being, they are also bound by the limits of their potential for growth. Thus, even in Ning Yuan's past life, while there were many extraordinary beings among humanity, the most powerful among them bore only 7 essence fruits. Even with 7-tier extraordinary beings, humanity remained at a disadvantage in the war against alien races. Had it not been for the internal strife among the alien factions, humanity would have been obliterated long ago. Ning Yuan's figure flickered and vanished from the room. In an instant, he reappeared on the rooftop of the residential complex. The gentle breeze tousled his hair as he sat cross-legged, focusing his mind to absorb the dark essence emanating from the night. As he began to activate the Dao tree within him, countless invisible threads, imperceptible to the naked eye, seemed to be drawn into his body and swiftly absorbed by the Tao tree. In his previous life, if it could be said that the dark spirit's inherent power and uniqueness drew the attention of countless onlookers, then its terrifying rate of advancement placed him firmly in opposition not only to alien races, but also to humanity. An elder once imparted words that remained etched in Ning Yuan's memory. I am not an extraordinary being, so I do not comprehend the hearts of alien races. But the heart of humanity, I understand all too well. When a person possesses power that we can only look up to, they will be more ruthless than those alien races, viewing us not as equals, but as mere servants and ants. The elder who spoke these words was but an ordinary man, and from Ning Yuan's current vantage point in time, this elder had yet to be born. Yet, the words of this ordinary man had left an indelible mark, akin to a curse, deeply imprinted in the hearts of the most formidable extraordinary beings of that era. This ultimately led some among them to collude with alien races, plotting in the shadows to assassinate Chu Feng. The hearts of humanity have become unrecognizable. In his past life, Ning Yuan was oblivious to this truth, even considering the elder's words to be overly selfish, who would eliminate their powerful allies in the face of a great enemy. Yet, having endured various trials and now reborn, Ning Yuan found the elder's words profoundly insightful. Indeed, they were entirely correct. For the moment he fused with the dark spirit, he was destined to forge ahead alone, ceaselessly advancing, either to meet the same fate as Chu Feng or to leave everyone far behind, utilizing them until they no longer served a purpose before discarding them. On the rooftop, the Tao tree within Ning Yuan relentlessly absorbed the dark essence of the universe, the solitary essence fruit emanating a soft glow, gently swaying as if rejoicing. In his previous life, an ordinary extraordinary being, without external assistance and relying solely on self-cultivation, would require at least 6 years to ascend from the first to the second tier, and nearly 20 years to progress from the second to the third tier. Most extraordinary beings would find themselves stagnating at the third tier throughout their lives. As for the leap from the third to the fourth tier, that was an entirely different realm. Before reaching the age of 100, an extraordinary individual who ascends to the fourth tier can gain nearly 400 additional years of life, with their appearance remaining frozen at the moment of their breakthrough until their demise. Ning Yuan observed the transformations within him. Although he had previously encountered the dark spirit in his past life, experiencing it firsthand now left him utterly astounded. The terrifying speed of its advancement surpassed anything he could have imagined. Based on his current rate of absorption and the evolution of the Tao tree, it could be inferred that he would require no more than a month to elevate from the first tier to the second tier. Chapter 13. The plan reflecting on the arduous efforts and time he invested in his previous life for ascension. Ning Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the ease with which he now progressed. In his past life, he had unexpectedly acquired the light spirit at the age of 29. Thanks to the unique nature of the light spirit, coupled with the vast allocation of national resources, he ascended to the second tier by 32, reached the third tier by 38, and successfully broke through to the fourth tier by 48. However, after the state expended considerable resources to assist him in achieving the fourth tier, they were disheartened to find that his abilities still leaned towards defense, leading them to withdraw their support. After all, the resources and time required for a fourth-tier extraordinary individual to break through to the fifth tier could cultivate countless gifted fourth-tier practitioners. Consequently, Ning Yuan, no longer regarded with hope, was overshadowed by a wave of talented newcomers, causing him to stagnate at the fourth tier until mere days before his secret execution, when he finally succeeded in breaking through to the fifth tier through years of diligent practice. Centuries of effort bore fruit. The capabilities of the fifth-tier light spirit granted Ning Yuan a chance at rebirth, a seed of spirituality potent enough to reverse the flow of time. Far from the superficiality perceived by others in his past life, its formidable strength was indeed unfathomable, capable of altering everything in certain aspects. Regrettably, in this life, Ning Yuan had no intention of choosing it, for he lacked the time to ascend gradually. Recognizing the dire future ahead, he opted solely for the dark spirit, as only its terrifying speed of advancement could alter the course of events. As for the former light spirit, he had other plans this time. As the spiritual source fruit on his Tao tree ceased to shimmer, Ning Yuan slowly rose to his feet and casually stretched his arms. With his movements, the bones throughout his body creaked, as if each one was being restructured. It was already 2 in the morning. With only streetlights and scattered shop lights illuminating the area below, it was time to commence the second phase of his plan. Gazing down at the distant cityscape, Ning Yuan murmured to himself. In the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. The night in the city nurtured indulgence and crime. In the dark corners devoid of surveillance, intoxicated men and women sought thrills, while illicit transactions transpired in secrecy, and hunters roamed in search of prey. Ning Yuan drifted through the night, indifferent to the events unfolding below. He sought an opportunity, a scene that would meet his requirements. After searching for several minutes, he indeed discovered a perfect setting aligning with his criteria. As for what he sought, it was quite simple, a crime scene, specifically one bustling with activity and under surveillance. Only in such an environment could he attract the attention of those at headquarters with a plausible identity. As for why Ning Yuan chose to expose himself, there were two reasons. First, in this early stage of the extraordinary era, he possessed the wisdom of his past life. He understood how scarce extraordinary individuals were during this period and how vital they were to the state. Thus, revealing his identity would only invite attempts to recruit him. The second reason was straightforward. In the impending extraordinary era, whether faced with the terrifyingly powerful alien races or nations controlling various extraordinary resources while winning the hearts of the populace, these forces would dominate the future landscape. If Ning Yuan sought vengeance and wished to forge his own path, he must utilize every resource at his disposal. At that moment, within a park, shouts of abuse echoed. "You think you're so tough?" Accompanied by the cries of a woman pleading, two men were seen mercilessly beating a young man on the ground. Opposite them, a man tightly embraced a sorrowful, weeping girl. He laughed heartily, reveling in the torment. A few bystanders watched, whispering among themselves, failing to intervene. "This is outrageous. Isn't this just bullying?" one remarked. "Indeed, those men appear to be drunk. Those poor young lovers are truly pitiful." Another added, "What was that young man thinking? 3 drunken men harassed his girlfriend, and he should have just taken her away instead of trying to show off. By the way, have you called the police?" "Keep your voice down. I already called them secretly. The police should be here soon." Meanwhile, the young man on the ground, dressed in tattered clothes and covered in dirt and blood, shouted hoarsely, "You're finished. I'll sue you. You'll end up in jail." One of the assailants, a hefty man, paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Huh, you think you can scare us with threats? You're just unlucky to have run into us today. What do you think you can do?" The hefty man spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the young man's face. "Do you know who he is?" He gestured towards the man holding the girl. "Yes." Just as the hefty man was about to continue, another man in a tank top cut him off. "There are others around. Don't speak carelessly." The hefty man froze, glancing around at the onlookers, some of whom were recording the scene on their phones. This realization struck him with fear, sobering him up considerably. Slap. The hefty man slapped himself several times before forcing a grin. Look, I was just drunk." Afterward, he kicked the young man on the ground twice. "Yangfeng, are you all right?" The girl, held by the other man, cried incessantly. "I'm sorry, please stop. Let us go." The man holding the girl smirked, his robust arms firmly constraining her fragile form, occasionally caressing her as he spoke softly, laced with the scent of alcohol. "What are you two doing in the park at this hour? Are you up to no good?" The girl trembled in fear, her eyes swollen from crying. "No, we just wanted to take a walk. We didn't mean any harm." "Lying is not a virtue," he said, inhaling deeply near her delicate neck, revealing a drunken smile. "Students these days truly need to be taught a lesson." With that, he lifted the girl effortlessly, disregarding her protests, and turned towards the woods behind them. "Sharu, let her go?" The young man on the ground, filled with rage, attempted to rise, but the hefty man's grip held him down effortlessly. "Shut him up, knock him out." The man with the girl commanded casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. The hefty man grinned wickedly at this instruction. "Li Xiao is in high spirits today." Another man in a tank top wanted to speak, but fell silent under the gaze of the man holding the girl. Indeed, this isn't the first time. The outcome remains unchanged in the end. The man in the vest shook his head as he observed the youth beneath him, whose bloodshot eyes and contorted face revealed his distress. Without hesitation, he delivered a kick that rendered the young man unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the bystanders grasped the impending events. A man attempted to intervene, but was restrained by his female companion. Others anxiously checked their phones, puzzled as to why the police had yet to arrive. Among the crowd, Ning Yuan casually extracted a handful of peanuts from a bystander's bag and began to chew, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he watched the unfolding drama. Chapter 14. One person, one kick. Help. Help. The girl cried out. "I promise I won't come to the park at night again. Please let me go." It seemed she anticipated the grim fate awaiting her, and her despair was palpable as tears streamed down her face. Her gaze darted around, desperately seeking assistance, while her male companion lay unconscious on the ground. The onlookers, perhaps aware of what was about to transpire, displayed expressions of either sympathy or outrage. yet none stepped forward to intervene. People possess a natural instinct to avoid danger, especially in the presence of such ruthless and unrepentant individuals. While there may be some spirited youths willing to stand for justice, they are far from ubiquitous. As the girl realized that no one would come to her aid, hopelessness enveloped her, her eyes dulled, and her sobs diminished. Just as she was about to be dragged into the dark woods, a stone came hurtling through the air, striking Li Xiao squarely on the head. Damn! Pain surged through Li Xiao, causing him to stumble, his mind clouded, and he instinctively released the girl. The other two men were momentarily stunned, then turned in astonishment towards the bystanders. Who the hell threw that stone? The hefty man shouted, fury etched across his face. Do you want to die? I could kill you and face no consequences. The crowd instinctively took a few steps back. At that moment, another stone flew through the air, striking the hefty man on the head. The impact made him see stars, and a warm trickle of blood ran down his face. He reached up, his bloodied hand a shocking sight. Whether from anger or pain, he trembled as he glared at the direction from which the stone came. He finally spotted the source, a young man in his 20s, with striking features and deep-set eyes, who regarded him with a playful smirk. Ning Yuan's demeanor suggested he had merely swatted at a barking dog. Simultaneously, Li Xiao regained his composure, grinning at Ning Yuan, albeit with a twisted expression. Do you know who I am? You dare to throw that at me? I'll kill your entire family tomorrow. No. I'll cripple you today, and then murder your family before your eyes. With that, he charged at Ning Yuan, his imposing figure and contorted face amplifying his intimidation. The bloodied hefty man and the other man in the vest followed suit. Meanwhile, the onlookers had already scattered in fear, leaving Ning Yuan standing alone. Li Xiao approached Ning Yuan, throwing a punch aimed at his face while hurling insults. A sharp sound rang out as Ning Yuan deftly slapped Li Xiao. The force of the blow disfiguring half his face, one eye bulging, and half his teeth flying from his mouth. To prevent Li Xiao from stumbling away, Ning Yuan even knelt slightly to shield him. There were no cries of pain. Li Xiao had already lost consciousness. Ning Yuan then delivered a kick to Li Xiao's abdomen. The sickening sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. Li Xiao's abdomen and spine shattered under the force, and he flew backward, crashing violently into a trash bin. Ning Yuan's kick was precisely calibrated. He had not killed Li Xiao, but ensured he would live forever in a state of half-life. The other two men finally understood the gravity of the situation upon seeing Li Xiao's miserable state, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. You're finished. Do you know who he is? P.S. Li. There's someone powerful in Dazhou City with the same surname. P.S. the only heir. The hefty man trembled as he pointed at Ning Yuan. To him, Ning Yuan was doomed, and so was he, for he had foolishly volunteered to accompany Li Xiao. Why waste time talking? We need to subdue him before he gets away, or we're both done for. The man in the vest urged, his expression grave. Subdue him? This guy is a fighter. We want to be able to handle him. The hefty man shuddered at the thought of Li Xiao being thrown around. He had been in the underworld long enough to have seen formidable opponents, men who could easily take on 5 or 10 assailants. The man in the vest appeared equally troubled, caught in a dilemma. However, Ning Yuan, uninterested in their futile chatter, stepped forward and swiftly approached the two. With a calculated motion, he kicked each of them in turn. The hefty man was momentarily stunned by the suddenness of Ning Yuan's movement, but as the kick connected, he felt as if a heavy truck had collided with him, and consciousness slipped away instantly. Simultaneously, the man in the vest was sent flying. Ning Yuan's casual kicks caused them little suffering, but both found themselves rendered immobile from the waist down. A few daring onlookers who had returned to witness the spectacle stood dumbfounded, the scene resembling something out of a science fiction film. Even the girl, seated on the ground, stared blankly at Ning Yuan's indifferent retreat, her mind a complete void. Chapter 15. Encirclement. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the living room. Ning Xiaoluo tidied up before knocking on Ning Yuan's door. She wore her hair in a ponytail, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and blue jeans. Her small bag a humble find from a street vendor. Her unpretentious attire, paired with her pure and fair complexion, exuded a unique charm. Xiaoyuan, I'm heading to work. I've left breakfast in the kitchen. Don't forget to eat. There's 3,000 yuan on the table. Remember to buy yourself a new phone. Okay, I got it, came Ning Yuan's voice from within. The sound of the door closing followed. Shortly after, Ning Yuan emerged from his room. Glancing at the breakfast Xiaoluo had prepared, a few boiled eggs and a bowl of congee. In an instant, the eggs and congee vanished, leaving only an empty, pristine porcelain bowl behind. He entered the living room and picked up the money from the table, a smile gracing his lips. This foolish girl, he thought. Well, her phone had been in use for several years, so it was a perfect opportunity for an upgrade. He pushed open the door and called the elevator. As the doors opened, a pale-skinned middle-aged man in a suit stepped inside. The man's expression seemed less than favorable as he coughed a couple of times and then glanced apologetically at Ning Yuan. Sorry, he said. Ning Yuan, unfazed, ignored him, focusing instead on the advertisements displayed on the elevator screen. As the elevator reached the first floor, Ning Yuan was the first to step out, followed slowly by the man in the suit. The day unfolded like any other, in a world populated by ordinary people along familiar streets. As Ning Yuan walked down the road, the figure of the suited man faded from view. To an unknowing observer, the man might have seemed merely a passerby from the same neighborhood, yet Ning Yuan was acutely aware of his presence. The suited man had been trailing him, albeit from a distance that an average person could not detect. It takes considerable skill to follow someone. One must not only observe the target's every action, but also remain undetected. Clearly, this man was an adept at such pursuits. Impressive efficiency, Ning Yuan mused to himself. The journey unfolded without any notable differences from his usual routine, and he attracted no undue attention. He made his way directly to a mobile phone store. Hello, handsome. Are you here to look at phones? A young saleswoman greeted him with a bright smile upon his entrance. Bring me 2 of your best phones and set up a new card, Ning Yuan said as he approached the counter. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback, her face quickly transforming into one of sheer delight. Of course, right away, she poured him a glass of water before hastily retrieving 2 phones from the counter. Observing this, the other 2 salespeople in the store wore expressions of envy and resentment. Had they not seen Ning Yuan's shabby appearance, they would not have let the new hire assist him. What incredible luck he has, one woman silently fumed. With the remaining funds from a loan, Ning Yuan purchased the 2 phones and exited the store. Upon stepping outside, he sensed at least 20 pairs of eyes upon him. These gazes lingered only a moment before shifting away. Ignoring the attention, he headed straight for his apartment complex. As he entered, the world around him seemed to grow quiet. Typically, at this hour, one would expect to encounter others out for a leisurely stroll, yet after walking for some time, he had yet to see another soul. As he continued, Ning Yuan's pace gradually slowed. Ning Yuan, a female voice called from behind him. He turned to see a man in a jacket, wearing sunglasses, standing in the middle of the road, quietly observing him. The man stood with one hand in his pocket, casually holding a cigarette. Beside him was a woman in uniform, possessing a graceful demeanor and striking appearance, who held a document in her hand. Ning Yuan, male, age 22, graduate of Dazhou Normal University. Originally from Ningjia Village in Luan County, Dazhou City. Your parents passed away when you were 3, after which you were adopted by your uncle, Ning Rongxiang. At the age of 12, Ning Rongxiang fell into gambling and drug abuse. His wife, unable to endure the daily abuse, committed suicide by poison. In April of the following year, Ning Rongxiang arranged for human traffickers, intending to sell you, Ning Shaluo, when you turned 16. In June of that year, he drunkenly fell into a pit and drowned. Since then, you and Ning Shaluo have relied on each other until today. The woman adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and continued. It is hard to imagine how you both have persevered through such a fate. Ning Shaluo, with her consistent top grades, worked diligently to support and care for you, even sacrificing her opportunity to attend a prestigious university elsewhere. Ning Yuan, you have a wonderful cousin. Throughout her speech, Ning Yuan remained silent, simply observing her. Allow me to introduce myself, the woman continued, seemingly unfazed by his demeanor. I am Su Wei, from a special department that serves the nation. Ning Yuan, please accompany us for a moment. We harbor no ill intentions and merely wish to have a conversation with you. Her tone left no room for negotiation. Oh, quite the impressive tactic, Ning Yuan replied with a sardonic smile, though his expression caused Su Wei to feel an unexpected flutter of unease. Observing this, the man in the jacket stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Su Wei. Simultaneously, several laser dots appeared on Ning Yuan's vital points, with 3 concentrated on his forehead. It was evident that the area had been meticulously secured. Ning Yuan, we mean you no harm. I understand you are not like ordinary individuals. If you come with us, you will gain clarity on many matters, the jacket-clad man urged. Are you here because of those 3 useless individuals from yesterday? Ning Yuan suddenly inquired. Su Wei paused, then chuckled lightly. No, they are hardly worthy of our concern. The 3 you incapacitated yesterday will not trouble you again. And that Li's father was detained a month ago and will soon be eliminated. We are not here for that. We are here for you. Ning Yuan fell silent for a moment, then nodded, his expression revealing a hint of reluctance. Very well, but may I first put my phones away at home? Su Wei visibly relaxed at his response. Of course, we will wait for you here. As she spoke, the red dots vanished from Ning Yuan's body. He walked toward his apartment building, and as he moved away, Su Wei's face displayed a look of relief. Thank goodness, this extraordinary individual seems quite agreeable. The man in the jacket, hearing her words, extinguished his cigarette underfoot. Perhaps, those like us are often seen as eccentric. Some even consider themselves saviors or protagonists. This time, however, he appears to be quite normal. Yet within the unseen confines of the building, a strange smile crept across Ning Yuan's face. At last, I have awaited your arrival. My dear companions, I have returned. Chapter 16. Tactics. Are you truly going to allow him to return alone? Are you not concerned he may escape? After all, we are unaware of any special abilities he may possess. The jacket-clad man queried Su Wei. She placed the documents into a folder and replied thoughtfully, if he is wise, he will not leave, for he is not alone and has ties that bind him. The man raised an eyebrow, then shrugged. When it comes to scheming, you are the master. Su Wei smiled in acknowledgement. Extraordinary individuals possess strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Without attachments or connections, they inevitably become sources of chaos. If Ning Yuan were to become such a person, our purpose today would shift from inviting him to extinguishing the potential threat before it could flourish. Their wait was not prolonged, as Ning Yuan soon returned. We may not be back until tomorrow evening. Do not worry about your sister. We will have someone explain everything to her, Su Wei stated as she bent to enter a business vehicle. So this is your warning to me? Ning Yuan inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Su Wei. At that moment, Su Wei, seated within the vehicle, exuded an alluring confidence. She offered no reply, merely smiled at him while shifting to make room. Ning Yuan, in turn, entered the car and sat beside her, and a faint floral fragrance wafted into his senses. The man in the jacket took a seat on Ning Yuan's other side as the vehicle began to move, enveloping them in a somewhat tense atmosphere. Su Wei, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, broke the silence. Ning Yuan, may I ask when you acquired your abilities? I don't know, Ning Yuan responded, his expression still impassive. Su Wei fell silent. Where are you taking me? Ning Yuan pressed. I do not know, Su Wei retorted curtly. Ning Yuan fell into silence once more. After a moment, he turned to Su Wei and spoke slowly. You are quite bold. I wonder who has instilled such confidence in you. Those armed individuals before us, or perhaps this so-called protector beside me. As Ning Yuan's voice faded, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly oppressive. The four fully armed soldiers seated in the front instinctively tightened their grips on their submachine guns. If you think that by controlling Ning Xiaoluo you can manipulate me at will, you are gravely mistaken. I could eliminate all of you within 10 seconds, and then appear before Ning Xiaoluo. Boy, perhaps you should tone down the bravado, the man in the jacket sneered. Is that so? Ning Yuan replied, his gaze fixed on Su Wei, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Su Wei intended to respond, but suddenly felt something hard pressing against her waist. Looking down, her pupils dilated in shock. Ning Yuan's previously empty right hand now held a handgun pressed against her side. Even more terrifying was the realization that this was the very weapon belonging to the soldiers seated before them. How is this possible? When did he acquire that gun? Even Yang Kong didn't notice. It was imperative to note that the soldiers in the vehicle had never disembarked, and Ning Yuan had remained within their sight, never having interacted with the soldiers in front. Thus, he must have employed an incomprehensible method to silently procure the handgun from the soldiers' pockets, all while they remained blissfully unaware. Su Wei slowly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, a wry smile gracing her delicate features. It was just a joke, no need to take it so seriously. At that moment, Yang Kong, sitting beside Ning Yuan, sensed something amiss from Su Wei's pale countenance. Upon looking down and seeing the gun in Ning Yuan's hand, he was instantly filled with dread. Unlike Su Wei, Yang Kong, being a transcendent, was far more astonished by Ning Yuan's capabilities. The ability to extract a handgun so quietly indicated that this young man could just as effortlessly take their lives without a sound. This individual undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary spirit, far surpassing my own. Yang Kong's body tensed, his eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, fixated intently on Ning Yuan. Just a joke? Ning Yuan replied coldly. Given that you have investigated me, you should realize that I am not an easy person to deal with. I despise socializing, and even more so, I have no fondness for jesting. Su Wei quickly responded, No. While you may have a rather reclusive personality, you are regarded as a good person by your teachers and classmates. Ning Yuan was taken aback by her words. If I am not mistaken, you must have discovered me due to last night's events, and then within a single night, you thoroughly investigated me. I never anticipated that you would manage to gather information on those around me in such a short span. Su Wei's lips curved into a slight smirk, her pride evident. After all, This is my specialty. I filtered through individuals who had the most contact with you, and then staff members made calls to each of them overnight to inquire. Ning Yuan fell silent. It must be said that sometimes the methods employed by official entities far exceed the imagination of ordinary individuals. For an average person, even a spouse who has lived alongside you for decades may not possess as much insight as these individuals gleaned in just one night. Yet, little did Su Wei know that the Ning Yuan before her was a reincarnation from 400 years in the future. You just asked me who bestowed upon me this confidence. I can tell you that it was not them, but you. Su Wei fixed her large eyes on Ning Yuan. Her words deliberate. You are astute. You understand what that girl would face if dragged into an alley, and you also know that by intervening, you might expose yourself. Yet, you still chose to act and save her. Ning Yuan, you are a good person, and that is the source of my confidence. As the pressure against her waist dissipated, Su Wei let out a sigh of relief. The gun in Ning Yuan's hand vanished, and everything that had transpired felt as if it had been merely a figment of their imagination. Headquarters. The headquarters of the transcendent beings. This is where we are taking you, Su Wei spoke softly. The vehicle raced onward, soon arriving at the airport. Ning Yuan and Su Wei boarded a waiting plane, which then headed directly toward Dying City. After several hours of flight, the plane landed smoothly in Dying City. Upon disembarking, they were escorted to a military vehicle. The interior of the vehicle was spacious, with all windows, including the windshield, covered by a special material, rendering it impossible for those inside to see outside. Only the driver, clad in military attire and wearing special glasses, was unaffected, driving the vehicle steadily forward. I hope that when you next visit the headquarters, it will not be in such a manner, Su Wei remarked, glancing at the man who had remained calm throughout. Ning Yuan understood the implication behind Su Wei's words. Currently, he was far from trusted and would naturally be brought in this manner to conceal the location of the headquarters. Is that so? Perhaps next time. I will find it on my own, Ning Yuan replied, closing his eyes. Chapter 17. The conference room. The vehicle continued its journey for a full hour before finally coming to a stop. The door swung open, and Ning Yuan and the others stepped out. Have we finally arrived here? Ning Yuan murmured to himself as he gazed at the imposing military base-like complex before him. It was vast, with armored vehicles and armed soldiers visible in every direction. The surrounding buildings, no taller than 5 stories, were simply designed, yet exuded an air of solemnity and gravity. The structure directly in front of Ning Yuan was particularly striking. A massive flag stood erect, its vibrant red fabric billowing in the wind under the sunlight. The headquarters of the transcendent beings. The immense plaque resembling a palace or ancient architecture displayed 5 grand characters. Isn't it magnificent? Su Wei said, her beautiful eyes admiring the inscription. She then leaned closer to Ning Yuan and whispered, additionally, I can quietly inform you that the location here is quite unique. You would never guess. After saying this, Su Wei led the way into the headquarters. Ning Yuan watched her retreating figure, recalling her familiar words from his previous life. Indeed, when he first visited the headquarters, Su Wei had said the same to him. Inside the headquarters, they were met by individuals awaiting their arrival. A middle-aged man, plump and wearing a suit and glasses, approached Ning Yuan with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, Ning Yuan. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lu Yi. Ning Yuan shook his hand. Xiao Wei, Yang, the person in charge. Lu Yi greeted the duo. Yang Kong merely nodded, while Su Wei smiled in return. Hello, Minister. Let us go. The reception room is already prepared, Lu Yi said, as Yang Kong seemed to have completed his task, bidding farewell to Su Wei before turning to leave. Lu Yi then led Ning Yuan and Su Wei into the elevator, unlocking access to the 5th floor through facial recognition. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they approached a door. This was a space resembling a conference room. Please, come in. Lu Yi gestured. Ning Yuan glanced at him and entered without hesitation. Do I go in too? Su Wei asked, somewhat apprehensive. Go ahead, though you have just met. You both hail from the same city, and your presence may help ease his mind, Lu Yi reassured her. Su Wei nodded in understanding and followed Lu Yi into the conference room. The door closed behind them. Inside, a long table occupied the center of the room, with a massive LCD display at one end. Besides Ning Yuan and the 3 who had just entered, 5 others were already seated on the sofas flanking the table. Apart from an elderly man in a gray Zhongshan suit, with hair and beard both completely white, the others were middle-aged. Make yourselves comfortable, Lu Yi said with a smile. Gesturing toward the seats, Ning Yuan settled into a sofa chair before him, while Su Wei took a seat beside him. The 5 individuals who had been waiting scrutinized Ning Yuan, who, in turn, assessed them, briefly lingering his gaze on the elder in the Zhongshan suit before shifting his focus elsewhere. The 5 individuals did not greet Ning Yuan. They merely observed the unfolding events like bystanders. In stark contrast to Ning Yuan's impassive demeanor, Su Wei was visibly anxious, her palms slick with sweat. My goodness. 2 of them seemed familiar from television. They appeared to be prominent figures in the military and political spheres. While the elderly gentleman, could he be the top-tier extraordinary being mentioned by Yang Kong? With this thought, Su Wei discreetly glanced at the elder, only to quickly lower her gaze, as he was smiling benignly at her. At that moment, Louis nodded towards the 5 individuals before making his way to the end of the conference table, where he activated the LCD screen. Ning Yuan, you may be curious as to why we have brought you here. I shall elucidate everything for you, Louis stated as he opened a folder on the screen. Inside was a video compilation documenting the explosive emergence of extraordinary beings across the globe. Lu Yi's voice resonated softly. In recent years, the appearance of extraordinary beings has become increasingly prevalent worldwide. You are neither the first nor the last. The immense power they wield brings hope to some, yet deeper despair to many, both for ordinary individuals and entire nations. The emergence of extraordinary beings undoubtedly represents a new threat. After all, a common criminal is not equivalent to an extraordinary criminal. While law enforcement and military forces can eliminate ordinary offenders, they pose little threat to extraordinary beings, especially those possessing unique abilities. Utilizing extraordinary beings to combat their kind and leveraging their powers for significant gain has become a paramount strategy for nations today, surpassing even the arms race. Indeed, the devastation wrought by a powerful extraordinary being can, at times, exceed that of conventional weaponry. You may not comprehend this fully now, but trust in my words. A formidable extraordinary being has the capacity to alter many situations. 5 years ago, the president of Ba country was stealthily assassinated due to certain political stances, with supportive corporations and high-ranking officials eliminated one after another, including an army commander, who was also quietly assassinated within the military camp. As Louis glanced at Ning Yuan, he continued, the global landscape has been shifting for several years, heralding the dawn of a new era. However, a new era also signifies unprecedented challenges. With that, Louis clicked on another folder. This time, the content was not a video of extraordinary beings, but rather a dimly lit, somewhat eerie recording. The source appeared to be a civilian surveillance camera positioned by the roadside. Louis scrolled through the video, and what unfolded next widened Su Wei's eyes in disbelief. An entity resembling a humanoid seemed to materialize from thin air, gradually advancing towards the camera. It was an indescribable being, far beyond Su Wei's comprehension, devoid of any fitting nomenclature in her mind. It was bizarre, utterly bizarre. Although the creature bore a human shape, it lacked facial features, its entire body as dark as ink, resembling flawless porcelain, with 3 tendrils swaying behind it. With each step it took, it appeared to teleport forward, covering vast distances in an instant. The being soon approached the camera and then vanished from sight. In the silent conference room, Lu Yi's voice persisted. An ancient saying notes that all things exist in a state of mutual generation and restraint. Everything that appears has its reason for being. We have long been exploring the origins of extraordinary beings and the reasons for their emergence, until we discovered them. Lu Yi sighed at this juncture. They do not belong to Blue Star, nor to any known species. Their origins remain a mystery. What we do know is that they harbor hostility towards us. Our ancestors once stated, those who are not of our kin may have different hearts. Thus, we refer to them as the other. The video timestamps indicate it was recorded 4 years ago in a remote village within Dazhou City. Codenamed the 03 incident, it resulted in the deaths of 653 individuals, without distinction for age or health, reduced to mere fragments, while livestock remained unharmed. In their eyes, human life holds less value than that of livestock. Upon hearing this, Su Wei trembled slightly. Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes, regarding Lu Yi as he inquired, so, have you located it? Lu Yi remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. We have been pursuing it, over the years. We have encountered it, and even engaged in combat. We paid a steep price and nearly succeeded in eliminating it, yet it ultimately eluded us. Since then, it has not reappeared, but we are certain it is lying in wait somewhere, perhaps in the city or the wilderness. Wait a moment, Minister, Su Wei interjected, her face slightly pale. Are you suggesting that these creatures are not singular? Lu Yi smiled wryly and nodded slightly. Ning Yuan glanced at Su Wei and calmly remarked, when a cockroach appears in your home, there is no doubt that there is more than one. Hearing Ning Yuan's words, the previously silent elder among the 5 nodded with a smile. A fine analogy, my young friend. Indeed, there are multiple others, perhaps even more than we anticipate. These entities can assume any guise, lurking among us, be it in urban environments or rural villages. Imagine a colleague you interact with daily suddenly reaching from behind to extract your heart. By the way, the elder added, looking at Su Wei with a smile. Current intelligence suggests that these beings seem particularly fond of consuming human hearts. At this, Su Wei instinctively shuddered, although she was not unfamiliar with extraordinary beings. The existence of the others had always been classified as a top-secret matter among nations, making this her first revelation of such information. At that moment, Lu Yi closed the video on the screen and switched the display to a blackboard mode. He began to write about the fusion of ordinary individuals with spiritual essences, the Tao tree, and the process of advancement. As he spoke and wrote, the screen rapidly filled with information. These insights were the culmination of findings from the world's leading extraordinary beings and scientists, who had invested years of effort to lay a foundation, allowing future extraordinary beings to progress along this path without blindly groping in the dark. It was akin to how all modern mathematics is based on the principle that 1 + 1 = 2. These insights represented invaluable knowledge for newcomers. However, for Ning Yuan, as a reincarnator, they were already well known, as he had previously served as a mentor to many extraordinary beings in his past life. After taking a sip of mineral water to clear his throat, Lu Yi turned to Ning Yuan and continued, I have conveyed to you the existence of extraordinary beings and the current dilemmas facing our world, as well as the enigmatic others. To summarize, the emergence of extraordinary beings and others heralds an unprecedented calamity for our nation and indeed the entire world. No one can predict what lies ahead, destruction or the advent of a new era. The reason we have invited you here is straightforward. We hope you will join us and serve the nation. With this, Lu Yi gazed at Ning Yuan, awaiting his response. Ning Yuan remained silent, while Su Wei instinctively turned to look at him, and the other 5 individuals observed him with calm expressions, anticipating his answer. Generally speaking, if extraordinary beings could serve the country, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the nation. However, there are extraordinary individuals who refuse to serve the nation. For no one can compel a powerful being to act against their will, lest they unwittingly suffer betrayal. In simpler terms, it implies sacrificing oneself for the country. After a brief silence, Ning Yuan let out a soft laugh. Once we join your ranks, it is inevitable that tasks, which would spell doom for ordinary individuals, will fall upon us extraordinary beings. For instance, dealing with other extraordinary entities or confronting those so-called alien races. Lu Yi nodded in acknowledgement, not disputing the statement. Indeed, as you have articulated, of course, you have the option to join us or to decline. That is your prerogative. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Yet inwardly he scoffed at the notion of freedom. Freedom? He murmured with a feigned sigh, glancing at Lu Yi. What benefits would I gain from joining you? And what repercussions might I face if I choose not to? Lu Yi adjusted his glasses and swiftly wrote a few prominent letters on the nearby vacant screen. S, A, B, C. Joining us means becoming an official extraordinary being. We evaluate each extraordinary individual's abilities, gauging their strength and potential for future growth, with S being the highest and C the lowest. An S rank signifies irreplaceability and boundless growth potential, such as powers intimately connected to nature, like the 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as phenomena like wind, thunder, and ice. An A rank denotes uniqueness with a high growth ceiling, encompassing abilities related to the mind, space, sound, poison, and gases. A B rank embodies conventional uniqueness with considerable growth potential, involving manipulation, bestowal, absorption, and release. Lastly, a C rank reflects ordinariness, with a low growth ceiling and no special abilities, only the capacity to enhance one's own strength and speed. At this juncture, Lu Yi gestured towards the C rank. Should you attain the rank of C, you would receive a monthly stipend of 200,000, along with priority protection rights for yourself and your relatives. In straightforward terms, should a disaster strike and only one of 5 ordinary individuals can survive, it will invariably be the one possessing priority protection. This special privilege is the reward for your commitment. Having said this, Lu Yi raised his hand to indicate the B rank. If you were a B rank extraordinary being, you would earn a monthly stipend of 500,000, along with enhanced priority protection rights. Furthermore, you would receive a special identification that grants you access to a city's resources, effectively making you the city's leader in times of necessity. Lu Yi's hand continued to ascend. As for the A rank, you would enjoy a monthly stipend of 2 million, priority protection rights, designation protection rights. priority access to national resources, and a provincial leadership certification. Lu Yi intended to elevate his hand further, but then lowered it with a gentle smile, stating that for the S rank, the nation would fulfill all your reasonable demands. Moreover, irrespective of your rank, executing designated tasks for the country would yield corresponding rewards, be it wealth, status, or various other requests. This includes spiritual items that enhance one's power or mystical tools endowed with unique abilities. Upon hearing this last statement, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Ning Yuan's eyes as he pondered, murmuring to himself about acquiring precious resources capable of significantly accelerating his cultivation. Resources gathered through the collective efforts of the nation, resources that would ultimately serve only him in this lifetime. Noticing Ning Yuan deep in contemplation, Lu Yi pressed on. The advantages of joining the official extraordinary ranks extend far beyond what I have shared. There is one more aspect I have yet to mention: access to classified national information and the latest intelligence regarding alien races and extraordinary beings, which you, as an official member, would be privy to first. Naturally, you may also opt to decline our offer. The country does not impose excessive restrictions on extraordinary beings, provided you adhere to the law and do not disrupt social order or harm others. As long as you comply with these stipulations, you may continue living your ordinary life as if nothing had transpired, and we will ensure your safe return. Following Lu Yi's conclusion, he regarded Ning Yuan with evident anticipation for his response, to join or not to join. Ning Yuan rubbed his temples, then feigned a posture of helplessness, sighing, Can an ordinary person like me truly forget all the changes I have undergone and revert to a mundane existence? Very well, I shall join you. Seemingly having anticipated Ning Yuan's reply, Lu Yi and the 5 onlookers displayed no signs of surprise. Su Wei, in particular, exhaled a sigh of relief. She had successfully completed her task and would be rewarded for delivering an extraordinary being to the nation. Welcome, Ning Yuan, Lu Yi said, extending his right hand to shake Ning Yuan's. From this moment on, we are colleagues. I hope we can work together to safeguard our country and our compatriots. Ning Yuan nodded with a smile, of course. By the way, Lu Yi continued, what is your ability? We need this information to create your corresponding identification. Ning Yuan glanced down at his feet, and in the next moment, his shadow began to rise from the ground. Witnessing this eerie and unsettling spectacle, everyone in the conference room turned their attention to the dark silhouette. Su Wei, standing closest, was utterly astonished by the inexplicable scene as the shadow approached Lu Yi and grasped his somewhat rigid right hand, shaking it up and down. A chilling force surged through Lu Yi's palm, making it feel as though it were encased in ice. Oh, a unique ability to manipulate one's own shadow? How intriguing. The elder leaned forward, his eyes wide with interest. Meanwhile, the other 4 scrutinized Ning Yuan's shadow, 2 of them exchanging hushed remarks intermittently. Is that sufficient? Ning Yuan inquired, looking at Lu Yi. Yes, it is, a truly remarkable ability, Lu Yi hastily affirmed, his body rigid. As the shadow withdrew its hand, Lu Yi felt the immense pressure dissipate. Is there anything else you require from me? Ning Yuan asked, as his shadow gradually returned to his feet. Nothing further is needed. You may depart. In due time, a team will deliver your identification and communication device. Until then, you may resume your normal life. Ning Yuan nodded and rose to leave. Xiao Wei, accompany Ning Yuan back, Lu Yi instructed, rousing Su Wei from her astonishment. Oh yes, of course, she exclaimed, promptly exiting the conference room. However, once outside, she was shocked to discover that Ning Yuan had vanished. As she surveyed the empty corridor, memories of his earlier words echoed in her mind. I could eliminate all of you within 10 seconds and appear beside Ning Xiaoluo. Could it be? Su Wei instinctively parted her lips in disbelief. In the sky above, a shadow abruptly materialized among the clouds. Concealed within this shadow, Ning Yuan gazed down upon the headquarters below, surrounded by mountains and forests, devoid of any human presence for miles. As he surveyed the extraordinary headquarters, he sensed 3 gazes from below fixed upon him. Indeed, this place is teeming with hidden talent, Ning Yuan mused with a hint of sardonic amusement, before dissolving into an inky shadow, disappearing from sight. Back in the conference room, a middle-aged man in military attire looked at the elder with astonishment. You mean to say this young man can even fly? Lu Yi and the others were somewhat surprised as they looked towards Elder Qin. Hee. Flying extraordinary beings are not new to you. Why the fuss? Elder Qin remarked, tapping his cane lightly. His ability was quite unique, seemingly allowing him to meld his body into shadows for flight. However, since this young man had joined the official ranks, he was now one of their own. The more exceptional he became, the greater the benefits for them. After speaking, Elder Qin turned his gaze towards Lu Yi. We have all perused this young man's resume. He seems to have a cousin he is quite close to, does he not? Before Lu Yi could respond, another middle-aged man in a suit seated beside the military-clad man spoke up. Indeed, these two have been inseparable since childhood. If I am not mistaken, Ning Shaluo's father did not die by accident, but was killed by Ning Yuan. This young man is remarkably mature for his age, possessing both courage and determination. He is a promising prospect. Laughter echoed in response. A fine prospect indeed. Such talent deserves diligent nurturing, shielding our nation and its people from the storm. Regardless, this young man is far more worthy of cultivation compared to those aimless, arrogant, extraordinary beings. After all, having ties signifies vulnerability. Chapter 20. Sheltered beneath a great tree in the bustling city of Dazhou, Ning Yuan pushed open the door to find Ning Shaluo seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Clad in casual home attire, her hair pulled back, she held a sunflower seed in her hand, captivated by the romantic scene unfolding on screen. Upon hearing the door open, she turned her head. Xiao Yuan. Ning Shaluo's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Ning Yuan return. You're back. Ning Yuan nodded, casually hanging his coat on the rack. Did you buy this phone? Ning Shaluo inquired, pointing at the pristine packaging on the table. Ning Yuan settled onto the opposite side of the sofa and nodded. Yes, I purchased it. Where did the money come from? I earned it. Earned it? Ning Shaluo gasped, her wide eyes reflecting her astonishment. This is the latest model, top configuration, costing over 10,000. How did you earn that? It's a secret, Ning Yuan replied, grabbing some sunflower seeds from the table and beginning to crack them open. Meanwhile, the television depicted a heart-wrenching tale of separation. Feeling somewhat bored, Ning Yuan gazed at the screen. Ning Shaluo scrutinized him with suspicion. Suddenly, she sprang from the sofa and rushed to Ning Yuan, lifting his shirt in a moment of surprise. Upon seeing no scars on Ning Yuan's stomach, she let out a sigh of relief. What were you thinking? Ning Yuan chuckled at her reaction. You didn't think I sold a kidney for this, did you? Flushing slightly, Ning Shaluo withdrew her hand. This was earned from some part-time jobs I've done over the years. You needed to replace that old phone. As he explained, Ning Yuan pulled another phone from his pocket. Here, I saved enough money to buy one for each of us. Just so you know, no returns or exchanges. Seeing that Ning Yuan seemed sincere, Ning Shaluo felt relieved. Well, thank you for the gift. Although she intended to advise Ning Yuan against spending too extravagantly, she discarded the thought, realizing the purchase had already been made. Time passed swiftly in the mundane flow of life. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had elapsed. During this time, Ning Yuan spent his days idly wandering under the guise of going to work, while at night, he steadily honed his strength. On the rooftop, beneath a starry night, Ning Yuan sat in meditation, his eyes closed. The Tao tree within him swayed gently, drawing and absorbing countless primal powers originating from darkness. Unlike before, the Tao tree appeared to be undergoing a transformation. The primal forces from the darkness, upon absorption, did not nourish the spirit source fruit, but instead sank into oblivion. Observing this, Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The first spirit source fruit had reached its limit and could no longer absorb primal energy. He realized the moment to break through to the second tier had arrived. The Tao tree lacked sentience. It could not independently produce a second spirit source fruit, but would instinctively absorb the primal energies of nature to cultivate its existing fruit. Yet, while the Tao tree was devoid of consciousness, humans are inherently the most sentient beings. Boom. Ning Yuan began to channel all of his power with full force, concentrating it into a withered branch of the Tao tree. As time passed, the branch, nourished by the immense energy, started to change. Like a withered tree in spring, a tender shoot gradually emerged, transforming into a budding flower. Ning Yuan was drenched in sweat. To ascend from the first tier to the second, the only successful method was to forcefully infuse the Tao tree's withered branch with sufficient primal energy, prompting it to give birth to a second spirit source fruit. This required not only the Tao tree to be at the right moment, but also the extraordinary being's own strength to be sufficiently powerful, at least at the peak of the first tier. Otherwise, failure or abandonment would inflict significant harm on both the Tao tree and the extraordinary being. While it would not lead to death, it would leave one severely weakened for a considerable time. After an indeterminate period, under Ning Yuan's relentless infusion of power, the flower bud on the withered tree blossomed. Then withered, ultimately transforming into a small fruit as dark as a bead. Seeing this, Ning Yuan sighed in relief. Finally, besides the exquisitely perfect spirit source fruit, another withered branch on the Tao tree bore a fruit that was merely 1/10 the size of the first. Though this young fruit appeared fragile and diminutive, Ning Yuan could deeply sense the immense power it contained. It was hardly weaker than the fully matured first spirit source fruit. At this moment, without any need for him to actively guide the Tao tree, it began to nurture the tiny fruit naturally. Simultaneously, the first rays of morning sunlight graced Ning Yuan's face. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He had now ascended to the second tier, General. Oh my goodness, how did I reach this step? A sigh escaped the lips of an elderly man at a table surrounded by onlookers along the roadside. The old man slapped his smooth forehead. Young Ning, let us have another round. This time, I will surely win. The surrounding spectators chuckled at his words. Old Zhang, how many times have you said that? You haven't won a single game against young Ning in days. This time for sure, the old man insisted, setting up the chessboard anew. Ning Yuan checked the time on his phone and, seeing that it was still early, decided to play another round. During this period, his mornings were spent playing chess with a group of elderly men by the roadside, afternoons at an internet cafe indulging in games, evenings enjoying meals prepared by Ning Xiaoluo, and nights practicing on the rooftop. This cycle of fulfilling yet languid days became his routine. It can be said that Ning Yuan's actions were entirely different from those of the reborn individuals depicted on television, who sought treasures and resources ahead of others. If one were to ask why, it was not that Ning Yuan lacked desire. Rather, he simply did not know. Indeed, he was unaware. For Ning Yuan, his rebirth was a mere accident, a final struggle before death. Just like an ordinary person, if suddenly granted a chance at rebirth, could they recall the winning lottery numbers? Could they remember where treasures had been unearthed in the news? The answer is evident, unless it involved exceptionally memorable events, such as the previously world-shocking Dark Spirit. Apart from that, Ning Yuan only recalled a few significant matters. As for the spiritual materials and artifacts that could enhance his strength and cultivation speed, he remembered some, and they were indeed powerful. However, the origins of these items were classified state secrets in his past life, accessible only to a select few. It can be said that in his previous life, Ning Yuan acquired spiritual resources entirely through his own contribution points exchanged from the national treasury. This is one of the reasons why he chose to join the official extraordinary organization upon his rebirth. The ancient wisdom of seeking shade under a mighty tree remains unchanged. One should never underestimate the strength of a nation, especially when it is at the pinnacle of its power in various aspects. Thus, Ning Yuan seeks vengeance against those who wronged him and aims to uncover the reasons behind the alien races targeting him in his past life. The most effective method to swiftly acquire everything he needs is to leverage this great power. Chapter 21. Notification. The chess stand by the roadside occasionally echoed with praises. Brilliant move. What a clever step. Some admired Ning Yuan's strategic traps, while others assisted the elderly man he was playing against. Oh, old Zhang, you can't move there. Heed my advice and jump the knight. No jumping the knight. You must defend and keep an eye on little Ning's cannon. What nonsense. Just counter with cannon against cannon. This lad is definitely laying a trap for you. Surrounding old Zhang were 3 or 4 elderly men offering their counsel. One particularly irate elder, with a flushed face and a thick neck, displayed an unmistakable expression of frustration. As the atmosphere at the chess stand grew heated, a red sports car came to a gradual stop by the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing Su Wei, who, wearing sunglasses, looked perplexed at the crowd surrounding the chess stand. Removing her sunglasses, Su Wei exited the vehicle. Today, she was clad not in a professional suit, but in a casual ensemble of a short-sleeved top and high-waisted denim shorts, which accentuated her extraordinary poise. Her tall, striking figure and long, snowy white legs instantly captured the attention of numerous passers-by. To be fair, Su Wei was indeed beautiful, and in her line of work, an attractive appearance often proved advantageous. However, her figure drew even more attention than her looks. Ning Yuan, Su Wei called out, approaching the outer fringe of the crowd. Her voice was clear and melodious, yet the elderly gentleman blocking her path did not turn to acknowledge her. Ning Yuan, she raised her voice. The few elders in front of her glanced back, and one of them frowned and shot her a glare. Where did this girl come from? Go play somewhere else and don't disturb little Ning. Su Wei's mouth twitched at the comment. After the elder finished speaking, he swiftly turned back, rising on his toes to gaze at the chessboard in the center of the crowd, as though Su Wei were a mere afterthought, far less captivating than the chessboard. Clenching her fists, she forced a smile, reminding herself not to be angry with these old men. Seeing that Ning Yuan had not acknowledged her, she had no choice but to wait outside the crowd. Passers-by occasionally glanced at the lone beauty standing amidst the group of elderly men, their expressions filled with curiosity. Some even mustered the courage to approach Su Wei for her contact information, but upon noticing her gloomy demeanor, they quickly turned and retreated. Approximately half an hour later, the The crowd fell into a profound silence, followed by a chorus of gasps and exclamations. I told you. I told you. Little Ning's seemingly inconsequential pawn move was actually a trap. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. A perfect example of advanced preparation. Sue snapped back to reality, intrigued by the commotion in the crowd. Soon, the air filled with lamentations and reproaches. Oh, old Zhang, you didn't heed my advice. Regrets come too late. Powerless, utterly powerless. I had already pointed out the peculiar positioning of that pawn, yet you all dismissed it as insignificant. And now look, that pawn's stumble has cost the game. Old Zhang buried his face in his hands, sighing heavily, while the 4 or 5 strategists around him exchanged mutual accusations. Just one more move. We were so close. Little Ning, I shall surely defeat you today. Old Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow with his shirt sleeve, readying the chessboard for another round. Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan. It's me, Sue. I need to talk to you. Just as Ning Yuan was about to acquiesce to Old Zhang's request for another game, Sue's voice rang out again. Old Zhang, let us call it a day. We can play another time. Ning Yuan frowned slightly as he spoke, rising to his feet. It's still early. Little Ning, let us have another match. It's already noon. I'll treat you to a meal at Deity Tower. Deity Tower is one of the most prestigious restaurants in the Great Zhou City, operating on a membership basis, inaccessible to the general public. With a minimum dining expense of no less than 5,000 yuan. The surrounding crowd displayed no signs of surprise, knowing Old Zhang possessed the means. Ning Yuan glanced at the time and shook his head in refusal. Next time, you all see someone is looking for me. Without waiting for Old Zhang to insist further, Ning Yuan stepped out of the crowd and approached Sue. Despite feeling displeased, the moment Sue laid eyes on Ning Yuan, her face broke into a radiant smile. Busy man Ning, have you finally wrapped up? Ning Yuan cast her a stoic glance. Speak quickly, I still need to buy groceries. Sue appeared puzzled at his words. A notification has come through. It's too crowded and conspicuous here. Let us discuss in the car. Regaining her composure, Sue gestured for Ning Yuan to enter her vehicle. As the pair drove away, whispers emanated from the chess stand. Little Ning is remarkable. That must be his girlfriend, so beautiful and driving such a fine car. The elder who had earlier silenced Sue quickly chimed in. Poor little Ning. You should have seen that girl's face just now. It was a sight to behold. Just because her man played for a little longer, she was nagging incessantly. Old Zhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems little Ning refrained from playing because of her. What a pity for such a fine young man to be tied down by a woman. Old Zhang, if you think that way, why not introduce your granddaughter to him? She's quite a beauty as well, a lady nearby remarked. Old Zhang surprisingly nodded in agreement. You know, that girl drove a car just like my granddaughter's. If little Ning is willing, I'd love to introduce them. They should get to know each other. Just from his chess skills, it's clear he's someone exceptional. My granddaughter is quite proud as well. They would indeed be a good match. Having said that, Old Zhang hurriedly packed his belongings and rode off, leaving the surrounding elders and aunties in a state of speechlessness as they watched him depart. Meanwhile, Sue expertly parked the car at a cafe. The two settled into a cozy corner by the window, and Sue pulled a bank card from her bag, sliding it across the table toward Ning Yuan. Chapter 22. Task. Sue took a sip of her coffee and smiled at Ning Yuan. This bank card is yours. It contains 500,000 yuan. And an additional 500,000 will be deposited on the 1st of every month. The password is your birthday. Moreover, congratulations are in order, Manager Ning. After a thorough assessment and discussions among the departments, the headquarters has officially classified you as a B-level extraordinary individual, granting you the corresponding privileges. Furthermore, as there are currently no extraordinary individuals overseeing Great Zhou City, the headquarters has formally appointed you as the head of Great Zhou City, with me fully responsible for assisting you in your duties. In a sense, you are now the most powerful person in Great Zhou City. B-level? Ning Yuan responded without surprise, merely smirking inwardly. The headquarters recognized his abilities as a shadow, yet they could not fathom that his true power lay in darkness. His deliberate guidance had proven remarkably successful. Sue observed Ning Yuan intently, his calm demeanor exceeding her expectations. She knew him well enough to understand that despite his somewhat reclusive nature, he was still in his 20s. For instance, if a young individual in their 20s were to suddenly become the mayor, wouldn't it be reasonable for them to exhibit a countenance of sheer elation? At the very least, a look of bewilderment would be expected. Yet, Ning Yuan's demeanor suggested he had anticipated this outcome all along, leaving Sue, who had been eagerly awaiting his reaction, somewhat disheartened. Ning Yuan casually tucked his bank card into his pocket, forgoing the expensive coffee on the table, and gazed at Sue with a questioning look. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. At this, Sue placed her coffee down, straightened her posture, and adopted a considerably more solemn tone. Ning Yuan, I have 2 matters to discuss. The first pertains to myself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Wei, a liaison investigator for Dazhou City. My role involves identifying potential extraordinary individuals within the city and engaging with them to provide guidance. When a leader emerges in Dazhou City, I am tasked with supporting their endeavors and assisting in fulfilling their objectives. From this moment forth, we are colleagues. Being a native of Dazhou City, I hope we can collaborate effectively in the days to come. After concluding her introduction, Su Wei extended her hand. Ning Yuan regarded her in silence. In his previous life, upon becoming an extraordinary individual, he had briefly served as the head of Dazhou City, during which Su Wei had been his liaison. However, after his abilities were classified as A-grade, he ascended to a provincial leader and seldom remained in Dazhou City. He extended his hand and shook Su Wei's delicate hand. Retrieving her hand, Su Wei proceeded to address the second matter. She first produced her phone and placed it before Ning Yuan. This second matter concerns a mysterious incident that has transpired in Dazhou City recently. As she spoke, she activated a video clip on her phone. The footage was dimly lit, with streetlights casting a faint glow on the surrounding area. In the distance, a road was visible, and the video timestamp indicated it was 9 in the evening. Su Wei adjusted the progress bar, and the image flickered before pausing. The video revealed a middle-aged woman riding an electric bike, her demeanor anxious as she scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, an unexpected scene unfolded. A shadow appeared, seemingly descending from the heavens right in front of the woman's electric bike. It was a man, precisely one wearing a bull-headed mask. He descended before the woman, extending a gloved hand to halt her forward motion. Subsequently, the electric bike came to an abrupt stop as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. What transpired next piqued Ning Yuan's interest. The masked man forcibly pulled the woman from her bike. Trembling, she muttered incessantly, clutching desperately at the man's clothing, her face a portrait of fear and pleading. Yet, the masked man remained silent, raising his hand to strike her face. In just a few blows, her visage became swollen, tears and mucus streaming down her face as she continued to plead. The distance rendered her cries inaudible, but her expressions clearly conveyed her desperation. The masked man struck her several more times before she collapsed, unconscious. He then leapt away with remarkable agility, vanishing into the night as if a character from an ancient tale. The woman in the video was identified as Ma Xiaomei, aged 49, currently serving as a team leader at a machinery factory. Su Wei turned her gaze to Ning Yuan, explaining, for the past 3 days, Ma Xiaomei has been intercepted and assaulted by this masked man on her way home from work. It matters not if she alters her route or is accompanied by family. The outcome remains unchanged. Ma Xiaomei claims she does not know this individual and has no enemies. His attacks seem to be solely for the sake of inflicting harm, and he strikes with precision, ensuring she can still attend work the following day. After reporting to the police, they were able to retrieve this video footage. But all other cameras along the route where Ma Xiaomei was attacked had been destroyed. As Su Wei concluded her narrative, she watched Ning Yuan intently, awaiting his response. Currently, it is evident that this man wearing the bull-headed mask is likely a rogue extraordinary individual. He is quite cautious, leaving no trace of his identity, indicating a strong awareness of counter-surveillance. Given that he has harmed a civilian, he poses a significant threat. Therefore, the headquarters hopes that you, as the head of Dazhou City, will take action to apprehend him, and if necessary, eliminate him. Ning Yuan silently scrutinized the video while Su Wei quietly observed him, awaiting his reply. Extraordinary individuals can, of course, refuse tasks assigned by the headquarters. There are no restrictions on joining the official ranks of extraordinary individuals, as long as one does not disrupt societal order. One can simply collect a monthly salary while remaining idle. However, while the headquarters cannot compel extraordinary individuals to undertake assignments, they can offer incentives. Thus, the concept of contribution value arises, with countless extraordinary individuals in his previous life laboring tirelessly to exchange their contributions for spiritual artifacts and instruments from the headquarters. Chapter 23. Spiritual artifacts and instruments. Spiritual instruments and artifacts cannot be created by human hands. They, like spirits, are products of the world's evolution and the resurgence of spiritual energy bestowed by the heavens. This adversary appears formidable. What advantages would I gain by risking my safety to confront him? Ning Yuan inquired with an expressionless gaze. 30 contribution points. Su Wei signaled with her hand. The significance of contribution points is manifold. They are tied to your status at headquarters and will aid in your future promotions and earnings. Moreover, the most substantial benefit of contribution points is their ability to be exchanged for essential resources, such as money, various commodities, or even the highly beneficial spiritual artifacts and instruments for extraordinary individuals. Spiritual artifacts are treasures of heaven and earth, imbued with the essence of the world's origins. They can enhance an extraordinary individual's power and accelerate their advancement, making them strategic national resources, exceedingly rare and sought after. As for spiritual instruments, they are, by definition, objects endowed with special abilities. These items were once mundane, but, due to the passage of time and various circumstances, some have undergone transformations and acquired unimaginable powers. The forms of spiritual instruments vary widely, ranging from ancient bronze vessels, swords, and axes to modern items such as guns, daggers, scissors, mirrors, and machetes. In gaming terms, spiritual artifacts serve as potions, while spiritual instruments function as tools. Both spiritual artifacts and instruments are precious and elusive, each a national treasure in its own right. At this point, a look of longing and admiration crossed Su Wei's face as she contemplated the significance of spiritual artifacts and instruments. She had even heard rumors of a spiritual instrument abroad that bestows eternal youth upon its bearer. However, the prerequisite for utilizing spiritual instruments and artifacts is to be an extraordinary individual. For ordinary people, who wouldn't wish to become extraordinary? Yet, the path to becoming extraordinary is fraught with difficulties. Not only must one possess the fortune to acquire a spirit seed, but one must also risk their life to integrate with it. Unlike the traceable spiritual instruments and artifacts, spirit seeds are elusive. Currently, there are only two methods to obtain a spirit seed. The first is through fate, and the second is when a fortunate individual possessing a spirit seed chooses to sell it rather than integrate with it. Are there truly fools willing to forsake extraordinary existence? Indeed, there have been cases reported overseas in recent years regarding the sale of spirit seeds, though such news was swiftly suppressed. Who can truly fathom the intricacies behind it? Having elucidated the significance of contribution points, Su Wei awaited Ning Yuan's response in silence. Ning Yuan appeared to ponder, yet inwardly, he shook his head. Su Wei remained unaware that the true significance of contribution points lay not in their exchange for goods, but rather as a crucial metric by which the upper echelons discreetly assessed the character of extraordinary individuals. In essence, those extraordinary beings who amassed greater contribution points early on would be favored and nurtured by the elite. After all, who does not appreciate a responsible, extraordinary individual? After a brief silence, Ning Yuan rose and addressed Su Wei, requesting her to send him the address as he would handle the matter. With that, he left the cafe without a backward glance, leaving Su Wei to gaze at his retreating figure. Every noon, Ning Xiaoluo enjoyed a 2-hour break, never opting for takeout. Instead, she returned home daily to prepare her own meals. In the room, Ning Yuan placed 2 bowls of noodles on the dining table, although he had no need for sustenance. Throughout his time living with Ning Xiaoluo, he maintained a routine of 3 meals a day, just like an ordinary person. As usual, Ning Xiaoluo transferred her fried egg from her bowl to Ning Yuan's. They chatted amiably while eating, with Ning Yuan listening to her share trivialities and gossip from her workplace, occasionally chiming in. Ding dong. At that moment, Ning Yuan's phone, resting on the table, chimed with a message notification. Ning Xiaoluo instinctively glanced over to see Su Wei's message on the screen. Another notification sounded as Su Wei sent a location. Noticing Ning Yuan's brief glance before he dismissed it, she inquired, "Is it a classmate of yours?" "No." "Oh, does she need something from you?" "Sort of." Ning Xiaoluo, stirring the noodles in her bowl, soon lost interest, setting down her chopsticks and moving to the sofa to turn on the television. "Xiaoluo." At the sound of Ning Yuan calling her name, she turned to face him. "What's the matter? Let us move to a different house. I have a classmate whose family is in real estate. This place is too small and a bit run down. We should buy a larger house." Ning Xiaoluo paused, then chuckled lightly. "Hee, okay. How big do you want? We can save up to buy it." Ning Yuan contemplated, recalling the home he and Ning Xiaoluo had shared after he became extraordinary in his previous life. Calculating the time, that place should have been completed by now. Xinghu Huapan, a renowned scenic villa district in Dazhou City. When he was still an ordinary person, Ning Xiaoluo had once laughed and said that living there would surely bring happiness. Later, after becoming extraordinary, a villa that ordinary people could never afford was suddenly presented to him. Their lives improved, and Ning Xiaoluo no longer needed to work. They had endless money. Yet, did she find joy during that time? Ning Yuan recalled her smile growing increasingly rare, replaced by worry and concern. He understood that she feared for him, worried that he might suddenly perish like those extraordinary beings. Arriving at the newly constructed Xinghu Huapan, Ning Yuan observed the opulent sales office, evidently recently opened, with workers still planting greenery. He retrieved his phone and opened the message Su Wei had sent earlier. Ning Yuan. Tonight at 9, Ma Xiaomei will be returning home alone. I've sent you the address. If you need any assistance, just let me know. Ning Yuan promptly dialed Su Wei's number. The phone rang once before being answered, and Su Wei's voice came through. Ning Yuan. Is there something you need me to do? No need for assistance. I can handle it tonight. Ning Yuan replied. I called for another matter. The line fell silent, and he could faintly hear Su Wei's anxious breathing. Could you lend me some money? Chapter 24. Borrowing money. As Ning Yuan's words hung in the air, silence blanketed the other end of the line for a full half-minute. Borrow money? Su Wei thought she had misheard and sought confirmation. Yes, borrow money. Ning Yuan reiterated. Oh, okay. How much do you need? Su Wei responded without hesitation, her tone noticeably lighter. Although she was puzzled as to why an extraordinary individual would need to borrow money, any rational person would agree, especially a clever woman like Su Wei. After all, the favor of an extraordinary person could not easily be exchanged for mere currency. How much should I borrow? Ning Yuan pondered for a moment. In his previous life, the villa at Xinghu Huapan had been gifted to him, leaving him unaware of its cost. Hold on, let me ask. After telling Su Wei this, he hung up and headed toward the sales office. Upon entering, a young and attractive saleswoman approached him immediately. Good day, sir. Are you here to view properties? Xinghu Huapan boasts stunning scenery and is a high-end residential area in Dazhou City, with excellent facilities and lush greenery. The saleswoman beamed as she presented her sales pitch. Despite Ning Yuan's attire suggesting he was not affluent. Has Unit A03 been sold? Ning Yuan interjected, bypassing the sales pitch with a straightforward inquiry. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. Although Xinghu Huapan had been on the market for 2 months, its high-end positioning had led to a sparse number of viewings. Only a handful of units had sold. As a professional saleswoman, she would not forget any potential buyers who had visited, yet she was certain she had never seen this young man before. Yes, sir, it is available. You have a discerning eye. Unit A03 is the most desirable villa in Xinghu Huapan. The saleswoman's heart raced, her nerves heightening. Although he appeared ordinary, his demeanor and familiarity with the property hinted at something beyond the ordinary. Could he be purchasing on behalf of a wealthy benefactor? How much? Ning Yuan asked, looking directly at the well-dressed saleswoman. Unit A03 has a built area of 413 square meters, priced at a total of 9.65 million. The saleswoman quickly calculated the amount and reported it. Ning Yuan dialed Su Wei once more. Just transfer me 10 million. On the other end of the line, in a luxurious private villa, Su Wei lay lazily on the sofa, dressed casually. Upon hearing the figure, her mouth fell agape. How much? 10 million. Her voice trembled slightly through the receiver. Ning Yuan, are you certain it's 10 million? Not 1,000. What do you take me for, a top-tier heiress? What? You drive such an expensive car, but can't come up with 10 million? Ning Yuan's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. But if you can't manage it, it's no matter. I'll find someone else. Wait, why does a penniless young man like you need so much money? Su Wei clenched her phone, caught in a whirlwind of conflict. 10 million was beyond her means, but her family could manage it. The question lingered. Was it worth it to curry favor with an extraordinary individual whose future remained uncertain? While she knew Ning Yuan well, it was the Ning Yuan before he became extraordinary that she understood. This loan, under the guise of borrowing, seemed unlikely to be repaid by someone destined for greatness. In essence, what could she do if he failed to return it? But to refuse? If she declined, it would surely worsen her already tenuous relationship with Ning Yuan. Furthermore, if she didn't lend him the money, it was certain that someone wealthy would, especially in the foreseeable turbulent times ahead, where the significance of extraordinary individuals was undeniable. Ning Yuan, give me a few minutes. I need to figure out how to gather it. Su Wei replied ambiguously before hanging up the phone. She needed to call her family to discuss the situation, as she could only rely on them for this amount. If her family was unwilling to provide the funds, Su Wei could concoct an excuse about being unable to gather such a sum and refuse Ning Yuan. Inside the sales office, as Su Wei gazed at her phone screen, Ning Yuan was acutely aware of the calculations running through her mind. Zhou Lily looked on in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Ning Yuan's earlier conversation, which had left a significant impact on her. Did I just hear him ask someone to transfer him 10 million? In Su Wei's private villa, she was pacing the living room while on the phone. Dad, this is the situation. You see, a steady voice on the other end replied. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Su Wei was surprised but not shocked by her father's decision. She was merely astonished that he had acted so decisively without any hesitation. This amount is insignificant. Why Wei? I've heard some whispers that certain news is becoming too difficult to conceal. When that happens, It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the world will be thrown into chaos. What are extraordinary beings? They exist beyond the realm of ordinary human needs, destined to dictate the future of our world. To them, regular people may as well be akin to livestock. Right now, we have an excellent opportunity to align ourselves with an extraordinary being. Only they can contend with others of their kind. If our Su family wishes to maintain our wealth and status, we must forge a strong alliance with one. This Ning Yuan was initially rated as B class, with immense potential. You must seize every opportunity to befriend him. Ideally, you can bind him to our family. Did you understand, Wei Wei? Su Wei was taken aback by her father's words. Dad, what are you saying? Her face flushed slightly. Wei Wei, you're not a child anymore. While Ning Yuan is still young and inexperienced, take this opportunity. All right, I'll hang up now. Please transfer the money to me quickly. Before Su Linxiao could finish his sentence, Su Wei swiftly ended the call. Meanwhile, in the sales office, Zhou Lily was bending down to pour water for Ning Yuan, her curves accentuated by her posture, whether by accident or design. At that moment, Ning Yuan's phone rang again. Chapter 25. The cow face. As soon as he answered, Su Wei's voice came through. I've gathered the funds and will transfer them to you shortly. Ning Yuan responded casually before hanging up. Moments later, a notification from his bank arrived. Throughout the entire ordeal, Zhou Lily watched in a daze. Swiping the card, Ning Yuan tossed the card Su Wei had given him earlier onto Zhou Lily's desk. Once everything was processed, Zhou Lily respectfully escorted Ning Yuan out of the sales office. Mr. Ning, our villas at Xinghu Huadan are fully furnished, and you can move in at your convenience. Here are your access card and keys. I will deliver the property documents to you once they are ready. Mr. Ning, may I boldly ask again? Are you certain you want only Ning Xiaoluo's name on the property deed? Ning Yuan nodded as he accepted the keys. Just her name. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lily felt an inexplicable surge of curiosity and sudden jealousy towards Ning Xiaoluo. The girl, based on her ID number, was only 26. At such a young age, what charm did she possess to receive a villa worth 10 million? Sighing, Zhou Lily thought how nice it would be if someone would gift her a house, even if just worth hundreds of thousands. As she contemplated this, she couldn't help but admire Ning Yuan's profile. Compared to the greasy, middle-aged clients, this fair-skinned, vibrant young man was undeniably more appealing, especially given his wealth. Zhou Lily bit her lip, inhaled deeply, and shyly lowered her gaze. Mr. Ning, thank you for trusting me. I have exceeded my sales targets this month. If possible, I would like to invite you to dinner. Should you need assistance with the house, feel free to contact me. I am at your service. By the end, her head was bowed even deeper, her cheeks slightly flushed. In truth, she had previously looked down upon women who compromised themselves for their careers. With her own looks and figure, she had been subtly suggested to by many clients since starting in real estate. However, upon witnessing the vast disparities between individuals, especially after seeing a man gift a 10 million villa to his companion, she began to understand those women. After all, the fleeting sacrifices made for a moment of happiness pale in comparison to a lifetime of joy. Yet, contrary to Zhou Lily's expectations, no one responded to her. Mr. Ning? She looked up, only to find the space before her utterly empty. Ning Yuan had vanished. After dinner, Ning Yuan locked his door after bidding farewell to Ning Xiaoluo. Just past 8, Su Wei called again. Observing the cityscape through his window, he answered the phone. Ning Yuan, it's half an hour until Ma Xiaomei's shift ends. Su Wei informed him. Though you may not require support, I still need to inform you that our superiors recently issued a directive indicating that now is the time to recruit extraordinary beings. Therefore, I will accompany you on this operation. But rest assured, I won't interfere. I'll remain in the shadows to assess the threat level of this individual before determining whether I need to make my presence known. Ning Yuan listened quietly before nodding in agreement. All right, I understand. With that, he vanished from the room. In the Qinghe Industrial Zone on North Industrial Avenue, the newly repaired road lay silent and desolate, illuminated by streetlights. Only one electric scooter was seen riding alone. Ma Xiaomei gripped the handlebars, her hands trembling. This road, recently repaired, brought her closer to home. However, since that incident, she had chosen only to walk where there were crowds. Yet, even the presence of others did not seem to deter the strange man who had been pursuing her. Damn it, what have I done to deserve this? I lack beauty, youth, and wealth. Who is that person, and why are they fixated on me? With no education, and at an age where she had finally become a team leader after 30 years in the factory, she felt she had just begun to enjoy a more relaxed life when this calamity struck. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like crying, her whole body trembling. Anyone would struggle under such circumstances. If it weren't for her hard-earned progress, she would have already resigned. Damn it. Didn't the police tell me I could walk this road without fear tonight? Where are they? Are they lying in wait somewhere? As she pondered, she looked around. Yet, the desolate road offered no signs of life, save for a few parked vehicles. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her electric scooter, cackling, "Dear sister, are you looking for me?" A man wearing a cow-faced mask stood before Ma Xiaomei, arms crossed, a grin on his lips. Upon seeing this, Ma Xiaomei was immediately startled, shaking all over. A ghost, a monster. In the mind of this ordinary woman, the man who had appeared so suddenly could only be described with those words. Meanwhile, not far from them, a car remained parked by the roadside. Wearing headphones, Su Wei munched on potato chips while her wide eyes fixated on the scene ahead. Despite her unwavering attention on Ma Xiaomei, she could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind Su Wei, snatching a chip from her bag. The unexpected intrusion nearly caused her to leap from her seat. She turned abruptly to find Ning Yuan, who, while chewing, looked at her with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. "Su Wei, is this your work ethic? Breaking into someone else's car is one thing, but eating their snacks too?" Relieved to see Ning Yuan, Su Wei initially breathed a sigh of relief, only to glare at him afterward. "I lent you 10 million during the day. Are you trying to scare me to death so you won't have to pay me back?" Ning Yuan remained speechless. "Ahem. I'm merely requisitioning a commoner's vehicle for the greater good. Surely this kind-hearted individual would understand." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Wei tucked away her unfinished chips. "By the way, I couldn't clearly see that person's movements earlier, but as an extraordinary being, you must have noticed, right? Do you have a plan to apprehend him?" Ning Yuan did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he transformed into a shadow and vanished from the car. Chapter 26. Retribution. Experiencing Ning Yuan's capabilities for the first time, Su Wei felt her pupils constrict. It was astonishing that he could leave a sealed vehicle without any hindrance. On the road, Ma Xiaomei's voice, filled with fear and despair, echoed, "Let me go, don't hit me, please." Her body trembled with terror as tears streamed down her cheeks like a flood. Yet, the masked man remained indifferent to her pleas, his right hand raised, poised to strike at any moment. Ma Xiaomei struggled for breath, her face turning pale from oxygen deprivation as she desperately fought against the masked man's grip, but her efforts were in vain. "Where are the police? What happened to my safety?" she thought, feeling a burning pain on her face just from the sight of his hand. The masked man let out a cold laugh, ready to deliver a harsh slap to her. However, just as his hand was about to descend, it abruptly halted in midair. His gaze was fixed on the ground, for in the shadow of the streetlight, he discerned a third figure. This was undoubtedly no illusion. The silhouette was unmistakably clear. His heart raced. How could this be? There were only him and Ma Xiaomei. Where had this new person come from? Fear surged through him like a tidal wave, and instinctively, he looked up. Not far from him, a young man stood atop a streetlight. With delicate features and an unremarkable appearance, he silently observed them, his expression devoid of emotion. As the masked man's eyes met those of the young man, an icy chill coursed down his spine, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. The young man's gaze was chillingly indifferent, lacking any emotional fluctuation, as though he were a soulless doll, sending shivers down one's spine. His instincts screamed that this person was undoubtedly of the same ilk as himself, yet seemingly superior. Ma Xiaomei, confused, glanced at the stranger. Her curiosity piqued as to why the masked man's slap had yet to land. Just as the masked man contemplated whether to spare Ma Xiaomei and flee, Ning Yuan's voice suddenly broke the tension. "What?" Both the masked man and Ma Xiaomei were momentarily stunned, failing to comprehend. "Haven't you noticed she's accustomed to your slaps? If you don't hit her, she might feel out of sorts. Go ahead, slap her, better yet, knock her out. Otherwise, I'll come for you." As Ning Yuan spoke, he flexed his right hand, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. The masked man quickly reacted, letting out a strange laugh. "All right, my friend, I'll heed your advice." With that, he delivered a resounding slap, causing the dazed Ma Xiaomei to lose consciousness. Goodness! Su Wei, concealed in a nearby vehicle, widened her eyes in shock. Disposing of Ma Xiaomei's limp body onto the ground, the masked man raised his hands, slowly retreating while addressing Ning Yuan. "Friend, we bear no grudges. I struck this woman due to personal issues, so let us act as if we've never crossed paths." Ning Yuan regarded him, allowing a faint smile to surface on his indifferent face. "I believe that would be entirely agreeable." The masked man exhaled in relief upon hearing this. However, the masked man's demeanor tensed once more. Ning Yuan gestured toward the distance. "I have no objections, but she seems to have something to say to you." At that moment, Su Wei emerged from the vehicle, hands raised to indicate she posed no threat as she approached. "An ordinary person?" The masked man furrowed his brow. Sensing Su Wei's unremarkable nature, he glanced back at Ning Yuan. She has something to say to me? What do you mean? Just then, Su Wei produced her credentials, waving them at the masked man. No need to feel anxious. We are official personnel. I hope you will cooperate and answer a few questions. If there are no issues, you may leave. The masked man scrutinized Su Wei several times before cautiously glancing at Ning Yuan. All right, what do you wish to ask? After careful consideration, he acquiesced. Standing atop the streetlight, Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes, intrigued. It was evident that this man had made 3 subtle movements as if to rush towards Su Wei, but had restrained himself. Meanwhile, Su Wei, seemingly oblivious to his intentions, continued. First question, what is your relationship with this woman? What grievances do you harbor against her? Why have you been targeting her for revenge during this time? The masked man hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. I simply cannot stand this woman's arrogant demeanor during the day. Although she is just a common worker with no education, she revels in tormenting her subordinates now that she holds a minor leadership position. Those ordinary people dare not resist for fear of losing their jobs, so I decided to teach her a lesson. Su Wei was taken aback. So you just disapprove of her actions and seek to right the wrongs? She regarded the masked man with a peculiar expression. You could say that. He nodded in agreement. Su Wei fell silent, at a loss for words. Ah, Ning Yuan interjected from his perch atop the streetlight. So you work under her. During the day, you dare not reveal your true self and endure her bullying. But at night, you hide your identity to take revenge on her. The masked man's pupils constricted at Ning Yuan's words. Su Wei looked up, intrigued. Ning Yuan, how can you be certain he works under Mashiome? Realizing the masked man was cautious and had evaded surveillance cameras, Su Wei was curious about how they had yet to determine his identity. It's quite simple. Ning Yuan replied calmly. A true champion of justice would have long since eliminated Mashiome or rendered her powerless. This individual neither kills her nor incapacitates her. He strikes her without affecting her work. Hence, it is evident that his intention is merely to torment her. The only person who could devise such a method of torture would be someone who has suffered under her for an extended period. Su Wei instinctively nodded at Ning Yuan's analysis. Remove your mask. If you prefer not to, that's fine. However, by tomorrow morning at the latest, your identity will no longer be a secret. Ning Yuan, looking down at the masked man, stated. After a moment of silence, the masked man, realizing his identity would soon be revealed, decisively removed his mask. Chapter 27. The unveiling. The visage unveiled beneath the mask was strikingly different from Su Wei's anticipated grotesque appearance. Before us stands a youthful figure, with features that appear somewhat innocent, skin of a deep hue, and an age that seems to linger around 20. You have guessed correctly. I am indeed one of her subordinates. The young man first cast a cold glance at the figure of Mashiome sprawled on the ground, then turned to Ning Yuan, offering a warm smile. His grin, coupled with his youthful and unassuming appearance, exuded a sense of sincerity. However, the words that followed sent a shiver down Su Wei's spine. I toiled during the day to earn a meager living, only to be subjected to her scorn and humiliation, simply because I am a stranger in this city, unmoored and vulnerable, and because of my tender age, I am meek and unaccustomed to defiance. Truthfully, I initially contemplated ending her life, but the fear of exposure restrained me, and so I merely struck her twice. Yet, when I saw her the next day, masked and still hurling insults at me, I found myself regretting the thought of killing her. Thus began my nightly ritual of slapping her. As he recounted this, a peculiar smile crept upon the corners of his mouth. You may find my words perplexing. Initially, I sought vengeance against her, but I soon discovered that I had become enamored with the sensation. The stark contrast between being belittled and insulted by her during the day, and witnessing her weep and plead for mercy at night, became an addiction of sorts. Su Wei felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Applause erupted from Ning Yuan. Indeed, by day, one is a victim, but by night, transforms into a formidable force capable of determining the fates of others. Such a stark dichotomy can indeed be intoxicating, wouldn't you agree? The young man's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Ning Yuan. Brother, I know we are kindred spirits. You must understand me. Ning Yuan nodded. Understanding is paramount. After all, many ordinary individuals who have recently become extraordinary share your experiences. Extraordinary? The young man echoed, realization dawning upon him. So, we are referred to as extraordinary beings? Su Wei, listening to their exchange, felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing the young man's peculiar mindset. Second question, Su Wei inquired. How did you acquire your powers? The young man redirected his gaze towards Su Wei, and with an air of familiarity, he scrutinized her. Hailing from a humble background and working in the most menial of environments, he had only ever seen beautiful women online. And this was his first encounter with such a stunning lady. Particularly, the sight of her fair and straight legs beneath her short skirt captivated him entirely. Noting his lingering gaze, Su Wei's expression turned icy. After a moment's hesitation, the young man scratched his nose and chuckled. Actually, there's not much to tell. About a month ago, my grandmother, fearing I wouldn't eat well in the city, sent me some nourishing herbs from home. When I prepared the soup, I discovered one herb that wouldn't soften no matter how long I boiled it. I thought it was a plastic model and bit into it, only to find that the moment it touched my lips, it vanished. Suddenly, I was engulfed in pain. Pain I cannot even begin to describe. So intense that I couldn't even cry out. As he recounted this, a look of fear crossed his face, reflecting a pain he never wished to experience again. I must have fainted from the agony, for when I regained consciousness, 2 days had passed. Upon waking, I sensed a shift within myself. Fortunately, the dorms at the factory were full, and I was living alone. Otherwise, I would have been exposed. The young man wore a proud expression as he continued. Though I am not well educated, I have watched enough films to understand that I am different from ordinary people. If discovered, I could easily become a subject of research. So I have been exceedingly cautious, fearful that my uniqueness would be unveiled. Listening to the young man's narrative, Su Wei's thoughts were consumed by just 4 words: unfairness of fate. Countless individuals, herself included, aspired to become extraordinary beings, tirelessly seeking that elusive opportunity. While this young man had attained what she had long yearned for with such ease, it is as I say, every word is true. If you doubt me, I can take you to my rental where you will find some of the herbs I have yet to consume. If you fancy, I can give them to you. The young man added, winking at Su Wei. That will not be necessary, Su Wei replied, her demeanor noticeably chilled. Third question, are you willing to join the official ranks and utilize your powers for the benefit of the nation? Should you consent, a representative will visit you tomorrow for an interview. The young man fell silent, pondering her words. After a moment, he shook his head. I decline. Su Wei was taken aback. Joining the official ranks offers numerous advantages, financial stability, and a respectable status. To put it plainly, you could leave your factory job behind and embrace a new life. He continued to shake his head. The conditions are appealing, yet I still refuse. Why? Su Wei asked. Curiosity piqued. After a brief hesitation, he spoke slowly. Though I lack formal education, my grandmother taught me that the hearts of city dwellers can be treacherous. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If joining you comes with so many benefits, it must also harbor significant dangers. My current job is satisfactory. I can save about 4,000 a month, which is sufficient for my needs. Su Wei fell into silence, contemplating whether the young man was wise or foolish. Oh, a truly content soul, Ning Yuan mused inwardly, observing the young man's apparent simplicity, which belied an astute mind. Su Wei glanced at Ning Yuan, then at the woman lying on the ground, before turning her frown back to the young man. Your unwillingness to join the official ranks is acceptable. But given your actions that have harmed ordinary people, someone will escort you to headquarters tomorrow for a period of training. The young man furrowed his brow. So, regardless of whether I join you or not, I must visit this so-called headquarters? Su Wei affirmed. Indeed. After all, before she could finish, the young man suddenly lunged forward, his body shooting towards Su Wei like a bullet. In an instant, his hand was mere centimeters from her face. Su Wei could distinctly see the dirt beneath his fingernails and catch a whiff of the faint, metallic scent of rust emanating from him. Chapter 28. Black and white. The sound of bones grinding echoed as the young man, so close to seizing the woman before him, found himself ensnared by an unseen force, unable to move an inch despite his efforts. At that moment, Su Wei reacted, stepping back unsteadily, creating distance between them. Her once fair and delicate face now bore a pallor of fear. Su Wei could not comprehend why he had suddenly attacked. She had not uttered a word of offense or threatened him, merely suggested he attend training at headquarters. Every extraordinary individual discovered by the authorities was required to visit headquarters, regardless of their intent to join. Registration of information, a clear understanding of their powers and their applications, was for the sake of societal stability and the safety of ordinary citizens. Just like Ning Yuan, who had recently joined headquarters. Despite having harmed ordinary people, he was ultimately recognized as a good and kind-hearted individual, appointed as the head of Dezhou City after thorough evaluation. Why? Su Wei demanded, drawing a handgun from her waist and aiming it at the young man. She needed to understand why he would resort to violence against her rather than comply with the official summons. Why? You ask me why? The youth, after struggling in vain, looked at Su Wei and revealed a sinister smile. Pretending, still pretending. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Although I know nothing of the so-called headquarters you speak of, if I were to go, wouldn't I simply be at your mercy? Indeed, you cannot distinguish right from wrong. Harming ordinary people? Hee, when Ma Xiaomei harmed me, why didn't you bring her to this so-called headquarters? I, a lowly ant, have finally gained the power of vengeance. And now you come seeking me. Clearly, I have not harmed others nor committed any crimes. I merely seek retribution against those who have wronged me. If you want me to go to your headquarters, you might as well give up. I have neither the time nor the courage to go. Su Wei, holding a gun, let out a soft sigh after hearing the youth's words. You have a misunderstanding about the authorities and the headquarters. It is not as you imagine. As long as you abide by the law, no one will harm you. The authorities are fair and just. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The youth seemed to recall something, and the anger on his face intensified. 10 years ago, my father was imprisoned for accidentally injuring someone. Clearly, it was the other party who bullied my mother first. But in the end, my father was the one who went to prison, and my mother passed away from illness a few years later. Meanwhile, the instigator is thriving. An honest farmer and an ordinary family ended up in such a situation. What logic is at play here? Su Wei fell silent. She was well aware of the numerous injustices in the world. Seeing Su Wei silent, the youth painfully turned his neck to look at Ning Yuan, who remained standing under the street lamp, gazing down at him with an expressionless face. Bro, you are not an ordinary person. Why willingly serve her? You have not experienced that sense of powerlessness when black and white are reversed. Listen to my advice and draw a clear line with them. The world is vast. Where can't we go with just the two of us? Listening to the youth, Ning Yuan replied, You are mistaken. It is not that I serve her. She is my subordinate. Moreover, Ning Yuan smiled slightly, raising his right hand to point at the youth. In this world, there is no true black and white. As long as you are strong enough, what you declare as black is black, and what you declare as white is white. The youth was taken aback. At that moment, Su Wei's shadow suddenly flickered. In the next instant, a spear-like shadow shot out from Su Wei's shadow, piercing directly through the youth's skull. The second-tier ability of the dark spirit, shadow control. If the first-tier ability is to control one's own shadow, then the second-tier ability is to command the surrounding darkness and shadows. Ning Yuan's attack was swift and ruthless. The youth had no chance to resist before his skull was pierced, and he fell dead. Blood, mixed with shattered bone, splattered onto Su Wei's body, her legs, and her face, gory and terrifying. Su Wei had seen death before, but she had never witnessed someone die in such a manner before her eyes. Instinctively, she touched a piece of flesh on her face. Ugh! Su Wei bent over and vomited. The shadow dissipated, and the black tendrils that had ensnared the youth returned to his own shadow. The youth's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Why? You could bind him and control him. He was still young. Su Wei raised her face to inquire of Ning Yuan, who stood above her. Though her eyes were filled with fear of this man, she still posed her question. Su Wei, Ning Yuan shook his head. Your background should be decent. So your thoughts remain within that identity. This person has endured pain and hardship. Had fate not favored him, granting him extraordinary powers, he would have lived out his life at the very bottom, lacking education and intellect. Such a person, if released, will undoubtedly become a destabilizing factor in the future. Su Wei pressed her lips together. Anyone can change. It is wrong to kill him based solely on your assumptions. Seeing Su Wei's expression, Ning Yuan's face darkened instantly. Su Wei, had I not acted just now, you would either be dead or captured as a plaything. Now, instead of being grateful for my life-saving intervention, you question me. Su Wei, I am the head of Dazhou City, and you are merely my assistant. You have no right to question me. I will tolerate you this once. If there is a next time, you will leave Dazhou City. With that, Ning Yuan's figure vanished into thin air. The street was left with only Su Wei and the corpse lying not far ahead. Su Wei stood dazedly in place, her right hand gripping the gun, her left hand tightly clutching her skirt. Ning Yuan's words pierced her heart like a blade. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice came through her earpiece. Xiao Wei, Ning Yuan is correct. But minister, there are clearly other means. Clearly we could. Xiao Wei, unstable factors can lead to many consequences, some of which we cannot bear. While Ning Yuan's methods may be harsh and decisive, the outcomes of his actions have not been wrong. There are many things you will gradually come to understand. A car will come to pick you up shortly. As the last words faded, silence returned to the earpiece. Chapter 29, Belonging. In Dying City, at the headquarters for extraordinary individuals. In a brightly lit operational conference room, Lu Yi removed his earpiece and walked out of the room with a gloomy expression. He entered his office, slamming his hands on the desk, and spoke angrily. This Ning Yuan, killing without consulting the headquarters, is utterly excessive. The door to the office was pushed open, and a young man with a buzz cut, sharp features, and a tall stature walked in with a smile. Is the minister upset over this? The young man casually poured 2 cups of water from the teapot on the desk. What else, since Ning Yuan is officially part of us? He should at least consider his position before acting. To kill someone so casually shows he doesn't take us seriously. Lu, he said while accepting the water from the young man. I actually think Ning Yuan did the right thing. It suits my taste perfectly. Of course. It also aligns with your preferences, Minister. At this, the young man's smile deepened. Lu Yi paused slightly while holding the cup, looking at the young man with some surprise. The young man, lazily sitting on the sofa, continued. If Ning Yuan had truly captured that person, would you have released him? Or killed him? Or neither? If you released him, this fellow, due to his unique experiences, harbors a deep-seated enmity towards the authorities. Such a person, if he does not join us, will inevitably oppose the state once he is free. If you killed him, in this special period. To kill an extraordinary being who has not committed major crimes would be more detrimental than beneficial for us, especially with many factions watching the headquarters' every move. Lastly, keeping him indefinitely without killing or releasing him is even less feasible, not to mention the potential exposure of our actions. Just the unease it would create among the extraordinary individuals within headquarters would be significant, as they all consider themselves to be extraordinary. Listening to the young man, Lu Yi paused his drinking. He placed the cup down on the table and looked at the young man with a half-smile, half-questioning gaze. Zheng Guang, do you also consider yourself extraordinary? The young man, referred to as Zheng Guang, quickly raised both hands upon hearing Lu Yi's words. Minister, you jest. I would never consider myself extraordinary. I would give my life for the country and the people at any moment. Lu Yi shook his head, laughingly scolding. You little brat. Don't flaunt your cleverness in front of me. Speaking of which, you actually compliment someone. That's rare. Don't you always say your peers are nothing but a bunch of fools? Zheng Guang shrugged, then pointed to his head, saying, the individual known as Ning Yuan is either a mindless brute, solely capable of violence, or an astute political thinker who adeptly discerns the intentions of his superiors. It is apparent that Ning Yuan is not devoid of intellect. Lu Yi sat on the sofa, pinching the bridge of his sore nose. Indeed, he is a rare talent. Someone of exceptional intelligence. Regrettably, his origins are rather unfortunate. Origins? Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Zheng Guang furrowed his brow. What do you mean? I recall Ning Yuan's background. He hails from poverty, having been orphaned in his youth. How is that unfortunate? Lu Yi sighed and turned his gaze toward Zheng Guang. Precisely because of his impoverished beginnings and lack of parental figures, it is indeed unfortunate. As Zheng Guang still appeared perplexed, Lu Yi continued. Let me ask you this. Throughout history, when dynasties faced foreign enemies and were overthrown, do you know why those within the royal family fought valiantly, while many who benefited from imperial favor chose to defect? Upon hearing Lu Yi's candid remarks, Zheng Guang suddenly grasped the situation. You mean a sense of belonging? Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. Exactly, a sense of belonging. You come from a military lineage. Your ancestors have held esteemed positions, thus you naturally possess an indelible sense of belonging to your nation. Ning Yuan is indeed a remarkable talent, possessing considerable capability and intelligence. However, due to his unfortunate origins, establishing an unbreakable sense of belonging in the heart of such a clever individual is nearly impossible. In the Spring River community of Dazhou City, a loud crash echoed as a mobile phone fell to the floor. Ning Shaluo stared dumbfounded at Ning Yuan. Her lips slightly parted, her eyes wide with shock. Opposite her, a figure composed of shadows stood beside Ning Yuan. Seeing is believing. I trust you can now accept what I have said, Ning Yuan remarked, manipulating the shadow to retrieve the phone and place it back beside Ning Shaluo. The world has transformed, now populated by extraordinary beings, foreign races, and potentially bizarre creatures and occurrences that may arise in the future. Time passed, and Ning Shaluo rubbed her face, glancing between Ning Yuan and the shadow, occasionally pinching her own arm. So, are you saying you are an extraordinary being now? Working for the country? Ning Yuan nodded. When did this happen? Seemingly recalling something, Ning Shaluo continued. Was it during those 10 days you went missing in Lhasa? Ning Yuan nodded again. After some time, Ning Shaluo shakily rose to her feet, feeling as though everything Ning Yuan had shared was akin to a dream. Though she was reluctant to confront the reality and felt a deep-seated fear, she attempted to accept it. Regardless of whether Ning Yuan was an ordinary person or an extraordinary being, or even transformed into a monster, he would always remain her brother. Her only family in this world. I will go make dinner, Ning Shaluo said, wishing to retreat to the kitchen and engage in some quiet activity. Do extraordinary beings require anything special to eat? Perhaps fresh blood or some kind of meat? Ning Yuan chuckled, slightly exasperated. It's not as severe as you think. I am still human. Is that so? Ning Shaluo exhaled in relief. While she would not mind preparing such things for Ning Yuan, she felt uneasy about the idea of raw meat. Ning Yuan quietly observed Ning Xiaoluo bustling about in the kitchen. He had never intended to conceal his identity from her, whether from his past life or this one. In the not-so-distant future, the lives of ordinary people may become as worthless as grass, and they could perish in droves amidst sudden bursts of conflict, often unaware of the reasons for their demise. However, for someone who possesses a clear understanding of this altered world, such deaths could potentially be avoided. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted Ning Yuan's contemplation. Chapter 30. Debt collection. The knocking was frantic, indicative of an irritable visitor. Ning Yuan frowned and approached the door. Upon opening it, he found a burly man in a tank top, with a shaved head, standing on the threshold. The man wore sunglasses, and upon seeing Ning Yuan, let out a cold laugh. Hey, remember me? I believe you may have forgotten something. Ning Yuan scrutinized the man before his gaze settled on the man's gleaming bald head. Oh, it's you, Ning Yuan acknowledged. What can I do for you? Upon witnessing Ning Yuan's reaction, Li Biao was momentarily taken aback. Then he erupted in anger. What do you mean? What can you do? You missed your first repayment deadline. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Xiao Yuan, what's going on? Ning Xiaoluo's head peeked out from the kitchen. Her curiosity piqued. Nothing, just checking the water meter, Ning Yuan replied, stepping outside and closing the door behind him. So, buddy, what's the story? Did you forget, or are you just short on cash? Li Biao flexed his robust neck, questioning Ning Yuan. We're a legitimate company. Everyone faces difficulties sometimes. And we are reasonable people. But your failure to repay without prior notice or answering our calls, what does that imply? After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan looked at Li Biao and suddenly smiled. Repay? What money? Why should I return what I borrowed through my own means? Li Biao was taken aback, his little finger digging into his ear as he stared at Ning Yuan in disbelief. What did you say? Ning Yuan, uninterested in engaging further, simply gestured for him to follow. What the hell? Li Biao's temper flared, and he was about to seize Ning Yuan by the throat, but Ning Yuan coldly interjected. Don't get physical here, too many cameras around. If the neighbors call the police, it won't end well. Li Biao's hand came to a halt. Thus, in an oddly charged atmosphere, the two entered the elevator, one after the other. Inside, Li Biao, flexing his hands, addressed Ning Yuan's back. You really are something else, aren't you? To be so brazen about borrowing money. You're the first I've seen like this. Don't think that just because you took a beating, you can escape repayment. Today it's just a beating. Tomorrow, it won't be so simple. However, throughout Li Biao's threats and intimidation, Ning Yuan never once turned to acknowledge him, treating him as though he were invisible, which only fueled Li Biao's frustration. Keep pretending. I'll see how long you can keep this up. Eventually, led by Ning Yuan, they reached a surveillance blind spot in the community park. Mere seconds later, anguished cries erupted. Do you still want the money? Ning Yuan's foot pressed down on Li Biao's face, nearly burying it in the ground as he inquired impassively. At that moment, Li Biao lay on the ground, his right arm twisted grotesquely, his body convulsing in pain. And no, I don't want it. His hoarse, muffled voice struggled to emerge. Each time he opened his mouth, he was met with a mouthful of dirt. Recalling the swift events that had just transpired, his heart was consumed by overwhelming fear. Moments ago, Li Biao had been eager to swing his right arm at the young man before him, eager to teach him a lesson. Yet, his opponent had merely turned and swiftly seized his hand, inflicting excruciating pain, and before he knew it, his entire arm was twisted painfully. In that instant, Li Biao felt as though he were living through a horror film far more terrifying than any he had ever seen. The agony drained him of all strength, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a dying dog. Yet when Ning Yuan's foot pressed down upon him, demanding an answer, Li Biao still managed to provide the response that would satisfy his tormentor. He could sense the pressure from Ning Yuan's foot increasing, and he knew that should his answer fail to meet the young man's expectations, it would surely cost him his life. Indeed, Ning Yuan appeared quite satisfied with his response, retracting his foot from the top of the other's head. Next time, do not mistake the wrong person. Not everyone is as accommodating as I am. With this parting remark, he directly exited the room. At the dining table, the two remained silent as they ate, with the usually vivacious Ning Xiaoluo unusually refraining from initiating conversation with Ning Yuan. Adapting to new experiences requires time, especially when it involves embracing an entirely new life and world. Ning Yuan chose not to intervene excessively in Ning Xiaoluo's psychological transformation. She was inherently strong, both in her childhood and in the present. You need not go to work for the next couple of days. Pack your belongings. We are moving. Moving? Ning Xiaoluo paused, her chopsticks suspended midair, looking at Ning Yuan with confusion. Where are we relocating? Have you found a new place? What is the rent per month? Ning Yuan replied affirmatively. The company has assigned us housing. There will be no cost. We can move in directly. He then placed a card before Ning Xiaoluo. My monthly salary is now 500,000. You need not work anymore. Buy whatever you desire. Did you not often envy the wealthy second-generation heirs and young ladies in dramas? From now on, you need not harbor such envy. Ning Xiaoluo gazed at the nameless black card before her, making no move to accept it. Instead, a deep sorrow and hint of unease graced her beautiful features. Observing her demeanor, Ning Yuan discerned her unspoken thoughts. Are you worried that better treatment comes with greater dangers? Ning Xiaoluo nodded, her gaze imploring as she looked at Ning Yuan. Is it not true, Xiao Yuan? Good fortune does not fall from the sky. Where there is gain, there is loss. I do not aspire to live this way. I am already content with my current life. Please do not labor for them. Shall we live a simple life together? Ning Yuan fell silent. At that moment, her words echoed those he had once heard before becoming an extraordinary being, poised to join the headquarters. Everyone had changed, including himself. Yet this girl remained steadfastly the same. After a long pause, Ning Yuan sighed. In this world, we can only be swept along by the tides of fate. It is a crime to bear wealth without the means to protect it. Sometimes, one cannot choose the life they wish to lead, especially since I have already drawn attention. Xiaoluo, there is no turning back down this path. It is either move forward or perish. Chapter 31. Insufficient authority. Moving is a cumbersome and intricate affair, particularly for tenants like them who had resided in one place for several years. Consequently, Ning Xiaoluo took 2 days off from work. The two busied themselves for the entire morning, only managing to pack most of their belongings by the afternoon. The vehicle has arrived. Let us take our things down. After hanging up the phone, Ning Xiaoluo addressed Ning Yuan. Thus, they descended via the elevator, carrying their luggage. At that moment, a small van was parked downstairs, where a dark-skinned middle-aged man leaned against the vehicle, smoking. Upon seeing Ning Yuan approach with 2 large bags, the driver was momentarily stunned, quickly exhaling his smoke and stepping forward to assist. Oh my, such a hefty load. The driver instinctively reached for one of Ning Yuan's bags, only to awkwardly realize he could not lift it. Ning Yuan glanced at him, and the driver, slightly embarrassed, withdrew his hand and turned to open the van door. Thank you, sir. In contrast to Ning Yuan's heavy bags, the attractive girl with her 2 suitcases appeared to be carrying a lighter load. The driver chuckled as he assisted in placing Ning Xiaoluo's luggage into the vehicle. Is there more? I can help you carry it. After receiving the bottle of water from Ning Xiaoluo and expressing his gratitude, the driver offered to aid them further. No need. There isn't much left upstairs. We will make one more trip to finish. Ning Xiaoluo smiled, politely refusing the driver's kind offer. Xiao Yuan, the driver's vehicle has ample space. Should we take the refrigerator as well? We paid for that. She glanced at the van, seeking Ning Yuan's opinion. Ning Yuan found the suggestion somewhat amusing. No need. Our new home is well equipped with appliances. Just as they prepared to return upstairs, a police car and an SUV approached, coming to a slow stop behind the van. The delivery driver, seeing this, thought his vehicle might be obstructing the road and moved aside. However, the police car remained stationary, prompting confusion. Suddenly, 3 officers exited the police vehicle, striding toward Ning Yuan and the others. Simultaneously, from the SUV, a man dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses emerged, accompanied by Li Biao, whose arm was bandaged and suspended. The officers approached, and the lead officer's gaze briefly scanned the delivery driver and Ning Xiaoluo before settling on Ning Yuan. It seems you reside in this building. Do you know someone by the name of Ning Yuan? Ning Xiaoluo's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the officer's words. She instinctively looked toward Ning Yuan but quickly controlled herself, focusing on the ground. Meanwhile, Li Biao and the man in glasses drew closer. I am Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan replied calmly, his eyes glancing past the officers to meet Li Biao's gaze. In that moment, Li Biao's spirit nearly fled. The intensity of Ning Yuan's stare was akin to that of a condemned man. The officers momentarily froze, evidently surprised to have located Ning Yuan with such ease. However, their professional demeanor prevailed, and the 2 officers flanked Ning Yuan, preventing any possibility of escape. Not far away, regardless of the glasses-wearing man's attempts to encourage him, Li Biao stubbornly refused to advance, nearly fleeing if not for the police standing before him. Fear not. Do you dare to assault an officer? Regardless of your prowess. Can you withstand a bullet? Li Biao reassured himself, though his legs trembled uncontrollably. Seeing Li Biao's cowardice, the man in glasses stepped forward to stand with the officers, his face cold as he regarded Ning Yuan. You may have evaded capture, but injuring my subordinate is another matter. If this becomes public, how will I retain my reputation as a loan shark in Dazhou City? I might as well pivot to charity work. The lead officer addressed Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan. Someone has reported that you intentionally harmed another, resulting in the severing of his right arm. What do you have to say? Ning Xiaoluo looked at Ning Yuan in shock, while the driver wore a bewildered expression. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan nodded. It was I who did it. At Ning Yuan's admission, a cold smile crept onto Wang Lei's face. A confession? Excellent. That saves me some trouble. You'll be spending some time inside. The lead officer, seeing Ning Yuan's forthrightness, refrained from further inquiries and began taking his statement on his phone. Please provide your ID number. Xiao Yuan. Ning Xiaoluo wished to interject, but Ning Yuan's reassuring glance silenced her. As Ning Yuan relayed his ID number, Lu Jiwei stared at his phone, perplexed by the notification of insufficient authority. Ning Yuan directly handed his identification card to Lu Jiwei. This time, Lu Jiwei meticulously re-entered the identification number, double-checking it twice before confirming its accuracy. However, he was met with the message, insufficient permissions. Please try again. As he stared at the 4 characters on the screen, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. As the team leader, he comprehended well that the appearance of this message could only indicate 2 possibilities. The individual in question either held an exceedingly high status, one protected by national security, or belonged to a special department of the state, individuals who often wield considerable power and bear significant responsibilities. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that such individuals could commit heinous acts without facing repercussions. Clearly, the young Ning Yuan before him did not belong to the former category due to his youth. Lu Jiwei wiped the sweat from his brow and returned the identification card to Ning Yuan. The other 2 officers, sensing something amiss, exchanged puzzled glances with their leader. Wang Lei, too, was perplexed, realizing that the situation was diverging from his expectations. Could it be that this young man had influential backing? Concerned, Wang Lei turned to Lu Jiwei. Captain, but before he could finish, Lu Jiwei silenced him with a piercing glare. After warning Wang Lei with his eyes, Lu Jiwei saluted Ning Yuan and extended his hand with a smile. Thank you for your patience. If you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Ning Yuan shook his hand, responding calmly. You have also worked hard. He then glanced at Wang Lei and continued. There seems to be a misunderstanding between us, but we will resolve it ourselves. Of course, you carry on. If there's nothing else, we won't intrude further, Lu Jiwei replied with a smile. Upon receiving Ning Yuan's nod of agreement, he discreetly signaled his 2 companions to depart. As the police car left without hesitation, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. At this moment, even Wang Lei could sense he had stumbled upon something formidable. Nearby, Li Biao watched in shock, his face devoid of color. Ning Yuan approached Wang Lei, gently patting his shoulder and whispering in his ear, You all wait patiently. Once I finish here, I will return your money. For reasons unknown. A deep sense of unease welled up in Wang Lei upon hearing Ning Yuan's words. Hastily, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Ning Yuan with a forced smile. Brother, you jest. It seems there has been a misunderstanding here. Let us not discuss money. It could tarnish our camaraderie. Once Biao is healed, we can visit you and I'll treat you to drinks. Ning Yuan did not accept the cigarette, merely offering a polite smile. Meanwhile, Wang Lei felt a growing discomfort in his shoulder, causing beads of sweat to trickle down his forehead. Xiao Yuan. In the distance, Ning Xiaoluo looked on with concern. Hearing her voice, Ning Yuan withdrew his hand from Wang Lei's shoulder and turned to her. Inside the elevator. Xiao Yuan, what just happened? Why did that officer accuse you of intentional harm? It's nothing, merely a misunderstanding. I assure you, I have not committed any wrongdoing, nor have I bullied the innocent. Ning Yuan replied with a smile. Is that so? Well, that's a relief. Downstairs, Wang Lei had already driven off with Li Biao. The atmosphere in the car was oppressive, while fear was evident on Li Biao's face. Wang Lei's expression was marked by concern. The unknown was the source of their fear. He still could not comprehend the identity of the young man who had intimidated Lu Jiwei. Why would this young man use a false identity to borrow money from him? Had he offended someone he should not have over the years, making him a target? Bang! Frustrated, Wang Lei slammed the steering wheel. The sudden noise startled Li Biao, who nearly curled up in the back seat. Observing Li Biao's reaction in the rearview mirror, Wang Lei couldn't help but chuckle. Biao, you've navigated through many storms, having taken lives. What makes you tremble at his presence? Listening to Wang Lei's sarcastic remarks, Li Biao shook his head vigorously, fear etched across his face. Lei Gu. There is something off about Ning Yuan. His strength is beyond human. It felt as if he could snap my arm with hardly any effort. And I sensed he truly intended to kill me. I've seen strong fighters before, but never someone like him. Lei Gu. Let us forget the money and not provoke him any further. I genuinely fear facing him again. Just think about it. If even Lu Jiwei is ingratiating himself to him, what are we? Wang Lei, agitated, lit a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. I understand. It's merely 200,000. If we must forsake it, so be it. Yet this vague sensation gnaws at me. If I am to offer money, I should at least know who I'm honoring. As the car turned onto a small road, Wang Lei soon spotted a police car parked with its hazard lights flashing. He stopped behind it, stepping out with a forced smile. Lu Jiwei, seated in the driver's seat, also emerged. Lu Gu, Wang Lei greeted, masking his inner discontent with a smile. However, to his shock, Lu Jiwei seized him by the collar, his face twisted with rage. You've truly brought trouble upon me. In a city of millions, how could you offend such a person? Wang Lei was taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed Lu Jiwei in such a state. Lu Gu, you misunderstand. I truly had no idea of his identity. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare offend him even if I had 100 lives. Besides, he approached me for a loan. His voice dripped with despair. Borrow money from you? Are you serious? Do you think he would seek out someone like you for a mere 200,000? This individual's identity is so confidential that even my superior cannot access it. After 3 attempts, he was even questioned by higher-ups. Wang Lei stood there dazed. You must have offended him in some way. Think carefully. Otherwise, he would not have orchestrated this trap to ensnare you. Offended him? How could I have done that? Wang Lei felt weak, ruminating over his past misdeeds. He recalled all the unsavory actions he had committed over the years, coercing young female students, engaging in bribery, and even driving those unable to repay their debts to despair. Drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, Wang Lei stammered, I can't recall where I might have offended him. Seeing his distress, Lu Jiwei took a moment before speaking slowly. We must leave Dazhou City immediately. The farther away, the better. Chapter 33. The Assistant at Xinghu Huatan. The van was halted at the entrance of the community until Ning Yuan produced the villa key, allowing them to pass. Upon entering the community, the driver followed Ning Yuan's guidance to Villa 03 in Area A, where he unloaded the luggage before departing with a complex expression. Xiaoyuan, is this the free house assigned to you? Ning Shaluo gazed incredulously at the opulent villa before her, inquiring of Ning Yuan, who paused momentarily while unlocking the grand door, his mind drifting to the exquisite visage of Su Wei. Indeed, it is complimentary. You need not worry about your stay. After all, I am now a national-level talent. And such benefits are to be expected, Ning Yuan jested. As the two prepared to carry their luggage into the house, the sound of an engine revving from the neighboring villa caught their attention. A luxurious car slowly emerged, heading in their direction. Observing this, Ning Shaluo instinctively shifted her suitcase closer to the roadside. However, the vehicle did not pass by. Instead, it came to a halt before them. The rear window gradually lowered, revealing a man and a woman inside. The man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, dressed in casual attire and sporting black-rimmed glasses, exuding vitality. The woman, seemingly in her 40s, was impeccably maintained, her fair skin and expensive jewelry accentuating her refined demeanor. It was this elegantly adorned woman who signaled her driver to stop. Turning her head with a curious gaze, she scrutinized Ning Yuan and Ning Shaluo. Has it truly been sold? Are you here to clean? Her melodious voice inquired. Ning Shaluo instinctively glanced at Ning Yuan, who, ignoring her, strode into the villa with 2 large bags in hand. Consequently, she offered a polite smile in response. No? We reside here. Reside here? The woman regarded Ning Shaluo with surprise, then shook her head with a dismissive smirk. The man beside her scrutinized Ning Shaluo from head to toe. With her casually tied long hair, floral dress, slender figure, and fair complexion, her attire was quite ordinary, common on the streets. Yet, paired with her pure and charming face, she appeared remarkably fresh and refined, in stark contrast to the mature, alluring woman beside her. The girl embodied an entirely different style. The woman noticed the man's gaze fixated upon Ning Shaluo. It was clear that she had instructed the driver to halt before them due to his interest. Observing the lack of engagement from the other party, she huffed disdainfully and gestured for the driver to continue onward. How shameless to boast about residing here, as if one were so valuable. The car window rolled up, and the woman's mocking voice drifted away. Ning Shaluo furrowed her brow, completely bewildered by the inexplicable animosity directed at them. Just as she wheeled her suitcase into the courtyard, a sudden loud crash echoed from outside. Rushing out, she discovered that the car had collided directly into a wall, flames flickering from the crumpled front. Hesitating for a moment, she reached for her phone to call for help, only to be seized by Ning Yuan, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Do not meddle, he instructed, pulling her back into the courtyard and shutting the door behind them. Upon entering the living room, Ning Xiaoluo was immediately captivated by the furnishings, momentarily forgetting the earlier incident as she explored her new home. After a brief familiarization with the villa's layout, they each organized a room on the first and second floors. Subsequently, Ning Yuan led Ning Xiaoluo outside to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Upon opening the courtyard gate, she noticed that the crashed vehicle had vanished, leaving only a gaping hole in the wall. The two returned to the villa laden with bags by evening. After a simple dinner, Ning Xiaoluo announced her intention to return to work the following day. "You need not attend your job. I require your assistance here," Ning Yuan remarked, setting down his utensils to regard her earnestly. Startled, Ning Xiaoluo paused her dishwashing. "Assistance with what?" Ning Yuan produced a card and placed it before her, continuing. "The resources and wealth that extraordinary individuals encounter are incomprehensible to ordinary folk, and their time is predominantly devoted to cultivation and fulfilling tasks assigned by the headquarters. Therefore, each extraordinary individual typically has a personal assistant to manage their assets and procure various items. Xiaoluo, we are family, and I trust no one but you to handle this matter." After a brief moment of contemplation, Ning Xiaoluo accepted the card with a nod of agreement. Time flew swiftly, and soon night enveloped the surroundings. In the villa's second-floor room, Ning Yuan gazed out at the view through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, 400 kilometers away, on a highway outside Dazhou City, a sleek black SUV sped along. Inside, Wang Lei gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his focus unwavering. Having traveled so far from Dazhou City, much of his initial apprehension had dissipated. Not long ago, Lu Jiwei's threatening words had instilled considerable fear in him, prompting him to hastily leave with his girlfriend, Li Biao, without properly packing. "How much longer must we drive, Brother Lei?" Lin Cixi, seated in the passenger seat, stretched lazily, her heavy makeup and sexy attire contrasting with her complaint. "If we are embarking on a long journey, a heads-up would have been courteous. How can one dress comfortably in a bodycon skirt and heels for such an extended drive?" Wang Lei cast a vexed glance at Lin Cixi. "Stop whining. I am already in a foul mood." "In a foul mood? Then what would brighten your spirits?" Lin Cixi, undeterred by his irritation, playfully tossed her hair and leaned down, beginning to unfasten his belt. "Are you insane? We're going at 130 kilometers per hour. Wang Lei exclaimed in frustration. "I trust your driving skills, Brother Lei." Lin Cixi continued unabated. "Biaozi is still back there," Wang Lei warned quietly. "That guy is already asleep. I checked earlier." Suddenly, the speeding car jolted violently before stabilizing again. In the pitch-black sky, Ning Yuan stood suspended, his gaze fixed intently on the speeding SUV. Inside the vehicle, Wang Lei was drenched in sweat, trembling slightly, his eyes glued to the road ahead, too fearful to divert his attention. As he tightened his grip on the steering wheel, a pair of shadowy hands, as intangible as a phantom, reached around his seat, gliding over his shoulder before seizing his hands on the wheel. Simultaneously, an icy chill enveloped him from behind, causing the sweat on his body to vanish, and eliciting a puzzled sound from Lin Cixi. Wang Lei's keen focus shifted from the road to his hands, only to find not Lin Cixi's delicate, soft hands as he had expected, but an eerie, unimaginable grip. Terror-stricken, he opened his mouth in a silent scream as the frigid sensation coursed through him, robbing him of his voice. "Ah!" Lin Cixi's shriek pierced the air as the shadowy hands tightened their grip on Wang Lei's, forcefully wrenching the steering wheel to the right. The speeding vehicle careened uncontrollably towards the right guardrail. Boom! The guardrail shattered, and the car, undeterred, collided with the mountainside. Moments later, an explosion erupted, illuminating the darkness with a brilliant flash. Chapter 34. Face-to-face in Dazhou City, at the central police station, a young officer conversed with his colleague about the recent incident. "Did you hear? There was a car accident on Jiguang Highway last night." "What's so surprising about a highway accident?" a female officer retorted casually while eating breakfast. "It's certainly not ordinary, which is precisely why I am sharing this with you." "Oh, in what way is it extraordinary?" a curious individual inquires. "My childhood friend is a firefighter. He participated in a rescue operation the night before last." The young officer, while speaking, extended 3 fingers. A vehicle collided with the guardrail at a speed of 140 miles per hour, subsequently crashing into the mountainside beyond. 3 individuals perished on the spot, their bodies nearly charred to cinders by the flames. It was truly a tragic scene. "The fact that 3 lives were lost is indeed sorrowful," someone sighed in lament. "Now, here's the crux of the matter. Can you guess what caused this accident?" the young officer continued. Fatigue driving?" a female officer responded. The young officer shook his head, then cleared his throat before continuing. "The male corpse in the driver's seat was wedged against the steering wheel, his upper body twisted and broken. While the female corpse in the passenger seat lay across the legs of the male driver, the last body was in the back seat. My childhood friend, being quite experienced as a firefighter, immediately discerned that the cause of the accident stemmed from the female corpse's mouth. Following the young officer's words, a brief silence enveloped the office. Ugh! The female officer spat and stood to leave. TSK, 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 these young people truly chase thrills at the cost of their lives. Someone shook their head in disapproval. At that moment, Lu Jiwei entered the office, his expression grim while holding some documents. What are you all discussing? Get back to work. Upon seeing him return, everyone hurriedly lowered their heads to resume their tasks. As Lu Jiwei glanced at the death investigation report concerning Wang Lei and his companions from the previous night, the image of Ning Yuan surfaced in his mind, and an indescribable dread welled up within him. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it something more? Time flowed slowly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Su Wei seemed to have vanished, not contacting Ning Yuan, and the authorities had not issued any tasks for him to undertake. The only reminder of his identity was the arrival of his 50,000 salary at the beginning of the month. In a picturesque park, Ning Xiaoluo was diligently tending to the food on a small grill before her, while Ning Yuan lay on the carpet, eyes closed in slumber. A casual glance at Ning Yuan's profile brought a smile to Ning Xiaoluo's lips. It had been years since she felt such carefree joy. Since entering middle school, she had never paused, juggling her studies and various part-time jobs to earn money. Her relentless efforts had enabled both her and Ning Yuan to attend university, pulling them out of that sorrowful place. Had it not been for Ning Yuan's sudden ascendancy as an extraordinary being, transforming everything, her life would have revolved solely around working tirelessly to earn money until she could buy a house and find a wife for Ning Yuan. Just as Ning Xiaoluo's thoughts drifted, her phone vibrated beside her. Looking down, she picked up Ning Yuan's phone. The caller ID displayed 2 words, Su Wei. Su Wei? Ning Xiaoluo glanced at the name on the screen and then at Ning Yuan, noticing that he appeared to be still asleep. She hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Hello? Su Wei, who was driving, was momentarily taken aback by the gentle female voice on the other end. After confirming she hadn't dialed incorrectly, she responded, Ning Xiaoluo? This time, it was Ning Xiaoluo who was stunned. Yes, it's me. After a brief pause, she replied. Hello, Xiaoluo. Is Ning Yuan beside you? Have him take the phone. I need to speak with him. He is sleeping. Sleeping? Su Wei's foot eased off the gas, causing the car to slow down. What time is it for him to be sleeping? No, as an extraordinary being, why on earth is he sleeping? Su Wei mentally scoffed. Once Xiao Yuan awakens, I'll have him call you back, Ning Xiaoluo suggested, sensing silence on the line. No, Xiaoluo, this is urgent. You must give him the phone. What is the matter? This time, it was not Ning Xiaoluo's voice on the line, but Ning Yuan's. Upon hearing his response, Su Wei hurriedly spoke. Are you at home? I need to see you in person. Qingxin Park. After a brief silence, Ning Yuan relayed the name of his location. Rapidly tapping the navigation on her phone, Su Wei continued, I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Hanging up, the vibrant red sports car executed a dazzling drift, turning around and speeding towards the park. Qingxin Park. Xiao Yuan, is your friend coming soon? Ning Xiaoluo inquired curiously. There isn't much left to eat here. I'll go buy some more food. Ning Yuan shook his head in refusal. No need, don't waste money on outsiders, and besides, she wouldn't be interested in what we have. Hearing this, Ning Xiaoluo had to relent. Poor Su Wei. If she heard Ning Yuan's words, would she be infuriated? Especially since she had recently lent him a staggering 10 million? Soon, a thunderous roar approached, and a striking red sports car came to a halt outside the park. The equally striking Su Wei stepped out of the car and quickly spotted Ning Yuan and Ning Xiaoluo under a nearby large tree. Waving, Su Wei jogged over to them. Xiaoluo, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Su Wei. Looking at the young woman in a flowing white dress with clear, bright eyes, Su Wei smiled and extended her greeting. Hello. Feeling a bit shy, Ning Xiaoluo shook hands with Su Wei, who exuded warmth and confidence, contrasting with Ning Xiaoluo, who seemed like a flower confined in solitude. After greeting Ning Xiaoluo, Su Wei turned her smile towards Ning Yuan, seemingly having forgotten any previous unpleasantness between them. Of what matter do you wish to speak? Ning Yuan inquired directly. Su Wei glanced at Ning Xiaoluo, hesitating momentarily. I'll go buy some drinks. Ning Xiaoluo sought an excuse to leave. No need. Ning Yuan stopped her and turned to Su Wei. You need not avoid her. I have disclosed everything to her. Is that so? Su Wei, upon hearing this, did not appear surprised, as such matters are nearly impossible to conceal from family. In that case, Xiaoluo, let me reintroduce myself. I am Ning Yuan's liaison, responsible for coordinating tasks issued by headquarters and assisting Ning Yuan in various duties. As Ning Yuan's only family, feel free to contact me if you need any assistance. With that, Su-Wei took out her phone to exchange contact information with Ning Xiaoluo. Oh, all right. Ning Xiaoluo quickly retrieved her phone, and they exchanged details. Noticing that no one was paying them any mind, Su-Wei began to share her reason for seeking Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, headquarters recently issued a notice summoning you for an extremely important meeting tomorrow at 9. I have already arranged the flight. We can depart at any time if you're ready. Chapter 35, Gathering. Upon hearing Su-Wei's words, Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. An urgent meeting? What could possibly warrant such urgency at this hour? Su-Wei shook her head, a hint of worry crossing her features as she replied, I don't know. But from what I understand, headquarters has summoned not only you but also numerous extraordinary beings, indicating that something significant is about to unfold. The urgent summoning of extraordinary beings caused Ning Yuan's heart to skip a beat. An event suddenly flashed in his mind. The Great Shanghai Incident. In his previous life, this event had truly unveiled the existence of extraordinary beings and otherworldly creatures to the public. Back then, Ning Yuan, still an ordinary person, had first encountered this unfamiliar world through news of the incident online, which is why it lingered vividly in his memory. Just then, a thought struck Ning Yuan, and he quickly pulled out his phone to check the date. Upon seeing the date displayed, his heart jolted. If this is indeed that event, it means that what was supposed to occur a year from now is happening a year early. How could this be? Ning Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that my reliance on the light spirit's time reversal has disrupted the timeline? Or perhaps, due to my premature acquisition of the dark spirit a century ahead of time, numerous events have been hastened? Observing Ning Yuan's contemplative silence, Su-Wei chose not to interrupt him, instead directing her gaze towards the food sizzling on the barbecue grill beneath the tree. Let us sit under the tree. The sun is still quite hot, she suggested. Noticing Su-Wei standing under the sunlight, beads of sweat beginning to form on her fair forehead, Ning Xiaoluo quickly spoke up, thank you. Su-Wei responded with a smile, then promptly settled down on the carpet. Xiaoluo, did you prepare all this? Su-Wei inquired curiously, eyeing the beautifully grilled chicken wings and sausages in the plate. Ning Xiaoluo nodded shyly. I was bored, and since Xiao Yuan enjoys barbecues, I decided to make these. Su-Wei gazed at the appetizing barbecue with a hint of envy, exclaiming, how wonderful. If only you were my sister. Ning Xiaoluo smiled bashfully at the remark. It's a bit cold now. If you don't mind, I can heat it up for you to try. I don't mind at all. I've been busy all afternoon and haven't had a chance to eat, Su-Wei replied casually, picking up a skewer of sausage from the plate. Seeing this, Ning Xiaoluo was taken aback, then hurriedly reignited the barbecue grill. Let me heat it up first. Eating cold food can upset your stomach. As she spoke, Ning Xiaoluo cast a somewhat reproachful glance at Ning Yuan. It's all his fault. I could have prepared more food if I hadn't listened to him. Now, all you can eat are leftovers. The plain isn't necessary. I'll arrive at headquarters on time tomorrow. Just then, Ning Yuan's voice broke the conversation. Su-Wei paused mid-bite of her chicken wing, then nodded in acknowledgement. All right. Leaning against the tree, Ning Yuan quietly observed the two women, one cooking and the other eating. Su-Wei must have been hungry since morning, as Ning Xiaoluo struggled to keep pace with her eating speed while reheating the food. Xiaoluo, it would be a shame if you didn't open a barbecue restaurant. How about I help you start one? I won't ask for any money. Just make it for me for free. Su-Wei exclaimed joyfully as she opened a can of drink, gazing at Ning Xiaoluo with delight. Ning Xiaoluo simply shook her head. Let us forget about the restaurant. If you ever want to eat, just come find me. Su-Wei's eyes brightened at her words, and she eagerly nodded. Great. Before long, most of the food on the plate had been consumed by Su-Wei. Noticing that Ning Yuan and Ning Xiaoluo weren't eating, merely watching her, she felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled. I feel a bit guilty for eating so much of your food. Next time, I'll treat you both to a meal. With that, Su-Wei stood up, holding her half-empty drink, and addressed Ning Yuan. I'll be leaving now. If you need anything, just contact me. Ning Yuan nodded. Goodbye, Xiaoluo. I'll come find you to hang out. Su-Wei waved to Ning Xiaoluo, who smiled back in response. Watching Su-Wei depart with a carefree demeanor, Ning Xiaoluo felt a trace of barely perceptible envy. To her, Su-Wei exuded a unique confidence that typically belongs to those who have lived a worry-free life. Such individuals seem to exist in a different world, one that should have no connection to hers. Yet, due to Ning Yuan's presence, people from these two worlds could now share a carpet, chatting and dining together. Contrary to Ning Xiaoluo's musings, Ning Yuan was acutely aware of her sentiments. After a period of absence, Su-Wei had evidently become significantly more astute, recognizing the current situation and her own standing. This transformation was likely attributed to her family's elders. After all, there is but one reason that could compel a proud heiress, who inherently looks down on the impoverished, to lower herself and accept reality, the promise of greater benefits. The following morning, a dark silhouette streaked across the sky, hurtling toward the city of Dejing like a shooting star. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the extraordinary beings in Dejing, the thundering of helicopters filled the air, while military vehicles rolled into the compound. Individuals of various ages and appearances leaped from helicopters or disembarked from military trucks, all silently scrutinizing one another. At that moment, Lu Yi, dressed in formal attire, cheerfully approached the crowd, greeting them warmly. "Thank you all for making the long journey." Upon his arrival, many turned their attention toward him. "Old Lu, did you summon us all for a specific purpose?" someone inquired. Lu Yi regarded the questioner, a young man in his 20s, ruggedly handsome with disheveled hair, some even resembling twigs. "Xiao Shuang, where on earth have you been?" Lu Yi chuckled, noticing the young man's disheveled appearance. "Don't even mention it. An old coot tricked me into searching for treasures in a godforsaken place," Xiao Shuang replied indignantly. "By the way, Director Lu, you still haven't explained why we were urgently called together." "I rushed across several mountains overnight." "No need to rush. We'll discuss it once everyone has arrived," Lu Yi said, glancing at his watch. It was now 8:50. He observed the crowd, patiently waiting for the last two individuals to arrive. Chapter 36. The meeting. The droning of helicopters grew increasingly louder. Everyone instinctively looked up. A figure gracefully descended from the sky. A girl clad in casual athletic wear with twin ponytails, resembling a leaf drifting down to the ground. "Phew, that was close. I almost arrived late," she exclaimed, patting her flat chest. Concurrently, a dark silhouette plummeted from the heavens, maneuvering past the hovering helicopter and landing vertically. As the darkness dissipated, Ning Yuan's figure slowly emerged, instantly capturing the attention of all present. "What sort of ability does he possess? He can actually fly," someone exclaimed, filled with envy. "It might just be a facade," another thought dismissively. Once everyone had gathered, Lu Yi gestured for them to follow him. They traversed the first-floor corridor until they arrived at a massive blast-proof door. Lu Yi placed his hand on the touchpad beside the door. Following a successful fingerprint and facial scan, the door began to open slowly. Once everyone had entered, they discovered it was an elevator spacious enough to accommodate hundreds. As the door closed behind them, the elevator did not ascend as they had anticipated but instead descended. After a brief moment of slight jostling, the elevator came to a halt and the doors opened. Upon seeing the scene outside, most individuals, save for a handful, had their pupils constrict in shock. A colossal screen dominated the center, flanked by a podium and a semicircular arrangement of seating designed for thousands. This sight unmistakably indicated that they were in a specialized conference room. "Director, are you inviting us to watch a movie?" someone joked to Lu Yi. "If that's what you wish to see, it's not out of the question," Lu Yi replied with a smile. However, his expression turned solemn as he continued. "But before we proceed, everyone, please find a seat. The meeting is about to commence." With that, Lu Yi, accompanied by several staff members, moved forward. Hearing this, the crowd dispersed to find their seats. Ning Yuan, maintaining a stoic expression, surveyed the unfolding scene, now convinced of the true purpose behind this meeting. He stepped away from the crowd, descending the steps toward the lower level. Step by step, Ning Yuan's gaze was fixed ahead as he approached the front of the seating area. At this moment, aside from a few individuals seated at the back, the majority preferred to occupy the front, as it was advantageous for observing the proceedings. However, upon reaching the front, they were surprised to find that several people were already seated in the foremost positions. Among them were staff members in formal attire from headquarters, alongside some individuals of uncertain identity who were evidently not part of their group. Although curious about the identities of these individuals, they paid little heed and simply dispersed to find available seats. Only Ning Yuan remained, standing alone on the steps, his eyes quietly observing the silhouette of a girl in the audience. She had long white hair and wore a delicate, ice crystal-like hairpin atop her head. At that moment, she was engrossed in a time-worn, yellowed book. From Ning Yuan's vantage point, he could not discern the girl's features, yet her visage was already etched in his memory. Zhuo Qingwei, the first S-rank extraordinary being of Huaxia, a woman who had always epitomized otherworldly grace. Encountering this long-cherished acquaintance from his past life stirred little turbulence in Ning Yuan's heart. Now, with a mind as steadfast as iron, he retraced his steps and recognized the naivety of his younger self. He withdrew his gaze from Zhuo Qingwei and casually took a seat in an adjacent empty spot. Sensing a prolonged gaze upon her, Ning Yuan slightly turned her head to glance back in curiosity. Her eyes briefly lingered on Ning Yuan before shifting away. Meanwhile, Lu Yi ascended the podium, accompanied by 2 staff members, holding a tablet. Greetings, everyone. First, I extend my gratitude for your participation in this extraordinary meeting, Lu Yi began, addressing the nearly 100 individuals present. Before we commence, allow me to introduce this venue. This is the headquarters operational conference room, which will soon witness countless decisions and events that will alter the course of history. Some may wonder why this expansive operational room, capable of accommodating thousands, hosts only 50 of you. With that, Lu Yi's gaze swept across the scattered extraordinary beings. There are 2 primary reasons. First, aside from those engaged in missions, the number of extraordinary beings that can be urgently mobilized by headquarters is limited. Second, not every extraordinary being possesses the qualification to participate in this meeting. Those of you present today are all B rank and above. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly as they exchanged glances. All B rank. What a jest. How can there be so many B ranks gathered here? Is something monumental about to unfold? As the crowd pondered these thoughts, Lu Yi continued, with the introductions complete. We shall now discuss the meeting's agenda. However, I must inform you that everything you are about to hear is of the highest confidentiality. Any breach will be deemed treasonous, and the headquarters will spare no expense in administering capital punishment. He paused, confident that none would err in such a manner. Noticing the gravity of the attendees' expressions, Lu Yi gestured to a female staff member beside him, who promptly operated the tablet to activate a large display screen. Subsequently, a video began to play. A disheveled middle-aged man, appearing as a vagrant, filled the screen. He looked around nervously, his voice trembling. Report to headquarters. I found it. I found it. But I believe I have been discovered. I cannot return. When you see this footage, please gather personnel to the city of Godhood. The last known location I discovered was at the Huangyue Hotel in Songbei District. I cannot confirm whether this is the exact place. However, if headquarters centers operations here and deploys a sufficient number of extraordinary beings to conduct a wide-ranging search, they will surely find it. His voice quivered further, tinged with desperation. And if I die, please do not inform my mother. Just tell her I have gone abroad on a mission. Lastly, please ensure my family is taken care of. Chapter 37, Public and Private. As he finished speaking, the screen plunged into darkness. A rustling sound followed, indicating that the middle-aged man had utilized some special ability to conceal his phone. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the screen, as if a heavy foot had struck the ground. The man's panicked voice soon followed. Who are you? What do you want? After a silence of several seconds, a cold voice emerged from the dark screen. Why are you alone? Where are your companions? Companions? What companions? I don't understand what you're saying. Just then, another thud resonated. A female voice interjected. I haven't detected any suspicious individuals nearby. He should not be one sent by headquarters. Hearing her words, the cold voice fell silent for a moment before responding with sarcasm. So you're suggesting that this extraordinary being is merely an ordinary vagrant who happened upon us? What is impossible about that? We too are just here for a simple meal. Besides, do not forget that the rate of spiritual energy revival on this planet is accelerating. So there will certainly be more extraordinary beings emerging. Don't be surprised if some dogs and cats become extraordinary beings in the future. You are being overly cautious. The woman's tone hinted at her discontent. After a brief silence, the cold voice spoke again. Regardless, now is not the time for us to reveal ourselves recklessly. Furthermore, do not underestimate these humans. I almost fell victim to them when I first arrived on this planet due to my own underestimation. What do you propose we do? Relocate to another place. What? Relocate? After we have established ourselves in Dahu for so long, you wish to move because of this worthless vagrant? How will you explain this to those who have aligned themselves with you? Do I need to explain myself to you for what I choose to do? If you disagree, you are free to remain here. Fine, but relocating without drawing attention will take time, especially since their identities will raise immediate suspicion if they suddenly vanish. Hasten your efforts. I do not wish to be eliminated so early in the game. Understood. By the way, how do you intend to deal with this vagrant? What else is there to do? Eliminate him. Their dialogue completely disregarded the middle-aged man, treating him as though he were inconsequential. When the final words, eliminate him, were spoken, it was as if they were discussing the mere act of squashing an ant on the roadside. You, kill me? Why would you kill me? Murder is illegal. What do you intend to do? Realizing his fate was sealed, the middle-aged man adopted the guise of an accidental extraordinary being, fleeing while shouting for help. However, thud. The next moment, a sound of flesh being pierced echoed, and his cries abruptly ceased. Evidently, he lacked even the slightest ability to retali. He truly was just an accidental extraordinary being. The woman spoke again. In that case, perhaps we should remain here. After all, we have operated here for quite some time. Do not make me repeat myself. The cold male voice responded. Fine, let us leave. It is not a significant matter. The woman conceded reluctantly. Moments later, the crackling sound of fire slowly emanated from the pitch-black screen. As the screen was turned off, silence enveloped the conference room, with all eyes fixed on Lu Yi. Adjusting his glasses, Lu Yi opened a document spread before him and began to speak. This video material was acquired the night before last. The individual who had just appeared in the footage is named Lu Xing. He is one of the first extraordinary beings to join the headquarters since its establishment. Classified as B-level, with the ability of fusion. He was one of the extraordinary beings dispatched by the headquarters to investigate the notorious Incident 03. With Lu Yi's final words. The massive screen flickered back to life, showcasing the very video he had shown to recruit Ning Yuan. It depicted an incomprehensible and bizarre creature that had slaughtered over 600 individuals in a remote mountain village in Dazhong City. As the footage concluded, a series of gruesome and horrifying photographs followed, all sharing a similar theme. A mountainous backdrop stained red and black with blood and dismembered bodies. Lu Yi's voice resonated once more. We have pursued this alien entity for 4 years. To date, countless lives have been lost at its hands. We only managed to corner it once, 2 years ago, but ultimately it escaped. It was only through Lu Xing that we were able to truly pinpoint its location again the night before last. After finishing his statement, Lu Yi cast a piercing gaze at the assembly, his previously gentle demeanor now twisted into a menacing expression. Lu Xing is dead. He sacrificed himself without resistance for us to seize this opportunity. I understand him. We have pursued this creature for so long, knowing just how terrifying it is. If Lu Xing had resisted or revealed even a hint of his power, he would not only have perished, but the entity would have undoubtedly fled Dao City without hesitation. With that, Lu Yi clenched his fists. The purpose of convening you all today is singular, to assist the headquarters in eliminating these beings at all costs before they relocate. As Lu Yi concluded, the atmosphere grew heavy with dread among the scattered attendees. They had been summoned to act as pawns in a deadly game. Suddenly, a figure rose from the back of the room, slamming his hand onto the table. The crowd turned to see a burly young man in a jacket. His face shadowed with displeasure. Minister Lu, let me be frank. Had you informed me of the meeting's content beforehand, I would not have attended. Lu Yi maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the speaker. Zhang Yu, feel free to express your thoughts. However, I must remind you to think carefully about your position. Both personally and professionally. Personally and professionally, huh? Zhang Yu chuckled, his disdain evident. Minister Lu, your words lack substance. With that, Zhang Yu surveyed the dozens of participants in attendance and slowly continued. As far as I am aware, the perpetrator behind Incident 03 was surrounded by the headquarters 2 years ago. The battle was hasty, involving 39 B-level first-tier extraordinary beings, 83 C-level first-tier extraordinary beings, over 3,000 fully armed soldiers, and an array of formidable firepower. Yet, the enemy consisted of only one individual. Minister Lu, must I spell out the outcome? Zhang Yu's gaze was icy as he stared at Lu Yi, his anger boiling beneath the surface. Had he not possessed insider information, he might have unknowingly become a mere pawn in this deadly endeavor. With this thought, a hint of murderous intent flickered in Zhang Yu's eyes. How dare this ordinary man treat us extraordinary beings as fools? Chapter 38. Qin Guangyi. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's remarks, Lu Yi responded with an unflinching demeanor. 39 B-level first-tier extraordinary beings, 15 perished, 10 were severely injured, and 14 fled. 83 C-level first-tier extraordinary beings, 53 died, none were injured, and 30 escaped. Of the 3,655 fully armed soldiers, 3,420 were killed, 235 severely injured or disabled, with none escaping. The enemy sustained injuries and fled. The room fell into a hushed silence as they absorbed Lu Yi's cold statistics on casualties. At that moment, Zhang Yu's voice rang out again. In that battle, you severely underestimated the enemy's strength. Had the headquarters deployed those 2 second-tier extraordinary beings from the outset, perhaps this alien creature would have perished then. Now, 2 years have passed, and its power has surely increased, yet you still send us first-tier extraordinary beings into battle. Minister Lu, how is this any different from sending us to our deaths? As Zhang Yu's words hung in the air, many extraordinary beings began to scowl, their brows furrowing in concern. Just then, Lu Yi spoke up. First, the headquarters did indeed underestimate its strength initially. Second, when the battle commenced, Elder Qin was already on his way to the front lines, but ultimately arrived too late. In hindsight, this was a failure on the headquarters' part, leading to the dismissal of the former minister and many staff members. Third, you are absolutely correct. The enemy's strength has likely grown, and according to current intelligence, it is no longer alone. Hearing this, the unease among many extraordinary beings deepened. However, Lu Yi's gaze swept across the room, and he continued. Our ranks have swelled over the past 2 years, and our overall strength has become formidable. Thus, we shall emerge victorious in this battle. Furthermore, as the hope for the headquarters' future, it would be unthinkable for us to let you perish. Which is why you will not be the primary combatants in this operation, but rather provide peripheral support. The timing and circumstances have come upon us too swiftly. This is the best plan the headquarters can devise in a short span. As Lu Yi's words settled, many individuals fell into contemplation. Just then, Zhang Yu scoffed and shook his head. Minister, I lack the capability and will not participate in this mission. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's declaration, several others made up their minds to withdraw as well. Lu Yi observed Zhang Yu in silence, his expression unyielding. What none noticed was the tension building in Lu Yi's clenched hands on the podium. Just as someone was preparing to rise and decline participation like Zhang Yu, an elderly figure unexpectedly approached the podium. The man, with hair streaked with gray, was simply dressed, wearing old cloth shoes, and appeared lean and diminutive. One hand rested behind his back, while the other leaned on a wooden cane. Strangely, despite using the cane, the old man stood upright without a hint of stoop. The sight of this elder caused a shiver to run down Zhang Yu's spine, and those who had previously considered withdrawing suddenly regained their composure. Elder Qin. As the elder approached the podium, Lu Yi greeted him with a smile. Qin Guangyi. Ning Yuan watched the elder closely, a glimmer of seriousness flashing in his eyes. This man could be regarded as the backbone of the headquarters today. With a warm smile and a kind demeanor, Elder Qin nodded at Lu Yi and stood beside him. Oddly enough, this seemingly frail elder had not uttered a single word, yet a profound sense of inexplicable dread arose in the hearts of all present, prompting them to sit up straighter. Zhang Yu, should you wish to withdraw from this mission, you will also be expelled from the headquarters. Lu Yi's words pierced through the tension. Being expelled from the headquarters means losing all current privileges, and in the future, you will be monitored as an ordinary extraordinary being. Lu Yi's statement was not directed solely at Zhang Yu, but rather to all in attendance. The choice of whether to stay or go lies in your hands. The assembly fell into deep thought and hesitation upon hearing this. Zhang Yu found himself similarly astonished. He had not anticipated the headquarters would be so resolute, presenting him with an ultimatum. Now, 2 choices lay before him: to risk his life by participating in the mission and maintain his current standing. The decision to part ways with the headquarters was clear. These fools were utterly unaware of the terrifying foes they were about to face. For a first-tier extraordinary being, confronting them was akin to courting death. Nevertheless, departing from the headquarters was a matter of indifference. As for supervision, I, as an extraordinary being, am free as a bird soaring high in the sky. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu evidently arrived at a resolution. Under the watchful gaze of Elder Qin, he concealed his arrogance, displaying an apologetic smile as he spoke. Minister, I possess inadequate abilities. I shall withdraw from the headquarters and not burden you any longer. The crowd was taken aback, as most had not anticipated that Zhang Yu would prefer to resign rather than engage in this mission. In contrast, Ning Yuan's expression turned mocking upon hearing Zhang Yu's words. Zhang Yu, I will ask you once more, are you certain you wish to withdraw from the headquarters? On the platform, Lu Yi, maintaining a stoic demeanor, posed the question. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, glancing at the silent Elder Qin beside Lu Yi, who resembled a statue, and then nodded. Yes, I am certain. Lu Yi ceased further inquiries, merely picking up the tablet before him to tap rapidly. Soon, a series of photographs appeared on the vast screen. The angles from which these photos were taken were quite cunning, clearly surreptitious. The contents of the images left everyone profoundly astonished. Upon discerning the details, Zhang Yu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. At that moment, Lu Yi's voice resonated. Zhang Yu, since you are no longer a member of the headquarters, you shall now be investigated as a civilian extraordinary being. Over the past 3 months, you have, through your own capabilities, deceived and violated 7 women, beaten 2 to the point of disability, engaged in drug use, and consorted with minors. Lu Yi articulated each of Zhang Yu's misdeeds with precision, concluding by slamming the tablet forcefully onto the table before him. This time, his countenance was no longer composed. It contorted with rage as he berated Zhang Yu. You scoundrel! Do you know why we have not moved against you for your actions? If you were an ordinary person, you would have been apprehended long ago. It is solely because you are an extraordinary being, with the ability to save more lives. that the headquarters has chosen to turn a blind eye to your transgressions, provided you do not overstep certain boundaries. Now that you are needed to assist, yet you refuse to exert yourself, what purpose does your presence serve? It would be better to eradicate you, this malignant tumor, at once. Zhang Yu trembled, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Yi, and after a moment, gritted his teeth and spoke. You are surveilling me. Lu Yi merely regarded him coldly, remaining silent. Realizing the futility of his position, Zhang Yu turned to leave. In that instant, however, he caught a glimpse of Elder Qin, who had remained motionless like a statue. Suddenly moving, the elderly man gently raised his cane. Chapter 39, Intimidation. This action was so subtle that it could easily go unnoticed. Yet the ever-vigilant Zhang Yu perceived it clearly. The true extent of this guardian of the headquarters' strength was beyond his comprehension. But one thing was certain. He was undoubtedly far superior. Understanding this, Zhang Yu hesitated no longer. He propelled himself forward as if launched from a cannon, dashing toward the exit. In the blink of an eye, he reached the door. Just then, a thud resounded as the cane struck the ground. In an instant, all present felt as though an invisible hand gripped their hearts, rendering their bodies rigid and unresponsive. Zhang Yu's hand was mere inches from pushing open the door to freedom. Yet at that moment, he found himself utterly devoid of control, unable to move. Moreover, from the corner of his eye, he distinctly saw Elder Qin raising his cane once more. With this motion, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. No, you cannot. Even if I have sinned, it does not warrant death. To execute me before everyone. Do you not fear it will chill the hearts of all? Zhang Yu screamed in desperation. Observing Elder Qin's unwavering demeanor as the cane neared the ground, he hastily shifted his plea to Lu Yi. Minister, I was wrong. I will participate in this mission. Grant me a chance for redemption. Lu Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly upon him. Thud. Another strike of the cane echoed. This time, everyone regained their composure, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating. Yet Zhang Yu's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at Lu Yi on the platform. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. With a thud, Zhang Yu collapsed at the doorway, his eyes wide open in death. This sudden turn of events transpired so swiftly that all present gazed in horror at Elder Qin. How had he accomplished this? He had so effortlessly slain an extraordinary being, leaving Zhang Yu with no opportunity to escape. Ning Yuan scrutinized Elder Qin on the platform, reflecting inwardly. The voice and spirit, though classified as A-grade, had been developed to its utmost potential within this individual, rivaling even S-grade capabilities. One sound of a tremor, two sounds of shattering, three sounds of extinction. Qin Guangyi, supported by the state, possessed vast resources for cultivation and was likely at the third tier of strength now. Ning Yuan's gaze lingered on Elder Qin for a moment before shifting to Zhuo Qingyue, who had remained quietly engrossed in her reading without turning back. Is there anyone else wishing to withdraw from the headquarters? As the crowd fell silent, Lu Yi's voice resonated once more. No one responded. After a brief pause, Lu Yi picked up the tablet before him and continued. Since there are no objections, we will now formally commence the operational meeting. I invite Professor Yang Yuesian to the stage. He will provide you with detailed information regarding our adversaries, the extraterrestrial beings. As Lu Yi's words concluded, a figure rose from the front seats and approached the platform. Once Lu Yi made way for him, the audience finally discerned the man named Yang Yuesian. Clad in a white lab coat, with disheveled hair and dark circles under his eyes, he gazed at the crowd with a lackluster expression, slowly beginning to speak. What are extraterrestrial beings? Where do they originate? What are their objectives? How do their powers differ from ours? Yang Yuesian's words were starkly simple, devoid of embellishment. The audience listened intently. Global research into extraterrestrial beings and extraordinary individuals had persisted for nearly 2 decades. And some of the questions I just posed still lack definitive answers today. First, let us define what extraterrestrial beings are. Currently, academia defines them as cosmic life forms, not belonging to the biosphere of Blue Star. In simpler terms, they hail from beyond the stars and appear on our planet through some means. Regarding their purpose for being here, Yang Yuesian paused before continuing. No one knows the true answer. Presently, academia speculates 2 possibilities based on their behavior. Either they seek something or they are preparing to undertake certain actions. Finally, concerning their powers, it is known that the strength of extraordinary beings originates from their spiritual seeds, growing stronger with the maturation of their Tao trees. However, extraterrestrial beings strengthen differently. They grow more powerful with the passage of time without the need for cultivation. To put it another way, one might envision them as possessing immense power, yet bound by seals that gradually loosen over time. Research indicates that, in addition to their inherent strength increasing with time, The essence within human hearts also has a slight enhancing effect on their power. This elucidates why extraterrestrial beings engage in widespread slaughter of humans. Known capabilities among them include the ability to alter their forms. They can assume the likeness of any individual, indistinguishable both inside and out. They wield formidable strength and speed, along with various potent and unique abilities, which they refer to as divine powers. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a parched sensation in their throats, and the profound sense of disparity within them was indescribable. They were acutely aware of the stringent conditions required to become extraordinary beings, a status they had earned through perilous encounters with death. Moreover, the pursuit of enhancing their powers post-transformation necessitated relentless dedication to arduous training, with each incremental breakthrough often demanding years of effort. In stark contrast to these beings of otherworldly origin, who seemed to grow stronger effortlessly, their own endeavors appeared pathetically futile. "Professor Yang, your assertions are utterly absurd." A voice of dissent emerged from the back of the room. "If what you say is true, why should we even attempt to confront these so-called otherworldly beings? We might as well surrender entirely. Furthermore, how can you guarantee that your claims are infallibly accurate? Perhaps their path to power comes at a cost, just as ours does, but you have yet to uncover it." At this, the crowd turned to face the speaker, including Lu Yi, who regarded the individual with keen interest. Chun Xiaoduan remained unfazed under the collective scrutiny, his brow slightly furrowed as he regarded Yang Yuan, the stray grass clinging to his hair, swaying with every movement. Yang Yuan returned his gaze calmly before responding, "I can address your inquiries. Firstly, we must evaluate the overall strength of both factions. The otherworldly beings are not invincible, while their inherent strength and rate of enhancement may surpass those of extraordinary beings. We possess an advantage they lack: our sheer numbers. Throughout history, the unity of humanity has surmounted countless adversities. If we cannot prevail through individual efforts, we will prevail as hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, until victory is ours." Upon hearing this, many in the audience felt a jolt of resolve within. Yang Yuan continued, "As for your question regarding the certainty of my assertions, the answer is simple. Everything I have conveyed is derived from years of research on a captured otherworldly entity." This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Many instinctively rose from their seats, including some seasoned extraordinary beings at the front, who stared at Yang Yuan in disbelief. "Professor Yang, is that true? Our nation has actually captured and imprisoned an otherworldly being?" One individual, who had previously encountered such beings, asked excitedly, fully aware of their formidable nature. "Professor Yang, wasn't this information classified under the highest confidentiality by various nations?" Lu Yi inquired, his expression one of astonishment. Yang Yuan shook his head in response. "The information leaked the day before yesterday, and the captured being has since been urgently relocated." "What?" Lu Yi's eyes widened in shock. Such a critical piece of information had eluded him, despite being in the loop. Yang Yuan glanced at him and replied, "A friend informed me this morning, having participated in the relocation efforts. Additionally, someone will likely notify you of this information once this meeting concludes." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's face darkened with concern. Who leaked this information? Such a traitor deserves the harshest punishment." A voice from the front of the audience exclaimed angrily. Yang Yuan cast a glance at the man before responding in a measured tone. "The term traitor is inappropriate, as the location of the otherworldly being's confinement is not within our nation. However, you may refer to this unidentified leaker as a traitorous star." The middle-aged man who had voiced his outrage stiffened at this remark. "I shall say no more." Yang Yuan yawned, surveying the audience. "You should have a general understanding of the otherworldly beings by now. Oh, one more critical point I nearly forgot to mention. As extraordinary beings, you possess a unique intuition regarding these entities, which will alert you to their danger. Thus, when an otherworldly being is nearby, you can use this intuition to ascertain their identity. If you do not reveal your extraordinary presence, they will be unable to distinguish you from ordinary individuals. Concealing our strengths is indeed an advantage for us." He continued rapidly. "Extraordinary beings below the second tier who inadvertently encounter an otherworldly being must not reveal themselves and should quickly contact second-tier extraordinary beings for assistance. If you expose yourself and cannot reach a higher-tier extraordinary being, then your best option is to flee if possible. If escape is not feasible, please choose a location with fewer civilians to minimize casualties." With that, Yang Yuan strode toward another exit of the conference room, clearly intending to depart early. The audience remained silent, watching his retreating figure, unsure of how to respond. Lu Yi, equally speechless, regarded Yang Yuan. He had initially asked him to bolster their morale before the meeting, Yet now it seemed he had merely delivered a message of impending doom. Clearing his throat, Lu Yi finally spoke. Regarding this operation, second-tier extraordinary beings have already been dispatched to Dahu City as the main assault force. Your task as first-tier extraordinary beings is to scout and ensure the safety of your assigned areas. Furthermore, upon completion of this mission, headquarters will evaluate your contributions accordingly. Upon hearing of the rewards, many in the audience visibly relaxed. Lu Yi then picked up a list before continuing. I will now assign your tasks. Those whose names I call should come to the podium to collect the communication devices for this mission, which contain details of your assigned areas and scouting locations. Once you have confirmed the information, you may depart. Transportation will be arranged for you to Dahu City. As several staff members prepared on stage, Lu Yi began calling out names. Su Chang'e, Wu Chang'e, Wang Yin. Sitting near the front, Ning Yuan listened quietly as Lu Yi announced the names, observing the proceedings. Everything that had transpired thus far had confirmed his suspicions, whether regarding the outbreak incident in Dahu City or the leaked information mentioned by Yang Yuan. However, one surprising element for Ning Yuan was that these events, which had originally occurred years apart, were now unfolding simultaneously. It was worth noting that in his previous life, the revelation of the imprisoned entity had only surfaced 5 years after the Dahu City incident. Was the timeline itself the only variable to change? Lost in contemplation, Ning Yuan barely noticed the passage of time. Ning Yuan. When Lu Yi finally called his name, most of the first-tier extraordinary beings who had been summoned had already departed. Ning Yuan rose and approached the podium. Lu Yi regarded him with a faint smile as he handed over a small communication device. This is an internal communication device. Should you detect any signs of otherworldly beings, you can use it to contact the nearest extraordinary being. Additionally, the device features a location function to pinpoint areas requiring assistance. Ning Yuan took it, examining the device. It resembled a compact smartphone, equipped with only 3 functions: location, contact, and task. Opening the task function, he found the assignment details: task location, Dahu City, Songnan District, Mingli High School. Task content, centered around Mingli High School. Investigate any anomalies within a 10-kilometer radius and safeguard any unrelated personnel during critical moments. Upon seeing this location, Ning Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. You may have heard of this school. It is ranked second among the nation's top high schools, Lu Yi remarked, observing Ning Yuan's reaction. Your task is to safeguard these children. Ning Yuan. Initially, this responsibility was entrusted to a second-tier extraordinary being, yet I insisted on your involvement. Do you understand why? Upon hearing Lu Yi's words, Ning Yuan glanced at him and replied with a hint of indifference. Because I possess the ability to fly. Lu Yi paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, your ability to fly provides an additional means of mobility, which translates to a potential escape route in critical moments. After pondering Lu Yi's words, Ning Yuan suddenly inquired with a smile. Minister Lu, has the headquarters secretly dispatched a third-tier extraordinary being for this battle? With that, Ning Yuan cast a glance at the elderly Qin, who responded with a warm smile. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yi's eyes, and he gently patted Ning Yuan's shoulder. It's nearly time to depart. Given your abilities, a private aircraft is unnecessary. The location of Mingli High School is available on your communication device. Please maintain contact. Ning Yuan tucked the communication device into his pocket and turned towards the exit. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of a girl with flowing white hair seated in the front row. Zhuo Qingwei remained engrossed in her book, seemingly isolated from the surrounding world. With his back to everyone, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Ning Yuan's eyes. Chapter 41. The disparity upon exiting the underground conference room. Ning Yuan took the elevator back to the surface. Hello, sir. The helicopter is ready. Please follow me. A staff member greeted him, guiding him towards the helicopter bound for the airport. Ning Yuan waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. He pulled out his phone and messaged Ning Shaluo. On a mission, I want to be back for a while. Take care of yourself. Moments later, a reply from Ning Shaluo arrived. Is it dangerous? Not at all. Merely providing external assistance. All right. After putting away his phone, Ning Yuan, under the astonished gaze of several staff members, transformed into a black shadow and soared into the sky. 2 days later, in Dahu City, Songnan District. As the school bell rang, students from Mingli High School began to disperse from the campus. Outside the school, the road was already filled with vehicles waiting to pick up students. Hey, brother, do you know what strikes me most about setting up this stall? A middle-aged, slightly plump vendor at a roadside drink stall asked a young man seated nearby. What do you feel? Ning Yuan, bored and scrolling through his phone, glanced at the vendor. The disparity, the vendor replied, raising a finger to point ahead. For instance, do you see that girl with the ponytail? following the vendor's gaze. Ning Yuan indeed spotted a striking girl with a ponytail, her height and demeanor remarkable. Just then, a sleek black business car stopped in front of her. A suited driver quickly exited to retrieve her backpack and open the car door for her. Look at the car she's getting into. It's worth about 4 million. The vendor remarked, sighing. You can't imagine how many luxury cars have come to pick her up. This alone indicates the wealth her family possesses far exceeds our imagination. And over there. The vendor pointed again, and Ning Yuan saw another girl in a school uniform, her features delicate, smiling as she hopped onto an electric bike. The rider, a middle-aged woman, placed the girl's backpack in front and handed her a packaged snack. Do you see that girl? Same grade, attending the same prestigious high school. Yet she comes from an entirely different background than the girl who got into the luxury car. The vendor looked at his stall, then at the bustling street, lamenting. Just like me. We both sell goods, yet my drinks, made from the same ingredients as those brand-name products, yield only a fraction of their profits. They sit in air-conditioned stores, earning effortlessly, while I toil outside, paying $100 a day for stall fees, scraping by on meager earnings. At this point, the vendor turned on his speaker, and the sound of his advertisements filled the air. Freshly squeezed juice, iced milk tea. As Ning Yuan observed the departing students, he responded to the vendor, do not envy the wealthy. While they possess all this, they are bound to lose something in return. Oh, your words are intriguing. What do they lose? The middle-aged vendor asked curiously. They lose their worries. Ning Yuan replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of the juice before him. The vendor stared at him. Speechless. Are you a recent graduate who can't find a job and is avoiding home, hence spending the day here sipping juice? Ning Yuan looked at him in confusion. Why do you think that? By the way, may I borrow your power bank? As the vendor handed over his power bank, he inwardly scoffed, thinking, a person as articulate as you would be lucky to succeed in an interview. Meanwhile, students began to pass by, and the vendor's drink stall gradually attracted customers. Xinran, are you thirsty? Shall I get you 2 cups of coffee? No need, Minglang. Xiaoming and I will just wander around for a bit. You can head back first. And we'll take a taxi later. Xinran, what could possibly happen to me? It's been so long since we gathered. I'll take you and Xiaoming to a fun place later. At the entrance of the commercial street, 3 individuals stood in conversation, drawing the attention of passers-by, including the vendor, who frequently glanced their way. The trio, a young man and 2 women, were striking. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, tall and handsome, while the 2 girls presented stark contrasts in style, one tall and elegant, the other petite and charming. The taller girl, looking in her 20s, had flawless features and a tall figure, her straight jeans accentuating her perfect legs, while the hem of her white t-shirt was knotted, subtly revealing her flat, fair midriff. The girl standing beside her wore loose school attire, her shoulder-length hair framing her youthful face, her delicate features even more pronounced than those of her companion. There's no need to play. Thank you for picking up Xiaoming. Otherwise, I would surely miss the time, Xia Xinran said as she took her sister's hand. Oh, it's just a small favor. It's unfortunate that guy wasn't careful while driving and bumped into you. Still, what a coincidence that I returned home just a few days ago and happened to run into you under these circumstances. Song Minglang smiled as he spoke. Noting that Xia Xinran seemed reluctant to leave, he added, I was planning to gather our childhood friends in a few days. Xia Xinran's brows furrowed slightly. But given that he had just helped her and was an old friend, she felt it inappropriate to be too harsh. At that moment, her younger sister, Xiaoming, who had been silently standing beside her, tugged at her hand. Curiously, Xia Xinran looked at her sister, who pointed towards the nearby drink stall, her voice barely audible. I want to drink that. Xia Xinran glanced in the direction she indicated, noting the crowd of students around the drink stall. Xiaoming, do you want that? Xiaoming nodded gently. The vendor, seeing this, cautioned, Xiaoming, that roadside drink is likely unsanitary. You mustn't drink it. If you're thirsty, I can buy you something better from the store. However, Xiaoming did not respond to Song Minglang and directly took Xia Xinran's hand, heading towards the beverage stand. Chapter 42, Coincidence. Perhaps the vendor's drinks were indeed of excellent quality and reasonable price, as many students gathered after school. At the lone table, several students surrounded Ning Yuan, watching him play Candy Crush. Bro, what era are we in? You're still playing such an old game. My mom doesn't even play it anymore, teased a lively girl. Ning Yuan glanced at her and retorted, your mom is still young. When she grows older, she'll find Candy Crush quite entertaining. The girl's lips twitched at his remark. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, wow, am I hallucinating? Look, isn't that Xiaoming? It really is her. Given the direction she's coming from, could it be she's here to buy drinks? As Xia Xinran and the others approached, the students originally surrounding the beverage stand instinctively parted to make way. Take your time choosing. We're quite busy, and you'll have to wait a bit. The vendor said without looking up, engrossed in making drinks. Xiaoming, what do you want to drink? Xia Xinran asked after inspecting the stand and finding it relatively clean. Xiaoming looked at the fresh juice section and pointed to the signature orange juice. Boss, 2 or 3 cups of the signature orange juice. Xia Xinran informed the vendor upon Xiaoming's selection. All right, 3 cups of signature orange juice. There are still 10 people ahead, so you might need to wait about 20 minutes. The vendor glanced at the 3 of them, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, and then he hastened his movements. Upon hearing the wait time of 20 minutes, Xia Xinran hadn't yet spoken, but Song Minglang, standing nearby, appeared displeased. On such a hot day, waiting 20 minutes is too long. Here's the deal, boss, he said, pulling out his phone to scan the vendor's payment code. I'll transfer you 1,000 yuan. Just make us 3 cups first. Hearing this, Xia Xinran frowned and interjected, Minglang, what do you mean by that? We can wait 20 minutes. Besides, aren't these students waiting too? Oh, Xinran, are you really going to endure this heat? This isn't a shopping mall, Song Minglang chuckled, entering his password. However, the vendor looked at him and firmly declined. Sorry, buddy, first come, first served is the rule. Song Minglang was taken aback by the response, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. Rules, I like rules. As he laughed, a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes before he continued. How about this? I'll transfer you 10,000. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment at Song Minglang's words. The vendor was also taken aback, and a surge of anger rose within him. Song Minglang, if you don't want to wait, you can leave, Xia Xinran's cold voice rang out. Xinran, don't interfere. There's nothing in this world that can't be bought. Especially for people like us. After saying this, Song Minglang flashed a gentle smile at Xia Xinran, then turned to the vendor and slowly spoke. So boss, is 10,000 enough? The vendor stared at him, then said, get lost. I want to do business with you. Fine, you're impressive, Song Minglang replied, giving the vendor a thumbs up. He then altered the payment amount on his phone, adding a 0 to make it 100,000, turning his phone towards the vendor. Song Minglang's smile grew even more radiant. 100,000, make us 3 cups of drinks first. This is your last chance. You have 10 seconds to decide, agree or refuse. The vendor stared intently at Song Minglang and then at the amount on his phone. 6, 5, 4. The onlooking students couldn't help but cheer silently. Agree, just agree. 2, 1. All right, I'll make them for you. The moment Song Minglang finished counting down, the vendor, his face flushed, reluctantly agreed. For some reason, upon hearing the vendor's consent, the surrounding students let out a collective sigh of relief. Ha ha. You clearly know which is more important, face or money. Song Minglang laughed as he transferred the 100,000 yuan. Choose the oranges carefully. Wash them thoroughly before making the drinks. If we get sick, you won't be able to afford it. The vendor, whether out of excitement or anger, trembled slightly as he selected the oranges. He looked apologetically at the surrounding students and said, everyone, I'll serve them first, and your drinks will be free as compensation. The students around him were immediately overjoyed. Watching Song Minglang's smug expression, Xia Xinran felt a flicker of disdain. Xiaoming, let us go. We won't drink anymore. I'll make you something when we get home. Xia Xinran attempted to pull Xiaoming's hand, but found it empty. Looking down, she realized Xiaoming was no longer by her side. Xiaoming? Xia Xinran quickly scanned the area. Sister, Xiaoming is over there. A nearby girl pointed to a table surrounded by students. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinran looked over and saw that 5 or 6 students had gathered around, with Xiaoming among them, and the girls around her kindly made some space. Isn't it, bro? Are you using hacks in Candy Crush? One exclaimed. I think so too. Otherwise, how could you keep getting combos? As Xia Xinran approached, she caught their conversation and grabbed Xiaoming's hand. Xiaoming, don't watch anymore. At that moment, her tall figure allowed her to finally see Ning Yuan, who was encircled by others. Xiaoming turned to look at her sister. Noticing the dazed expression on Xia Xinran's face as she stared at the young man playing the game, and disbelief washed over her features. It was the first time Xiaoming had seen such an expression on her sister's face since she could remember, igniting her curiosity. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan also glanced at the Xia sisters, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What a coincidence, we meet again. Upon hearing this, the scene from her dreams flooded Xia Xinran's mind, the blood-soaked images of slaughter that had haunted her. Just recalling that moment made her long legs feel weak. Ah, indeed. What a coincidence. After a brief hesitation, Xia Xinran refrained from addressing him as senior and instead offered a respectful smile, saying, I am Xia Xinran, and this is my sister. Xiaoming, so this is you, Ning Yuan remarked, glancing at Xiaoming, a flicker of something unidentifiable passing through his eyes. He then took her delicate hand in his, smiling as he said, "No need to call me senior. We are of similar age. You can just call me Ning Yuan." Hearing Ning Yuan's kind response, Xia Xinran felt her anxiety dissipate considerably. "Xinran, the drinks are ready." Just then, Song Minglang approached, carrying 3 cups of juice. "Xinran, we should head." His words abruptly halted as his gaze swept over Ning Yuan and then landed on the tightly clasped hands of the two. Song Minglang narrowed his eyes slightly and forced a smile as he inquired, "Xinran, who is this?" Xia Xinran retracted her hand and looked at Song Minglang, responding flatly, "This is a friend of mine." "A friend? The friends of Xinran are also my friends." Upon hearing this, Song Minglang quickly smiled and extended his right hand towards Ning Yuan. "I am Song Minglang, and I have known Xinran since childhood. May I inquire which esteemed family your friend hails from? And where are you currently employed?" Ning Yuan glanced at him and then responded with a peculiar smile. "I am not from an influential family. I currently work as a security guard at a company." Taken aback by this revelation, Song Minglang scrutinized Ning Yuan, his brow slightly furrowing as he withdrew his hand. The attire and demeanor of the other party did not resemble that of their social circle at all. "How did you meet Xinran?" Song Minglang inquired with curiosity. "Song Minglang, why does it concern you how we met?" At this moment, Xia Xinran felt an inexplicable tension and hastily took out her phone to look at Ning Yuan. "Ning, brother Ning, since fate has brought us together, shall we exchange contact information? You helped me the last time, and I wish to find an opportunity to express my gratitude." After pondering for a moment, Ning Yuan nodded in agreement. Once they exchanged contact details, Xia Xinran smiled at Ning Yuan and bid farewell. "We shall take our leave now, brother Ning." With that, she disregarded Song Minglang beside her, taking Xia Ming's hand and heading straight towards a taxi waiting by the roadside. "Xinran, let me give you a ride home," Song Minglang called out, hastening after them to persuade her. But Xia Xinran simply entered the car and instructed the driver to depart. Watching the taillights of the car, Song Minglang's smile gradually faded, replaced by a somber expression. He casually tossed the 3 drinks he had just purchased for 100,000 into a trash bin, then turned back to confront Ning Yuan, questioning him. "How do you know her? Why is Xia Xinran being so courteous to you?" Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan glanced at him and, with a knowing smile, remarked, "You mean us? How should I describe it? Our acquaintance is rather complex. In short, it was quite thrilling. And she was so soft that she took a long time to recover." "Thrilling? Soft? Took a long time to recover?" Song Minglang gasped, his breath catching. His gaze towards Ning Yuan transformed, infused with anger and a sense of humiliation. If the truth was as he suspected, he could not bear the thought of his longtime crush being won over by a man who was inferior to him in every regard. Ning Yuan, perceiving the shift in Song Minglang's demeanor, observed him with an amused expression, as if savoring an intriguing performance. Perhaps it was the scornful smile on Ning Yuan's face that deeply wounded Song Minglang's pride. He clenched his fist and erupted in anger. "You laugh, you filthy loser." Just as Song Minglang prepared to step forward and deliver a blow to Ning Yuan's smirking face, his shadow inexplicably merged with his body. In an instant, Song Minglang found himself unable to control his body, halted in his tracks. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan maintained his playful smile as he regarded him. "What is happening to my body?" Song Minglang realized he had completely lost the sensation of his own physique. It was as though he were a patient on an operating table under general anesthesia. The only difference being that while the patient was unconscious, his mind remained vividly aware. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. Just then, his body began to move against his will. "What is going on? What is happening?" "No." Song Minglang's consciousness sharply perceived his body turning to walk towards the roadside. Yet he could not exert any control, not even to speak. It was as if he were an outsider, helplessly watching his body stride toward the bus stop. At that moment, during rush hour, several commuters and students waited at the bus stop. Song Minglang stood among them, quietly waiting. Around him, a few young women discreetly admired the exceptionally tall and handsome man. As time swiftly passed, and the traffic flowed endlessly, the sound of brakes echoed as a bus pulled up to the stop. The doors opened slowly, and many began to board the bus in an orderly fashion. Yet, Song Minglang remained like a statue, standing silently. Observing his lack of intention to board, the bus driver closed the doors. With a creaking sound, the bus began to move. At that moment, a young girl, waiting for the next bus, nervously tapped Song Minglang, hoping to ask for his contact information. However, as soon as her hand brushed against him, he suddenly collapsed as if he were deliberately seeking death, positioning his head beneath the recently activated bus. The massive wheels rolled over him without any hindrance. A thud echoed, reminiscent of a watermelon shattering upon impact. A middle-aged woman, who had just purchased a watermelon, dropped it in horror at the sight before her. Instantly, the bus stop erupted in screams. Chapter 44. The truth. The shrill sound of alarms echoed as police cars and ambulances sped by. Nearby, students conversed, saying, "Someone in the group mentioned a bus hit someone ahead. Let us go check it out." The busy middle-aged vendor glanced curiously at the road ahead. Strange. I've never heard of a bus hitting someone in all my years here, let alone killing someone outright. Sighing, he noted the fading light, and, seeing no business, began to wrap up for the day. "By the way, young man," he casually chatted with Ning Yuan while cleaning up, "Isn't it odd? I made 100,000 today, and I should be thrilled, yet I feel utterly unfulfilled." Ning Yuan glanced at him, responding calmly, "Why ponder so much? Money can provide a good life, but dignity offers only self-comfort." The vendor paused, pondering Ning Yuan's words, then tentatively asked, "Young man, if it were you, wouldn't you choose money? After all, who wouldn't he want it?" Ning Yuan tossed his drink cup into the trash, rising to declare simply, "No." The middle-aged vendor's expression changed, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. Who would have thought that this young man would prefer dignity over 10,000? Compared to him, I am truly. Just as the vendor began to regret his thoughts, Ning Yuan, turning to leave, added, "I want both." The vendor watched Ning Yuan's retreating figure, his earlier intention of giving him a free drink evaporating. Not long after, as the vendor finished tidying up and prepared to ride his tricycle home, several police officers accompanied by 2 students approached him. "Is this the place?" One officer inquired of the students. "Yes, officer, that's the person who bought juice here," the student replied. After hearing this, the officer turned to the vendor, then examined his tricycle. He exchanged a glance with his partner, and 3 other officers stepped forward to search the tricycle. "Hey, what are you doing? Selling here is permitted. I've paid my stall fee," the vendor protested. But the lead officer stopped him with a hand. He pulled out a photo from his phone and displayed it to the vendor. "We are from the Songnin District Police Station. This person recently bought a drink from you, correct?" The vendor, upon seeing the photo of Song Ming Lang, froze momentarily before nodding. "Yes, he came by not long ago and bought 3 cups of juice." The police, observing his expression, spoke. "He is dead. Just 200 meters ahead at the bus stop. He was crushed under the wheels of the bus as it started moving." The middle-aged vendor was momentarily taken aback. His face soon filled with disbelief. Song Ming Lang. This individual could not possibly have taken his own life, even though the manner of his death resembled suicide. The police continued. "Thus, we need to investigate everyone associated with him today." Seeing other officers rummaging through his tricycle, the vendor, with a pained expression, spoke up, "Officer, I have no enmity with him. You don't suspect me of poisoning his drink, do you?" The leading officer cast him a glance. "No one is accusing you of poisoning. This is merely a standard exclusion check." As darkness enveloped the sky, and with nothing substantial turning up, the police, under the pretext of needing to test the drink's composition, took the entire tricycle away, along with the middle-aged vendor. On the rooftop of Mingli High School, Ning Yuan looked expressionless at the scene below. Song Minglang was dead. The Song family would not let this matter rest easily. If the truth of this incident remained undiscovered, then the middle-aged vendor would be deemed the murderer. It should be noted that he still held the 100,000 yuan for beverages that Song Minglang had transferred to him. After all, who in their right mind would spend such a sum on 3 cups of juice? Contemplating this, Ning Yuan gazed at the night sky, then sat cross-legged, commencing his breathing exercises for the day. The invisible primordial energy in the dark heavens was drawn to him and subsequently absorbed into his body by the Dao tree. Over the past month, the second spirit fruit on Ning Yuan's Dao tree had grown increasingly robust and crystalline. At the current pace, relying solely on his gradual cultivation, he would require at least another 6 months to break through to the 3rd stage. The progress felt somewhat sluggish, due to certain events unfolding prematurely. A sense of urgency had begun to stir within Ning Yuan. For extraordinary beings, enhancing their realm, aside from the accumulation of personal training over time, also involved consuming spiritual substances to accelerate their cultivation speed. However, such spiritual substances were exceedingly rare, coveted treasures that extraordinary beings pursued fervently. Moreover, in this current era, although the headquarters had not explicitly stated the quantity of spiritual substances they possessed, Ning Yuan could discern from his experience that the supply within the headquarters was limited. These substances were primarily reserved for those extraordinary beings with formidable backgrounds, like Elder Qin and Zhuo Qingwei, or at the very least, as rewards for those who had made significant contributions. As for Ning Yuan, there was no possibility of obtaining spiritual substances from the headquarters unless he devised a means to compel them to provide him with some. As time passed, The deep night at Mingli High School was enveloped in silence. It was now 1 a.m. Ning Yuan stood up, stretching his body, then vanished from the rooftop. Over the past few days, he had idled away time during the day and scoured the surroundings at night for any unusual occurrences. Although he was aware of what was to come, the reincarnated Ning Yuan was far more cautious than his previous self. He would not allow unforeseen events to disrupt him. In the darkness, Ning Yuan soared towards a specific direction. As he passed a street, he suddenly sensed something watching him. Pausing midair, he glanced down. On the illuminated street below, there was not a single figure, only a few stray dogs scavenging for food. Frowning at this sight, Ning Yuan was certain that he had indeed been observed. After all, he was high above, and it was the dead of night, making it impossible for the naked eye to detect him. After waiting for a while, the sensation of being watched did not return. Ning Yuan shifted his gaze to the stray dogs. Noticing no abnormalities, he departed. Approximately half an hour later, a yellow dog beside a trash can regurgitated the food in its mouth, then sighed deeply, muttering to itself, "What a day! What was that creature earlier? Flying around at this hour? If I had looked away a moment longer, it might have noticed me." With this thought, the yellow dog instinctively looked up at the sky again. At that moment, it nearly lost control of its bladder. For Ning Yuan had somehow returned, standing high above, gazing down at the yellow dog with a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Woof!" the yellow dog exclaimed, scrambling away on all fours. Darting into an alley like a gust of wind, it twisted and turned, hoping to escape Ning Yuan's gaze by navigating the complex terrain. However, as it ran, the yellow dog sensed something was amiss. Its limbs began to move against its will. "Damn it!" the yellow dog cursed, horrified, as it helplessly found itself retracing its steps. Under the streetlight, Ning Yuan stood quietly. Soon, the terrified yellow dog approached him, its expression a mix of fear and uncertainty. Observing the dog's complex demeanor, Ning Yuan was taken aback. He had heard of cases where ordinary animals ingested spiritual seeds and became extraordinary beings, but he had never witnessed it firsthand. Fundamentally, these unintelligent extraordinary beings, upon acquiring power, often lack the knowledge to wield it, leading to their demise in bizarre manners, such as attempting to run and falling off a cliff, drowning in a river, or crashing headlong into an obstacle. However, the yellow dog before Ning Yuan was different from the extraordinary beings he had envisioned. It could glance at itself, feel fear, flee, and even its eyes conveyed its current mindset. Contemplating this, Ning Yuan addressed the yellow dog. "I will now lift the restraints placed upon you and ask you some questions. If you understand, do not flee. If you do, escape." He cast a sidelong glance at a nearby stray dog that was eating. In the next moment, that dog was silently reduced to a heap of flesh. "If you run, I will assume you cannot comprehend my words, and your fate will mirror that of its." Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words and witnessing the gruesome scene, the yellow dog trembled. Wisps of invisible shadows, unseen by the yellow dog, flowed from its body and merged with the night. It felt itself regain control over its body. Suppressing the instinct to flee, the yellow dog stood on its hind legs, bowing and pleading, my lord, spare my life. I have never committed any wrongdoing. My heart is pure, and the heavens can bear witness." Ning Yuan regarded the talking dog with curiosity. "You can speak?" "Yes, my lord. I originally could only understand but not speak. However, having lived as a stray dog on this street for a year, constantly hearing people talk and occasionally finding discarded books in the trash to read, I gradually learned the human language." The yellow dog's speech was clear and fluent, indistinguishable from that of a normal person. Ning Yuan paused for a moment, intrigued, and then asked, "Do you recall what you ate that caused this transformation?" The yellow dog hesitated for a moment, then sheepishly replied, "To let my lord know, I was just an ordinary stray dog. Once, while rummaging through a trash can for food, I discovered a small orb that emitted a faint glow. It seems that after accidentally consuming that orb, I gradually became more intelligent." Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan sighed with a hint of melancholy. That orb, shaped like a spiritual seed, had clearly been discarded as a child's toy. "Have you noticed any special abilities within yourself?" Ning Yuan inquired, scrutinizing the yellow dog. The extraordinary abilities of the golden retriever seemed to be pondering the implications of Ning Yuan's words. After a brief moment, it tentatively began to speak. "I possess remarkable speed and considerable strength. What else? Would you consider my exceptional reading and learning abilities as part of my talents?" Ning Yuan nodded, urging it to continue. As the golden retriever spoke, a sudden glimmer radiated from its eyes. In an instant, Ning Yuan, who was locked in gaze with it, felt a jolt in his mind, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness. Observing this, the golden retriever grinned with a toothy smile. Then, it abruptly lunged forward, its jaws aimed at Ning Yuan's neck. Damn that extraordinary being. If I'm captured, my fate is sealed. I might as well take a gamble. Snap. The golden retriever's teeth failed to sink into Ning Yuan's neck, instead clamping down on a shadow that had materialized before him. What on earth is this? Is this its ability? Impossible. I had clearly taken control of its consciousness. Could it be that this creature activated its power in that brief moment of my unconsciousness? With no time for further contemplation, the golden retriever, realizing it had squandered its chance, turned to flee. In but 3 seconds, Ning Yuan's dazed eyes suddenly regained their clarity. He coldly regarded the empty space before him, and then he vanished without a trace. Soon after, the sound of the golden retriever's continuous wailing echoed from an uninhabited courtyard on the street. Minutes later, the golden retriever, with a swollen head, knelt before Ning Yuan, crying and pleading for mercy. "My lord, please stop. I concede, truly." Ning Yuan, with a murderous intent in his gaze, coldly inquired, "I shall ask you one final time. How did you come to be in this state, and what is your ability?" The golden retriever hastily replied, "My lord, I speak the truth. I became this way after eating a luminous bead from a trash can while wandering. My ability is linked to my consciousness. It not only grants me exceptional memory and learning capacity, but also allows me to temporarily cloud the minds of those who meet my gaze." Understanding dawned on Ning Yuan. The abilities of the spirit seed were indeed connected to consciousness, which explained its awakening. After a moment of reflection, he continued to question the golden retriever. "You mentioned extraordinary beings. How do you know about them?" The golden retriever hesitated before responding. "I overheard them. They are referred to as such within the ranks of the officials of Dehu City. I tracked one for quite some time. He is a complete fool, utterly oblivious to my presence as I stealthily listened to his conversations." With this, the golden retriever beamed a sycophantic smile at Ning Yuan. "You are truly remarkable, my lord. Even from thousands of miles away, I was discovered with just a glance." Chapter 46. The club. After hearing the golden retriever's words, Ning Yuan suddenly inquired, "Since you have followed the Dehu City official for so long, you must be aware of the current situation there. Do you know where the otherworldly beings are located?" At this, the golden retriever fell silent, its eyes betraying an unmistakable fear. After a moment, it nodded. "Yes, I do know of a place where the otherworldly beings reside." "Take me there," Ning Yuan commanded. The golden retriever's tail tucked between its legs as it fervently shook its head in refusal. "No, if you are discovered, you will surely perish, and I will too. Do not worry. I only wish to observe," Ning Yuan assured. The golden retriever hesitated but wilted under Ning Yuan's menacing gaze. Clearly, the choice between immediate death and the gamble of evading discovery weighed heavily on it. "Then you must heed my instructions. As far as I know, they can sense any anomalies within 1,000 meters. This includes the aura emitted by extraordinary beings when they exert their abilities, as well as any hostility or prolonged gazes directed at them." The golden retriever's revelation surprised Ning Yuan, prompting him to ask, "How do you know this?" A flash of unease crossed the golden retriever's swollen face. After a moment's hesitation, it stammered, "Although my ability has granted me extraordinary intelligence, it comes with drawbacks. I possess an insatiable curiosity about the unknown, whether it be knowledge or something else. For a time, I could no longer contain my intrigue about these beings from beyond the blue star, so I risked following them. The information I just shared with you was gleaned from their own conversations." Ning Yuan regarded the dog with an odd expression. He had to admit, despite its fear of death, this dog had shown remarkable bravery. Clearly, it had once masqueraded as an ordinary dog to approach those otherworldly beings, who had remained blissfully unaware of this extraordinary canine. With this thought, Ning Yuan and the golden retriever vanished from the courtyard. Under the golden retriever's guidance, they swiftly arrived at a bustling urban area. This location, adjacent to Songnan district, was teeming with towering skyscrapers and vibrant activity. "Stop. This is far enough. No closer." As the golden retriever's urgent warning echoed, the duo appeared silently on the rooftop of an office building under the night sky. The golden retriever's eyes darted around anxiously, its swollen face betraying its tension. It then lifted a paw, pointing in a specific direction. "There is a private club. What you seek is within." Ning Yuan attuned himself to his surroundings and followed the golden retriever's indication to a building nearly 2,000 meters away. This club was situated in a prime location, surrounded by expansive lawns that isolated it from the bustling city, a testament to the wealth of its proprietors. Noticing Ning Yuan's unwavering gaze fixed on the place, the golden retriever quickly cautioned, "Do not stare for too long, and certainly do not show any hostility. Even though we are over 1,000 meters away, one can never know if their perception extends further." However, Ning Yuan did not withdraw his gaze. Instead, He wore a peculiar smile as he replied, "Fear not. They are preoccupied and will not notice us." "What do you mean?" The golden retriever's curiosity was piqued by Ning Yuan's odd demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, it focused intently on the club, its eyes faintly glowing blue. As the blurred scene before them sharpened, the golden retriever's eyes widened in shock. Through the club's vast floor-to-ceiling windows, they could see the interior clearly. At that moment, a lavish and decadent party was underway in the club's hall. Good heavens! What is this? The golden retriever was at a loss for words, staring in disbelief at the spectacle. In stark contrast, Ning Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. 24 individuals, 4 men and 20 women. From the expressions of these women, it is evident that they are under some form of mental control. Among the 4 men, 2 appeared to be ordinary, while the other 2 were likely the otherworldly beings you mentioned. The golden retriever looked at Ning Yuan in astonishment. "Are you saying these women are being controlled?" Ning Yuan nodded. "Such beasts." The golden retriever shook its head in dismay, then seemed to recall something and quickly corrected itself. "No, they are even worse than beasts." After venting its frustration, the golden retriever scrutinized the club's interior once more, and indeed, the women within were mostly in their early 20s, each possessing striking beauty and physique. Though some appeared vacant, their faces were marred by expressions of pain, tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. Just as the golden retriever was about to voice its thoughts, an unfolding scene left it utterly perplexed. A man with emerald hair extended his right index finger and pressed it against the chest of the woman in his embrace. Blood slowly oozed from around his fingertip until the entirety of his finger disappeared into the wound. He withdrew his finger, savoring the blood with a look of ecstasy on his face. Despite the gaping hole in her chest, the woman maintained a smile throughout, resembling a mere puppet. Once he had cleaned his finger of the crimson liquid, he placed his palm over her chest. Before long, when his hand was removed, the wound had completely healed. What were they doing? The large yellow dog gasped in astonishment at the scene before him. I had followed this green-haired man before and had never witnessed such an act. Could he have changed for the better? Changed for the better? Huh. Ning Yuan sneered at the yellow dog's words. The healing of the wound you witnessed is merely an illusion. These women are but ordinary beings. With their hearts damaged, they will surely perish within a month. The yellow dog gasped in shock. I recall them devouring their victims alive. How have they become so docile? If what you say is true, their methods of concealment are becoming increasingly terrifying. Chapter 47. The mysterious woman inside the club. 2 overweight middle-aged men were out of breath and drenched in sweat from their revelry. They staggered over to a sofa where a man lounged with one leg crossed over the other. One of them grasped the man's hand and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your hospitality. If we receive any news in the coming days, we will certainly inform you first." Indeed, indeed. The confidentiality regarding tasks related to extraordinary individuals has reached unprecedented levels. Acquiring accurate information directly is now impossible. Relying solely on fragmented news to speculate, the other chimed in, draining his glass of expensive red wine. "No worries. As long as you two are sincere, we will always be friends," Mr. Zhang replied with a smile, raising his wine glass. The 2 men exchanged pleasantries before Mr. Zhang personally escorted them to the door, watching as they departed in their vehicle. Upon returning to the room, the naked young man with green hair expressed his dissatisfaction. "Brother Zhang, since these 2 are of no further use, why do you still entertain them?" Zhang Xian glanced at the young man and then at the women in the room, his expression remaining impassive. "How I conduct myself is not for you to instruct. Moreover, separate them and send them back promptly." The green-haired youth shrugged and replied, "All right, I will return them now." After saying this, he extended his hands, fingers splayed, and a pale yellow light spread from his palms, enveloping everyone before him. "Ladies, our delightful night comes to an end. Return home and do not delay your work in the morning." As he spoke, the 20 girls in the room began dressing, moving like marionettes as they exited. On the rooftop, Ning Yuan and the large yellow dog silently observed the unfolding scene, neither daring to speak. TSK, why are you merely watching? Shouldn't you be enraged and rush in to save the damsel?" At that moment, a soft, alluring voice echoed behind Ning Yuan. He turned sharply to see a figure standing a short distance away, a woman clad in a black ancient gown, her face shrouded by a sheer veil, revealing only her bright eyes. Both her vintage attire and the stealthy manner of her arrival instilled an eerie sensation. The yellow dog feigned ignorance, yet inwardly it was terrified, unable to fathom how they might perish if she chose to strike. With fingers slightly curled, Ning Yuan scrutinized the woman in the black dress, his mind racing through memories that resonated with her presence. As he observed her, she too regarded him with intense scrutiny. Suddenly, a peculiar event transpired upon seeing his face. The woman staggered back several steps, her formerly smiling eyes now wide with shock. "Why you?" she stammered, her voice quivering. Noticing her reaction, Ning Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you?" After a prolonged silence, the woman finally exhaled deeply. "It seems the time has come." She continued to gaze at Ning Yuan, this time with meticulous attention, making him feel increasingly uneasy. In the next moment, she extended a slender, delicate finger toward his face. The yellow dog watched in stunned silence, and Ning Yuan felt a jolt of alarm as she suddenly appeared before him, mere feet away. The woman's voice was filled with confusion as an unseen force blocked her finger. Instantly, she recoiled, retreating as deep fissures silently appeared on the ground where she had stood. Ning Yuan's expression darkened as he regarded the woman, realizing that she had effortlessly evaded his attack. She sighed softly before saying, "I harbor no ill will towards you and do not wish to engage in conflict." Despite her words, Ning Yuan remained guarded, his gaze fixed upon her as he coldly asked, "Who exactly are you?" The woman studied him quietly before softly replying, "You may call me Yunxi." Ning Yuan frowned slightly, pondering this name, but found it unfamiliar. "You are not an extraordinary being, yet you bear no trace of an alien essence. What exactly are you?" After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yuan posed this inquiry, causing the yellow dog to tense up in trepidation. What? Neither human nor alien? Could she be a ghost or a demon? Upon hearing his words, Yunxi chuckled lightly. "It is too late today, and I do not wish to intrude upon your urgent matters. If we are to meet again, we can converse further." With that, she stepped back gracefully, her form vanishing like a specter into the enveloping darkness of the night. As she disappeared, the yellow dog stammered, "Is she a monster or a ghost?" Ning Yuan gazed pensively into the night, shaking his head. "I do not know." The yellow dog shivered. "This world is becoming increasingly mad." Ning Yuan cast a pointed glance at it. Indeed, it is growing ever more chaotic. With that, he and the yellow dog vanished from the rooftop. In a nearby street, Ning Yuan returned the yellow dog to its previous location. "You will remain here for the time being. I will return shortly to enlist your help with a task. Do not even think of fleeing, lest..." He glanced at the shadow of the yellow dog upon the ground and then smiled. This devilish grin caused the yellow dog to tighten its tail between its legs. "Rest assured, I shall remain here, bound by the confines of this place," it exclaimed, rising to stand and offering Ning Yuan a loud promise. Satisfied, Ning Yuan nodded and then vanished from sight. Chapter 48. The Pillar of Light. The following day, as anticipated, the owner of the ice drink stall did not show up. Ning Yuan, seeing this, opted to find another spot to continue his repose. As he unfolded the newly purchased lounge chair, preparing to bask in the sun atop the school building, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Xiaxinran. The moment Ning Yuan answered, her voice came through. "Ninggu, do you have a moment? I'm currently at Mingli High School. Can we meet?" A smile crept across Ning Yuan's face at her words. It seemed that she had learned of his identity sooner than expected. After pondering for a brief moment, he replied, "Sure, just suggest a place." Not long after, in a private room of an upscale tea house near Mingli High School, Ning Yuan, guided by a waiter, found Xiaxinran sitting alone. Ninggu. Upon seeing him, she promptly rose and greeted him with a smile. "This place seems rather expensive," Ning Yuan teased. Dressed in an off-shoulder long dress, Xiaxinran appeared exceptionally graceful. "You're joking." "Ninggu, if I owned this place, I would feel immensely honored to have you here," she replied, gesturing for the waiter to leave before personally pulling out a chair for him. "Now, tell me what brings you here?" Ning Yuan inquired directly after taking his seat. Xiaxinran settled beside him, pouring tea while smiling. "To be honest, Ninggu, I know you are an extraordinary individual from headquarters and also the head of Dajo City." "Oh." Ning Yuan, holding the teacup, looked at her with some surprise. "How did you find out?" Xiaxinran, nervously toying with her teacup, confessed. "I'm the eldest daughter of the Xia family. You might not be aware, but my grandfather is Xia Chongfeng, the commander of the Southern Military District. In a sense, we are all serving the country as allies." Realization dawned on Ning Yuan as he nodded with a smile. "I see. No wonder you seem less frightened of me. You have indeed done your homework." Xiaxinran blushed at his words. Indeed, her fear had diminished upon learning of his identity and past. "I apologize for investigating you without your consent, Ninggu," she said, looking at him apologetically. "It's all right." Ning Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Since we are allies, it is of no consequence." Seeing Ning Yuan's calm demeanor, Xiaxinran felt relieved, and her smile grew even more radiant. "Ninggu, I actually sought you out today for a specific reason." "Oh, what is it?" he asked curiously. Xia Xinran hesitated before saying, "Next week is Xiaoming's 18th birthday celebration. My grandfather wishes to invite you to our home as a guest to personally express his gratitude for saving me." Gratitude? It sounds more like forming alliances. Ning Yuan thought with a smirk, though he politely declined. That was merely a spontaneous act. I believe anyone capable would have done the same. There is no need for Elder Xia to thank me personally. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinran's admiration for Ning Yuan grew. "Ninggu, please don't say that. The debt of saving a life is heavier than a mountain. My grandfather, being elderly, feels immensely grateful after learning about the incident. So he wishes to thank you in person. I, as his granddaughter, do not want him to harbor any regrets." As she spoke, sorrow filled her eyes. Understanding her unspoken intentions, Ning Yuan feigned hesitation for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, since you have said so, I will visit next week." Upon hearing his affirmation, Xia Xinran's tense heart relaxed, and joy illuminated her face. "Ninggu, thank you. It's just a small matter," he replied. The two engaged in light conversation, and throughout, Xia Xinran never mentioned Song Minglang, which caused Ning Yuan to regard her with increased respect. Some things, if left unsaid, remain easier, but once voiced, they cannot be retracted. After some casual chatting, they left the tea house together. At the entrance, Xia Xinran approached a sleek black luxury car and opened the back door. With a smile, she bid farewell to Ning Yuan. "Ninggu, I must take my leave now. I wouldn't want to disrupt your work. See you next week." Ning Yuan first exchanged glances with Xiaoming, who sat quietly in the back, then turned to Xia Xinran with slight surprise. "You even know this?" Xia Xinran leaned closer and whispered, "Yes, my grandfather mentioned that this mission is quite perilous, so please be careful, Ninggu." Ning Yuan glanced at Xiaoming in the back seat, and understanding dawned on him. They were evidently preparing to leave Dao City. As Xia Xinran bent to enter the car, an unforeseen event transpired. A colossal black beam of light shot up from the distance, piercing the sky like a shooting star. Boom. The tremendous explosion followed soon after. At that moment, everyone around instinctively turned to gaze at the towering light beam. Xia Xinran, too, looked up in shock, momentarily frozen in her tracks. Ning Yuan's pupils constricted as he stared at the beam, murmuring to himself, "So soon, the day has arrived." As the crowd regained their senses from the initial shock, some began to scream in terror. "What is that? Has war broken out? Is there a nuclear leak?" Simultaneously, a dark shadow at the top of the beam began to expand, rapidly descending like a massive black umbrella enveloping the area. "Ninggu, what is that?" Xia Xinran's voice trembled as she looked at Ning Yuan. Fully aware that her experience assisting her grandfather meant she understood that this beam could not possibly be a product of existing technology or weaponry. Ning Yuan shook his head as he examined the beam. "I don't know, but it's certainly nothing good. You both need to leave Dao City as soon as possible." With that, he transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from the spot, astonishing those around him. Chapter 49, Deception and Betrayal. Approximately 2 hours earlier, in Songjiangnu District, the most bustling area of Dao City and a focal point for headquarters, Jiang Zhongyi wandered aimlessly along the pedestrian path of the Jiang Bridge, accompanied by a woman enjoying a snack of bread and milk tea. "Seriously, Hua, don't you ever get tired of drinking that? Plus, as an extraordinary person, aren't you supposed to be above needing food?" Jiang Zhongyi remarked, rolling his eyes at the woman beside him. Kai Hua shot him a look of disdain. "I may not need to eat to survive, but do you know what it means to indulge in one's desires? Eating and drinking not only satiate hunger, but also bring joy to the heart. Besides, I find it easier to enjoy food and drink since becoming extraordinary. I don't have to worry about gaining weight or overindulging. You're just wasting your time and energy on frivolous things. You would be better off using that time to improve yourself," Jiang Zhongyi countered, shaking his head. To him, spending time on eating and drinking was far less meaningful than engaging in more productive pursuits. Kai Hua, feeling irritated by his remark, suddenly had a thought and leaned closer to Jiang Zhongyi, whispering, "By the way, Zhongyi, if you think eating and drinking is a waste of time, what about when you and your wife do that?" Jiang Zhongyi's face turned crimson at her words, and he shot her a glare. "Oh, come on. Are you saying that becoming an extraordinary person has dulled your feelings in that area?" Kai Hua feigned shock. "You're talking nonsense. I'm perfectly normal." Kai Hua wished to utter a few more words, yet her gaze was instantly captivated by the silhouette of a man standing at the edge of the bridge. Jiang Zhongyi, noticing the unusual expression on Kai Hua's face, felt a surge of caution within him. "What is it, Hua?" Kai Hua halted her steps, turning to fix her eyes on the man, who faced the great river with his back to them. She then whispered to Jiang Zhongyi, "Look at that man." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhongyi directed his attention towards the figure she indicated. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he expressed his confusion. What is it? I don't perceive anything remarkable about him. Kai Huahua discarded her milk tea and pastry into a nearby trash bin, her expression tinged with sorrow as she spoke. Do you not see how his posture and silhouette resemble that of brother Lu Xing? Jiang Zhongyi was momentarily taken aback by her words, then shook his head with a sigh. Brother Lu Xing? How could it be him? He perished while relaying intelligence about the alien factions to us. Hearing this, a glimmer of sadness flickered in Kai Huahua's eyes. As one of the earlier extraordinary beings to join the headquarters, she shared a close bond with the two men. Both Lu Xing and Jiang Zhongyi had ascended to the second tier last year, while she remained at the first. If only brother Lu Xing were still alive. Shaking her head, Kai Huahua prepared to continue walking with Jiang Zhongyi. Yet just then, the man with his back to them made a gesture that caused her to stop in her tracks once more. She observed him crush the unfinished cigarette with his left hand and then wipe his face with his right, as if brushing away tears. This sight caused Kai Huahua to shudder, compelling her to approach the man directly. Jiang Zhongyi hurried to follow. Upon reaching the man's back, Kai Huahua suddenly called out, Lu Xing. The man stiffened at the sound of her voice, slowly turning to face her. A look of shock crossed his sorrowful face, and he trembled as he replied, You've mistaken me for someone else. Jiang Zhongyi, now able to see the man's face, noted that he bore no resemblance to Lu Xing whatsoever. Huahua, you are mistaken, he said apologetically to the man, reaching out to pull Kai Huahua away. However, she shook off Jiang Zhongyi's hand, her gaze fixed intently on the stranger, confusion flickering in her eyes. Though the man's silhouette and demeanor felt so familiar, he was not the person she remembered. The man, appearing somewhat uneasy, attempted to leave. But Kai Huahua grasped his arm. In a swift motion, she lifted his shirt. Her speed caught him off guard. The revelation of a thumb-sized mole on his abdomen brought tears to her eyes. She then lunged into his embrace, her voice thick with emotion. Lu Xing. I knew it was you. Even if you have changed your face, I would still recognize you. The man, now identified as Lu Xing, trembled as he held Kai Huahua. His voice quivering. Huahua, you were supposed to be on a mission abroad. Why? Why are you here? Kai Huahua, her eyes brimming with tears, looked up at him and replied, I heard you were dead, so I returned to the headquarters to seek vengeance for you. Upon hearing her words, his eyes turned red. He steadied her shoulders, saying, I am still alive. There is no need for vengeance. You must leave quickly. Get out of Shanghai at once. With that, he forcefully pushed her away. Lu Xing, why? Kai Huahua asked in confusion. Just then, a gun's chamber clicked ominously. Kai Huahua turned to see Jiang Zhongyi. His expression dark, aiming a gun at Lu Xing. Zhongyi, what are you doing? He is brother Lu Xing. Kai Huahua exclaimed in disbelief. She knew Jiang Zhongyi's abilities. The gun in his hand was far from ordinary. His power was to enhance materials, granting the bullets tremendous force and hardness, making them perilous even to extraordinary beings. What am I doing? Jiang Zhongyi spat, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Lu Xing. You traitor! How dare you betray the headquarters and the nation? What? Kai Huahua's mind went blank at his words. Zhongyi, what are you saying? He is Lu Xing, our comrade. How could he possibly? Silence, Huahua. Jiang Zhongyi's roar interrupted her. Use your love-stricken brain to think clearly. This man claimed to the headquarters that his exposure would lead to his death, and then he concealed his identity here. He is clearly in collusion with the alien factions. As Jiang Zhongyi's words sank in, a chill enveloped Kai Huahua. After all, she was an agent. A moment of reflection revealed the inconsistencies. If Lu Xing had not betrayed the headquarters, then why had he not returned? Why did he not announce that he was alive, but instead urged the headquarters to send extraordinary beings here? It was a trap, undoubtedly a trap aimed at the headquarters, designed to lure a multitude of extraordinary beings into this snare. A wave of dread washed over her as she instinctively took a step back from Lu Xing. Chapter 50. Unwillingness. Lu Xing gazed at his former friends, tears streaming down his face. I am so sorry, Huahua Zhongyi. You must leave now. It will soon be too late. Why, Lu Xing, why? Jiang Zhongyi shouted, fury radiating from him. The headquarters treated you well. You had everything. Yet you chose to become a traitor. No, you are even more despicable than a traitor. Jiang Zhongyi trembled with rage. I had no choice. I truly had no choice. Lu Xing cried. You cannot understand what I have endured. The methods of those alien factions are terrifying. I was utterly powerless. Hearing the accusations hurled at him, Jiang Zhongyi finally broke down, his cries drawing the attention of onlookers, some mistaking the scene for an arrest. Damn it, even the most tragic outcome is just death. I misjudged you all these years. You are nothing but a coward afraid of death. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhongyi turned to Kai Huahua. Quickly report to the headquarters. Tell them Lu Xing is alive. This mission is a conspiracy against the headquarters. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kai Huahua trembled as she pulled out her communication device to contact headquarters. At that moment, Lu Xing stepped forward, and the device in Kai Huahua's hand melted away like a puddle of mud. Bang! As he moved, gunfire erupted. The crowd scattered in terror. The bullet Jiang Zhongyi fired exploded through the air and directly pierced Lu Xing's skull. Yet, even with a gaping hole in his forehead, Lu Xing did not collapse. He continued to gaze at them with sorrowful eyes. Please, you must leave. Now? Jiang Zhongyi stared in shock at the injured but steadfast Lu Xing. How is this possible? My shot should have at least gravely wounded him. Lu Xing looked at Jiang Zhongyi and pointed to his head, speaking despondently. This head is not mine. My real head is in their possession. As long as it remains, I am still alive, and they can continue to torment me. It's hard to fathom, isn't it? Their methods are far beyond your imagination. You have not experienced my torment. It's a suffering so profound that even dying is not an option. Hearing Lu Xing's words, a wave of icy dread coursed through Jiang Zhongyi. He swallowed hard. His eyes locked on Lu Xing, his mouth opening as if to say something more. However, a cold, detached voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Lu Xing, the plan is about to commence. You may proceed with your designated tasks. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Zhongyi's pupils constricted, and he slowly turned his stiff neck to glance backward. Not far behind him stood a man in a shirt, coldly observing them. Merely locking eyes with the man sent Jiang Zhongyi's heart racing uncontrollably, akin to an ordinary person in the jungle suddenly spotting a fierce beast behind them, an instinctual fear that seemed innate. Every muscle in his body tensed, and one thought consumed his mind. This person is undoubtedly an alien being. Kai Huahua, pale-faced, gazed at the man in the shirt, her forehead glistening with cold sweat. The plan has begun early? Why was it supposed to start the day after tomorrow? Hearing the man's words, Lu Xing inquired with a quiver in his voice. You speak too much. The commencement of the plan is the young master's decision. All we can do is obey the orders, the man in the shirt replied, his tone laced with indifference. Lu Xing swallowed hard, then pointed at Jiang Zhongyi and Kai Huahua, pleadingly addressing the man. Zhang Xian, these two are my closest friends. Considering my contributions, could you spare them? Hearing Lu Xing's plea, Zhang Xian's gaze shifted back to Jiang Zhongyi and Kai Huahua. In that instant, Jiang Zhongyi instinctively aimed his gun at the man in the shirt. After a brief moment of eye contact, a disdainful smile crept onto Zhang Xian's face. Very well. Let them go. Lu Xing, overjoyed, urgently urged Jiang Zhongyi and Kai Huahua. Zhongyi, Huahua, you are no match for him. Go. Quickly. Jiang Zhongyi opened his mouth to say something, but the words caught in his throat. After a moment's pause, he dejectedly lowered his hand and approached Kai Huahua. Pulling her up. We must leave. Jiang Zhongyi cast a deep glance at Lu Xing before departing with Kai Huahua. After walking a short distance, Kai Huahua suddenly began to weep softly. Jiang Zhongyi, too, felt his eyes redden, his teeth clenched tightly. He slightly turned his head, catching a glimpse of the alien being, who was not looking at him but conversing with Lu Xing. Hesitating, he reached into his pocket, grasping his communication device, and began typing a message to headquarters from memory. Lu Xing is not dead. Just as he typed a few words, when he glanced back, he saw Lu Xing looking at him in terror, seemingly trying to say something. What sent a chill down his spine was that the alien being who had stood before Lu Xing had vanished. Zhongyi, be careful. Kai Huahua's terrified voice pierced through the air. Jiang Zhongyi swiftly raised his hand and fired instinctively, while his left hand in his pocket simultaneously pressed the send button. Bang! Thud! The sound of gunfire and a sickening thud echoed simultaneously. Zhang Xian slightly turned his head, an invisible bullet grazing his cheek, splattering crimson blood. Meanwhile, he effortlessly punched through Kai Huahua's hastily conjured energy barrier, shattering her skull in an instant. With a swift motion, he decapitated Jiang Zhongyi. Zhang Xian's speed was astonishing. His force and timing perfected to such an extent that Jiang Zhongyi never had the opportunity to fire a second shot. As his head flew high, Jiang Zhongyi's wide-open eyes reflected shock and unwillingness. At that moment, regret washed over him. Had he, as a second-tier transcendent, chosen to confront his fears alongside Huahua instead of fleeing, even in death, it would not have been so arbitrary. If only they could delay for reinforcements, victory might still be within reach. How it gnawed at him. Gazing at Kai Huahua's gruesome end, Jiang Zhongyi's consciousness gradually faded. Huahua Zhongyi, no. Lu Xing frantically rushed to Kai Huahua's headless body, lifting her and glaring furiously at Zhang Xian. You promised not to kill them. Why? Zhang Xian, his hands glowing with a blue light, cleaned the blood and gore from his hands without acknowledging Lu Xing's question. Remember your mission. With that, Zhang Xian turned and departed, his figure vanishing after a few steps. Lu Xing howled at the heavens. Chapter 51. Choices and Decisions in the Grand City of Shanghai. Beneath the Ming Tower, a coin was slowly tossed into the air, continuously flipping until it was caught by a hand. A young man, casually dressed, sat nonchalantly on a step, tossing the coin back and forth. Ling Wu, have you had enough fun? How much longer must we wait? A sultry woman beside him looked at him with a hint of frustration. Numerous tourists at this iconic building turned their heads upon seeing the pair. Unlike the young man's casual demeanor, the woman was strikingly alluring, her figure voluptuous and her attire daringly revealing, a short skirt that barely reached her thighs. Seemingly unconcerned about any potential wardrobe malfunctions. What's the rush? Patience is key. The young man caught the coin once more, turning to the sultry woman and speaking slowly. Guess heads or tails. The woman rolled her eyes but resignedly replied, tails. The young man opened his hand, revealing the coin's head side. You've lost again. He shook his head, tossing the coin once more. If any transcendent who participated in the headquarters meeting were nearby, they would be utterly astonished. For the voices of these two mirrored those of the aliens who had slain Lu Xing in the video. Not long after, when the woman guessed wrong again, a pale, frail old man, with a shadowy demeanor, approached them. Are you ready? Ling Wu addressed the old man with a calm demeanor. Everything is prepared, young master. The old man replied, bowing, as he produced a dark, luminescent jade pendant from his robe and handed it to Ling Wu. Ling Wu accepted it, gently caressing the pendant as a sinister smile crept across his face. Excellent. The sultry woman, seeing this, was elated and bent down to kiss the old man passionately. Old Chen, you truly are remarkable. The surrounding tourists gaped in disbelief at the scene. Unfortunately, the restrictions of this star's rules are exceedingly severe. The formation can achieve only this much. The old man pushed the sultry woman away, shaking his head in lament. Ling Wu chuckled softly. This is sufficient to deal with these ants. They will come willingly to their demise. With that, Ling Wu began to activate the jade pendant in his hand. The surface of the pendant flickered with an eerie light, growing increasingly brilliant. He gazed forward with a sinister expression, speaking slowly. You have been seeking me, haven't you? Come, I await you here. With a crack, the jade pendant shattered in his grasp, and simultaneously, the Ming Tower behind him trembled violently, unleashing a dark beam of light that shot skyward. In Beijing, at the headquarters of the Transcendent, the conference room door burst open, interrupting Lu Yi mid-sentence. He frowned at the intruder. Minister, there has been an incident. The communications officer rushed to Lu Yi, displaying the message sent by Jiang Zhongyi just before his demise. Lu Xing is not dead. Initially puzzled by the message on the phone, Lu Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. He grasped the collar of the communications officer, his voice trembling. Where is Jiang Zhongyi? Can we still reach him? The officer stammered. We can't get through. Lu Yi felt his mind whirl. Minister, what has happened? Several individuals in the conference room stood, looking at Lu Yi with concern. Lu Yi pressed his forehead, clutching the officer's arm. Quickly, summon Professor Yang. Urge him to come at once. Upon hearing the words, the staff hurriedly rushed outside. Once the liaison officer had departed, Lu Yi turned back to the crowd and wearily stated, Lu Xing is not dead. He may have betrayed headquarters. The worst-case scenario is that this mission is a trap, a deadly snare designed for the extraordinary. After speaking, Lu Yi slowly sank into a chair, his gaze dark and contemplative as he surveyed the room, pondering the thoughts of those present. Upon hearing this news, some turned pale and collapsed into their seats. Damn traitor! Who is responsible for protecting Lu Xing's family? Bring them to headquarters and devise a plan to lure Lu Xing out. This traitor must face severe punishment. Someone bellowed in anger. No one responded, and the meeting room fell into a profound silence. Just then, another staff member rushed frantically into the room, holding a tablet and trembling as he addressed Lu Yi. Minister, you must see what is happening in the greater Shanghai area. Lu Yi quickly took the tablet and was stunned upon viewing the live report from greater Shanghai. The image displayed an enormous, dark energy dome that nearly engulfed the entire Songjiang district. Even without understanding what it was, Lu Yi could instinctively sense that it was undoubtedly bad news for them. At that moment, Yang Yuan, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived and approached Lu Yi, peering at the screen. As he observed, Yang Yuan's brow furrowed deeper. Everyone in the meeting room held their breath, fixated on Yang Yuan and Lu Yi. Few possess a greater authority on the extraordinary and the otherworldly than Professor Yang. What is your opinion, Professor Yang? Lu Yi inquired of his companion. Yang Yuxian pondered for a moment before responding bluntly. We must temporarily abandon the entire Songjiang New District and evacuate all extraordinary individuals from the surrounding areas. Upon hearing this, the meeting room was engulfed in stunned silence. What? Lu Yi thought he misheard. Yang Yuxian continued, ignoring the reactions around him. This is a trap. A snare that uses the entire population of Songjiang New District as bait. I am currently unaware of the purpose of this energy dome, but entering it is undoubtedly perilous. Therefore, extraordinary individuals must not proceed until we possess absolute certainty. Lu Yi looked at Yang Yuxian, taking a step back as he shook his head. There are hundreds of thousands of residents in Songjiang New District. Do you understand the consequences of watching these people perish? Yang Yuxian remained silent. He was well aware of the potential fallout. Social unrest, the loss of faith, inaction, and fruitlessness are two distinct concepts. Ordinary people do not desire merely an outcome. They seek attitude and process. Yet from Yang Yuxian's perspective, if given the choice between the lives of extraordinary individuals and ordinary citizens, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter. After all, as long as the extraordinary survive, humanity retains the leverage to combat the otherworldly. But if all the extraordinary were to perish, how long could ordinary people endure? Let us first visit Greater Shanghai. I will assess the situation before making a decision. Yang Yuxian sighed and placed a reassuring hand on Lu Yi's shoulder. In the southern district of Greater Shanghai, Ning Yuan appeared on a street, gazing up at the sky, where the ominous black pillar piercing the heavens remained conspicuous. Chapter 52. Uncontainable. As time flowed steadily onward, the events unfolding in Greater Shanghai began to create ripples across the globe, akin to a massive wave. The ordinary citizens surrounding Songjiang New District transitioned from initial fear upon witnessing the pillar to a state of shock and curiosity, pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Meanwhile, a large yellow dog in an abandoned yard looked up at the pillar, bewildered, blissfully unaware that Ning Yuan had already arrived behind it. Giving the dog a gentle kick, Ning Yuan swiftly whisked it away before it could react. Several fighter jets took off from Beijing, heading towards Greater Shanghai. Hundreds of kilometers away, inside the lead aircraft, Lu Yi maneuvered the jet while conversing with others. Yes, initiate Level 1 combat readiness. Isolate the entire Songjiang New District. And evacuate all citizens within a 50-kilometer radius to establish an adequate buffer zone. Additionally, monitor the border closely. Ensure that regional authorities strictly control the major airports to prevent any foreign adversaries from causing disruption. Behind him, Yang Yuxian operated a tablet, adjusting the angles of the live feed to glean insights from the energy dome. Outside their aircraft, a streak of red light followed closely. In no time, several fighter jets landed under the guidance of the first units to reach the incident site. As Lu Yi disembarked, he barely had time to acknowledge the saluting commanding officer before he bent over to vomit. Yang Yuxian shook his head in disapproval. Old Lu, your physical condition is deteriorating. After regurgitating for a moment, Lu Yi accepted a bottle of water from a nearby staff member, rinsed his mouth, and sighed. I'm getting old. To be honest, I've truly felt my body decline over the past 2 years. What is the current situation? Lu Yi asked the commanding officer beside him. Sir, we are currently employing various methods to systematically evacuate the surrounding populace. If all goes well, we should complete the task within an hour, the youthful commander responded energetically. Lu Yi nodded, then turned his gaze toward the imposing dark dome in the distance. Only upon witnessing the scene firsthand did he fully grasp its magnitude. How on earth did they achieve this? Lu Yi muttered to himself. Yang Yuxian, who was also observing, glanced at Lu Yi and smiled. Would you like to know? Lu Yi turned to him and nodded. Then let us approach for a closer look, Yang Yuxian suggested with a casual smile, pointing toward the dark dome. The surrounding staff and the commanding officer were taken aback and quickly voiced their concerns. No, Minister, we cannot risk being too close. We don't know if the dome will expand again, and proximity could be dangerous. Indeed, Minister, there are already troops at the forefront assessing the risks. Let's wait. You must not take any chances. Lu Yi disregarded their warnings and directly inquired of a young man standing nearby. Zhengguang, what do you think? The crowd turned to look, and the young man, sporting a buzz cut and casual attire, shrugged and said, I think Professor Yang is right. Curiosity warrants a closer look. Who is this guy? When did he arrive? Many in the vicinity were taken aback by Zhengguang's sudden presence. All right, let us proceed, Lu Yi instructed the commanding officer. You all stay here. I, Yang Yuxian, and Zhengguang will go. Although Lu Yi insisted that they remain behind, it was impossible for anyone to stay back while the highest-ranking official moved toward the front lines. Thus, several military vehicles began their journey toward the dome, situated 5 kilometers away. Upon disembarking in an open area, Lu Yi and his group found themselves less than 500 meters from the dark dome. Above, several armed helicopters circled the dome, while fully armed soldiers on the ground utilized the latest exploration equipment to observe the black structure up close. I'll take a look. You shouldn't come. You have much to do. Remember, do not allow the extraordinary to enter until I return, Yang Yuan instructed, quickly donning a protective suit. After giving Lu Yi his orders, he strode toward the dome, with Zhang Guang following closely to protect him. Lu Yi nodded, then turned to the personnel beside him. I recall there were over a dozen extraordinary individuals investigating Songjiang New District. Aside from the missing Jiang Zhongyi and Kai Huahua, can we still reach the others? Minister, we have yet to contact a single one, the communications officer replied, shaking his head. Lu Yi sighed inwardly. There were only 2 possibilities for the lack of contact with everyone. Either they were dead, or the barrier was severing all signals from the outside world. Regardless of which scenario it was, it boded ill for them. A staff member rushed to Lu Yi, inquiring, Minister, we can reach all the extraordinary individuals outside of Songjiang New District, and many are asking about the situation here. How should we respond? Lu Yi removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose, then replied, inform the second-tier extraordinary individuals from other districts to come here as swiftly as possible. First-tier extraordinary individuals are to remain where they are. Understood. The communication officer quickly set to work. At that moment, someone beside Lu Yi anxiously exclaimed, Minister, this is bad. Look. Lu Yi took the phone, and the screen displayed a live broadcast from Greater Shanghai, currently trending with an overwhelming amount of comments that obscured the view. Most of the content consisted of people from across the nation inquiring about the unfolding events. A staff member interjected, Minister, the light beam is so immense that everyone in Greater Shanghai can see it. There are numerous live broadcasts about this. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming, the head of the security department, erupted in anger. What is the information department doing? If they can't contain it, then just cut off the entire network in Greater Shanghai. Someone shook their head in rebuttal. That would be futile. The public can record videos even without the internet and broadcast them later. Given the current speed of information dissemination, the entire world likely knows about the situation in Greater Shanghai by now. Zhou Ming's expression darkened at this revelation. Regardless of the circumstances, they had to suppress this news. Otherwise, it would disrupt public perception and destabilize society. They could always release something more captivating later to distract people from this incident. Do you even hear yourself? Is Greater Shanghai's situation comparable to past events? Hundreds of thousands are trapped, and millions can gaze up at the beam piercing the sky. There may be over 1 billion people across the nation and the globe watching the live broadcast. What news could possibly eclipse what has transpired today? The extinction of humanity? The two exchanged heated words, their argument escalating. Chapter 53. Fighting together. Lu Yi chose not to intervene in their quarrel, merely observing. At that moment, his phone rang, silencing the 2 bickering individuals. Lu Yi glanced at the caller ID, a bitter smile forming on his face. Noticing his expression, those around him instinctively held their breath. As soon as Lu Yi answered, a barrage of questions erupted from the other end. What are you doing, Lu Yi? What is happening in Greater Shanghai? Do you comprehend the implications this has for the nation? It's not just the domestic audience. Foreign countries are paying attention as well. I've received calls from the leaders of several nations inquiring about the situation. The extraordinary headquarters was entrusted to you to resolve the nation's crises, not to create them. The tone grew increasingly grave. Lu Yi paused for a moment before responding. This time, I acknowledge my dereliction of duty. I did not handle this task with the necessary caution, leading to this passive predicament. I will strive to rectify everything, regardless of the outcome. I will take full responsibility for this incident. Responsibility? Came the voice on the phone. If those hundreds of thousands die, can you truly bear that burden? Even 1,000 executions wouldn't suffice. Lu Yi, what are you planning to do? Speak plainly. If you have no plan, then return immediately. I will assign someone else to take your place. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. For this incident, I intend to stop suppressing it. Furthermore, I will personally address the public, explaining that this is the work of alien beings. He continued, the matters concerning extraordinary individuals and alien beings cannot be concealed indefinitely. The nation will inevitably face this reality. Therefore, why not seize this opportunity to reveal everything to the public? This approach has 2 advantages. First, we are here to save everyone in Songjiang New District, thus positioning ourselves as the righteous party. Second, we can rally civilian extraordinary individuals to participate in the rescue, minimizing casualties among the headquarters' extraordinary personnel. After Lu Yi articulated his thoughts, a silence lingered on the other end of the line before a voice finally emerged. The hundreds of thousands cannot be forsaken. This concerns the very foundation of social order. The headquarters' extraordinary individuals must also avoid excessive casualties, as this impacts the nation's future. Therefore, Lu Yi, your best course of action is to find a way to eliminate those alien beings swiftly. As long as we succeed, there remains a chance for redemption. The call ended abruptly after that final statement. At that moment, those near Lu Yi cast their eyes downward, pretending they had heard nothing. Meanwhile, tens of kilometers away, atop a skyscraper's rooftop, a man and a dog dangled their feet over the edge. The golden retriever gazed incredulously at Ning Yuan. What did you just say? You mean the headquarters will take this opportunity to expose the existence of extraordinary individuals and alien beings to the entire world? How is that even possible? Even I, a mere dog, understand the ramifications this news would have on ordinary people. Society would likely descend into chaos. Ning Yuan smirked coldly. In an age where extraordinary individuals and alien beings are proliferating, such a revelation is inevitable. Instead of being reactive, it is better to take the initiative now. As long as Lu Yi presents the headquarters as a righteous force combating alien beings to the world, not only will ordinary people recognize the headquarters stance, but it will also attract civilian extraordinary individuals to participate in the rescue. By championing the cause of justice for the people, this approach can compel hidden extraordinary individuals to step forward and assist, thereby reducing losses for the headquarters. The dog was left dumbfounded. Despite priding itself on having read many books and being more intelligent than most, it found its mind inadequate in comprehending Ning Yuan's insights. You don't seem very old. How do you understand all of this? The golden retriever stared at Ning Yuan, unable to hide its curiosity. Ning Yuan, however, chose not to answer. Why did he understand? Because he was aware of everything that transpired in the previous life. In that lifetime, the headquarters had also fallen into a trap laid by Lu Xing and the alien beings. With no options left, Lu Yi had to expose the matters concerning extraordinary individuals and alien beings to the public, using it as an excuse to livestream an invitation for capable extraordinary individuals from the nation to join in the extermination of the alien beings and the rescue of hundreds of thousands. Ning Yuan was uncertain of the battle's details, but he knew the outcome. Though the headquarters emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. The majority of second-tier extraordinary individuals who entered the barrier perished within it. Many civilian extraordinary individuals also perished, their names lost to history as they vanished without a trace. One third-tier extraordinary individual from the headquarters also died, a cornerstone of their foundation. Had it not been for the S-class extraordinary individual, Zhuo Qingyue, who turned the tide, the outcome might have been dire. Reflecting on Zhuo Qingyue, Ning Yuan murmured to himself, Zhuo Qingyue, in your past life, you broke through to the third tier and turned the tide, but now you are merely second tier. Thus, it is regrettable that in this life, the one to turn the tide cannot be you. Returning to the present, Ning Yuan took out his phone to check the time. Ignoring the messages from Su Wei and Xia Xinran, he replied to Ning Xiaoluo, assuring her of his safety. Subsequently, Ning Yuan launched a video application. As expected, just as he had anticipated, the large yellow dog approached, barking curiously. Damn, you were right. The official broadcast is indeed live. At that moment, Lu Yi was seen speaking in the video. This was a live stream from an official account, and the viewer count was alarmingly high. Behind Lu Yi was a pitch-black energy shield, a clear indication of his presence at the epicenter of danger. Hello everyone, I am Lu Yi, currently serving as the Minister of the National Security Department. I wish to convey some important information through this medium. Lu Yi's words were straightforward, yet resonated deeply with the audience. In times of national peril, every individual bears responsibility. When faced with foreign invaders, those capable should rise to resist. I stand at the forefront, and I urge those with the ability to join us in this fight to save our compatriots. As he concluded, Lu Yi bowed towards the camera, and behind him, numerous staff members, some clad in military uniforms and others in suits, also bowed in unison. On the rooftop, the large yellow dog gazed at Ning Yuan, seemingly in shock. It's exactly as you said. Chapter 54. Joining the fray, Ning Yuan turned off his phone and stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the distance. The large yellow dog, noticing his movement, quickly inquired, having seen what we needed, shouldn't we head back? Back. Ning Yuan looked at it, suddenly displaying a knowing smile. Did you think I brought you here just for a breeze? Seeing Ning Yuan's expression, the large yellow dog was overwhelmed by an ominous premonition, stuttering, what do you mean? Ning Yuan pointed at the dark energy column with a cold smile, saying, Did you not hear Lu Yi just now? Those who are capable should contribute. Therefore, we must join the fray. Upon hearing this, the large yellow dog felt as if it had been unjustly adorned with a lofty crown. No, no, my lord. You are the capable one. I am merely a dog. Ning Yuan seized the large yellow dog's neck, lifting it up, and spoke slowly. Spare me the nonsense. While it may be perilous for extraordinary beings, for you, it is quite different. After all, neither the invaders nor the extraordinary will pay heed to a dog at their heels. Moreover, some of those invaders may possess treasures that could be of use to you. Observing Ning Yuan's peculiar grin, the large yellow dog's pupils dilated. Are you suggesting? Ning Yuan's smile broadened. Indeed, just as you surmised. At this, the large yellow dog's eyes began to gleam with mischief. Ning Yuan was right. As a mere dog, who would care about its presence? If it could take advantage of the chaos. As these thoughts crossed its mind, an odd smile crept across the large yellow dog's face, its mouth stretching almost to its ears. Meanwhile, outside the energy shield, Yang Yu, having approached Lu Yi, removed his protective suit and took a few swigs of water offered by the staff. He looked directly at Lu Yi and stated, "The energy shield cannot be breached from the outside. Whether by the power of extraordinary beings or conventional weaponry, striking the shield is akin to striking the air." He continued, "To dismantle this energy shield, we must either wait for it to dissipate or destroy the dark energy column from within." Yang Yu then pointed at the ominous energy column reaching towards the heavens, adding, "Additionally, there exists an unknown black miasma within the shield. Prolonged exposure will diminish the physical capabilities of ordinary individuals." I had Zheng Guang inhale some, yet he showed no adverse effects. Lu Yi's eyelids twitched at this revelation. "So, you mean to say that the extraordinary beings trapped within the black shield are unharmed, while ordinary people face life-threatening risks over time?" Yang Yu nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. Unless those inside refrain from breathing, inhaling the miasma equates to a slow suicide." Lu Yi instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Yang Yu as he inquired, "What are the risks inside? Is it possible to enter briefly for reconnaissance?" Yang Yu shook his head and sighed. "That is precisely the crux of the matter. I previously sent in 2 batches of soldiers. The first batch consisted of 5 individuals, and the second, 10. What happened next? Did they return? What did they see?" Lu Yi pressed urgently. Yang Yu remained silent for a moment before slowly revealing, "The first batch did not return. All communication devices failed, and contact was lost. For the second batch, I instructed them to carry a rope, one end outside, while they ventured 3 steps inside the shield. Yet, they too did not come back. And the rope was severed, the break uneven as if it had been forcefully torn apart." Hearing this, Lu Yi's frown deepened. "But based on my estimation, those soldiers should still be alive," Yang Yu continued. "From the nature of the rope's severance, it appears that the interior of the shield is not merely filled with miasma. Rather, the shield seems to have some spatial correlation. Thus, upon entry, individuals may only have traversed a short distance before being drawn deeper into the unknown. The rope was severed as a result of this spatial force." After contemplating Yang Yu's explanation, Lu Yi addressed him. "If we dispatch extraordinary beings into that space, what do you believe our chances of success will be? Alternatively, how can we ensure the safety of those within while achieving victory and eliminating the energy column?" Yang Yu fell silent for several minutes, the surrounding individuals patiently awaiting his response. Finally, he rubbed his temples and spoke, "I still advise abandoning this area. From my observations, this energy shield likely won't persist for long, yet once extraordinary beings enter, their fate becomes uncertain. The objectives of the invaders are quite clear. They are lying in wait, eager for us to send our extraordinary beings in to dismantle the column. Louis, you are aware that these invaders are not mindless beasts. They possess intelligence that may surpass our own and are acutely aware of our vulnerabilities. To confront such an enemy, we must be prepared to make sacrifices. We do not know what dangers lie within, how many invaders there are, or if they are targeting the headquarters in an attempt to obliterate the foundation we have painstakingly built over the years. What then?" Listening intently to Yang Yu, Lu Yi's fists clenched tighter, veins bulging. He let out a deep sigh, shaking his head at Yang Yu. "Some matters can only be pursued despite the knowledge of their futility. We are left with but one choice, to quickly secure victory in this battle." Yang Yu ceased his attempts to dissuade Lu Yi, stating, "To maximize our chances of winning this battle, we must deploy a sufficient number of second-tier extraordinary beings. Additionally, first-tier extraordinary beings rated B or above should also participate. Upon entry, extraordinary beings must not act alone. They should proceed in groups of 5 towards the energy column, employing every means possible to destroy it swiftly. Lastly, at least one third-tier extraordinary being must partake in this mission." Chapter 55. the delicate balance at Yang Yu's final words. Lu Yi's breath caught in his throat, while the surrounding staff exchanged incredulous glances. After a moment, the communications officer, prompted by Lu Yi's gaze, spoke up. We can muster 14 second-tier extraordinary beings within 2 hours, and around 100 first-tier extraordinary beings rated B or above. Yang Yu regarded him before turning back to Lu Yi, asking, "Is Elder Qin available?" Lu Yi pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. This time, unlike the last, the duration required to emerge from the light screen remains uncertain. You are well aware of what is stored within the headquarters. If it were not for Elder Qin guarding it, any loss at headquarters would yield consequences far graver than a mere defeat in battle. Hearing this, Yang Yuan furrowed his brow and spoke up. What about the other 2 third-tier extraordinary beings? We could manage to summon one. Lu Yi continued to shake his head. Jiang Xiong is protecting the chief and cannot come. As for Tian Xiangfeng, I have already attempted to contact him, but it is uncertain whether he can return from abroad in time. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuan ruffled his hair in frustration and scoffed. 2 are immobile, and 1 is untraceable. Observing Yang Yuan's demeanor, Lu Yi hastily interjected. You need not fret excessively. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as you perceive. Moreover, I have summoned capable extraordinary beings nationwide via a live broadcast for assistance. We will proceed as you suggested, allowing second-tier and first-tier extraordinary beings to enter and commence action at once, while I will find a way to expedite Tian Xiangfeng's return. Hearing this, Yang Yuan glanced at Lu Yi and suddenly grasped his collar tightly. The onlookers were startled by this scene, and some attempted to intervene, but Lu Yi waved them off. Everyone stepped back. Professor Yang and I have matters to discuss privately. The crowd complied and dispersed. Yang Yuan glared at Lu Yi, his expression dark. Lu Yi, what are you playing at? If we are to save lives, then we must act decisively. If not, then we must not. What is this charade? You wish to save people yet hesitate to deploy third-tier extraordinary beings? Are you willing to gamble with the lives of these first-tier and second-tier extraordinary beings? I warn you. Lu Yi, this is not the past. Do you not grasp the peril humanity faces? You are still entangled in your political games. I understand what you and those above are contemplating. If these second-tier extraordinary beings succeed, it will be splendid, but if they fail, you will have an excuse to placate the public. After all, as long as there are third-tier extraordinary beings present, the headquarters remains intact. Lu Yi listened silently, offering no defense. The 2 men locked eyes for a moment before Yang Yuan slowly released his grip on Lu Yi's collar, stating, "If you do not permit the third-tier extraordinary beings to engage, victory in this battle is utterly unattainable." Lu Yi adjusted his crumpled collar and placed a hand on Yang Yuan's shoulder with a sigh. He turned to the others, issuing commands. Immediately relay the information to the eligible second-tier and first-tier extraordinary beings, instructing them not to gather here, but to enter the light screen directly. The task is as follows. Upon entry, operate in groups of 5 and employ every means to destroy that light column. Furthermore, there is no need for secrecy regarding any of this. If civilian extraordinary beings offer assistance, inform them of all task details and intelligence. The onlookers responded with solemnity, affirming, "Yes." Meanwhile, Ning Yuan also received information relayed from the headquarters. Upon reviewing the contents, the curious golden retriever beside him inquired, "Why are there only second-tier and first-tier extraordinary beings? Doesn't the headquarters have third-tier extraordinary beings? Shouldn't they be dispatched?" Ning Yuan responded with a cold chuckle, pointing toward the black light screen ahead. "Does that not resemble something?" The golden retriever, perplexed, asked, "What sort of thing?" "A gambling table." Upon uttering those words, the golden retriever was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Ning Yuan. On this gambling table, the third-tier extraordinary beings serve as the headquarters' final chip. Thus the headquarters dares not stake them. At this juncture, Ning Yuan couldn't help but recall the deceased third-tier extraordinary being from his past life, Tian Xiangfeng. It is worth noting that Tian Xiangfeng did not partake in this battle due to the headquarters' orders. Rather, his involvement was entirely a matter of personal choice. Ning Yuan was deeply impressed by a statement made by this individual, a survivor from the catastrophic outbreak in Greater Shanghai. Tian Xiangfeng protected us, engaging 3 alien beings beside the light column in a fierce battle, refusing to retreat. In that struggle, he ultimately perished from exhaustion. And it was the secretly concealed Zhuo Qingwei who turned the tide and vanquished those alien creatures, destroying the light column. As the headquarters orders were disseminated, extraordinary beings began to converge toward the light screen in succession. Among them were those who felt discontent, yet under the current circumstances, unless one chose to betray the headquarters and become a deserter, they had no choice but to be swept along into this unknown battlefield. Due to the extensive coverage of the light shield, Ning Yuan, accompanied by the golden retriever, sought a secluded corner and entered without delay. Upon contact with the pitch-black light screen, a chilling sensation enveloped them. After advancing a few steps, the scenery before them warped, and their surroundings transformed. Towering skyscrapers still loomed around them, yet they had lost their luster. The sky was dim and devoid of light, as if the entire world were eternally frozen at dusk. On the road they now occupied, countless corpses lay strewn about, dismembered limbs and shredded flesh littering the ground, while the air was thick with a pungent metallic scent. Gazing upon the apocalyptic scene, the golden retriever nearly leapt up in shock, swallowing hard to suppress its trembling limbs. Ning Yuan pressed forward, the golden retriever hastily trailing behind him. Surveying the area, the bodies on the ground seemed to narrate the events that had recently transpired. As they walked, the golden retriever's gaze turned uneasy. After only a short distance, it discovered no fewer than 20 diminutive corpses, and just by observing their youthful faces, it could ascertain their ages. At that moment, Ning Yuan halted. He crouched down and turned over a prone corpse. It was the body of a man in his 30s, eyes wide open in death, beneath which lay the corpse of a girl. Both had been simultaneously pierced through the heart by a single blow. A mere glance was enough for Ning Yuan to deduce that this extraordinary man had perished while protecting the girl. It appears my fortune is rather unfortunate, Ning Yuan mused quietly while surveying the bodies. Before the golden retriever could inquire about Ning Yuan's remark, a cold, indifferent female voice echoed from above. Your luck is indeed rather poor. I had just cleared these individuals and had not ventured far when I heard your footsteps. Had you arrived 2 minutes later, perhaps you could have delayed your demise. Chapter 56. You talk too much. Ning Yuan raised his head, his expression impassive as he gazed toward the source of the voice. Not far away, atop a shop's rooftop, stood a girl, clad in a white dress with 2 braided pigtails. Her features appeared youthful and somewhat innocent. Upon hearing the voice, the golden retriever instinctively feigned the demeanor of an ordinary dog, lowering its head to sniff around while gradually distancing itself from Ning Yuan. Relieved, the golden retriever noted that the otherworldly being merely cast a glance at it before diverting her full attention to Ning Yuan. With a gentle leap, the girl descended gracefully like a white butterfly, landing not far from Ning Yuan. Did you kill all these people? Ning Yuan inquired, fixing his gaze on the girl. The girl responded with a stiff smile, her previously indifferent expression softening slightly. Indeed, the man you touched earlier was an extraordinary being, albeit too weak. He perished before I could fully indulge myself. To think he shamelessly claimed he would allow those ordinary people to flee while he stood in my way. As she spoke, the girl surveyed the surrounding corpses and dismembered limbs, then licked her lips. How delightful. In that moment, such a gesture should have possessed a certain charm on the girl. Yet to Ning Yuan's eyes, it appeared akin to a mass of rotting flesh. In his extensive encounters with otherworldly beings over the centuries, he perceived that the girl before him embodied 2 entirely disparate existences, both externally and internally. The most common ruse employed by these beings was substitution. Simply put, it involved eliminating the original and taking their place. Observing that the man before her exhibited no semblance of the anticipated panic, a sense of disappointment welled up within her. After all, in her eyes, such a primitive prey should have fled in terror at her approach. What was this unwavering gaze directed at her? Was it ignorance that bred such fearlessness? Just as the girl contemplated her next move, Ning Yuan's voice interjected. How many of you are there? The girl regarded Ning Yuan with confusion. Moments later, a smile graced her features, growing increasingly exaggerated until it bordered on grotesque. Ha! Little one, are you deranged? Rather than fleeing at the sight of me, you dare to pose a question? She laughed uproariously, wiping away the tears of mirth from her eyes. However, when her gaze fell upon Ning Yuan's expression, the laughter faded. His countenance was dark, his impatience palpable as he regarded her. You. The girl furrowed her brow, wanting to articulate something, but suddenly found her eyes uncontrollably drawn to the ground. What was happening? A wave of confusion washed over her as her pupils dilated. She caught a glimpse of her own body. No, this was impossible. In that instant, realization struck her. Her head had been severed without her awareness. The ensuing scene was one of sheer horror as she witnessed her body being silently dismembered into countless pieces. How could this be? Who are you? There cannot be someone of your caliber among the extraordinary beings at headquarters. After her head rolled a few times before coming to a halt, she fixed her gaze on Ning Yuan, her voice rising in pitch. I know all the extraordinary beings at headquarters. Even a tier 3 could not accomplish this silently. Ning Yuan approached her severed head, his expression inscrutable as he looked down upon her, and spoke slowly. What a waste. You refuse to answer my questions and bring nothing of value. With that, he placed his foot upon her head. I shall ask once more, how many are you? As the terrifying pressure bore down upon her face, she gritted her teeth in fear and spoke. Wait, if I tell you, will you spare me? Ning Yuan regarded her. And surprisingly, a smile crept onto his cold visage. Very well, answer my question, and I shall let you go. Upon hearing this, the girl hesitated before asking, You promise? Ning Yuan nodded and lifted his foot from her face. I promise. With his assurance, a flicker of hope ignited within her. After all, as long as her consciousness remained, her body could gradually recover. There are 16 of us who were invited to partake in this ambush against you. 16, Ning Yuan mused, taken aback by the number. You do not belong to the same faction, I assume? Ning Yuan continued his inquiry. The girl's pupils constricted at the mention of factions, surprise etched across her features. I can't believe you know about that. Indeed, we are not from the same faction. It was Ling Wu who invited us. By the way, Ling Wu is the otherworldly being you extraordinary folks have been pursuing. He is of unique status and is accompanied by 4 powerful retainers. Is it that simple? You just follow his lead? Ning Yuan's question astonished her anew. She stared at him in disbelief. This indigenous man seemed to possess an alarming amount of knowledge, leading her to question if they were, in some way, akin. Ning Yuan, refusing to grant her further time for contemplation, pressed on. What is the true purpose of your presence on this planet? What do you seek to obtain? Seek to obtain? What do we aim for? The girl, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought, her expression gradually shifting to one of confusion as she murmured, What is our purpose here? What am I doing here? All I know is that every being on this planet must perish. I must vanquish all competitors to seize the grand opportunity. Seeing her demeanor, Ning Yuan sighed inwardly. Indeed, the questions that had eluded humanity in their dying days could not be so easily uncovered. The motives behind these otherworldly beings' intent to annihilate humanity were questions even they could not answer. At that moment, the girl seemed to shake off her stupor. Abandoning her previous line of inquiry as she continued, Ling Wu informed us that he could set a low-tier formation as a trap to lure many extraordinary beings into it. This way, we could gain the upper hand and slaughter you. While we were initially reluctant to cooperate with Ling Wu, the opportunity to eliminate you extraordinary beings benefits us. So we decided to come. Ning Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile upon hearing this. Eliminate a common enemy first, and then compete amongst yourselves? You certainly have a unique strategy. The girl blinked at this remark. You have a point. The existence of extraordinary beings disrupts our conflicts, especially as you grow stronger. Thus, it is imperative for us to eliminate those who have yet to mature. Noticing Ning Yuan's silence, a glimmer of malice flickered in the girl's eyes. A smile broke across her face as she said, I have answered all your questions. Now, you must fulfill your promise. Spare me, and I will not only refrain from opposing you, but can also assist you against Ling Wu. After all, in some ways, he and I will eventually become enemies. As she spoke, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within her. Here she was, begging for mercy from a mere human. If she were to regain even a fraction of her strength, she could easily obliterate this insignificant creature. Had she not been careless from the start, perhaps she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Now reduced to a mere head, she could do nothing but rely on flattery to survive. Ning Yuan regarded her coolly before once again placing his foot upon her head. You? The girl felt a jolt of fear at his action. You promised. How could you? As the pressure intensified upon her face, she cried out in terror. Indeed, I made a promise, Ning Yuan said, looking down at her. A sinister smile creeping onto his face. But I have changed my mind. As the force beneath his foot grew, her head began to distort, blood streaming from her orifices. You, she whimpered, cursing him. Yet, Ning Yuan regarded her with the same indifference one might show a dying dog. He gradually increased the pressure until, with a sickening crunch, her head was utterly crushed beneath his foot. Nearby, a large yellow dog trembled at the sight, gaining a newfound awareness of Ning Yuan's ruthless nature. Approaching him, it gazed at the mangled remnants of the head and asked, Is she dead? Did this otherworldly being perish so easily? To this, Ning Yuan replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed the bloody scene. Her prolonged one-sided slaughter led to her arrogance. Had she maintained a higher level of vigilance from the outset, she would not have fallen so readily. At this moment, Ning Yuan's mind drifted back to the mysterious woman clad in ancient garb he had encountered on the rooftop that night, who had evaded his attack without employing any form of defense. A series of tremendous explosions erupted ahead of them. Raising his gaze to the dim sky, Ning Yuan and his large yellow dog vanished from sight. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves atop a towering building, peering down at the scene below. An intense battle was unfolding. Precisely, 3 extraordinary beings were besieging a solitary man. Boom. The besieged man radiated a brilliant light from his hands. Each punch he threw reverberated through the air, forcing the attackers back with a powerful shockwave. The very air around him was so charged that it could shatter boulders hurtling towards him from several meters away. In stark contrast, the 3 extraordinary beings, a pair of men and a woman, appeared to be struggling. The youthful girl stood nearby, her pale face betraying her distress as she raised her hands. Surrounded by several massive stones, occasionally launching one towards the battlefield. The 2 men engaged in close combat with their foe, employing various techniques to subdue him. Ning Yuan squinted slightly as he observed the beleaguered man. The large yellow dog voiced its surprise. That's the being from the club. I believe his name is Zhang Xian. Ning Yuan nodded affirmatively. His attention shifted from Zhang Xian to the trio of assailants. Among them, he recognized the girl as Chengyanin, a first-tier extraordinary being he had encountered not long ago during a meeting. Chengyanin, what's the situation? Is there still no response from the communicator? On the battlefield, Zhou Liyuan, having been knocked back, picked himself up and shouted at the girl. His hands were covered in a network of cracks, wisps of white smoke emanating from them. The girl, her mental energy severely depleted, looked alarmingly pale. Her hair matted with sweat. I just checked. It didn't work, she replied through gritted teeth, despite her exhaustion. Zhou Liyuan's forehead bulged with veins as he angrily chastised her. Damn it. You just checked. Why not try again now? What didn't work, then might work now. Do I have to teach you such a trivial matter? We're both fighting for our lives. And you can't even manage the basics of support. Think. After a tirade, he glanced at his companions entangled with the otherworldly being and then at his trembling hands, gritting his teeth as he charged back into the fray. Chengyanin bit her lip, one hand controlling the trembling boulders while the other fished out her communicator, only to find it devoid of signal. Sweat trickled from her forehead into her eyes, mingling with tears. Since their encounter with this alien being, she had never once relaxed. Knowing her limitations as a first-tier extraordinary being rendered her melee capabilities nearly useless. Thus, she had exerted every ounce of strength to protect her 2 comrades. However, the sustained pressure of battle had pushed her to the brink of collapse. On the rooftop, the large yellow dog observed the unfolding chaos below, clicking its tongue in surprise. I didn't expect these 3 extraordinary beings to possess such strength. They're actually holding their own against Zhang Xian. Ning Yuan, smirking, retorted, holding their own? You're blind, aren't you? Observe Zhang Xian's movements. He not only dodges their attacks, but also delivers strikes that keep them on the defensive, preventing them from even attempting to flee. It's evident he has deliberately entangled with them, aiming to attract other extraordinary beings with the commotion. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, the large yellow dog fixated intently on Zhang Xian's every move. As it watched, it involuntarily gasped, just as Ning Yuan described. Zhang Xian's attacks were perfectly timed, dangerous yet evading the enemy's grasp. Should they attempt to escape, his strikes would surely claim them from behind. It was akin to a mere mortal wielding a blade against a ferocious beast. There was room for maneuvering, yet turning one's back could lead to mortal peril. A malicious grin crept across the large yellow dog's face. This fellow seeks to lure the extraordinary beings over, yet he risks being caught off guard himself. At this, the dog glanced at Ning Yuan. After all, this individual had effortlessly dispatched an otherworldly being moments ago. Zhang Xian was unlikely to be his match. However, as it continued to observe, the yellow dog grew perplexed. Ning Yuan showed no inclination to intervene. On the contrary, he appeared somewhat disinterested, surveying other directions. Are you not going to assist your companions? The large yellow dog queried, gesturing downward. Ning Yuan regarded it with a bemused expression. Assist them? Why should I? The dog was taken aback. Then what are you doing here? Of course, I intend to eliminate Zhang Xian. Since these aliens will eventually become adversaries, it is wiser to eliminate them sooner rather than later. I share this viewpoint with the recently deceased alien being. The dog's expression turned peculiar at this statement. Wait a moment, let me clarify. You're staying back to kill Zhang Xian, but if you wish to do so, why not descend now? There are still allies to assist you. Ning Yuan fell silent, gazing at the dog as if it were a simpleton. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? The yellow dog gulped. Ning Yuan sighed, then pointed to the figures below, asking, what benefit is there for me in rescuing them? The dog pondered for a moment before cautiously suggesting, helping you deal with Zhang Xian? Ning Yuan shook his head. These first-tier ineptitudes are of no use. If Zhang Xian desires their demise, they won't even have a chance to escape. At this, the large yellow dog fell silent. If what Ning Yuan asserted was accurate, then saving these three would indeed yield him no advantages, perhaps just a couple of token thank yous. At that moment, Ning Yuan continued, moreover, if they perish here, it would be greatly advantageous for me. The dog stared at him in a daze, unable to fathom the implications of his words. Advantageous? How could their deaths benefit you? Ning Yuan nodded, indeed. It is only when they are all dead that I emerge as the ultimate victor. A sly smile crept across his face. The large yellow dog shuddered at his expression. At last, it comprehended Ning Yuan's intention. If this conflict between the headquarters and the alien beings were to yield a victor, it was clear that Ning Yuan aspired to be that winner. After all, only the victor could reap substantial rewards. Below in the battlefield, the extraordinary beings that Zhang Xian anticipated to arrive due to the fray were notably absent, further intensifying his impatience. The three opponents also sensed something amiss, yet with no means of escape or support, their despair deepened. Cheng Enen's face drained of color. Blood began to seep from her orifices due to her overexertion. Suddenly, before them, radiant beams of various colors erupted into the air, like enormous, vibrant serpents soaring towards the murky sky. This commotion immediately captured the attention of the three, as well as Zhang Xian. Could this be reinforcements? Are they our allies? A flicker of hope ignited within the hearts of Cheng En and her companions. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow as he gazed at the dazzling light shooting away. To his dismay, he was compelled to utilize that item. Evidently, the situation was quite lively. Retracting his gaze from the distance, he turned his attention back to the three individuals before him, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I shall no longer indulge you. Chapter 59. Shameless and sinister. Seeing Zhang Xian's demeanor, Zhou Liyuan felt a tremor in his heart. This is bad, this fellow. Another extraordinary individual named Lin Hao exclaimed. Due to his uniquely sharp intuition, he could distinctly sense the terrifying surge of pressure emanating from Zhang Xian. This pressure signified strength, indicating that the opponent's power had suddenly escalated several-fold. What is wrong, Lin Hao? Zhou Liyuan inquired loudly, fixing his gaze on Zhang Xian. He. Lin Hao's pupils quivered violently, his voice trembling with fear. However, Qing Anan did not witness their expressions, as her vision had already blurred. Yet, the ensuing events left her wide-eyed in shock. Zhang Xian moved. He stepped forward, his eyes blazing with a cerulean light, and bellowed, freeze. A faint blue light circle emanated from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping the three. Zhang Xian unleashed a powerful punch. In the next moment, Zhou Liyuan and Lin Hao, standing several meters away, were obliterated into a gruesome mess by an invisible force. This horrifying scene shattered Cheng Anan's comprehension. Her body weakened, and she collapsed backward, a large pool of moisture forming beneath her. Zhang Xian glanced at her, then expressionless, retrieved a steel bar from a nearby boulder. With just a single step, he appeared before Qing Anan, who trembled uncontrollably, her arms bracing against the ground as she dragged her lower body backward in a desperate attempt to escape. With a swift motion, Zhang Xian effortlessly plunged one end of the steel bar into Qing Anan's chest. Cough. Blood spewed from her mouth as her strength dwindled, and her arms collapsed, leaving her sprawled on the ground. Lying there, she caught sight of two shadows atop the building. So, you've been here all along, she murmured to herself. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed, and her pupils began to lose focus. Having confirmed her demise, Zhang Xian turned to leave. After a short distance, he paused, slowly turning to face Ning Yuan, who stood nearby with his hands in his pockets. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and unexpectedly, Zhang Xian smiled. A cold grin crept onto his face, albeit it appeared somewhat stiff. Intriguing. Among extraordinary beings, there exists a formidable opponent, such as yourself. It seems my precious time has not been squandered. Ning Yuan chuckled, his smile laced with mockery. You seem quite exhilarated. Of course, I am thrilled. The moment I laid eyes on you, my muscles quivered with anticipation. Zhang Xian's smile transformed into a more sinister expression. Grasping his collar, he tore it apart, revealing his perfectly sculpted torso. He clenched his fist, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Ning Yuan observed Zhang Xian's magnificent physique and nodded approvingly. A splendid physique indeed. But have you ever heard the saying? Zhang Xian raised an eyebrow. What saying? Moderate exercise attracts the opposite sex. Excessive training attracts the same sex. Zhang Xian frowned, seemingly pondering the meaning behind Ning Yuan's words. At that moment, Zhang Xian suddenly leaned back. Boom. A massive rock behind him shattered in two. Staring at the split boulder, his heart raced. He straightened himself, casting a dark glance at Ning Yuan. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been cleaved in two. Reinvigorated by a sense of crisis, Zhang Xian focused intently, finally catching sight of Ning Yuan's attack. Several indistinct shadows whizzed toward him in the air, and Zhang Xian hastily twisted and dodged. Ning Yuan's strikes were cunning and vicious, often anticipating Zhang Xian's next move. The blade-like shadows appeared almost invisible in the dim surroundings. Damn it! A surge of unnameable fury welled up within Zhang Xian, especially upon witnessing the spectator-like gaze of Ning Yuan, which intensified his anger to its peak. The opponent was undeniably strong and could engage in a fierce clash, yet resorted to such despicable tactics. Freeze! Zhang Xian bellowed in rage, disregarding Ning Yuan's onslaught, allowing the shadows to carve deep, visible wounds into his formidable flesh. As his eyes blazed with azure light, a circle expanded rapidly from beneath his feet. However, the next moment brought an astonishing revelation. The circle underfoot abruptly halted before Ning Yuan. Observing the enigmatic expression on Ning Yuan's face, Zhang Xian's pupils constricted in shock. This fellow. He actually knows the range of my abilities. How is that possible? In that instant, a terrifying thought struck Zhang Xian's mind. This guy was present all along. He has been watching my battle with those three fools, neglecting to assist his comrades. Before Zhang Xian could ponder further, Ning Yuan's relentless attacks resumed. Consumed by rage, Zhang Xian trembled, yet found himself powerless against Ning Yuan. Advancing meant enduring Ning Yuan's strikes, while the latter would shamelessly retreat, maintaining distance. Moreover, continually employing his abilities yielded no benefit but significantly drained his energy, rendering him increasingly passive. Thus, he was forced to abandon his powers and endure Ning Yuan's barrage. What to do? Engaging him in a war of attrition is utterly disadvantageous for me. As Ning Yuan's attacks accelerated, Zhang Xian's wounds multiplied, and his body's healing rate struggled to keep pace. I must retreat. I must find a place to conceal myself. With that thought, Zhang Xian's gaze darted around, seeking a location to escape. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of a large yellow dog wagging its tail nearby. A mere glance at the mutt caused Zhang Xian's attention to shift away. However, soon enough, he identified a potential escape route. Ahead lay an alley. Once he entered, the walls on either side would diminish the lethal impact of the shadows. With his plan solidified, Zhang Xian summoned all his strength, abandoning evasion to prepare for a sudden shift to his designated position. At that moment, a loud shout pierced the air. Take this! Suddenly, Zhang Xian's legs were struck fiercely, causing him to lose balance and topple backward. Staring in disbelief, he recognized the large yellow dog that had executed the sweeping kick behind him. Before he could react, the dog's eyes glowed with an eerie light. Control! The yellow dog barked. Zhang Xian's mind felt as if it had been violently struck, and his consciousness momentarily faded into oblivion. Simultaneously, Ning Yuan appeared beside him, delivering a devastating blow that shattered his skull. Chapter 60. United we stand with a thud. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. To preclude any residual tricks from Zhang Xian, Ning Yuan severed his limbs as well. After a brief wait, confirming that Zhang Xian was beyond any resurrection, the yellow dog let out a long sigh, calming its racing heart. What a thrill! The dog exclaimed, approaching the corpse to rummage through it with its paws. Observing this behavior, Ning Yuan scoffed. There's nothing of value on him, so you needn't bother searching. Upon hearing these words, the large yellow dog halted its intent to paw at Zhang Xian's trousers, turning its head to gaze at Ning Yuan with a hint of suspicion. Surely not. Did you not mention that these otherworldly beings possessed treasures? Ning Yuan glanced at the dog, then at the nearly stripped Zhang Xian, and replied with an impassive expression. Some otherworldly beings indeed possess treasures, but it is evident he does not. The yellow dog's disappointment was palpable. At that moment, Ning Yuan tilted his head towards a certain direction and spoke softly. Someone is approaching. Keep your distance behind me and avoid drawing attention. With that, shadows enveloped his feet, consuming the remnants of the battlefield, and he flung the yellow dog several hundred meters away. Before long, 5 figures leapt into the area. At the forefront stood a tall, slender man clad in a black trench coat, who surveyed the surroundings with a somber expression from atop a second-floor rooftop. Noticing only Ning Yuan, Li Guanfeng's wary gaze fell upon him. Are you from headquarters? Ning Yuan nodded in affirmation. Yes, I am from headquarters. Li Guanfeng continued his inquiry. I am familiar with most of the second-tier extraordinary beings from headquarters. I have not seen you before. So you are a first-tier extraordinary being? Ning Yuan nodded again. Seeing this, Li Guanfeng turned to the 4 individuals behind him. Zhang Yifei, Lin Yu, you two recently attended a combat meeting. Do you have any impression of this person? Upon hearing Li Guanfeng's question, The two exchanged glances, and Lin Yu, the extraordinary being, nodded and spoke. I recall him. He indeed participated in the headquarters combat meeting. His memory of Ning Yuan was particularly vivid as he was the last to arrive in the capital city that day. Hearing this, Li Guanfeng felt a weight lift from his heart. He leapt from the rooftop to Ning Yuan's side, extending his right hand. My name is Li Guanfeng, one of the leaders of the South China region, a second-tier extraordinary being. Ning Yuan reciprocated the handshake. Ning Yuan, head of the Dazhou city, a first-tier extraordinary being. After a brief introduction, Li Guanfeng directly asked Ning Yuan, a battle just occurred here. Do you know what happened? Ning Yuan shook his head. I was also drawn by the sounds of the battle. I had just arrived when you came. Li Guanfeng nodded, observing the traces of combat around them. It seems they have likely departed. I just wonder if our compatriots have fared poorly. As he said this, Li Guanfeng extended an olive branch to Ning Yuan. You must know that this area is perilous. An individual's strength is limited, so it would be wise to join us. Did you see that beam of light? Li Guanfeng pointed to the pitch-black column in the sky. If we unite and reach it to destroy it, all this will come to an end, and we shall be the heroes who save countless lives. Ning Yuan chuckled inwardly at this. Li Guanfeng was indeed astute. Speaking of unity, while perhaps intending to use his companions as cannon fodder upon encountering the otherworldly beings. Despite his thoughts, Ning Yuan feigned enthusiasm and replied, Is that so? Wonderful. To be honest, I was also seeking teammates before you arrived. We think alike. After all, strength lies in numbers, and unity can overcome all difficulties. Li Guanfeng's eyes glinted with a trace of mockery before he nodded. Very well, just follow my lead, and there is little to fear here. Just then, a sudden change occurred ahead of them. The previously vanished multicolored radiance re-emerged, with rays of light soaring towards the sky, like gigantic serpents. It has appeared again. What on earth is that? Li Guanfeng's expression changed as he gazed at the spectacular and bizarre sight. They had witnessed this scene on their way here, believing it would not reappear after its disappearance, yet here it was again. Unlike before, this time the brilliance was accompanied by resounding booms. Ning Yuan furrowed his brow as he observed the scene ahead, faintly sensing the vibrations emanating from the ground beneath him. A battle must be taking place there. Since there is a battle, it is very likely a confrontation between our compatriots and the otherworldly beings. Let us go take a look. Li Guanfeng instructed the group and charged ahead. The other extraordinary beings followed closely behind him. Ning Yuan. Lin Yu deliberately slowed his pace, positioning himself beside Ning Yuan at the back of the group, tilting his head to whisper, I recall your ability allows you to fly, correct? Ning Yuan looked at him and nodded. Seeing his affirmation, Lin Yu glanced at the others ahead. Ensuring a safe distance before speaking in a barely audible voice meant only for the two of them. My ability can conceal all things within a 10-meter radius, while your ability allows you to fly. In dire situations, we could collaborate. His implication was clear. Should they encounter life-threatening danger, they could work together to escape. Ning Yuan, somewhat surprised, replied, With so many of us, and Li Guanfeng being a second-tier extraordinary being, why would we consider fleeing? Lin Yu smiled bitterly upon hearing this. You must not have been with headquarters for long. There are 3 leaders in the South China region, each a second-tier extraordinary being, and among them, Li Guanfeng is the most cunning. If we do not face a life-or-death crisis, he may not act out of line, but once his life is at stake, he is highly likely to abandon us, even using us as cannon fodder. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan regarded Lin Yu with an odd expression. Noticing his reaction, Lin Yu sighed. You must be thinking, if I know this person is unreliable, why still join him, right? The reason is simple. If I act alone and encounter the otherworldly beings, I will surely perish. However, accompanying Li Guanfeng, although fraught with risk, certainly increases my chances of survival compared to being alone. I wish to complete this mission, to save the ordinary people here, but more than that, I want to survive. The meaning behind Lin Yu's words was evident. He was seeking ways to enhance his survival odds. Acting alone, his chances of survival were far lower than when accompanying Li Guanfeng. His approach to Ning Yuan for collaboration stemmed from the notion that their abilities combined would further elevate those survival probabilities. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he awaited Ning Yuan's response. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan appeared to be deep in thought. After a moment, he nodded at Lin Yu. Lin Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him, a smile creeping onto his face. Good, it's settled then. With that, Lin Yu accelerated, distancing himself from Ning Yuan. The group's speed was remarkable, far surpassing that of any terrestrial vehicle. As time passed, they drew ever closer to the area of unusual activity. Meanwhile, a yellow figure trailed closely behind them from several hundred meters away. During their journey, they encountered countless ordinary people, most of whom had succumbed to unconsciousness. either lying on the streets or slumped within vehicles. Those with stronger constitutions appeared pale and weak, unable to walk, reduced to sitting by the roadside with vacant expressions as they watched the extraordinary beings rush past. The miasma within the formation relentlessly degraded these ordinary people's bodily functions. If the source of that beam of light was not swiftly destroyed, the tens of thousands of ordinary people trapped within the formation would surely perish. It was merely a matter of time. Li Guanfeng, leading the group, surveyed the scene with a furrowed brow, a sense of urgency rising within him. He was acutely aware that destroying the source of the light pillar could resolve the current crisis. However, the source was destined to be the most perilous location, filled with countless alien beings. Thus, he tirelessly sought out extraordinary individuals, hoping to amass sufficient power to undertake this formidable task. He silently wished for the presence of second-tier extraordinary beings. As he gazed ahead at the approaching area, Li Guanfeng's thoughts drifted. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated once more, accompanied by a terrifying tremor that shook the earth. Upon their arrival in that region, Li Guanfeng and his companions were immediately taken aback by the scene before them. They found themselves at an elementary school, where over 1,000 children were gathered on the playground, the majority already unconscious, with only a few still weeping in despair. Teachers and parents knelt side by side, forming a human barrier with their arms protectively encircling the children, despite most of them having succumbed to unconsciousness. Their knees on the ground and arms intertwined kept them from collapsing. Outside the school gates, a colossal wall of vines loomed, a verdant barrier that shielded the children from the blast shockwaves and any external harm. In front of this wall, a youth clad in short sleeves and denim pants laughed heartily, raising his hand to unleash streams of radiant energy. Ha! Let us see how long you can last. Countless colorful rays surged toward the green wall. Some were deflected by a faint azure glow on the barrier, while others ricocheted towards the ground, causing the earth to tremble ominously. As long as I draw breath, I shall protect these children. A weak voice emanated from within the wall. As the voice faded, enormous vines extended from the barrier, lunging towards the one who had unleashed the radiant assault. The speed of the vines was sluggish, allowing the alien being to easily evade the attack. Boring. If you chose to abandon those ants behind you and face me wholeheartedly, perhaps we might truly be unable to determine a victor in a short span of time, the alien being taunted while dodging. Suddenly, he turned to face Li Guanfeng and his companions, who stood atop a nearby rooftop, grinning maliciously. Look, your loud commotion has attracted some bugs. No matter. It saves me the trouble of seeking them out. I shall crush them first, then return to play with you. With that, the alien ceased his assault on the wall, and the ground beneath him suddenly caved in, propelling him towards Li Guanfeng and his group like a cannonball. In that instant, as the alien being's gaze locked onto them, Li Guanfeng felt a chill run down his spine. Quick, cover your ears, came the urgent, frail voice from the green vine wall. However, Li Guanfeng barely had time to comprehend the warning before the alien being was upon them. Everyone, charge in together. Do not be afraid, he shouted to Ning Yuan and the others flanking him, leaping back in haste. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity. Two of them instinctively unleashed their abilities and surged towards the alien, while Lin Yu and another companion fled in opposite directions. Ning Yuan had already retreated even before Li Guanfeng's shout, placing him behind Li Guanfeng. Observing their movements, the ordinary-looking alien being smirked disdainfully and then unleashed a terrifying scream. Li Guanfeng, who was in the process of raising his hand to activate his ability, felt paralyzed the moment the scream hit him. Die. As the alien remained suspended in midair, a serpentine jade pendant in his hand suddenly radiated light. In the next moment, beams of energy shot forth from the pendant, hurtling towards them. No. Li Guanfeng was struck with horror. His mind was crystal clear, yet his body moved sluggishly, leaving him helpless as a purple ray shot towards his head. Thud! The beam pierced through Li Guanfeng's skull, annihilating half of his head. Little did he anticipate that he wouldn't even have the chance to unleash his abilities, falling victim so easily. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed again. The alien being scanned the surroundings, astonished to find that one person still remained alive. Ning Yuan stood before him, flanked by two others who had unwittingly shielded him like human shields. Among them was Lin Yu, who looked on in disbelief at Ning Yuan. Moments earlier, when the alien charged, both he and another had initially fled in opposite directions, only to find themselves uncontrollably drawn to Ning Yuan, positioning themselves protectively in front of him. The beam pierced through the person in front of Lin Yu, and then struck his chest. Why? Lin Yu's eyes brimmed with incredulity. The alien being chuckled at the sight of Ning Yuan using his companion as a shield. Ha ha. You're far more entertaining than that fellow below. Is that so? Ning Yuan replied impassively, kicking aside the lifeless Lin Yu. In the next moment, the alien felt an icy chill envelop him, and to his surprise, he found himself involuntarily tossing the jade pendant in his hand to Ning Yuan. You. The youth's pupils constricted sharply. Thud. A shadow, resembling a long spear, shot forth from beneath his feet, piercing his neck. Cough. The youth's eyes widened in shock, and he gasped as blood spewed from his mouth. Ning Yuan caught the pendant without casting a glance at the alien being, and in an instant, he vanished, reappearing beneath the green vine wall. As he disappeared, more spear-like shadows penetrated the alien being's body. Chapter 62. You are still young and do not understand on the ground. Ning Yuan regarded the vine wall before him, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Chun Xiaoshuang, an extraordinary being destined to reach the 6th tier in the future, known for his kindness and unwavering principles, ultimately perished in a bid to protect 200,000 souls and combat 3 alien beings of equal strength. Though currently only a 2nd-tier extraordinary being, could he, too, sacrifice his life to safeguard the children of a school? Sensing the presence of someone before him, a weak voice emerged from Chun Xiaoshuang. It seems our side has triumphed. How splendid. Simultaneously, the wall began to slowly undulate, revealing a face with closed eyes. Your eyes. Ning Yuan furrowed his brow as he observed him. They are blind. My 2nd-tier ability is rather peculiar. Prolonged use results in the loss of a part of myself. I would not have realized this had it not been for today. Besides, if it means saving these children, what are a pair of eyes worth? Chun Xiaoshuang spoke with nonchalance, devoid of any sorrow over his blindness. Ning Yuan silently regarded him for a moment before turning and quietly departing. He chose not to slay Chun Xiaoshuang, nor to rescue him. The reason was simple. This individual living on was far more valuable for the future than his immediate demise. As if sensing Ning Yuan's departure, Chun Xiaoshuang had no doubts about the lack of rescue. He merely uttered 2 words slowly. Be careful. Time passed. And as Chun Xiaoshuang's abilities began to wane, he struggled to extricate his body from the multitude of vines. Just then, footsteps sounded, and another figure appeared before him. Feeling an icy aura wash over him, Chun Xiaoshuang was momentarily stunned, then incredulously exclaimed, It's you? You actually came. How could those old geezers allow you to come? At this, Chun Xiaoshuang suddenly chuckled. I understand now. You must have snuck in on your own. After a brief silence, a cool, delicate voice responded to him. Can your eyes be restored? Chun Xiaoshuang nodded, and then shook his head. I don't know. My abilities are somewhat unique. Perhaps there is a possibility of recovery in the future after another breakthrough. Upon hearing his words, the other person fell silent. Yet, Chun Xiaoshuang could feel the temperature around him plummeting rapidly. You be gentler. As soon as Chun Xiaoshuang's words fell, several sharp sounds sliced through the air, and he sensed the once dissipating vines around him begin to snap and vanish. The ice blade in his hand slowly dissipated as Zhuo Qingyue, shrouded in a hood, turned to leave. Wait. Chun Xiaoshuang leaned against the wall, his voice weak. Zhuo Qingyue paused, turning to look at him. Beneath the hood, her face was cold yet stunning. Her white hair partially concealed. She wore a white skirt, her flawless legs exquisitely proportioned. There must be more than one alien being there. It would be wise for you to wait for others. Just now, I encountered a formidable transcendent. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingyue merely replied with a faint hum. Subsequently, she erupted in a brilliant white light, soaring towards the direction of the light beam. In a nearby park, a large yellow dog wagged its tail excitedly, circling around Ning Yuan, its eyes filled with a thirst for the unknown. While exploring the serpent-shaped jade pendant in his hand, Ning Yuan grew a bit irritated by the dog's incessant chatter and tossed the pendant to it. The yellow dog barked joyfully, treating the jade pendant as a treasure, examining it closely, occasionally scratching it with its sharp claws and sniffing it. Around them, ordinary people lay unconscious on the ground, observing the gradually darkening faces. Ning Yuan knew they had at most one day left to live. Tian Xiangfeng, Zhuo Qingyue, you need to hurry, Ning Yuan murmured as he gazed up at the ominous black beam. Meanwhile, a young voice interrupted. Let us team up. After all, strength lies in numbers. To destroy that beam and save everyone, relying solely on oneself, is insufficient. Lu Xing, looking at the somewhat naive boy before him, spoke with a smile. Sensing Lu Xing's amiable attitude, the boy nodded in agreement. Are you still in school? Through their conversation, Lu Xing was astonished to discover that this boy, named Kai He, was merely a student who had fortuitously become a transcendent. Yes, I'm in my senior year this year. By the way, big brother, are you truly a transcendent from headquarters? After chatting with Lu Xing, Kai felt considerably more favor towards him. Of course, I'm quite an old hand at headquarters. Lu Xing replied, a hint of awkwardness in his expression. Really? Kai's interest was piqued, and he began to incessantly inquire about headquarters. As Lu Xing answered his questions, admiration flickered across the boy's face, and he excitedly clenched his fists. To be honest, Lu Degu, I always thought I had become a monster. Now I realize we are chosen by heaven. Once this is over, I must join headquarters and fight against those alien beings invading us to protect our homeland. Hearing the boy's words, Lu Xing momentarily lost his composure and then looked at him, saying, but fighting against alien beings is perilous. Are you not afraid of death? The boy was taken aback by his words, perplexed. Why should I fear death? In the face of danger, someone must always fight in this world. Hasn't it always been this way from ancient times? Moreover, these aliens do not regard us as human. If we capable ones are afraid of death, what about those ordinary people who lack abilities? At the boy's gaze, Lu Xing instinctively took a step back, unable to meet his eyes. What's wrong, Lu Degu? The boy thought Lu Xing might be unwell and reached out to assist him. However, Lu Xing shook off his hand, murmuring, no, you're still young. You don't understand. The aliens are terrifying and powerful. If one can survive, why risk everything? The boy seemed to struggle to comprehend Lu Xing's words. Thinking he had misspoken, scratching his head and apologizing, I'm sorry, Lu Degu. I know nothing about transcendent beings and aliens, so if I said something wrong, please don't be upset. Lu Xing's breath became heavy as he tried to calm himself, then forced a smile at the boy. It's nothing. Once you join headquarters, you'll naturally understand more. The boy nodded earnestly. The two continued onward toward the beam, with Lu Xing deliberately trailing a step behind Kai. Chapter 63. Ideals and Reality. Observing the spirited youth ahead, Lu Xing slowly raised his right hand, only to let it fall again. His body trembled slightly, caught in a whirlpool of inner conflict. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I just want to live, just to live. Even ants possess the will to survive, let alone I, a human. But wasn't he just the younger version of myself? No. Reality is not ideal. To live is to have ideals. Once dead, nothing remains. Yet, a noble man lives between heaven and earth. One may die heavily like a mountain or lightly like a feather. Nonsense. I am who I am. If I die, where is the mountain? I live, therefore the mountain exists. It's all just death. Why don't you understand this simple truth, Lu Xing? Death. I cannot even die if I wish to. How can you expect me to understand? Lu Xing felt as though two personalities within him were engaged in a fierce debate, with neither able to convince the other. Just then, the image of Ling Wu flashed in his mind, bringing forth his smile and recalling his methods. In an instant, his other personality was dispelled by fear. What am I thinking? I must complete my task. Only by fulfilling the task can I live, truly live. Only in living do I possess wealth, power, women, status, even my family. With this thought, a trace of ruthlessness flickered in Lu Xing's eyes as he gazed at Kai. Do not blame me. Blame those alien beings. Blame them. Lu Degu. Kai was about to turn and ask if Lu Xing wanted to move faster when he noticed Lu Xing's face twisted in a menacing glare. The boy hadn't even had time to react. With a swift thrust, Lu Xing's hand pierced through the boy's chest like a blade. His eyes widened in disbelief. The boy's youthful face contorted in shock. Lu Degu, why? Aren't you human? Aren't we kin? Lu Xing did not respond to the boy's plea. His eyes were filled with malice, his expression twisted. It's not me who is wrong. It's this damned world. You would eventually die at the hands of those aliens. Why not die by mine now? This way, you can help me survive. We are kin, you will help me. One to you? The boy glared furiously at Lu Xing, blood pouring from his mouth as he struggled to extend his right hand. His entire right arm shimmered with flickering light, a surge of heat emanating from it. He sought to retaliate against Lu Xing. But as Lu Xing's gaze fell upon his right hand, the boy's arm softened like overcooked noodles. How could he withstand a surprise attack from a second-tier transcendent? Filled with resentment and hatred toward Lu Xing, the boy's eyes gradually lost their light. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Lu Xing withdrew his hand, frantically wiping the blood from his palms on the boy's clothes. He dared not look at the lifeless eyes of the boy on the ground, merely repeating those three words over and over. Since the inception of Ling Wu's plan, Lu Xing has feigned the role of an extraordinary being from headquarters, ingratiating himself with others before ruthlessly eliminating them from behind. Utilizing the same pretext of forming teams and the identical headquarters identity, Lu Xing, being one of the earliest members of the headquarters, knew it all too well, resulting in no one questioning his authenticity. This familiarity enabled him to dispatch a staggering number of over 20 extraordinary beings in a short time. Not long ago, he even succeeded in slaying a second-tier extraordinary being from the headquarters. Tragically, the second-tier extraordinary being failed to recognize the swapped Lu Xing, mistaking him for a special operative tasked with covert missions within the headquarters, which ultimately led to his demise as Lu Xing effortlessly plunged his hand into the man's heart from behind. Ironically, the victim believed that Lu Xing was under the control of hidden alien entities before he perished. Avoiding the lifeless gaze of the young man, Lu Xing shakily stood and hurriedly departed the scene, setting his sights on the next target. Ling Wu had assigned him but a single task: to assassinate extraordinary beings. As many as possible, for the greater his count, the more valuable he became. Therefore, Lu Xing dared not pause for even a moment, fearing that his worth might dwindle, leading to a return to the torment that was akin to a living hell. The pain of his soul being pierced was an agony he wished never to recall again. At last, Lu Xing spotted another individual, a youthful extraordinary being who appeared easily deceived. As Lu Xing approached, he noticed a yellow-haired mutt accompanying the young man. What purpose does this person have bringing a dog here? Although puzzled, Lu Xing dismissed the seemingly unremarkable dog, for as an extraordinary being, he could easily dispatch it with a mere kick. Friend, wait. Ning Yuan, hearing this, turned back in confusion, his large yellow dog following suit. It is fate that we meet here. I am an extraordinary being from headquarters, and as we draw closer to that pillar of light, why not join forces? After all, there is strength in numbers. Lu Xing approached Ning Yuan, a smile gracing his face. Ning Yuan scrutinized him, preparing to respond, when suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the sky. The sound compelled both Ning Yuan and Lu Xing to gaze upward, with the yellow dog instinctively tilting its head as well. Upon discerning the spectacle above, Lu Xing's pupils dilated in shock, as a brilliant azure light swept across the gloomy sky like a comet, dispersing the gray mist in its wake. The sky was cleaved open by this azure light, only to be rapidly engulfed once more by the encroaching fog. Tian Xiangfeng, you have finally arrived, Ning Yuan murmured to himself. Beside him, Lu Xing stared at the heavens, muttering softly, a third-tier extraordinary being. Under the dark pillar of light, a pervasive stench of blood filled the air. The vicinity was littered with mangled corpses, both ordinary humans and extraordinary beings who had arrived early. Ling Wu, seated on the steps, idly playing with a coin, gazed at the azure light approaching them, a faint smile of indifference forming on his face. Indeed, we have caught quite a big fish this time. Beside him, an alluring woman yawned, watching the sky with keen interest. The elderly man seated cross-legged beneath the tower slightly opened his eyes, snorting in disdain at the spectacle. Such theatrics. Chapter 64. A thief meets a thief. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Ning Yuan cast him an intrigued glance. You are aware of third-tier extraordinary beings? Lu Xing, bitterly smiling, replied. How could a veteran of the headquarters be ignorant of the classification of extraordinary beings? A second-tier extraordinary being could not possibly create such an uproar. Hence that individual must certainly be a third-tier extraordinary being. Now, since a third-tier extraordinary being has appeared, we should hasten to the battlefield. Determined, Lu Xing resolved that after he eliminated the extraordinary being before him, he would hide and wait for it all to conclude. After all, he had already done enough. Indeed, I too must hurry to the battlefield. Shouldn't it be we? Lu Xing was taken aback by Ning Yuan's peculiar phrasing. However, upon witnessing Ning Yuan's oddly sinister smile directed at him, a sense of foreboding washed over him. In the next moment, darkness engulfed his vision as he was mercilessly shredded into pieces by an unseen shadow. Ning Yuan possessed considerable experience in dealing with ordinary extraordinary beings below the third tier, to the point of it being almost effortless. This was because their abilities largely depended on their vision and movements. As long as he was swift enough, they had no chance to manifest their powers before him. The yellow dog observed the carnage of Lu Xing's remains, shaking its head. One can only say this fellow was exceedingly unfortunate, choosing to partner with Ning Yuan. It is well known that Ning Yuan intended for as many extraordinary beings here to perish as possible. Encountering him alone was nothing short of suicidal. At that moment, from the pile of remains, a wisp of mist suddenly rose, swiftly darting toward the pillar of light like a bolt of lightning. Ning Yuan's pupils narrowed, and his reflexes surpassed his thoughts as the shadows that had encircled him transformed into a great net, ensnaring the mist and obliterating it. As the mist dissipated, a man's anguished scream echoed faintly. The yellow dog finally grasped the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, "What on earth was that?" Ning Yuan narrowed his eyes at the dissipating mist. A soul separation. It appears this was an extraordinary being serving the alien entities. Soul separation? What does that entail? The yellow dog inquired, perplexed. Ning Yuan glanced down at it, then explained, soul separation is a peculiar technique of the alien beings, akin to what you might envision as an out-of-body experience. Through this method, they can detach the heads of extraordinary beings from their bodies, replacing them with the heads of ordinary people, thereby ensnaring the extraordinary being's soul within. This way, they can control the original head and compel the extraordinary being to obey. What? The aliens possess such devilish arts? The yellow dog stared incredulously at the remains on the ground, muttering in disbelief. This is truly an eye-opener. Just then, the yellow dog seemed to recall something. A chill running down its spine as it stammered, if, as you say, this person is an extraordinary being serving the aliens. Could it be that his purpose in approaching you is? Ning Yuan gazed at the remnants of Lu Xing and replied slowly, what else could it be? There is a high probability he intended to assassinate me from behind. Given his extensive knowledge of the headquarters, it seems he is the second-tier extraordinary being, Lu Xing. Who betrayed it? Upon hearing this, the yellow dog instinctively swallowed hard, muttering softly, what a coincidence. A thief stumbles upon a thief. A little schemer encounters a seasoned trickster. Ning Yuan shot a glance at the yellow dog, which promptly silenced itself. Under the dark pillar of light, Ling Wu rose, gazing at the azure light, drawing nearer with a booming laugh. His voice reverberated like thunder. Ha! If I am not mistaken, you must be Tian Xiangfeng. It is unfortunate that that old fool Qin Guangyi did not come. All of this was prepared specifically for him. In the sky, the azure light halted several hundred meters from the pillar of light. Gradually, the radiance faded, revealing the true visage of the person within. He was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, with a square face, dressed plainly, and a pair of weathered eyes gazing down at Ling Wu. Tian Xiangfeng's gaze lingered on Ling Wu for a moment before shifting to the horrific scene surrounding them. Corpses strewn about, blood nearly saturating the ground. Merely observing. Tian Xiangfeng's fists clenched tightly. Who are these individuals? Parents, children, family members. Amidst the chaos wrought by malevolent forces, how tragic it is. Slowly, he recited these 8 words in his heart, and then he moved. He raised his right hand, palm directed towards the source of the radiant pillar below, the Pearl Tower. His left hand extended downward towards the earth. With a hum, circles of light emerged from his palms. At that moment, the ground beneath Tian Xiangfeng began to tremble slightly, and waves of earthy yellow air surged upward, flowing towards his left hand. Meanwhile, the light circle focused on the Pearl Tower intensified in brilliance. Seeing this, Ling Wu's smile remained unbroken. He made no move and instead displayed an expression of anticipation. Tian Xiangfeng disregarded Ling Wu. His singular purpose was to obliterate this beam of light and ensure the safety of the ordinary people in the vicinity. The glow emanating from his right hand grew ever brighter, illuminating the darkened sky surrounding him. On a high-rise rooftop several kilometers away from the battlefield, the great yellow dog gazed at Tian Xiangfeng, who shone as brilliantly as the stars, his expression one of stupefied awe. Is this the power of a third-tier extraordinary being? It is truly terrifying. Ning Yuan stood at the edge of the rooftop, observing Tian Xiangfeng with a calm demeanor, and spoke slowly. Once an extraordinary being ascends to the third tier, their physique, speed, perception of danger, and the formidable powers they acquire far exceed one's imagination. As Ning Yuan's words fell, the star in the distant battlefield moved, hurtling towards the Pearl Tower like a meteor. Just as the great yellow dog believed this strike would surely shatter the light pillar, an astonishing scene unfolded before its eyes. A blue radiance suddenly illuminated the front of the light pillar, and then a blue screen manifested as if a flower had bloomed, instantly blocking the path of the light beam. Boom! The meteor collided violently with this blue screen, erupting in a blinding flash of light. A tremendous noise followed, and a gust of wind swept towards the two. Yet, before Ning Yuan stood an invisible wall, shielding him from the oncoming waves. Chapter 65. Heavy responsibility on the battlefield. Behind Ling Wu hovered an ancient bell, the size of an infant's fist, emanating a blue glow like a column of water rising into the sky, which then transformed into a massive shield. It is futile, Tian Xiangfeng. The power of your third-tier abilities is merely this, unable even to breach my shield. Ling Wu scoffed, turning to grasp the suspended bell in his hand, shaking it mockingly at Tian Xiangfeng in the sky. Since you lack the ability to bypass me and directly destroy the core of the formation, I suggest you first figure out how to deal with me. After all, if you kill me, you can take this bell and dismantle the formation to save everyone here. With that, Ling Wu released the bell. allowing it to hover as he beckoned Tian Xiangfeng with a gesture. Tian Xiangfeng's eyes brimmed with intense killing intent. You have harmed my compatriots and destroyed my homeland. Today, I shall end your life. With that declaration, his body radiated brilliant light as he plunged down towards Ling Wu. Come. Ling Wu snarled, not retreating but advancing instead. A haze of gray swept across his form, transforming him into a bizarre being cloaked in darkness, with 3 tendrils extending from his back. Boom. In the next moment, the ground beneath Ling Wu collapsed violently, propelling him towards Tian Xiangfeng. Meanwhile, an increasing number of extraordinary beings arrived at the battlefield, all incredulous as they witnessed the clash between Tian Xiangfeng and Ling Wu. Their speed of attack was unfathomably rapid. Every punch and kick was imperceptible, and the terrifying sound waves echoed continuously, punctuated by bursts of light erupting from the center of their confrontation, with shock waves flattening the surrounding structures. It has been a long time since I've seen Ling Wu so exhilarated. On the steps beneath the light pillar, a voluptuous woman dressed provocatively observed the battle, licking her red lips. To be honest, the humans on this planet have surpassed my expectations. Their growth rate is astonishing. Behind her, an elder seated beneath the light pillar chuckled coldly. They are but a group of ants trapped in a cage. No matter how quickly they grow, what does it matter? They will die sooner or later. Furthermore, if you are bored, you should first eliminate those extraordinary beings watching from the sidelines. Then assist the young master in swiftly resolving this battle. For some reason, the enchanting woman regarded the elder with surprise. What do you mean? The elder returned her gaze, then spoke deliberately. The formation cannot hold much longer. If I leave the core now, it will collapse and dissipate within 10 minutes. Moreover, have you not noticed that the individuals we invited have yet to arrive? The woman froze for a moment, then frowned. Indeed, with such upheaval here, they could not possibly be unaware. They had agreed to converge here in the end. Yet, at this juncture, with the third-tier extraordinary beings engaged, none of those invited had returned. Very well, I shall first eliminate these people, then join Ling Wu in dispatching this third-tier extraordinary being. With that, the woman drew 2 daggers from her waist, gripping them tightly as she sprang forward like a fleeting shadow towards the approaching extraordinary beings. Simultaneously, in a park several dozen kilometers away from the battlefield, a recent battle had just concluded. The air was filled with a chilling aura, and the ground was encased in a thick layer of ice. A human-shaped ice sculpture stood there, its form frozen in a forward-leaning posture. The face of the person inside contorted in agony, eyes brimming with resentment. Before the ice sculpture, Zhuo Qingwei gazed up at the dark light pillar, a flicker of concern glimmering in her eyes. Teacher Tian, hang in there. I will be done here shortly. With that, she transformed into a beam of white light, shooting into the sky. Not long ago, as Zhuo Qingwei prepared to head directly towards the light pillar, she was intercepted by Tian Xiangfeng, who had just arrived. Qingwei, along my path, I have encountered more than 5 battlefields, each populated by our compatriots clashing with alien beings. According to Professor Yang, if the light pillar persists, the hundreds of thousands of ordinary people here will be closer to death. I must resolve the light pillar swiftly. There is no time to deal with those alien creatures. Among the younger generation, you are the strongest. Only you can eliminate these alien beings with the utmost speed. Thus, this crucial responsibility falls solely upon you. Zhuo Qingwei fell silent for a moment before acquiescing. On the rooftop, witnessing the extraordinary beings being slaughtered by the seductive woman with little resistance, Ning Yuan shook his head in secret. The ignorant are fearless. These low-tier extraordinary beings arrived with bewildered expressions, utterly unaware of the impending danger. Perhaps they anticipated encountering battle, but they could never have imagined the vast disparity in power. Extraordinary beings who have never faced life and death often believe themselves to be unique. This is a common ailment among ordinary people who suddenly gain power. The scene in the battlefield reflected this truth. The enchanting woman reaped lives like a harbinger of death. Her movements were ghostly, and wielding her dual daggers, she severed the throats of extraordinary beings as easily as slicing through thin paper. Those with special abilities might evade a strike or two, but the ordinary extraordinary beings rushing to assist were completely unaware of their demise. They only sensed a flash before their necks erupted with blood. Soon, with nearly half of them dead, the anticipated panic and flight began. However, the woman's speed was astonishing. As these extraordinary beings fled with their backs turned to her, it only accelerated her killing spree. Stop. Finally, Tian Xiangfeng made his move. He turned and struck out with his palm, a sphere of light instantly shooting from his hand towards the seductive woman. The strike compelled the woman to pivot and evade, sparing the pallid, extraordinary individual from the blade's grasp. However, This momentary lapse allowed Ling Wu's tendril to deliver a crushing blow to Tian Xiangfeng's chest. With a muffled groan, Tian Xiangfeng, whose chest was somewhat concave from the punch, surged towards the enchanting woman, aiming to restrain her and grant the lower-tier extraordinary beings a chance to flee. How commendable of him! Observing this, the woman could not help but lick her crimson lips, subsequently abandoning her pursuit of the fleeing extraordinary beings to charge at Tian Xiangfeng. Be cautious. This fellow possesses a unique ability, seemingly capable of converting the force of attacks directed at him, Ling Wu cautioned. Engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Tian Xiangfeng, feeling as if he were sparring with his own reflection, the alluring woman deftly sidestepped a kick from Tian Xiangfeng. Her blade aimed viciously at his neck. Yet, with a flash of brilliance from his left hand, her weapon met an unseen barrier, merely grazing the skin of his throat. Chapter 66. Courage is the anthem of humanity. On the rooftop, as he observed the intense battle among the three, Ning Yuan fell into contemplation. So that's it. Judging by Tian Xiangfeng's tactics, his ability must pertain to absorption and conversion. This caliber of conflict had left the nearby large dog utterly bewildered, internally convinced that should it charge into the fray, it would be instantaneously vanquished. In the midst of the battlefield, Ling Wu noted that Tian Xiangfeng was still holding his ground against both of them, igniting a fire of indignation within him. "Ants, I concede I underestimated you," he declared, trading several punches with Tian Xiangfeng as a tendril extended behind him, sweeping toward a nearby stadium. With a thunderous crash, the stadium, capable of housing thousands, was cleaved in two by the tendril, its roof neatly severed. Simultaneously, the smooth tendril's tip unleashed countless slender branches, surging into the stadium like whiskers. In an instant, the multitude of tendrils retracted, ensnaring hundreds of individuals in the process. "Tian Xiangfeng, aren't you fond of saving people? Let us see if you can rescue these." Ling Wu cackled, commanding the tendril to hurl the unconscious victims into the air. Witnessing this, Tian Xiangfeng's pupils constricted, for among those plummeting from the sky were numerous children. "You beast!" he roared. Ling Wu's laughter echoed. "Ha! If you don't act swiftly to save them, they shall meet their demise upon the ground." The enchanting woman's eyes gleamed at this spectacle. "You truly are something, Ling Wu." She surmised that if Tian Xiangfeng utilized his ability to save the hundreds of ordinary people, he would inevitably expose a brief window of vulnerability. Unable to wield his conversion power for self-defense, just as he had done when rescuing the lower-tier extraordinary being moments prior. Gazing at the individuals cascading downward, poised to crash upon the unyielding surface, Tian Xiangfeng's eyes blazed crimson. Just as he prepared to forsake his own defenses to protect the ordinary people, dozens of figures surged from the distance. These individuals scattered, each employing their abilities to catch the falling souls. "You." As he recognized their faces, Tian Xiangfeng's throat felt parched. These lower-tier extraordinary beings, who had recently fled in terror, had returned. "Senior, focus on dealing with these alien beings. Though we are weak, we wish to contribute our strength," a young man among them spoke, his complexion still pallid and his body trembling slightly. Tian Xiangfeng recalled him as the lower-tier extraordinary being he had just saved. "Good, good, good," Tian Xiangfeng exclaimed repeatedly, his admiration swelling. "Courage is the anthem of humanity. As long as we do not lose our courage, what difficulty can we not overcome?" In stark contrast to Tian Xiangfeng's soaring spirit, Ling Wu felt his fury reaching a breaking point upon witnessing this scene. A low, sinister chuckle escaped him. "Ha ha ha. So, courage can conquer all difficulties, can it?" He had initially intended to reserve this power for later, but he abruptly changed his mind, deciding it would serve well to teach these ants the true meaning of disparity. With that, a radiant object appeared in Ling Wu's right hand, a palm-sized gem, shimmering with golden lightning. "Ling Wu, are you mad? You intend to use that against him?" The alluring woman shrieked, aghast. "With our combined strength, we could eventually kill Tian Xiangfeng. He is merely a third-tier extraordinary being whose spiritual energy will soon be exhausted. There is no need to resort to that." To her, Ling Wu's use of the gem to eliminate a third-tier extraordinary being was an utter waste. For it was his trump card, immensely powerful, and would only grow stronger with the planet's revival. Yet, it possessed a flaw. It was singular and one-time use. Enough of that. What does it matter? Even without this gem in the future, I can defeat everyone. But right now, I must ensure he dies. He must comprehend the gulf that exists. Ling Wu snarled. Having articulated his intentions, he abruptly retreated. The enchanting woman, too, was taken aback, hastily retreating while shouting towards the pillar of light. "Old Chun, you must dissuade Ling Wu. He has surely lost his mind." The elder seated cross-legged beneath the pillar's side. Ever since the young master nearly perished upon his arrival here, he has harbored resentment and fear toward these people. If this allows him to release that pent-up rage and fear, then let it be. After all, it is merely an external object. The elder's words were soft, but the enchanting woman heard them. She parted her vibrant red lips, but ultimately withheld any further words. A horde of ants. Witness the power you can only gaze upon in awe. Ling Wu howled, launching the gem with ferocity towards Tian Xiangfeng. In that moment, every hair on Tian Xiangfeng's body stood on end. His instincts screamed that the gem hurtling toward him bore the capacity to end his life. You all, take the ordinary people and flee. Tian Xiangfeng bellowed, turning to the extraordinary beings who were still in shock. With that, a brilliant azure light enveloped him as the ground quaked beneath his feet, his conversion ability unleashed to its utmost limit. Simultaneously, the gem, adorned with floating golden lightning, halted midair. With a resounding crack, the gem shattered, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy from within. Boom! With an explosive roar, golden lightning erupted, swiftly engulfing the battlefield. An utterly despairing scene unfolded. Despite Tian Xiangfeng advancing boldly to the forefront, those extraordinary beings who had turned to flee with the ordinary people could not alter their fate. The golden lightning merely brushed against them, reducing them to ash like mere insects. Before this overwhelming force, any ability or formidable physique seemed nothing more than a jest. In mere seconds, the lower-tier extraordinary beings and the ordinary people they sought to protect were all reduced to nothingness. Chapter 67. The wailing of the malevolent spirit. As the golden lightning gradually dissipated, Ling Wu's sinister laughter echoed through the battlefield. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. What's the matter? Tian Xiangfeng? Is courage truly humanity's anthem? What can your courage change in the face of absolute power? He surveyed the battlefield, shrouded in dust, his heart brimming with unadulterated delight. In this moment, he felt the resentment accumulated over the years of hiding evaporate into thin air. This time, it has slain numerous extraordinary beings, avenging the grievances of years past. As for Qin Guangyi, who once nearly took its life, it will eventually claim his head personally. Lost in thought, Ling Wu's gaze was drawn to Tian Xiangfeng in the arena. As it approached and recognized the scene before it, a wave of joyous laughter erupted. Ah, what a gruesome sight. The entirety of Tian Xiangfeng's lower body had vanished, and his chest bore multiple gaping, transparent wounds. His arms were reduced to mere stumps, with exposed bones visible. One side of his face was a grotesque mass of flesh, while the other was devoid of its eye. His chin lay shattered, white fragments clinging to his visage. Yet, against all odds, the remnants of Tian Xiangfeng's chest still heaved slightly. Ling Wu's brow twitched at this sight. In the next moment, the half-dismembered Tian Xiangfeng suddenly surged forth, wrapping his remaining arms tightly around Ling Wu. What? This unexpected turn left Ling Wu paralyzed with horror. Soon after, he heard a hoarse, raspy roar emanating from Tian Xiangfeng's throat, reminiscent of a wailing specter. You! Ling Wu extended his hands in fear, attempting to pry Tian Xiangfeng from his body. However, as the final cry erupted from Tian Xiangfeng's throat, a golden glow ignited from within his battered form. This is impossible. The elder and the enchanting woman under the light beam were taken aback by the unfolding scene. On the terrace, Ning Yuan sighed at the sight. Absorbing a bolt of golden lightning with his body, he wagered that Ling Wu would approach, allowing for a final gambit. Tian Xiangfeng, I never anticipated you could reach this point. As the battlefield once more radiated with golden light, Ning Yuan turned, frowning into the distance. Left-leaning moon, why have you not yet arrived? Is it that only a second tier you will not come? Very well, no more waiting. With that thought, Ning Yuan lifted his foot and gave the big yellow dog a kick, saying, stop watching the show. From now on, follow my instructions. On the battlefield, the enchanting woman dashed forward, her eyes fixed on Ling Wu. Are you all right? Ling Wu cast his gaze downward at the empty ground, lost in his thoughts. A blood hole, transparent from front to back, marred his chest, pulsating as it attempted to mend itself. Yet, the golden arcs of electricity within the wound hindered the healing process significantly. Observing Ling Wu's injury, the enchanting woman clicked her tongue and remarked, fortunately, we're still on time. We should depart. Otherwise, encountering another third-tier extraordinary being would spell trouble. At that moment, Ling Wu seemed to snap back to reality, silently nodding at the enchanting woman. Seeing his expression, she smiled and reached out to take his hand. However, just then, her face froze in shock, for her outstretched arm was silently severed. Ning Yuan's figure materialized between them, his dark eyes deep as abysses, his hands slicing through the air, piercing Ling Wu's skull. "Who are you?" the enchanting woman shrieked, clutching her severed arm as she stumbled back. "Ah!" Ling Wu, pierced by Ning Yuan's hand, trembled and let out a roar. Frowning, Ning Yuan withdrew his right hand, and phantoms materialized around him, resembling spears, lunging fiercely at Ling Wu. Ling Wu clenched his fists tightly, finally regaining control over his body. 3 tendrils shot up behind him, blocking Ning Yuan's assault. Indeed, it was rather challenging for a second tier to execute a lethal ambush. Ning Yuan pondered, expressionless as he retreated, increasing the distance between himself and Ling Wu. An ant that lurks in the shadows, seeking death. Ling Wu's wound slowly healed, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Yuan, his murderous intent surging like a flood. The opponent not only concealed himself perfectly, but possessed a certain ability to manipulate his own body. Had it not been for his unique physique, he would have perished when his skull was pierced. "You are not a third-tier extraordinary being. Yet you dare to come alone to assassinate me?" Ling Wu enunciated each word. Ning Yuan smirked coldly at his words. "What? Must a third-tier extraordinary being be required to kill you? What?" Ling Wu paused, then laughed. "I see now, you are simply insane." With that, Ling Wu's form vanished in place. In the next moment, he materialized before Ning Yuan, delivering a powerful punch, while his 3 tendrils enveloped Ning Yuan, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Ning Yuan, undaunted, engaged in close combat, swinging his fists as the surrounding shadows deflected Ling Wu's tendrils. The enchanting woman, who had intended to join the fray and assist Ling Wu, took a few steps forward, only to find her forehead beaded with cold sweat. The speed of their battle was so extraordinary that she had no opportunity to intervene. Ling Wu soon sensed something amiss. The strength and speed of the person before him were peculiar. Tian Xiangfeng's prowess stemmed from his ability to absorb and convert attacks, allowing him to nearly match Ling Wu's strength and speed. However, this individual did not possess such an ability, yet his speed and strength were equally formidable. Moreover, the bizarre shadows surrounding him completely thwarted Ling Wu's tendril attacks. "Smile, do you not enjoy smiling?" Ning Yuan taunted Ling Wu, and in an instant, a phantom at his feet surged into Ling Wu's body, momentarily paralyzing him. Then, a shadowy spear appeared, piercing through Ling Wu's form and pinning him to the ground. "Ah!" Ling Wu roared. The enchanting woman finally found an opportune moment to appear before Ning Yuan, her dagger poised to strike at his neck. Yet, Ning Yuan paid her no heed. The dagger was halted by a shadow before him, unable to advance further. Moreover, the woman felt her body stiffen as the phantom beneath her swept by, rendering her immobile. In the next moment, she was inexplicably compelled to stab herself in the neck with her dagger. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was sufficiently robust. Just as the dagger was about to pierce her skin, she regained control over her body. "What manner of monster are you? I have never heard of anyone like you among extraordinary beings," the woman exclaimed in horror. Ning Yuan did not respond to her words. Instead, he raised his foot and delivered a forceful kick to her abdomen, sending her soaring. Following this, several shadowy spears lunged toward her form. In a critical moment, a tendril from behind Ling Wu extended and ensnared one of the woman's legs, pulling her away to evade the attack. Under the light beam, the seated elder observed the scene with growing anxiety. He had contemplated joining the battle to assist the 2 young masters multiple times, but every time he made a slight movement, the entire light beam began to tremble violently. "Damn it, the formation is at its limit. If I leave the heart of the formation, it will soon collapse. If the formation collapses while we remain, we will be trapped like fish in a barrel." With that thought, the elder glanced at the dim light screen above. He could easily surmise how many were watching this scene from the outside. Just then, a yellow shadow suddenly caught his eye. "What is that?" As he focused, his pupils constricted. A yellow-haired dog came rushing like the wind towards the suspended bell, and without hesitation, it opened its mouth wide and devoured it whole. "Wretched beast! How dare you!" The elder, upon witnessing the scene, became infuriated and shouted vehemently. However, the large yellow dog paid him no heed, darting away into the distance instead. As the dog fled, the blue shield above the light column gradually dissipated. Seeing the dog escape, the elder attempted to rise several times. Yet he begrudgingly settled back down amidst the violent tremors of the light column. "Young master, Huajiao, hurry. The Zhanhai bell has been snatched away by that dog." The elder shouted anxiously toward the battlefield. In the fray, Ling Wu, who was being dominated by Ning Yuan, turned his gaze toward the retreating yellow dog and let out a roar of frustration. "Beast, return my treasure. Huajiao, quickly intercept that dog. Without the Zhanhai bell, our safety during retreat is compromised." With that, Ling Wu launched a desperate offensive against Ning Yuan, finally seizing a fleeting opportunity to throw the enchanting woman out of the battlefield. The moment she was cast aside, the woman sprinted toward the distant yellow dog with astonishing speed, quickly closing the gap. The yellow dog clamped its jaws tightly, refusing to relinquish the bell despite the incessant clashing of its teeth. Excitement filled its eyes. Treasure, treasure, my treasure. Suddenly, the yellow dog was startled by the sound of heavy breathing nearby. It turned around and was nearly frightened out of its wits. A scantily clad woman, with only one arm, was pursuing it relentlessly, closing in fast. Her face contorted with rage, her eyes glinted with a murderous intent to devour the yellow dog whole. Damn! The yellow dog felt the cold blade of a dagger almost pierce its rear. The chilling aura of the blade sent shivers down its spine. Realizing it could not shake off the alluring woman, it despaired inwardly. My life is forfeit. Just then, Ning Yuan descended from above, raising a foot to kick the dog away, sending it soaring into the distance. Tears welled up in the yellow dog's eyes. It had never felt such joy from being kicked by Ning Yuan before. Ah! The enchanting woman shrieked, still intent on chasing the yellow dog. But Ning Yuan delivered a fierce kick to her waist. Ling Wu, witnessing this, felt a surge of rage. Whether it was the assassination attempt on him, or sending a dog to steal his treasure, the opponent's treacherous actions had escalated Ling Wu's hatred for Ning Yuan to an all-time high, surpassing even his animosity towards Qin Guangyi. The chaotic battle resumed. Ning Yuan faced two opponents, but remained at ease, occasionally glancing at the light column below, calculating the time. Meanwhile, none noticed the darkening sky, subtly shifting as if being drawn downward. Where there is light, there are shadows. Without light, darkness prevails. In this realm devoid of illumination, darkness was omnipresent. Bang! The enchanting woman was once again kicked out of the battlefield, her long hair disheveled, clothes torn, revealing patches of pristine skin, her once beautiful face now bruised and battered. She gazed at Ling Wu, who was once more pierced by countless spears, and a sense of helplessness surged within her. I cannot win. It's utterly impossible. At this point, she reluctantly acknowledged a truth she had been loath to accept. The opponent's abilities were too bizarre and terrifying, be it in defense, speed, or attack. Even though Ling Wu's recovery was impressive, they could not defeat him. However, if they continued to drag things out, they would still fall into a significant disadvantage. If the formation dissipated before they could escape, they would inevitably face a greater onslaught of extraordinary beings. With this in mind, the woman gritted her teeth and stood up. Now, she had to persuade Ling Wu to flee with her. Ling Wu, let us go. There is no time left. Ling Wu, upon hearing her words, trembled internally but did not respond. Let us go. We can return later. The enchanting woman continued to urge him. Ling Wu's offensive gradually slowed, and he began to retreat. Just then, Ning Yuan's laughter rang out. What is this? Are you about to flee again? Just like last time? Driven to the edge by the ants in your eyes, fleeing like a lost dog. Hearing the taunts, Ling Wu's retreating steps faltered. Ling Wu, don't listen to him. The enchanting woman shouted anxiously. At that moment, icebound, a clear, chilling voice rang out. An icy aura enveloped the battlefield, and the enchanting woman felt her feet freeze in place. Looking down, she discovered that the ground beneath her had formed a thick layer of ice. Then, a hooded figure descended from above, wielding an ice blade aimed viciously at her neck. Another extraordinary being. The woman was struck with a shock. Her upper body twisted in an impossible manner to evade the decapitating strike. Crack! With a forceful push against the icy surface, she shattered the ice and freed her legs. Zhuo Qingyue landed on the ground, casting a glance at the enchanting woman, who had only one arm left, and then at the fierce battle between Ning Yuan and Ling Wu. Her gaze settled on Ning Yuan. Zhuo Qingyue recognized him from a previous meeting at headquarters. Ning Yuan, in turn, noticed Zhuo Qingyue, observing the numerous wounds on her body, particularly the thin layer of ice covering her left thigh, beneath which lay a patch of blackened, decaying flesh. Realizing that Tian Xiangfeng was nowhere to be seen, Zhuo Qingyue understood the grim reality. She sighed softly, sorrow filling her eyes. I'm sorry, Teacher Tian. I've arrived too late. Chapter 69. Darkness. At my command, the enchanting woman, with her remaining left hand gripping the dagger tightly, glared darkly at Zhuo Qingyue. A little yellow-haired girl, injured so gravely, dares to come and meddle, seeking death. Zhuo Qingyue met her gaze, then slowly raised her ice blade. In the next moment, both women moved simultaneously. Clang! The sound of clashing blades echoed as their battle commenced in deadly earnest. In another part of the battlefield, Ning Yuan, engaged with Ling Wu, glanced toward the two women fighting not far away, observing Zhuo Qingyue's silhouette. A fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes. In his previous life, due to the extreme defensive capabilities of the Light Spirit, Ning Yuan's rank swiftly escalated from A to S at headquarters. Meanwhile, Zhuo Qingyue's Ice Spirit ability was primarily offensive, marking her as the first S-rank extraordinary being at headquarters. Thus, the two S-rank extraordinary beings, of similar age, formed a perfect partnership, one offensive, the other defensive. Their collaboration accomplished many tasks that other extraordinary beings could not, saving countless lives. During that time, Ning Yuan was hailed as a guardian spirit for protecting numerous ordinary people with his abilities. However, it was also during that period that Ning Yuan failed to save Ning Xiaoluo while on a mission. Time inevitably alters everything. Ning Yuan's ability to advance became increasingly challenging. He could not keep pace with Zhuo Qingyue's progress. When she reached the 5th tier, he had barely broken through to the 4th. By the time she reached the 6th tier, he remained at the 4th. When she attained the 7th tier, he was still at the 4th. The widening chasm of disparity transformed their once equal relationship into one of inequality. Their duo was reduced to a singular entity. As the alien races grew stronger, Ning Yuan's defenses became imperfect, his invulnerability diminished. He gradually found himself incapable of completing certain critical missions. Consequently, headquarters reassessed his rank from S back to A, until he gradually aged and completely withdrew from the core circle of the headquarters, transitioning to teaching and nurturing extraordinary beings for the organization. He dedicated his life to the headquarters in his previous life. Despite losing his only family member, he never held the headquarters accountable. However, in his twilight years, he was executed under baseless accusations. Did he harbor resentment? Naturally, Ning Yuan did. It was clear that those individuals were aware of his contributions, and he had done nothing wrong. Among them, Zhuo Qingyue understood the extent of his sacrifices better than anyone. Yet, she chose the fleeting promise of a century of peace from foreign tribes over him during a century of tranquility. On the battlefield, Ning Yuan gazed at Zhuo Qingyue's retreating figure, barely suppressing his desire to strike. Ling Wu, who fought against him, sensed Ning Yuan's agitation. However, he assumed that Ning Yuan's murderous intent was directed at Huajiao. It seemed that this girl was of great importance to him. Observing Huajiao gaining the upper hand in their clash, Ling Wu felt a rare sense of satisfaction. As long as he could discomfort Ning Yuan, he felt content. Hearing Ling Wu's words, Ning Yuan actually smiled, although his smile bore a sinister edge. Important? Huh. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. With that, Ning Yuan's assault accelerated. Shadows piercing through Ling Wu's form once more. Simultaneously, a shadow beneath his feet extended towards Zhuo Qingyue. However, at that moment, Ning Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. The hood of Zhuo Qingyue fell during the fierce battle, revealing her true identity and her flowing white hair. A delicate crystal necklace around her neck also caught his eye. What was that? Damn it. As expected of the only S-class extraordinary being in the early stages, the headquarters truly valued her, granting her such an item so early. Ning Yuan felt a surge of frustration as he retracted the shadow extending from his feet. In his previous life, as Zhuo Qingyue's partner, he was well aware of the treasures she possessed, the Void Crystal Necklace, one of the most elite life-saving artifacts within the headquarters, containing spatial power and usable 3 times. When this object sensed its wearer in life-threatening danger, it would teleport her away. The fact that it was given to Zhuo Qingyue when she was merely at the 2nd tier spoke volumes about the headquarters' regard for her. In other words, if Ning Yuan disregarded everything and attacked Zhuo Qingyue, given her intellect, she would undoubtedly sense the danger directed at her. At that moment, Ning Yuan's only fate would be to defect from the headquarters and wander the world with Ning Xiaoluo. But that was not Ning Yuan's plan in this life. He intended to ascend to the pinnacle using the resources of the headquarters and the entire world to seize victory amidst the conflict between extraordinary beings and foreign tribes. His grand scheme of reincarnation had only just begun. How could he fall for a woman in a moment of impulsiveness? With this thought, Ning Yuan's turbulent emotions quickly calmed. He observed Zhuo Qingyue, who was at a disadvantage and about to be forcibly transported away by the Void Crystal Necklace. And a brilliant idea formed in his mind as he rushed towards her. Meanwhile, due to her injuries, half of Zhuo Qingyue's body trembled slightly. Her current strength was less than half of her peak. After exchanging hundreds of blows with the enchanting woman, fatigue began to set in. The crystal necklace around her neck began to emit a faint glow. In contrast, the alluring woman grew increasingly exhilarated in battle, regaining some confidence from facing Zhuo Qingyue. However, just as she was about to pounce on Zhuo Qingyue to deliver the final blow, Ning Yuan appeared before Zhuo Qingyue faster than she could react. You are utterly useless if you can't even handle a one-armed waste. Ning Yuan shouted angrily, then pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to Zhuo Qingyue's abdomen, sending her toward the location of the light pillar. Go drive that old man away. As long as he leaves his seat, the formation will dissipate. If you can't even handle this small task, the lives of tens of thousands will be on your conscience. Hearing Ning Yuan's words and feeling the sharp pain in her abdomen, Zhuo Qingyue bit her lip tightly. She watched as Ning Yuan was besieged by two opponents. Trapped in a 1-against-2 predicament, and guilt flashed in her eyes. As she was about to land, Zhuo Qingyue spun in midair and dashed towards the light pillar. Ling Wu was horrified at the sight. No time to ponder how Ning Yuan knew this. He and the alluring woman rushed towards the light pillar simultaneously. However, the shadows beneath Ning Yuan's feet suddenly expanded, ensnaring the two of them and enveloping them in darkness, firmly restraining them. You can't kill me. Just how long do you think your meager spiritual energy can last? Ling Wu roared in fury, having been in a passive position since the battle began. Yet, it was powerless to change anything. At that moment, it even regretted using its lethal weapon against Tian Xiangfeng. Given another chance, it would undoubtedly have utilized that artifact against the person before it. Meanwhile, the light pillar began to tremble violently. Ning Yuan watched the light pillar quaking ominously, almost on the verge of collapse, knowing that Zhuo Qingyue had succeeded. Can't kill you? Hearing Ling Wu's words, he suddenly laughed. You think I don't know? As long as I shatter your physical form with a single blow, I can utterly annihilate you. Ling Wu was taken aback, and even Hua Jiu beside it widened her eyes in disbelief. You. A palpable sense of fear engulfed Ling Wu. At that moment, the shadows beneath Ning Yuan's feet swiftly restrained the two of them. He then raised his arms high, hands grasping as if seizing an invisible hilt. Darkness, bend to my will. As these words slowly left his lips, Ning Yuan's hands abruptly swung down towards the two of them. Buzz. The rules of darkness that had long been beckoned from the heavens suddenly tilted downward, enveloping Ling Wu and the other. Boom. Simultaneously, the light pillar erupted. The dim light curtain shattered and dissipated, allowing the sunlight to gradually filter in. In the sky, the roar of helicopters echoed. Before everyone, not only were there remnants of ruins and devastation, but also Ning Yuan standing alone, clutching the severed head of an alien being. Chapter 70. Why is it puffing its cheeks? As they gazed at Ning Yuan, who stood alone amidst the ruins, the world seemed to have been paused. The crew responsible for filming from the helicopter was left dumbfounded. At that moment, Ning Yuan moved. He stepped forward, transforming into a streak of black light and vanishing from the spot. Only then did the crew react, their trembling hands pressing against their earpieces as they hurriedly contacted the headquarters. Meanwhile, within the frontline base of the headquarters, merely a few hundred meters from the light barrier, there was a deathly silence. Yang Yuesian stared incredulously at the screen showing the vanishing Ning Yuan, while Lu Yi stood beside him, equally dumbfounded. Instead of the anticipated figure of Tian Xiangfeng, they witnessed a newcomer who had recently joined the headquarters. Most importantly, that newcomer seemed to be holding something. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, appearing outside the base. The extraordinary beings scattered around immediately became vigilant, and Zheng Guang stood protectively before Lu Yi and Yang Yuesian. Ning Yuan walked slowly towards the crowd, the eerie black head in his hand capturing everyone's attention. As he approached, the outermost armed soldiers instinctively parted to make way for him. When he penetrated deeper into the throng, the extraordinary beings unconsciously stepped back, allowing him passage, until Ning Yuan stood before Zheng Guang. Zheng Guang gazed at Ning Yuan, his eyes fixed on the severed head in his hands, his face betraying a profound shock. Ning Yuan placed a hand gently on Zheng Guang's shoulder, nudging him aside. He then approached Lu Yi and Yang Yuesian. As Lu Yi stared at him in a daze, Ning Yuan placed the head in Lu Yi's embrace before lifting his hands, cradling the gruesome trophy. Minister, this is what you sought, Ning Yuan said with a soft sigh. Lu Yi glanced down at the head nestled in his arms, then looked back at Ning Yuan. His throat felt parched, and he yearned to speak, but Ning Yuan did not grant him the luxury of time for inquiries. Instead, he bit his tongue, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Wiping his lips carelessly, a look of exhaustion washed over his face as he said, I am gravely injured. I must take my leave, Minister. With that, Ning Yuan transformed into a streak of black light and vanished. En route, he sensed the position of the large yellow dog through the shadow he had left on it, subsequently locating it in a dilapidated building and taking it away. Thus, Ning Yuan's tasks were complete. Any ensuing troubles were to be managed by the headquarters. He now awaited their arrival at Xinghu Huaban after they resolved matters here. A black streak descended from the heavens, appearing at the entrance of a villa. The moment Ning Yuan materialized, he felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. He turned to see a middle-aged man on the second floor of an unsold villa, their eyes locking in an icy exchange. In that instant, the man felt his heart skip a beat. As Ning Yuan's gaze drifted away, the man wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily retrieved a walkie-talkie, exclaiming, "Attention! Leader Ning has returned. The task of protecting his family is temporarily cancelled. All personnel, retreat immediately. Received. Understood. Acknowledged." Ning Yuan entered the villa after inputting the code at the gate. Once inside the courtyard, he spotted Ning Luo, dressed in an apron, tiptoeing to hang out his bedding. Upon seeing Ning Yuan, she froze for a moment before her face lit up with joy. "Xiao Yuan, you're back." She hurried over, her large eyes scanning him up and down. After confirming he appeared unscathed, she finally relaxed. Ning Yuan smiled and ruffled her hair. "No need to worry. I told you there was no danger." After exchanging a few words, her gaze shifted to the large yellow dog, which sat silently with a puffed-up cheek. "Hey, Xiao Yuan, where did you find this mutt? It looks just like the big yellow dog we had when we were kids." Ning Luo approached the large yellow dog, studying it with curiosity. For reasons unknown, the dog appeared somewhat bashful under her scrutiny, lowering its head. "It's not just any mutt," Ning Yuan interjected, casting a glance at the dog before succinctly recounting its journey from a mundane creature to an extraordinary one. Ning Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. "You mean it's as smart as a human and can talk?" Ning Yuan nodded. Her curiosity piqued. She inspected the dog from various angles, eager to discern how this talking canine differed from an ordinary dog. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and a dog, entered the villa. The living room was immaculate, nearly dust-free, a testament to Ning Luo's meticulous nature and her appreciation for their home. On the sofa, she returned from the kitchen with 3 glasses of juice, placing one before Ning Yuan, another in front of the large yellow dog, and keeping one for herself, to ensure the dog could drink comfortably. She even added a straw to its glass. Ning Yuan lifted his juice to his lips while simultaneously reaching for the remote to turn on the television. Ning Luo sipped her juice, stealing glances at the large yellow dog, which sat upright and composed. The dog's eyes occasionally darted toward the juice on the table, yet it remained still. Curious, Ning Luo whispered to Ning Yuan, "Xiao Yuan, why does it keep puffing up its cheeks?" Ning Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the dog and chuckled. "This fellow has something precious in its mouth, and it's afraid I'll take it from it." Ning Luo's eyes widened in surprise. She then sat beside the large yellow dog, softly saying, "You're afraid Xiao Yuan will take your treasure. So you want to open your mouth?" The dog tilted its head, giving a subtle nod. Ning Luo smiled gently at this revelation. She extended her hand toward the dog's mouth. "Don't worry, I'll keep it safe for you. I'll return it once you finish your juice." Xiao Yuan went to take it. While Ning Yuan idly watched the television, he kept an eye on the large yellow dog out of the corner of his eye. After a moment's consideration, the dog opened its mouth and actually released a bell into Ning Luo's hand. Gazing at the blue bell, she seemed to have an epiphany and stood up, heading toward the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon followed. The large yellow dog eagerly slurped down several mouthfuls of juice before commenting, "I never imagined someone like you could have such a gentle, kind, and perfect wife." Ning Yuan shot at a sidelong glance. "Wife? You must be blind." "Yes, my sister." The dog was momentarily taken aback. "What, sister?" After a brief silence, it finally voiced its astonishment. What kind of parents could possibly produce such vastly different children? "It's simply astonishing." Ning Yuan sighed at the remark. He set down the remote and began to stretch his hands. The large yellow dog felt a pang of anxiety at this moment. Just then, Ning Luo returned, one hand holding the bell and the other clutching several red strings, sitting down between the two. "I'm not a biological sister to Xiao Yuan. I'm his cousin." Ning Luo placed the bell on the table and skillfully began to weave the red strings. She regaled the large yellow dog with amusing tales from their childhood, while it listened quietly. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan contemplated the bell resting on the table. Drawing from his experiences in a previous life, he knew that treasures in the possession of otherworldly beings could also be utilized by extraordinary individuals, but only after erasing all traces of their otherworldly origins. Subsequently, one must nurture the object with their own extraordinary power. The bell before him had evidently lost its luster following Ling Wu's demise, indicating it had become a masterless object. Observing the large yellow dog engaged in conversation with Ning Luo, Ning Yuan had no intention of claiming the bell for himself. After all, as long as this defensive treasure remained with the large yellow dog, it would provide Ning Luo with an added layer of security. He still possessed a serpentine jade pendant, also acquired from slaying an otherworldly being. Contemplating this, Ning Yuan looked at Ning Xiaoluo, a gentle glimmer appearing in his eyes. Xiaoluo, just wait a little longer. Once I have absolute confidence, I will help you become an extraordinary being. For an ordinary person to attain extraordinary status, they must endure the pain of integrating with a spiritual seed, along with the repulsion that might occur between the seed and their own essence. Thus, the mortality rate during the integration process can soar to 50%. However, spiritual seeds are incredibly diverse, and the efficacy of spiritual artifacts varies widely. Consequently, Ning Yuan, having learned various methods to ensure 100% success in spiritual integration from his past life, found that those resources either had yet to appear or were beyond his current reach. Therefore, even if the probability of successful fusion stood at 90%, with only a 10% chance of death, Ning Yuan would still not allow Ning Xiaoluo to undergo spiritual integration, as he dared not gamble with her safety. All right. On the sofa, Ning Xiaoluo inspected her completed red string, nodding in satisfaction. I earned quite a bit of pocket money with this skill when I was in middle school. Years have passed, yet it feels as though familiarity has been retained. Ning Xiaoluo secured the pre-reserved red string to the bell and tied it into a firm knot. After giving it a hearty tug and inspecting it closely, she placed the bell around the bewildered big yellow dog's neck. Adjusting it gently, Ning Xiaoluo nodded with a smile, finding it quite charming. Only then did the big yellow dog seem to register the situation, looking at Ning Xiaoluo in disbelief. You did this for me? Of course. Otherwise, you'd be unable to eat with it in your mouth. It's much more convenient this way, Ning Xiaoluo replied, affectionately patting its head. The big yellow dog lowered its gaze, attempting to glimpse its neck, but failing to do so. It then dashed off towards the bathroom. Shortly after, muffled whimpers echoed from within. Ning Yuan couldn't help but twitch his lips, casting an odd look at Ning Xiaoluo, who remained oblivious, busy tidying up the table. By the way, Xiaoluo, has Su Wei been around lately? Ning Yuan inquired. Surprised, Ning Xiaoluo responded. How did you know? Yes. She has been visiting frequently these past few days. In fact, she came by this morning, but left hastily before you returned. Ning Yuan nodded, finally understanding why Ning Xiaoluo had seemed unconcerned amid all the rampant rumors surrounding the Dahu City incident. It appeared that Su Wei had deliberately diverted her attention from it. Given her position at headquarters, she must have been aware of the likelihood of Ning Yuan being involved in the operation. She is too considerate. All the groceries in the fridge are from her, and she refuses to take my money. Ning Xiaoluo sighed softly while preparing to cook. Xiao Yuan, you should find a way to repay her for this expense. It's not right to take advantage of her. Ning Yuan nodded in agreement. All right. I will repay her when I have the chance. Just then, the big yellow dog returned, plopping down on the sofa, its eyes slightly reddened. Ning Yuan glanced at it, but remained silent. At the dining table, the big yellow dog sat with a bowl of chicken legs and steak before it, its eyes misting over once more. Ning Xiaoluo, just having removed her apron, quickly asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like chicken legs and beef?" The dog shook its head vigorously, then began to devour the food voraciously. Although it didn't need to eat to survive, it was still a dog. Eating was not merely about satiating hunger. It was also about relishing the flavors of food. Even extraordinary beings indulge in food, let alone this stray dog. After the meal, Ning Xiaoluo hummed a tune while tidying up in the kitchen. The big yellow dog finished the remaining juice in one gulp, then spoke slowly while watching the news on television. Since my birth, I have been a stray dog, met with disdain by everyone. No one has ever cared for me, nor has anyone ever touched me willingly. Had I not accidentally ingested a spirit seed and transformed into this form, I would likely still be rummaging through a trash bin for food, occasionally chased away. Even after becoming an extraordinary being, I lived like a stray dog until I met you, fearing capture for research. I understand now why you brought me back. When you are away, I will protect her. Ning Yuan did not look at the dog, simply responding, "You should protect her, for she is the only person in this world who has shown you kindness." Chapter 72. Anything is possible in the afternoon. Ning Yuan taught the big yellow dog how to nurture the bell around its neck. As for the promotion of extraordinary beings and general knowledge, the dog indicated it had already gleaned information during its time tracking the Dahu City officials. However, the current methods of promotion were geared towards humans, and whether they would apply to a dog remained uncertain, as there were no precedents. In the evening, Ning Xiaoluo prepared a room for the big yellow dog, which brought tears to its eyes once more as it prepared to rest outside. Late at night, after concluding its bell nurturing, the big yellow dog sensed something amiss. It felt as though all the natural essence around it had been drawn away. Instantly alert, it followed its instincts. Gently pushing open the villa's door, the big yellow dog spotted Ning Yuan sitting cross-legged in the yard. To an ordinary person, Ning Yuan appeared unremarkable. But the big yellow dog sensed an extraordinary difference. He seemed like a vortex, voraciously absorbing the essence of the surrounding world. The big yellow dog's eyes widened in astonishment as it covered its mouth with its paw. Compared to Ning Yuan's terrifying absorption speed, its own seemed laughably trivial. Akin to the difference between a glutton and an infant at mealtime. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours slipped by as the big yellow dog watched in silence until Ning Yuan completed his training. When I'm cultivating, you should refrain from doing so. Wait until I finish, or find time during the day, Ning Yuan remarked, stretching his limbs while facing away from the dog. What level of spirit seed did you fuse with to achieve such a terrifying absorption speed? The big yellow dog marveled, believing that in just 2 hours, Ning Yuan had absorbed more essence than it had in over 2 months. Ning Yuan turned his head slightly, replying, my spirit seed is rather unique. During the day, my absorption speed is similar to yours. It's only at night that I achieve this rate. With that, he introspected and noticed the 2 spirit fruit on the path tree within his body, now in a state of quiet slumber. These fruits appeared as if they had feasted and were now resting. The amount of essence they could absorb daily was limited, much like how seeds require time to grow, bloom, and bear fruit. While ordinary extraordinary beings take a long time to nurture these seeds, Ning Yuan's unique dark spirit and terrifying absorption speed considerably shortened this process. It was akin to one farmer carrying buckets of water back and forth to irrigate crops, while another simply used a hose to water them directly. Should Ning Yuan wish to break through to the 3rd tier at an even faster pace, he would need external assistance, specifically by devouring spiritual materials. Such materials are born of nature and contain the purest life force, thus catalyzing the growth of the path tree. Hearing Ning Yuan mention that his cultivation speed was only at night, the big yellow dog couldn't help but click its tongue in envy. What a freak. The following morning, a red sports car pulled up outside Ning Yuan's villa. Su Wei, clad in light clothing, stepped out of the vehicle. She entered the code at the villa gate and pushed the door open, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart. Su Wei exhaled slowly before gently pushing the door open. To her surprise, she saw the big yellow dog standing upright, sweeping the floor. Su Wei quickly shut the door again, rubbed her face with her hands, and then opened it once more. The sight of the big yellow dog still sweeping the floor met her eyes. Closing the door yet again, she stared at her hands, engulfed in deep self-doubt. Could it be that I've been too exhausted these past few days, leading to such bizarre hallucinations? Just then, the door swung open from the inside. Su Wei, you're here. Ning Shaluo smiled as she took Su Wei's hand, leading her into the house. At that moment, Su Wei no longer saw the sweeping dog. It was indeed an illusion. Su Wei let out a long sigh of relief and then inquired with a smile, Shaluo, has Ning Yuan returned? Ning Shaluo nodded and gestured towards the sofa. He came back yesterday. With that, Ning Shaluo walked directly into the kitchen. Su Wei glanced at Ning Shaluo's retreating figure and hurried over to Ning Yuan, who was engrossed in playing a video game. Su Wei's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Did you really kill that alien creature? Did you save hundreds of thousands of lives in Dehu City? Yes, Ning Yuan replied calmly. Su Wei slowly sat down beside him. I heard you were injured. How serious is it? Not too bad. With some rest, I should be fine. Su Wei looked at him and rubbed her face, revealing an excited smile. Do you realize the magnitude of your achievement? It's immense. How immense? Ning Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the television screen. Immense beyond measure. Su Wei exclaimed. No other extraordinary individual has accomplished as much as you. You eliminated the most troublesome alien being for headquarters and saved countless ordinary lives. I can hardly imagine how they will reward you. Status, honor, wealth, spiritual artifacts, spiritual tools. I'm certain headquarters will reward you with at least one of these, or perhaps even both. At this, Su Wei excitedly held up 2 fingers. Ning Yuan turned to glance at Su Wei, a faint smile playing on his lips. Perhaps headquarters will question my actions or even suppress me. How could that be? Su Wei's eyes widened. Why would you think that? Headquarters would never treat you this way. Ning Yuan merely smiled noncommittally. At that moment, the large yellow dog appeared in Su Wei's line of sight, beginning to mop the floor in response to her astonished gaze. Su Wei pointed at the dog, her voice wavering. Ning Yuan looked at the dog. What's wrong? Have you never seen a dog doing housework? Su Wei stared at Ning Yuan in disbelief. No. When has there ever been a dog that does housework? Ning Yuan replied nonchalantly. There never was, but now there is. After all, this is a new era. Anything is possible. Chapter 73. The fallen leaves drifting with the current, perhaps due to Ning Yuan's remark about the possibilities of the new era. Su Wei suddenly found the sight of a dog mopping the floor less strange. She then shifted her gaze away from the dog, saying, Ever since the Dahu City incident was exposed to the public and the minister revealed everything about extraordinary beings, chaos has begun to spread across the country. At that moment, Ning Shaluo came over with a plate of sliced fruit. Hearing Su Wei's words, she sighed softly. Peaceful days are hard to come by. I hope the honest, hard-working ordinary people will not be affected. Ning Yuan set down his controller and spoke slowly. This is an inevitable transition of the times. Akin to an evolutionary juncture. Humanity has progressed from primitive times to agriculture, and then from agriculture to modernity. Now we are transitioning from modernity to the extraordinary. These are merely phases of evolution, though this current era is far more terrifying than those before. Ning Shaluo nodded, taking a piece of apple from the fruit plate and tossing it to the large yellow dog beside her. Xiao Yuan is right. I believe people will adapt to this era and accept it. Su Wei sighed. But this is a terrifying era. Even extraordinary beings can perish at any moment. Let alone ordinary people. If ordinary individuals become distressed and provoke trouble, it could cause great disruption to the existing order. Upon hearing Su Wei's words, Ning Shaluo glanced at Ning Yuan, concern etched on her face. Ordinary people want to fall into despair. Ning Yuan suddenly interjected. Su Wei was taken aback by his statement and looked at him, asking, really? But many within the headquarters believe the opposite. Ning Yuan chuckled softly. Those at headquarters do not consider the perspective of ordinary people. After all, they are not ordinary. Since ancient times, ordinary people have been like leaves drifting with the current, without any notion of despair or hope. Regardless of dynastic changes or shifts in eras, they will comfort themselves, brainwash themselves, and ultimately adapt to whatever comes. Su Wei struggled to comprehend the depth of Ning Yuan's words, while Ning Shaluo discreetly pinched him. When mealtime arrived, Su Wei, unusually, did not stay for lunch. She claimed to be exceedingly busy, either recording segments about extraordinary beings for the television station or briefing subordinates on various precautions. Thus, the days slipped by unnoticed. During this time, no one disturbed Ning Yuan, who relished the tranquility as if nothing had transpired recently. In stark contrast to Ning Yuan's leisurely demeanor, Dahu City was bustling with activity. The reconstruction of ruins, the treatment of hundreds of thousands, and various investigations all required time and effort from headquarters. Meanwhile, as Dahu City thrived with fervor, the live broadcast by Lu Yi ignited a global frenzy. The upheaval had just begun but swept the world at an unimaginable pace. In a skyscraper in Country M, it was already late at night, yet the top floor was brilliantly illuminated, filled with the sounds of hysterical laughter. Ha ha. This is too funny. I can't believe Ling Wu is dead. I never expected him to be eliminated so soon. A man in a red suit guffawed as he watched a video on his phone. The footage was from Lu Yi's broadcast earlier that morning, where he sat at a conference table with Ling Wu's severed head beside him. Lu Yi's message was clear. Aliens were not invincible, and humanity would ultimately triumph. United. Join us in resisting these invaders of our homeland. After watching the video several times, the man's laughter gradually subsided. He approached his desk, sitting down to address the young man standing quietly before him. Fu Yue, who killed Ling Wu? The young man, with fair skin and a mixed heritage, replied softly. The prevailing narrative is that the third-tier extraordinary being Tian Xiangfeng from the Huaxia headquarters mortally wounded Ling Wu in a life-for-life exchange, after which Ling Wu was killed by a newly joined extraordinary being. The man in the suit lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, pondering. Tian Xiangfeng is dead. That is unfortunate. As for the extraordinary being who killed Ling Wu, put a bounty on him. Hire some specialized assassins to deal with him. Though I am pleased with Ling Wu's demise, revenge is still necessary. The young man hesitated before suggesting, are the assassins capable? Perhaps I should handle it myself. The man waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, let the extraordinary beings deal with one another. Let them fight among themselves. The young man nodded, then continued. The current market price for assassinating a first-tier extraordinary being is $50 million. For a second-tier, $200 million, and third-tier beings are priceless. Assuming this extraordinary being is second-tier, we currently don't have enough funds. The man in the suit stroked his chin, asking, how short are we? 19,863,000, the young man replied. The man in the suit paused, then pointed at the young man with a smirk. Ah, you rascal. So now you've taken to jesting. Why not just admit you're short on funds? With that, the man in the suit picked up the phone before him, flipping through his contacts until he found a number to dial. Shortly, the line connected, and a groggy voice responded, damn it. Who the hell is calling me at this hour? It's me, dear esteemed congressman. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your sweet dreams. Upon hearing the man in the suit, the other party was momentarily struck silent, followed by a shaky laugh. Ha ha ha, it's you. What brings you to call me at such an ungodly hour? The voice on the other end grew cautious as it continued. The man in the suit toyed with his pen and replied, Congressman, in order to eliminate a mutual adversary, I require your assistance. Please transfer 400 million to my account before 9 tomorrow morning. At his words, a thud echoed from the other end. My God, 400 million? Where do you expect me to conjure that kind of money? Do you think I possess magical powers? The man in the suit chuckled. No, Congressman. I have faith in your capabilities. After all, I have eliminated those lacking ability on your behalf. You would do well to gather the funds swiftly. If I do not see this money by tomorrow, I shall ensure the demise of you and your entire family. Correction, I mean you and your family. Soon after the man in the suit hung up, furious roars erupted from a bedroom within a private estate. Chapter 74. Extraordinary Talent in Desu City. An electric scooter zipped by, a young man gripping the handlebars with one hand and holding his phone with the other. He gazed at a video posted by Lu E, letting out a soft sigh. I never imagined you would meet your end at the hands of these insignificant pests, Ling Wu. The scooter soon turned into a narrow alley. Halting before an old-fashioned building, the young man retrieved a delivery from the takeout box strapped to the back of the scooter, checked the address, and then dialed a number. Moments later, a portly man staggered out of the building. What took so long? You've exceeded the time limit by 2 minutes. The man's face darkened as he snatched the food from the young man's hands. The young man repeatedly apologized, blaming the delay on the restaurant. Observing the video playing on the young man's phone, the portly man scoffed. Stop pondering these matters and focus on your delivery. Not everyone can become an extraordinary being. With that, he patted the young man's helmet and turned to waddle away. The young man shook his head in resignation, trailing behind him into the building. Before long, he exited again, burping, before riding off into the distance. In Dezhou City, at Xinghu Huafan, the world of extraordinary beings is not a lawless realm. They too must uphold the law. If you discover a spirit species, do not touch it. It poses a lethal threat. Please call immediately. If you are an extraordinary being, join the headquarters and contribute to the protection of humanity. What is a spirit species, and what does it mean to be extraordinary? 10 tasks to undertake upon becoming extraordinary. On the sofa, Ning Shaluo incessantly scrolled through videos on her phone. Since yesterday, the internet had been flooded with such content. During this time, she even spotted Su Wei, who was a special guest invited by a television station to enlighten the public about extraordinary beings. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan sat beside her, engaged in a game with a large yellow dog. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and Su Wei stepped inside. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of a person and a dog engrossed in a fighting game. For a moment, Su Wei was taken aback, finding it rather normal that a dog capable of household chores would also play games. She then approached Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, I saw you on my phone. Just then, Ning Shaluo waved her phone at Su Wei. You look absolutely stunning in formal wear. Su Wei's cheeks flushed at the compliment, and she shyly brushed her hair back. Is that so? Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and turned to Ning Yuan. The headquarters said they want you to come by tomorrow. They are holding a farewell ceremony for Tian Xiangfeng, and you are expected to attend. However, I suspect it's more than just a farewell. The headquarters has likely finalized the rewards they intend to bestow upon you, and you may receive them directly during your visit. Upon hearing this, Ning Shaluo lowered the volume on her phone. After a brief silence, Ning Yuan nodded. All right, I will go tomorrow. The following day, a streak of black light darted across the sky, heading toward Dejing City. At the headquarters, within a conference hall, the kid has arrived, Qin Guangyi interjected, interrupting the discussions around him. As Louis prepared to rise, an elderly man with a mane of white hair gestured for him to remain seated. As a minister, you need not involve yourself in every detail. Let Qidong handle it. Lu Yi had no choice but to sit back down, while a middle-aged man standing behind the elder exited the meeting hall. Simultaneously, Ning Yuan descended from the sky, landing directly outside the headquarters. The soldiers stationed at the entrance involuntarily swallowed hard upon his arrival. This was the young man responsible for numerous heinous crimes. A formidable adversary that the headquarters had pursued for years without success, now standing before them. Countless witnesses had seen Ning Yuan brandishing the severed heads of alien beings. Thus, when they finally laid eyes on him, how could they not feel a surge of tension? Ascending the steps, Ning Yuan entered the hall. The moment he appeared, he captured the attention of everyone present. The hall was filled with numerous staff members and extraordinary beings. Aside from the ordinary personnel already working at the headquarters, most extraordinary beings were gathered to attend the farewell ceremony for Tian Xiangfeng. The gazes fixed upon Ning Yuan ranged from excitement to indifference, curiosity, and reverence. At that moment, A middle-aged man approached Ning Yuan briskly, dressed in military attire with a subtle smile gracing his face. "Hello, Ning Yuan." The middle-aged man extended his right hand. Ning Yuan shook it. "Please follow me." Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, the middle-aged man guided Ning Yuan toward the conference hall. Once others' gazes began to wane, the man leaned in closer to Ning Yuan and whispered, "Ning Yuan, there may be questions directed at you shortly. Do not be anxious. Simply respond truthfully. Extraordinary beings will be observing your every move." Surprised by the man's words, Ning Yuan turned his head to look at him. "I am Xiaqidong, the second uncle of Xiaxinran." After this introduction, the middle-aged man fell silent. Before long, Xiaqidong led Ning Yuan to the entrance of the conference hall. He pushed open the heavy doors, and they stepped inside one after the other. As they entered, the staff standing by the doors slowly closed them behind them. "Look, our great benefactor has arrived," Lu Yi exclaimed with a warm smile as he approached Ning Yuan, taking his hand in a friendly manner. Ning Yuan glanced at Lu Yi, then scanned the room, taking in all those present. Nearly 30 people were seated around a massive round table. Among them, Ning Yuan immediately spotted Qin Guangyi, who was grinning at him. After a brief exchange of glances, Ning Yuan redirected his gaze. Come, Ning Yuan," Lu Yi urged, leading him to the large round table and seating him beside himself. "How is your injury? It has been far too hectic lately. I simply haven't had the time to check on you." Ning Yuan shook his head in response. "My injury is nothing serious. I've been recovering quite well over this period." "That is good to hear," Lu Yi nodded with a smile. "The primary reason for summoning you today is to attend the farewell ceremony for Tian Xiangfeng. Additionally, the contributions you made during this battle have not gone unnoticed by the headquarters, which has tentatively decided on a reward for you during this time. I will elaborate further after the ceremony concludes." Ning Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Yi paused momentarily before continuing with a smile. "Ning Yuan, you must have attained the status of a secondary extraordinary being by now, correct?" Ning Yuan met Lu Yi's gaze and slowly confirmed, "Indeed. I am now a secondary extraordinary being." Upon hearing his response, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to momentarily freeze. "I recall when we first met. You were merely a primary extraordinary being. It has only been a short while, and you have already ascended to the second tier. Your talent is truly remarkable," Lu Yi remarked, his smile unwavering. "Yes, it took me roughly 6 months to advance from primary to secondary." As these words left Ning Yuan's lips, the extraordinary beings in the hall gazed at him in astonishment. Even Qin Guangyi's pupils widened in shock. To advance from primary to secondary in just 6 months? Such prodigious talent. Even the S-class extraordinary being, Zhui Qinghua, required a full year to achieve the same feat. Anticipating the crowd's reaction, Ning Yuan's expression remained as tranquil as still water. In this lifetime, he had never intended to completely conceal the terrifying speed of his cultivation. It is crucial to understand that in his previous life, aside from the influence of the dark spirit, another significant reason for Chu Feng's demise was the prevailing circumstances. At that time, Chu Feng faced an era dominated by fifth-tier extraordinary beings. The balance of power between extraordinary beings and the alien races had reached a stalemate, with victories and defeats on both sides. The emergence of Chu Feng and his terrifying ascent was a harbinger of a potential disruption to this balance. The alien races would never allow such a formidable individual to thrive, and certain high-ranking figures within the human faction were equally unwilling to let their existing order be unsettled by an upstart, reluctant to allocate their finite resources to him. Even if he possessed extraordinary talent, it was not Chu Feng's fault for possessing immense power. Rather, it was his misfortune to be born in an era where fifth-tier extraordinary beings looked down upon him. Ironically, those who viewed him with disdain were also incredibly arrogant, believing that even in Chu Feng's absence, they could still triumph over the alien races. Yet, should Chu Feng be allowed to mature, the tables might turn, and it could very well be their turn to face extinction after the alien races were vanquished. Thus, the demise of Chu Feng was both a tragedy and an inevitability of that era. In stark contrast, the present age in which Ning Yuan exists is entirely different. Today, not only are there no fifth-tier extraordinary beings, but even the number of third-tier beings is exceedingly scarce. The current situation demands that the headquarters cultivate sufficiently powerful extraordinary beings to stabilize the overall situation and combat the alien races. The headquarters, unable to foresee the future, refrains from arrogance and vanity. They are acutely aware that without formidable extraordinary beings, victory over the alien races is unattainable, and without such victory, they believe they are doomed. Circumstances give rise to heroes, and heroes, in turn, shape circumstances. This era is one that necessitates heroes, even if such heroes may bring forth complications. the headquarters finds themselves compelled to utilize them to the fullest. This is precisely why Ning Yuan stands here today, to harbor darkness within his heart while embodying light. He has been propelled to the pinnacle by the very hands of those at headquarters. As Ning Yuan anticipated, upon learning that he had ascended from primary to secondary in merely 6 months, the individuals within the conference room, after their initial shock, predominantly displayed expressions of delight. Even Qin Lao, with his visage etched in wrinkles, seemed to blossom into a smile. Louis nodded enthusiastically. Excellent, excellent. Ning Yuan, your extraordinary talent is indeed a fortuitous blessing for our nation. Louis refrained from probing into the reasons behind Ning Yuan's rapid cultivation. For him, the process was inconsequential. The outcome was all that mattered, and that outcome is the confrontation with the alien races. After a brief silence, Lu Yi's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of sorrow. Ning Yuan, aside from the aforementioned matters, I have a few questions that require your insight. The headquarters has suffered the loss of a third-tier extraordinary being, and the death of Tian Xiangfeng in this mission represents a significant blow to us. However, death is inevitable. All we can do is allow the deceased to rest in peace while ensuring the living continue to thrive. Tian Xiangfeng's remains were obliterated, and his family remains oblivious to the circumstances of his death. Aside from you, none of the other surviving extraordinary beings participated in the final battle. Ning Yuan, you resolved the outbreak incident in the greater Shanghai area and also vanquished alien entities. Do you have any knowledge regarding the manner of Tian Xiangfeng's demise? As Lu Yi's words echoed through the chamber, all eyes turned to Ning Yuan, seeking a glimpse of insight upon his countenance. Ning Yuan sighed deeply, feigning an expression of sorrow and remorse, while secretly chuckling within. Lu Yi, have you truly found yourself at this juncture? Your surface inquiry regarding Tian Xiangfeng's fate is, in essence, a probe into my actions. You might as well have directly asked why, given my prowess in slaying alien beings. I did not hasten to the battlefield to fight alongside Tian Xiangfeng. Observing Ning Yuan's demeanor, many in the hall furrowed their brows. I do not know. I have never encountered Tian Xiangfeng. Upon my arrival at the battlefield, I only encountered 2 severely injured alien beings, one of whom was a woman missing an arm. At that moment, Ning Yuan slowly articulated those 2 sentences. What? Louis was taken aback. The others wore expressions of contemplation, reflecting on the implications of Ning Yuan's words. Ning Yuan, if I recall correctly, the headquarters mission instructed you to enter the light barrier and proceed directly to the location of the light column. Is that not so? Are you suggesting that after entering the light barrier, you did not immediately head to the light column's location? And when you finally arrived, Tian Xiangfeng was nowhere to be found. Ning Yuan glanced at the individual who spoke. This person was a secondary extraordinary being from headquarters, whom he did not recognize. Indeed, I did not proceed to the light column's location immediately. Ning Yuan did not deny it. He then retrieved a serpentine jade pendant from his pocket and tossed it onto the table before him. As for why I did not rush to the light column's location, this jade pendant is the reason. Qin Guangyi reached out with his right hand, drawing the serpentine jade pendant towards himself. After examining the pendant carefully, he nodded. An artifact of the alien races. Ah, I see. It appears you were delayed due to entanglements with alien beings. At the opposite end of the conference table, an aide took meticulous notes on everything discussed during this meeting, including the dialogues exchanged. This time, the alien races were exceedingly well prepared, and both you and Qingwei are formidable. Had you 2 not been delayed by other alien entities, perhaps you could have reached Tian Xiangfeng in time. With both of you present, the situation would not have reached this dire state. As he concluded, Qin Guangyi let out a deep sigh. While they had achieved victory this time, it was a Pyrrhic one, not to mention Zui Qingyue's secretive entry into the battlefield, had it not been for the protective artifact from headquarters she bore. This S-class prodigy would have perished. The life-saving capabilities of the crystal necklace had already been expended once, indicating that Zui Qingyue must have faced a life-threatening crisis at a crucial moment. However, what troubled them was not Zui Qingyue's predicament or her grievous injuries, but rather the fact that the future hope of the headquarters remained tight-lipped about the events that transpired since her return. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy with a somber weight. After all, for the current nation, the demise of a third-tier extraordinary being is tantamount to the failure of a great war. Soon, Qin Guangyi pushed the jade pendant back in front of Ning Yuan. This is your trophy. Keep it for yourself. The treasures of foreign races should also be beneficial to extraordinary beings. Nurturing it with your own power may yield miraculous results over time. Ning Yuan gazed at the table, yet he did not reach for the jade pendant before him. Suddenly, he slammed his fist onto the table, and amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, he sighed. If only I were stronger, this would not have happened. It is my weakness that has allowed that foreign being to delay us for so long. It is all my fault. Witnessing his demeanor, many felt a deep stirring within. The second-tier extraordinary being who had questioned why Ning Yuan did not rush to the light column first felt a pang of regret for his earlier words. At that moment, Lu Yi, sitting beside Ning Yuan, sighed deeply and patted his shoulder. You have done more than enough. If you had not arrived at the battlefield in the final moments and slain the severely injured foreign being, countless lives in Dao City would have been lost. Hearing this, Ning Yuan was taken aback, then began to contemplate. Did the headquarters not know that the light column was destroyed by Zhuo Qingyue? So it seems. Zhuo Qingyue chose not to disclose her contributions, feeling unworthy perhaps? How prideful, just like in my previous life. At this moment, Lu Yi turned to a staff member from headquarters. Xian, please take Ning Yuan out and prepare him. We will attend Tian Xiangfeng's farewell ceremony together this afternoon. Yes, Minister. Then a girl in formal attire with her hair tied in a bun approached Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, let us go. Xian noticed the anger that tinged Ning Yuan's eyes and felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. What a righteous and responsible man he is. Despite having done enough, he still believes he has fallen short. Ning Yuan picked up the jade pendant before him and followed Xian out of the conference hall. Ning Yuan, what size coat do you wear? I need to prepare your clothing for the farewell ceremony this afternoon, Xian asked, glancing back at him. However, upon seeing Ning Yuan's face, she was momentarily taken aback, for his expression had transformed into one of profound calmness. Inside the conference hall, Lu Yi inquired of a middle-aged man seated across the round table. So, has Ning Yuan spoken falsely? After a moment of silence, the middle-aged man slowly shook his head. No, I did not detect any signs of deceit on his face. What he said should be true. Following the man's words, a brief silence enveloped the hall. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. An elderly man with graying hair stood and announced. He then departed with Xiaqidong. The others present at the meeting followed suit, rising to bid their farewells. Soon, only Lu Yi, Qin Guangyi, and a few staff members remained in the conference hall. After dismissing the staff, Lu Yi inquired, Old Qin, what do you think of Ning Yuan? Qin Guangyi pondered for a moment before responding with a faint smile. He is quite impressive, a promising talent worthy of significant cultivation. However, I must admit, his rapid advancement is somewhat astonishing. Lu Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that the abilities of his shadow allow for such swift breakthroughs? If that is the case, then his B-level evaluation may need to be reconsidered. Qin Guangyi shook his head. No need, let us observe a bit longer. Advancing from the first to the second tier is not unusual. The challenge lies in breaking through from the second to the third. If he maintains such speed in reaching the third tier, his abilities could easily be classified as S. In the afternoon, several buses departed from headquarters, heading towards the city of dying. As Tian Xiangfeng had no body, his family only crafted a coffin and placed his belongings inside. The mourning hall was set up at the Tian family's ancestral home. According to traditional customs, Tian Xiangfeng's wife and daughter would keep vigil for 7 days before burying the coffin. When the headquarters personnel arrived, the previously overcast sky began to drizzle lightly. Looking at the coffin set in the hall and the grieving wife and daughter kneeling beside it, Lu Yi, dressed in black formal attire, felt an immense weight in his heart. Rain-soaked, he was the first to approach the coffin, lighting 3 sticks of incense before bowing his head and softly speaking. Guardians of the people, fighting against foreign races, heroes of the nation. Old Tian, may you rest in peace. As Lu Yi stood, Tian Xiangfeng's wife and daughter returned his gesture. Sister-in-law, may you take care. Looking at Tian Xiangfeng's wife, who appeared vacant and lost, Lu Yi felt a surge of compassion and turned away. Shortly thereafter, Qin Guangyi entered, followed by others from headquarters. Just then, another figure appeared at the entrance, a white-haired girl, also clad in black formal wear, who walked into the mourning hall under the gaze of the headquarters personnel. The girl first offered 3 sticks of incense at Tian Xiangfeng's coffin before kneeling silently on the other side. Clearly, she intended to keep vigil alongside Tian Xiangfeng's wife and daughter. Qingyue, you should go back. There is no need for this, Tian Xiangfeng's wife said, her eyes devoid of life. Zhuo Qingyue shook her head and replied, I am teacher Tian's disciple. I must keep vigil for him. Seeing the girl's determination, the woman ceased her urging, and the farewell ceremony continued. Soon, it was Ning Yuan's turn. He entered the mourning hall, holding 3 sticks of incense, and bowed before the coffin. Farewell, esteemed mentor. Everything you protected will be upheld by us, the successors. After speaking, Ning Yuan straightened up. At that moment, the woman seemed to recognize him, and, wiping her tears, said with a choked voice, Thank you, Ning Yuan. Thank you for avenging old Tian. Ning Yuan sighed at her words and slowly shook his head. I dare not take credit. It was Senior Tian who severely injured the foreign being. Without him, I would not have been able to defeat it. Meanwhile, the girl beside the woman spoke through her sobs. Ning Yuan, no matter what, thank you for avenging my father. Ning Yuan looked at her. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with an ordinary appearance and slightly swollen eyes from crying. With a sigh, he approached her and gently embraced her, offering comfort. Live well with your mother. Only then can your father's spirit find peace. The girl nodded vigorously through her tears. Witnessing this scene, those outside were deeply moved, some even feeling a pang in their hearts. Releasing the girl, Ning Yuan turned and noticed Zui Qingyuan kneeling on the other side. She too was looking at him. They exchanged a silent gaze for a moment before Ning Yuan shook his head and turned to leave. As he walked away, a complex expression flickered in Zui Qingyuan's eyes. Chapter 77. Different divisions of labor outside the courtyard. Just after Ning Yuan stepped out for some fresh air, someone approached him. Xia Qidong, smiling, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Ning Yuan, who declined. Noticing this, Xia Qidong refrained from smoking himself and returned the pack to his pocket. Thank you, Ning Yuan said, gazing at the scene in the courtyard. You saved Xian Ran and are friends with her. There's no need for such formalities. Xia Qidong waved his hand. Times have changed. We are destined to be phased out. The future relies on you to guard the nation and its people. Ning Yuan chuckled and shook his head. There is no such thing as being phased out. It is merely a matter of different divisions of labor. Indeed, the division of labor serves solely the benefit of the nation and its people. Xia Qidong smiled faintly, observing the extraordinary beings approaching from the distance. He patted Ning Yuan on the shoulder and remarked, in a few days, it will be Mengming's coming-of-age ceremony. I hope you will join us, and we can have a thorough discussion then. With that, Xia Qidong departed. As he watched Xia Qidong's retreating figure, the smile on Ning Yuan's face faded away. Simultaneously, several second-tier extraordinary beings approached Ning Yuan, and after a brief introduction, they became acquainted. Shortly thereafter, as the farewell ceremony concluded, the other extraordinary beings returned to their respective areas of responsibility, while Ning Yuan accompanied Lu Yi back to headquarters. On a secluded path within the headquarters, Lu Yi walked alongside Ning Yuan, glancing ahead and jesting. Ning Yuan, the headquarters is quite discerning in its rewards and punishments. Your remarkable achievements have indeed caused me quite a headache. Do you know why? Ning Yuan chuckled in response. Is it because the director is troubled about how to reward me? Lu Yi nodded. Precisely. I am at a loss regarding your reward. Wealth, as an extraordinary being, you will never lack. Power, given your dedication to enhancing your own capabilities, is more of a burden than a boon. Thus, what remains are resources, training resources. Lu Yi sighed at this juncture. The headquarters has only been established for 2 decades, and its reserves are limited. However, rest assured, the headquarters will not shortchange you on what you rightfully deserve. Listening to Lu Yi's eloquent words, a smile crept onto Ning Yuan's lips. Now, let me enumerate your rewards. Lu Yi continued as they walked. First, a one-time bonus of 50 million. Second, the alien you vanquished belongs to the highest known tier. In simpler terms, its status and abilities far surpass those of ordinary aliens. Therefore, the contribution value for slaying such an alien is significantly greater than that of a common one. Additionally, you saved 322,463 lives in Dao City. Had you arrived half an hour later, they would have perished. Even though they may suffer from after-effects post-treatment, they are alive. The merit of slaying the alien and saving so many ordinary lives should be converted into contribution value. Yet, I have defied the consensus to grant you an alternative reward. At this, Lu Yi smiled at Ning Yuan. The headquarters has set aside training resources for you. You may select 1 spiritual weapon and 1 spiritual object. The contribution value required for this condition is sufficient to offset all the contribution value you should receive for this mission. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan's face registered surprise. To be honest, he was somewhat taken aback. He had expected the headquarters to prepare spiritual weapons and objects as rewards. However, being allowed to choose for himself was unprecedented. One must understand that the potency of spiritual weapons and objects varies, and thus the headquarters gesture effectively implies that Ning Yuan may take the most powerful spiritual weapon and object from the headquarters. Of course, whether the true trump card of the headquarters would be revealed to Ning Yuan remains uncertain. In addition to the aforementioned rewards, the headquarters has also tailored a special honor for you, Lu Yi remarked as they approached 2 figures ahead. A special honorary medal for extraordinary beings. Future recipients must surpass your contributions to earn such an honor. Thus, this medal serves as a lifelong testament to your achievements. At that moment, The two arrived at the entrance of an underground passage. On the side, Yang Yuxian and Qin Guangyi had been waiting for some time. Ning Yuan cast a fleeting glance at Qin Guangyi before turning his attention to Yang Yuxian, who was dressed in a white lab coat, his hair disheveled, and dark circles under his eyes seemingly intensified. Upon sensing Ning Yuan's gaze, Yang Yuxian met his eyes and, with a yawn, said cheerfully, "Ning Yuan, the head of that alien specimen is quite impressive and holds significant research value." Lu Yi looked at him with a hint of exasperation. "How many days has it been since you last slept?" Yang Yuxian scratched his head and chuckled. "It must have been several days. I simply can't find rest. The intricacies of that head, both inside and out, are completely different from ours, and my desire to study it is insatiable. During this time, my overseas friends have been bombarding me with calls. I can almost feel their longing through the phone." Ning Yuan couldn't help but think of the big yellow dog upon observing Yang Yuxian's slightly frenzied demeanor. "Let us hurry, after you make your selection. I still need to head back." Yang Yuxian swayed slightly as he led the way down. "You can't leave right away. There's a small meeting you must attend." As they spoke, Lu Yi and the others followed suit down the passage. The underground corridor was brief, merely a few steps long, until they encountered an elevator exuding a silvery metallic sheen. Lu Yi placed his palm on the display screen beside the elevator door. After undergoing facial recognition and fingerprint verification, the elevator door began to open slowly. The group entered the elevator, which then commenced its rapid descent. After nearly 5 minutes, the elevator finally came to a gradual stop and then began to move horizontally. Approximately 4 minutes later, having changed direction 4 times, the elevator finally ceased its movement, and the doors opened slowly. The familiar scene unfolded before Ning Yuan once again. Chapter 78. The cursed object. The elevator doors slid open, revealing a pristine white corridor. Stepping out of the elevator onto the immaculate floor, Ning Yuan surveyed the glass-walled rooms neatly aligned on either side. These glass chambers were diminutive, accommodating no more than 4 or 5 individuals. Within the glass rooms, a solitary wooden frame stood in the center. The items displayed in the right glass room varied greatly, while the left room contained uniformly arranged stone boxes. Gazing at the boxes in the left room, Ning Yuan recognized that they were crafted from pure jade. Just then, Qin Guangyi, standing beside Ning Yuan, cheerfully remarked, "The rooms in the left corridor house spiritual objects. After harvesting, spiritual objects must be stored in jade boxes, otherwise, their efficacy diminishes over time. The rooms on the right contain spiritual weapons. Unlike spiritual objects, spiritual weapons do not require storage in jade boxes." At this moment, Lu Yi interjected, "Ning Yuan, will you choose a spiritual weapon or a spiritual object first?" After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yuan replied, "Let us start with the spiritual weapon." Upon hearing his words, Qin Guangyi nodded. "Very well. Spiritual weapons differ from spiritual objects. They are often unearthed from deep within the earth, shaped by the passage of time and the forces of nature. Spiritual weapons can be categorized into defensive, offensive, and auxiliary types. The first two are self-explanatory, so I won't elaborate further. As for the auxiliary type, it encompasses control, movement, and various influences on oneself and others. Which type would you like to focus on? I will guide you accordingly." After Qin Guangyi finished speaking, he observed Ning Yuan in silence. This time, Ning Yuan did not hesitate and directly asked, "Do you have any spiritual weapons that can keep ordinary people alive for a certain period?" Upon hearing his request, Lu Yi and the others exchanged glances, clearly surprised that Ning Yuan had made such a demand. After a brief pause, Yang Yuxian responded, "Generally speaking, spiritual weapons that affect oneself are primarily designed for extraordinary beings. The options available for ordinary people are quite limited, let alone one that can keep them alive for a short time. At least, we do not currently possess such a spiritual weapon in the headquarters." With that, Yang Yuxian cast a meaningful glance at Ning Yuan. He could certainly surmise the purpose for which Ning Yuan sought such a spirit artifact capable of preserving the lives of ordinary individuals. The probability of death is significant when ordinary people attempt to fuse with spirit seeds. However, if a certain spirit artifact could stabilize their lives for a brief period, it would imply a guarantee of success in the fusion process. At that moment, Lu Yi and Qin Guangyi also turned their gazes toward Ning Yuan, both having deduced his intentions. Yet, rather than mock Ning Yuan's seemingly impractical aspirations, they felt a deep understanding towards him, considering that he was the only kin he had. Indeed, was there no such artifact available at this time? Observing the expressions of the three, which did not suggest deceit, Ning Yuan could not help but let out a sigh. Very well, even if such an extraordinary artifact existed in his past life, it had ultimately been consumed from within. This thought led Ning Yuan to recall Shun Linchuan, the terrifying genius who fused with the thunder spirit and ascended to the 7th tier, ultimately being the one who took his life. In the previous life, the world proclaimed Ning Yuan as the child of destiny, the man most likely to reach the pinnacle of the extraordinary path and put an end to the invasion of foreign beings. Yet, few were aware that this chosen one initially relied on such a spirit artifact, which allowed ordinary people to survive temporarily, to successfully fuse with the thunder spirit. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan sighed and continued, "Since there is none, let us opt for an offensive spirit artifact." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangyi smiled. "Very well. Then we shall show you the offensive spirit artifacts." As they proceeded several meters forward, they halted outside a room. Yang Yuexian, gazing at a copper mirror displayed inside, spoke. This mirror originates from an ancient tomb over 2,000 years ago. It contains a significant amount of death energy. When an extraordinary individual wields this mirror, they can channel their physical strength to activate it against their foes. Ning Yuan took a look before shaking his head. The group continued onward, with Yang Yuexian providing further introductions, but Ning Yuan continued to decline. After traversing through several rooms, Ning Yuan still had not selected a single spirit artifact. Although Lu Yi and the others were puzzled internally, they refrained from urging him, recognizing the rarity of spirit artifacts for extraordinary individuals and the necessity of careful selection. Thus, they moved from room to room until they arrived outside a transparent chamber. Gazing at the items displayed on the shelves within, Yang Yuexian sighed. "This item is quite peculiar. It is a cursed object. The first person to discover it died the same day after selling it at an antique market, and the buyer perished less than a day later. After a number of people who came into contact with it also met their demise. We began to take note of this object. Upon investigation, we discovered that the curse it harbors is activated through touch. This touch is not limited to direct contact. Even wearing gloves or using prosthetics is ineffective, as touching the gloves means you have touched the object. The same principle applies to prosthetics. Currently, the only known safe method is to use something that does not physically contact your body to interact with it, such as a remotely controlled robot." As he spoke, Yang Yuexian glanced at the spirit artifact within, a complex expression crossing his features. In order to study this thing, several researchers at headquarters have even lost their lives. However, the results of our research have proven to be utterly useless. Although the curse is potent, the fact that any contact could be fatal means it must remain here. An extraordinary individual wielding it would perish before they could even confront an enemy. Ning Yuan silently regarded the artifact in the chamber. It was a long knife, markedly different from a typical one. Severely damaged, its blade was riddled with nicks, and its surface was marred by countless cracks and bronze rust. At first glance, Ning Yuan resolved to claim it, for he remembered this knife. In his previous life, it had a history of glorious feats. During the era when 7th-tier extraordinary beings emerged, the strength of foreign entities surpassed ordinary comprehension. Describing their abilities as capable of moving mountains and filling seas would not be an exaggeration. Faced with such terrifying adversaries, the spirit artifacts available on Blue Star were rendered utterly ineffective. Aside from a few with unique capabilities, defensive spirit artifacts could not withstand the attacks of foreign beings, and offensive ones inflicted minimal damage. At that time, extraordinary individuals relied solely on their own strength to combat these foes. It was not a matter of desire for external aid, but rather a lack of available resources. Humanity's extraordinary beings eventually had to resort to scavenging treasures from foreign entities to mount a defense. It was during this time that the true power of this knife was revealed. A critically wounded 5th-tier extraordinary being, on the brink of death, retrieved this knife from headquarters and, leveraging its curse, exchanged his life to slay a foreign entity significantly stronger than himself. "I want it," Ning Yuan declared. The trio of Lu Yi was taken aback, and Yang Yuexian scrutinized Ning Yuan with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "You want it? This knife, while formidable, cannot be touched. How will you utilize it?" Lu Yi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Ning Yuan, with the dangers associated with such a cursed artifact, it would be prudent to choose something else." Qin Guangyi remained silent, merely observing Ning Yuan. At that moment, Ning Yuan suddenly smiled and replied, "If contact poses a risk, then I shall simply refrain from touching it." With that, a shadow beneath his feet began to rise. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yi's mouth fell agape, and even Qin Guangyi was momentarily stunned. After recovering, Yang Yuexian slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "By the heavens, you truly are a genius." With that, Yang Yuexian opened the door, gesturing for Ning Yuan to retrieve the knife. The shadow, under Ning Yuan's command, entered the room, approached the wooden rack where the knife rested, and extended its dark hand to grasp the blade. It then returned to Ning Yuan, merging back into the shadow beneath his feet, while the knife gradually faded into the shadow, as if sinking into an unfathomable abyss of darkness. Your ability is indeed remarkable, Yang Yuan remarked, gazing at the shadow beneath Ning Yuan's feet with admiration. It can change forms at will, carry you aloft, possess considerable offensive capability, and even serve as a storage medium. Such a comprehensive ability surely exceeds that of a B grade. It may well be S grade. Ning Yuan chuckled at this remark. These are merely superficial abilities, although they appear versatile. Each aspect is rather weak. Qin Guangyi nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the abilities of extraordinary individuals do not necessarily need to be abundant. Achieving mastery in just one is sufficient to reach the pinnacle. Now that you have chosen your spirit artifact, it is time to select a spirit entity. With that, the four moved to the glass chamber at the end of the left corridor. Gazing at the jade box behind the glass door, Qin Guangyi sighed and began. Spirit entities differ from spirit artifacts. They originate from ordinary flora and fauna, having absorbed the essence of the sun and moon over time, and thus serendipitously transformed into spirit entities. They are the true treasures born of this planet. Extraordinary individuals can consume spirit entities to enhance the growth rate of the tree of paths within themselves. As you have seen during your journey, our headquarters possesses fewer than 60 spirit artifacts. In contrast, despite years of effort and resources expended to scour the mountains and rivers, we have only managed to find a few dozen spirit entities. At this moment, Lu Yi also expressed his sentiments. Ning Yuan, do not be misled by the presence of jade boxes in these rooms. In reality, the majority of them are empty. To be frank, my greatest hope during my tenure is to fill these boxes. After all, with a sufficient number of spirit entities, we can cultivate even more powerful extraordinary beings. Ning Yuan chuckled inwardly at the thought of filling them. Hee, Lu Yi, you may not realize that 400 years hence, these jade boxes will only be half filled. At this moment, Yang Yuan yawned and paused outside a room. The spiritual objects, although varying in potency, offer little in terms of outward appearance. One cannot discern their effects merely by sight, much like a mystery box. While there are differences, they are not substantial. Allow me to briefly recount their origins. Choose whichever captivates your interest, and that shall be your selection. With that, Lu Yi gestured towards the jade boxes within the room and began to speak. Inside lies a ginseng, harvested from the old White Mountain, a feat that cost the lives of a dozen workers. These individuals were ordinary folks living under aliases, tirelessly traversing renowned mountains and rivers to procure spiritual objects. At this juncture, Lu Yi removed his glasses and pressed his fingers to his temple, his tone turning somber. Despite their ordinariness, they have silently contributed to the fight against foreign beings. Without their efforts, these spiritual objects could not simply arrive at headquarters and rest within these jade boxes. Ning Yuan sighed at this revelation. Lu Yi did not rush Ning Yuan to make a selection among the several spiritual objects, instead opting to share the painstaking process of their procurement and the sacrifices made. Though Ning Yuan appeared to listen, he was inwardly growing impatient. Had this been a passionate, young, extraordinary individual, they would likely have felt a surge of emotion. Morally compelled by Lu Yi to defend the headquarters and honor the sacrifices of these ordinary people. However, Ning Yuan scoffed internally, fully aware that whether in the present or future, the vast majority of spiritual objects within headquarters would remain in the hands of a select few. Many extraordinary individuals would encounter spiritual objects purely by chance, with some foolishly surrendering their acquired treasures to headquarters. All right, Ning Yuan, make your choice, Lu Yi said, patting Ning Yuan's shoulder with a smile. Throughout this journey, Ning Yuan had been contemplating the origins of these spiritual objects. Yang Yuan was correct. One cannot assess the potency of a spiritual object solely based on its appearance. Yet, Ning Yuan could deduce a better option based on its birthplace. After all, the principle of choosing flowers based on soil applies here as well. Although he was uncertain which spiritual object was superior, he had a clear understanding of which renowned mountains would become the most sought after in the future. This popularity referred to the places where extraordinary beings would most frequently seek treasures. Soon, Ning Yuan pointed towards the room housing the ginseng from Old White Mountain and declared, I will choose that one. Lu Yi exchanged glances with the others, and then Qin Guangyi entered the room, retrieved the jade box from its wooden stand, and handed it to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan examined the jade box in his hands before tossing it into the shadow at his feet. Now that you've made your selection, let us depart, Lu Yi said with a smile. Wait, Minister, Ning Yuan interjected at that moment. Lu Yi halted his step and turned to Ning Yuan with a questioning gaze. What is it, Ning Yuan? Ning Yuan hesitated, feeling somewhat shy. May I borrow another spiritual object from headquarters? Chapter 80. Betting with incentives in the pristine corridor, Lu Yi and the others stared at Ning Yuan in bewilderment. Borrow a spiritual object? What do you mean, Ning Yuan? Lu Yi seemed momentarily taken aback, prompting his inquiry. Yang Yuan, however, quickly grasped the situation, his expression growing peculiar as he regarded Ning Yuan. Even Qin Guangyi instinctively furrowed his brow. This lad is becoming a bit greedy. At that moment, Ning Yuan let out a deep sigh. Minister, it means quite literally that I am asking to borrow a spiritual object from headquarters, akin to borrowing money, which I would return later. Lu Yi found himself in a quandary, both amused and bewildered. This was the first time he had encountered an extraordinary individual from headquarters requesting to borrow a spiritual object. Moreover, could such a thing even be borrowed? Nevertheless, he restrained himself from outright rejecting the request of this significant contributor and inquired about his reasoning. Ning Yuan, may I ask why? He began. While spiritual objects are indeed valuable to extraordinary beings, one cannot rely solely on external aids for cultivation. It is through rigorous self-discipline and gradual enhancement that true strength is attained. Take Elder Qin, for instance. He has never fully depended on spiritual objects, but rather has progressed step by step to reach the third tier. While he may not be the strongest extraordinary being globally, he certainly ranks among the top 3. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan sighed again. Alas, Minister, you are unaware of what I endured within the light curtain. The alien beings are terrifying, and the high-intensity battles were life-threatening beyond description. In short, I am exceedingly eager to grow stronger and do not wish to confront such dire situations again. However, if you truly do not wish to grant my request, I shall not press further. With that, a flicker of disappointment crossed Ning Yuan's face. Lu Yi, hearing his words and observing his expression, found understanding in his heart. It is natural for a young person to be eager for power after experiencing life and death struggles. At that moment, Lu Yi seemed to recall something, his eyes brightening. Ning Yuan's background may not be ideal, yet he possesses intelligence. Establishing a sense of belonging in his heart will be challenging. However, if I can take this opportunity to demonstrate how much headquarters values him, perhaps his sense of responsibility and kindness will flourish. As Lu Yi pondered, Yang Yuan shook his head. No, that is not permissible. Each spiritual object is an extremely precious treasure, and only those who have made significant contributions may utilize them. Even Elder Qin cannot. Hearing Yang Yuan assert that even Elder Qin could not utilize spiritual objects, Ning Yuan cast a glance at the expressionless Qin Guangyi, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. Internally, he mused, Yang Yuan, though you have a profound understanding of the alien beings, you will never comprehend the intricacies of human nature. There are aspects you simply cannot perceive. Just as Qin Guangyi was about to speak, Lu Yi suddenly raised his hand. All right, Ning Yuan, I agree to your request. Yang Yuan and Qin Guangyi were taken aback, but Ning Yuan's face lit up with surprise, though inwardly, he remained composed, having anticipated this outcome. After all, from Minister Lu Yi's perspective, if a single spiritual object could bind this exceptionally talented, extraordinary individual to headquarters, it would be immensely worthwhile. This is a gamble. Wagering heavily on Ning Yuan's loyalty, Lu Yi was confident of his victory, believing that despite Ning Yuan's intelligence, he was still young and inexperienced. Lu Yi, you are breaking protocol, Yang Yuan remarked, frowning. Meanwhile, Qin Guangyi appeared to be deep in thought. That is of no concern. I will take full responsibility and explain it to the higher-ups, Lu Yi assured Yang Yuan before turning to Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, you are my sole hope. I am taking a risk by agreeing to this, and I trust you will not let me down, nor the headquarters. Choose another, but do not feel obligated. Simply remember the kindness of headquarters and contribute more in the future. Ning Yuan nodded in response. Minister, rest assured, I will never disappoint headquarters. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the trio, Ning Yuan acquired another spiritual object. The 4 then departed in the elevator. In a concealed conference room within headquarters, 10 individuals were seated face to face. At the far end of the conference table loomed a dark monitor. That is the situation. I have granted Ning Yuan's request and provided him with another spiritual object. Lu Yi addressed the monitor. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated opposite Lu Yi spoke up. Lu Yi, does Ning Yuan truly possess such remarkable talent? He is merely a second-tier extraordinary being. Even if he has accomplished great feats, you should not bestow upon him 2 spiritual artifacts. You ought to understand their immense value. Moreover, Ning Yuan was originally just an extraordinary individual from the common folk. Such individuals are accustomed to a wild lifestyle and, even after joining the headquarters, would likely resist excessive constraints. What if one day he betrays the headquarters? Upon hearing this, Lu Yi had yet to speak when an elder chuckled. Ha ha ha, nonsense. Our current concern should not be about betrayal, but rather how to retain such a talented young individual. Zhusu, you constantly fret about the peculiar circumstances. You should not tilt our scarce resources towards these extraordinary beings from the common folk. What if, once the situation stabilizes, they become sources of turmoil? I understand your thoughts, but let us not forget that the incident in Dehu City was resolved by the very extraordinary beings you fear. Furthermore, your precious daughter has consumed quite a bit of the headquarters' resources. Why was she allowed in, yet failed to resolve the Dehu City incident? The middle-aged man's expression darkened at these words, and he scoffed. Humph. It is evident that Qing Wei is dealing with other alien races. Hearing this, the elder smiled non-committally and fell silent. The others observed this exchange with growing confusion. It was strange that Xia Changfeng would confront Zhusu over such a trivial matter. Could it be that he knows Ning Yuan? Zhusu was not entirely wrong. Indeed, it was inappropriate to grant Ning Yuan 2 spiritual artifacts. Yet, Elder Xia was also correct. It is crucial to actively recruit talent, especially extraordinary individuals. Sigh. If only there existed a method by which we could withhold resources from these extraordinary beings while ensuring their loyalty. If only Ning Yuan were one of our own. Chapter 81. Intimidation or retribution. As everyone pondered, a gentle laughter emanated from the monitor. Ha ha ha. Old Xia, you seem quite optimistic about this young man. Although he has rendered significant service, the headquarters has already provided him with his due. He is not owed anything further. The elder remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. My granddaughter Xinran shares a close relationship with him. Ning Yuan is kind-hearted, capable, and responsible. He is truly a rare talent. The elder did not conceal anything, for in front of such astute individuals, he could not hide the truth. It was better to speak candidly. Upon hearing this, the attendees in the conference room experienced a moment of enlightenment. So that's it. This old fox I see now. Indeed, he wishes to recruit a son-in-law. Remarkably, having a beautiful granddaughter proves to be quite advantageous. Why had I not thought of this tactic? However, this is quite favorable. Once Ning Yuan enters the Xia family, he will be one of us. Lu Yi cast a surprised glance at the elder, muttering to himself. When did Ning Yuan become associated with the Xia family? I was completely unaware. Zhusu also regarded the elder with some surprise, then internally scoffed. Now the Xia family lacks even a second-tier extraordinary being. They truly are desperate to welcome anyone. Just then, the monitor chimed again. Very well. Let us conclude matters regarding Ning Yuan. Lu Yi, such occurrences should not arise again. When encountering promising prospects, we must seize the opportunity, but basic regulations must be upheld. Consider this an award from the headquarters to Ning Yuan for the 2 spiritual artifacts. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi nodded. The monitor continued. Now we shall proceed to today's main meeting. Regarding the future situation, since extraordinary beings and alien races are fully exposed to the eyes of ordinary people, you must prepare to face the forthcoming challenges. As for extraordinary beings, the headquarters will continue to focus on absorbing those from the common folk to strengthen our power. The rest of you, cooperate with the headquarters, actively mobilize resources, and accomplish all significant tasks. Professor Yang, could you share your insights on the potential actions of the alien races? As the voice from the monitor faded, Lu Yi quickly nudged Yang Yuxian, who had dozed off with his head resting on the table. Awakened, Yang Yuxian yawned and, noticing everyone gazing at him, asked in confusion, What? Is the meeting over? A gentle laughter resonated from the monitor. The others in the conference room also chuckled. We are asking you, what do you predict the alien races will do next? Lu Yi prompted quietly. Yang Yuxian, upon hearing this, slapped his face and replied, I believe it won't be long before the alien races initiate widespread retaliation. The headquarters must prepare for it. The crowd fell silent, some expressing confusion. That can't be right, Professor Yang. We triumphed in the Dehu City incident. And considering that the fallen alien beings were of the highest caliber, it should have instilled fear in the others for some time. Yang Yuxian regarded him and slowly shook his head. Your thinking remains anchored in human warfare. The precondition for intimidation must be equality. Throughout history, human conflicts have been equal. It has always been one human against another. Thus intimidation holds value. However, alien races do not view humans as equals. They see us as mere insects. To use an imperfect analogy, in the animal kingdom, wild dogs can intimidate weaker creatures, yet they can never intimidate a lion, even if they happen to kill one. Some could not bear to listen and interjected. What do dogs and lions have to do with this, Professor Yang? You underestimate our power. If not for the cunning nature of these alien races, always hiding among urban populations, we could have eradicated them solely with our widespread destructive weaponry. Yang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, if we disregarded casualties entirely, we could currently rely on nuclear weapons to eliminate the alien beings. But who would dare bear that cost? Who could endure it? Furthermore, the alien races are steadily growing stronger. No one knows their true limits or whether one day nuclear weapons will have no effect on them. I reiterate, the alien races will retaliate, and this retaliation is likely to come swiftly. With that, Yang Yuan turned his gaze back to Lu Yi. I have long advised you against using the heads of the alien races as a means of leverage. Yet you have not only done so, but flaunted it to the world. Whether the alien beings are enraged upon viewing the footage, I cannot say. But I am certain they will feel profound humiliation. Therefore, retaliation is inevitable. Lu Yi fell silent at this. At that moment, a voice resonated from the dark monitor. I am well aware of the matters concerning the heads. You need not blame Lu Yi. He acted correctly. We sacrificed a third-tier extraordinary being and many first- and second-tier extraordinary beings. Thus, this significant loss must be compensated by our recent achievements. Lu Yi's video had a substantial impact. It not only greatly bolstered morale worldwide, diminishing fear of the alien beings, but also enhanced the headquarters' influence globally, thereby attracting many common extraordinary beings to join willingly. As for the retaliation you mentioned, since it is unavoidable, we shall not evade it. I am confident that we will ultimately achieve victory in this war. 4 days later, near Xinghu Lake in Dazhou City, Ning Yuan reclined in a lounge chair, quietly observing Ning Xiaoluo tossing a frisbee while walking her dog. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xia Xingran. As soon as he answered, her melodious voice came through. Ninggu, I just learned that you were the one who resolved the Dazhou City incident. How impressive. By the way, I heard you were injured. How are you feeling? I'm fine. My injuries have mostly healed, Ning Yuan replied calmly. That is good to hear. Also, Ninggu, do you have time tomorrow? Xiaoming's coming-of-age ceremony is being held. Ning Yuan responded with a simple Allow me to share the venue of the banquet with you. Do you need someone to pick you up? No, I will arrive tomorrow. All right, see you then. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yuan continued to watch the golden retriever chasing a frisbee in the distance, along with Ning Xiaoluo cheering it on. Chapter 82. Our paths cross again the next morning at the entrance of a luxurious 5-star hotel in Jinling City. The internal facilities are undergoing upgrades, and the hotel is temporarily closed. Ning Yuan, with his hands in his pockets and an impassive expression, gazed at the announcement posted at the entrance. A familiar occurrence. At this moment, a woman in a suit, dignified in appearance, hurriedly stepped out from the hotel lobby. Hello, Mr. Ning. My name is Sun King, the lobby manager of this hotel. I am here to await your arrival. The woman smiled warmly at Ning Yuan, bending slightly and gesturing for him to follow her. Ning Yuan nodded and walked alongside her towards the elevator. On their way, Sun King first sent a message upstairs, then discreetly glanced at Ning Yuan with curiosity. This man appeared to be merely in his 20s and was not dressed in any designer brands. Yet the Xia family had instructed her to treat him as a distinguished guest. Upon entering the elevator, Sun King utilized her fingerprint access to illuminate the button for the 16th floor. Soon, the elevator began to ascend rapidly. Xingran, could you lower your neckline a bit more? In a vast dressing room, several elegant women surrounded Xia Xingran, adjusting the dress she wore. No, Auntie, that would be too embarrassing. Xia Xingran's cheeks flushed as she covered her chest with one hand while attempting to pull her neckline up with the other. However, another woman seized her hand, halting her movement. Where's the embarrassment? While young, a woman should showcase her beauty. The others chimed in with laughter. At that moment, Xiaoming, standing not far from Xia Xingran, was also encircled, her expression innocent as she quietly observed the women arranging her dress. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open slightly, and an elderly voice resonated from the entrance. Xingran, come out for a moment. Ning Yuan has arrived. Let us go greet him. The cheerful laughter in the dressing room came to an abrupt halt, and the women immediately composed themselves. Grandfather, you are personally going to greet him? Xia Xingran hurriedly lifted her skirt and dashed to the door, gazing at the hunchbacked elder with disbelief. The old man, with a head full of white hair and deeply wrinkled skin, possessed a pair of profoundly deep-set eyes. He wore a tang suit, and although he was hunched, he emanated an aura of authority that commanded respect. He was the master of the Xia family, Xia Chongfeng. He saved your life, so naturally, as your grandfather. I must personally welcome him, Xia Chongfeng chuckled. Behind him were Xia Qidong and Xia Qiming. Father, uncle, Xia Xingran greeted the two men. Xia Qidong smiled and nodded in return, while Xia Qiming frowned at Xia Xingran's attire. Xingran, Hurry back and tidy yourself up. How can you greet a guest dressed like this? Xia Xingran forced a bitter smile at his words, preparing to turn back into the dressing room. However, at that moment, Xia Changfeng waved his hand. No need. You look quite lovely as you are. Qiming, times have changed. Do not be so conservative. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xia Qiming quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, father. Meanwhile, the elevator doors at the entrance of the banquet hall slowly opened. Sun King, who was about to lead Ning Yuan to the private room, was startled by the sight of Xia Changfeng and his entourage standing nearby. My young friend Ning Yuan, how have you been? Xia Changfeng approached Ning Yuan with a warm smile, extending his aged hands to grasp Ning Yuan's, his wrinkled face adorned with a kind expression. Ning Yuan reciprocated the handshake, greeting him with a smile. The elder's formidable presence undoubtedly indicated that he was the head of the Xia family. Hearing this, Xia Changfeng's smile grew even warmer as he walked alongside Ning Yuan, conversing amiably. What formidable presence! I am merely an old man with only a few years left to live. Sun King was internally astonished at this scene. What is happening? Xia Changfeng is treating this person with such courtesy? Just then, Xia Qidong approached Sun King, his expression stoic as he spoke slowly. You may leave. Today you have seen nothing. Sun King trembled at his gaze, quickly nodding and departing. The banquet hall was vast, capable of accommodating hundreds for a gathering. However, at this moment, fewer than 50 individuals occupied the space. These guests quietly watched as Xia Changfeng and Ning Yuan entered the private room. Once the door closed, the sounds of the banquet hall resumed. A young man gazed at the entrance of the room, his eyes filled with fervor. That is Ning Yuan, the second-tier extraordinary being who saved the city of Dahu and vanquished top-tier alien beings. One day, I too shall become such a formidable force. A woman beside the young man gently adjusted his hair and smiled. Very well, then you must learn from Ning Yuan. A middle-aged man in a suit, holding a wine glass, sighed. To have the old man treat someone with such respect at this young age is indeed a rare sight, isn't it? The old man looks at us as if we were mere stones. He shows no expression, not even a smile. Another echoed in agreement. She looks quite lovely. If Sister Xingran does not want him, I shall pursue him. A charming girl teased. Hearing this, a girl beside her chuckled. You dream. You lack both height and figure. Looking like an immature child. How could you compare to Sister Xingran? Get lost. This is called the lowly style. Do you not understand? Men do like someone like me. In stark contrast to the boisterous discussions among the Xia family members, a woman sat alone in a corner of the banquet hall. She gently swirled the high-stemmed glass in her hand, the red wine within swaying with her movements. Clad in a white cheongsam, she crossed her legs, her pristine feet adorned with a high heel. Her features were exquisitely perfect. Her long hair was pinned up with a wooden hairpin, and her eyes seemed capable of captivating souls. Gazing at the closed door of the private room, a slight smile graced her red lips. Ning Yuan, we meet again. Chapter 83. A mutual exchange of interests inside the private room of the banquet hall. Xia Changfeng sat beside Ning Yuan, engaging in a warm conversation reminiscent of a kindly elder discussing familial matters. Meanwhile, Xia Qidong and the others quietly accompanied them, listening intently. Ning Yuan, the future world is bound to be turbulent. As an extraordinary being, one cannot be self-serving. Have you considered marrying and leaving a legacy? Xia Changfeng suddenly posed this question to Ning Yuan amidst their discussion of family and heritage. His words immediately captured the attention of Xia Qidong and Xia Qiming. As for Xia Xingran, her fair cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, her hands gripping her skirt tightly beneath the table. Ning Yuan set down his teacup, sighing softly before responding. Of course, I have contemplated it, but as you know, Elder Xia, extraordinary beings, while seemingly transcendent and endowed with unimaginable power, inevitably face perilous dangers. In such uncertain times, how can one dare to speak of settling down? Xia Changfeng took a sip of his tea, then smiled gently. Young friend Ning, you possess a sense of responsibility and accountability. It appears I have been remiss in my considerations. Xinran, you may leave now. Mengming's coming-of-age ceremony is about to commence. Xia Changfeng instructed Xia Xinran. With a hint of redness in her ears, Xia Xinran nodded and hurriedly exited the private room. Once the door was closed, Xia Changfeng set down his teacup and began to speak slowly. Ning Yuan, what do you think of my granddaughter? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yuan nodded. She is beautiful, intelligent, and courageous, quite admirable. Upon hearing this, Xia Changfeng turned to Ning Yuan and spoke candidly. Would you consider marrying her and joining the Xia family? If you agree, I will mobilize all the resources of the Xia family to assist you in breaking through to the third tier within 10 years. Xia Changfeng's proposition was nothing short of astonishing. Even though Xia Qidong and his brother had speculated, they were still taken aback. It is known that an ordinary, extraordinary individual, without the aid of spiritual artifacts, would require at least 15 to 20 years of diligent practice to ascend from the second to the third tier. Even those of higher ranking would not find it less than 10 years. Qin Guangyi, who guards the headquarters, is a living testament. He only became a first-tier extraordinary being at nearly 50, and it took him 4 years to ascend from first to second tier without the assistance of spiritual artifacts. Yet, he remained stuck for a full 12 years on his journey from second to third tier. It was only in recent years that the sudden increase in spiritual artifacts within the Blue Star allowed him to break through to the third tier. As for Tian Xiangfeng and another mysterious third-tier extraordinary being from the headquarters, they too benefited from the power of spiritual artifacts to advance ahead of schedule. Spiritual artifacts are exceedingly rare, crucial, and precious. Therefore, in the eyes of Xia Qidong and his brother, their father's promise amounted to allocating the entirety of the Xia family's resources to Ning Yuan alone. Ning Yuan appeared to be taken aback by this statement, falling into silence. After a moment, he feigned confusion and sighed. "Old master, why?" Leaning back in his chair, Xia Changfeng spoke softly. "Ning Yuan, consider this as a mutually beneficial exchange. You possess talent and strength, but hail from humble beginnings without resources. Meanwhile, the Xia family has resources and power but lacks a trustworthy and formidable extraordinary individual to cultivate. To be candid, our family has obtained 3 spiritual seeds over the years. 2 were given to my 2 eldest grandsons. Yet they both perished in their attempts to harness the spirit. The last seed, although successfully merged by my younger grandson, possesses poor aptitude, rated only C level, which makes it unlikely for him to break through to the second tier in the coming years, let alone the third tier. Other families either have descendants with A-level aptitude or, at the very least, B-level. Our long-standing rival, the Zhou family, has even seen the emergence of an S-level talent. Zhuqingwe. These families now boast nearly all have second-tier extraordinary beings, except for the Xia family. You saved Xinran's life. You have a connection with the Xia family. Thus, I wish to draw you in, to become one family, advancing together." Xia Changfeng's words were straightforward and unembellished, as individuals of his caliber seldom resort to circumlocution. It was best if Ning Yuan agreed. Otherwise, he would consider alternative approaches. This was akin to signing a contract between companies, with a clear price tag. Ning Yuan rubbed his temples and slowly replied, "While joining forces is feasible, I cannot bear to betray the affections of a lady. If I were to marry Xia Xinran and, in the future, meet my demise at the hands of foreign beings, would that not be cruel to her? Perhaps it would be better if we considered ourselves siblings." Xia Changfeng shook his head in refusal upon hearing Ning Yuan's words. "Ning Yuan, a person like me trusts no one but values familial bonds. Furthermore, if you were to have children with Xinran in the future, I would not hesitate to entrust the entire Xia family to you. However, if you do not marry a woman from our family, the Xia family, even if we assist you, will not commit our full strength to help." The essence of Xia Changfeng's statement was clear. As long as Ning Yuan agreed to marry Xia Xinran, he would gain access to power, wealth, resources, and connections at his fingertips. What Ning Yuan needed to do was simple: strive to grow stronger and enhance the Xia family's influence in future circumstances. After a moment of silence, Ning Yuan shook his head. "I apologize, old Master Xia. Though I come from humble beginnings, I cannot marry an unfamiliar woman solely for the sake of benefit. Love cannot be forced, and that would be unfair to Xinran." Upon hearing Ning Yuan's words, Xia Qidong interjected, "Marry first. Feelings can develop gradually. We all went through this." Just then, Xia Changfeng raised his hand to halt Xia Qidong's words. His expression remained inscrutable, revealing no changes in response to Ning Yuan's statement. He truly embodied the principle of keeping emotions hidden. "It matters not, Ning Yuan. Since you have said so, let it be as it is. You may spend time with Xinran. Cultivating feelings among you young people is quite simple, and my guarantee remains valid for a long time. Moreover, Ning Yuan, you saved Xinran's life, which is akin to saving my life. Therefore, even if we do not become one family in the end, the Xia family will always be your steadfast ally." With that, Xia Changfeng offered Ning Yuan a warm smile, which Ning Yuan reciprocated. "Qidong, Qiming, please take Ning Yuan to the hall for the banquet. Today is a day worthy of celebration, and it is time for merriment. Besides, those outside are of a similar age to Ning Yuan, and it would be good for them to get acquainted." Upon hearing Xia Changfeng's words, the Xia brothers rose and accompanied Ning Yuan out of the private room. Once the door was closed again, Xia Changfeng leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window and murmuring to himself, "Do they look down on my Xia family?" Chapter 84. encountering Yunqi again in the banquet hall. As Ning Yuan emerged from the private room, a shadow crossed his eyes. This old man is scheming. His intentions are almost palpable. Beauty, power, resources, and connections. Short-sighted extraordinary beings would surely be dazzled by such allure. However, Ning Yuan was acutely aware that while the Xia family could serve as his support, he would equally become a shield for them. The headquarters is a place where several prominent families pool resources to cultivate extraordinary beings. Other families may watch the Xia family weaken, but they would never allow the Xia family to stand alone in strength. Ning Yuan's advancement speed far exceeded others. With 2 spiritual artifacts in his possession, he would not take long to break through to the 3rd tier. If he were to achieve this as the Xia family's son-in-law within such a short time frame, he would undoubtedly become a target of jealousy among other families. While these families might not act overtly, they would certainly create obstacles behind the scenes. Although Ning Yuan was unafraid, he was disinclined to engage in such petty rivalries, preferring to conserve his time and energy until he reached the 4th tier, at which point he would need to navigate these relationships carefully. As Ning Yuan pondered these matters, other members of the Xia family approached him with smiles, and Xia Qidong made introductions. Soon, the Xia family members were engaging warmly with Ning Yuan. Ning Yuan, seeing you in person is a pleasure. Indeed, a hero emerges from youth. I have long heard of your illustrious name. You truly are a dragon among men. Greetings, Brother Ning. For the Xia family, treating a stranger as an old friend was hardly challenging. Language and social niceties are an art, and growing up in the Xia family, one is steeped in this art from childhood to old age, destined to master it. Ning Yuan, with his serene demeanor, consistently greeted everyone with a warm smile, engaging in lively conversations that appeared genuine to onlookers. For instance, Xia Xinran felt a surge of joy witnessing Ning Yuan connect so effortlessly with her family. At that moment, while responding to a young man's inquiry about foreign beings, Ning Yuan sensed a gaze fixated upon him. Following this scrutiny through the crowd, he spotted a woman in a white qipao in the corner of the hall, her expression one of curious intrigue. Upon making eye contact with Ning Yuan, she playfully winked at him. In that instant, Ning Yuan's pupils constricted. It was her. Through her eyes, he recognized her as the ancient-clad woman he had encountered that fateful night on the balcony. Yunqi, he recalled her name. Finding an excuse, Ning Yuan extricated himself from the throng and approached Yunqi. The Xia family exchanged glances, surprised by his direction towards her. They were aware of her identity, but, due to her peculiar demeanor, were reluctant to engage with her. Her eccentricity lay in the fact that she only exchanged a few words with Xia Xinran and Xia Ming, otherwise ignoring everyone else, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere that made one feel as though they were being disregarded entirely. Xia Xinran, knowing Yunqi's character, initially intended to dissuade Ning Yuan but was halted by her father, Xia Qiming, who shook his head. He believed Ning Yuan was evidently captivated by her beauty. Given his daughter's exceptional qualities and advantageous circumstances, he thought it plausible that Ning Yuan might be aiming for the stars. Yet Ning Yuan declined, prompting Xia Qiming's curiosity about witnessing Ning Yuan's potential embarrassment. As Ning Yuan settled beside Yunqi, an astonishing scene unfolded. The woman who had previously disregarded them now smiled at Ning Yuan. Additionally, she initiated conversation, placing her wine glass on the table, her gaze bright as she addressed him. It seems we are indeed fated to meet again, she remarked. Ning Yuan regarded Yunqi, subtly furrowing his brow. What brings you here? Yunqi, returning his gaze, gestured towards Xia Xinran, who was watching them from a distance. Is my attire not appealing? I designed it myself. In your terms, I am now a haute couture fashion designer. At her words, Ning Yuan paused contemplatively before letting out a soft laugh. You people truly lead idle lives. Is this merely a game to you? Yunqi shot him a disapproving glance before playfully wagging a delicate finger. Firstly, I am not people, so please be mindful of your wording. Secondly, I am not playing games. I genuinely enjoy creating garments, so do not belittle my passion. She leaned closer, her breath almost brushing against him as she continued. You, however, seem more like one who plays games with life. You harbor a deep-seated disdain for these people, yet you exhibit none of it outwardly. At times, I wonder if an ancient soul resides within your body. As she concluded her thought, Yunqi lightly tapped her finger against Ning Yuan's chest. Inhaling her fragrant scent, he met her gaze, feeling a stir within, yet his expression remained composed, unaffected by her words. After a brief silence, he replied, You mentioned previously that if we were to meet again, you would converse with me earnestly. Looking at the exquisite woman before him, he had many inquiries, particularly regarding her identity, why she was neither of the human race nor a foreign being. In his past life, He had lived for over 4 centuries without encountering someone as uniquely enigmatic as Yunshi. Here, that might not be appropriate, as they are all watching us, Yunshi replied. Laughing softly, she dipped her finger into her wine glass, wetting it before inscribing a line on the table. Spring Creek Road, number 66. Ning Yuan silently noted the address. Just then, Xia Xinran approached, and as she did, the words written in wine mysteriously vanished. Yunshi, do you know Ningguo? She inquired. Her smile somewhat stiff as she observed the cozy interaction between them. Yunshi straightened her posture and replied with a smile. I suppose we are acquainted. Ning Yuan is a friend of an old client of mine, and we have met a few times. Is that so? Xia Xinran regarded Yunshi skeptically, then turned to Ning Yuan, offering a bright smile. Ningguo, shall we accompany Xia Meng to cut the cake? However, before Ning Yuan could respond, a woman called out to Xia Xinran from a distance, Xinran, your grandfather is looking for you. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinran smiled apologetically at Ning Yuan before turning to leave. Watching her depart, Yunshi remarked, how amusing to witness that girl feel jealous for the first time. Ning Yuan merely replied, she is not jealous. She is concerned about completing her task. Yunshi looked at him in surprise, then stretched languidly, saying, I must take my leave. It's rather uncomfortable being scrutinized by someone. As she donned her high-heeled shoes and gracefully departed, Ning Yuan observed her retreating figure in silence, neither speaking nor rising to see her off. At that moment, a young man hurriedly approached Ning Yuan, holding a phone. After glancing at Yunshi's departing silhouette, the young man leaned in close and whispered urgently, not good. Ningguo, you need to see this. Someone has put a bounty of 2 billion on your head. The young man, Xia Feiyu, was under 20 and the only extraordinary individual in the Xia family, having recently joined the headquarters. Ning Yuan glanced down at Xia Feiyu's phone, where he saw a website named Dawn Forum. The bounty for him was prominently displayed. Mission target, Extraordinary Headquarters of Huaxia, Ning Yuan. Reward, 200,000,000. Deadline, 15 days. Interested parties contact management. The staggering bounty ignited fervent discussions in the comments section. Just as Ning Yuan was absorbing the details, the post suddenly flickered, revealing a glaring line of red text. The bounty has been claimed. Exchanging glances with Xia Feiyu, Ning Yuan noted the grim expression on the young man's face. It's over, Ningguo. A powerful faction has accepted the bounty. Extraordinary beings will undoubtedly come to assassinate you. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ning Yuan understood he had been placed on an assassination list. Yet, he remained unfazed. Though it was his first time on such a list in this life, he had faced it hundreds of times in his previous existence. The so-called assassination list was merely a tactic employed by foreign beings to incite conflict among human extraordinary individuals. These foreign entities used human currency to hire human extraordinary beings to eliminate their own kind. Ironically, this method had proven effective in his past life, resulting in many human extraordinary individuals meeting their untimely demise due to such orchestrations. In the previous life, many could not comprehend why some extraordinary individuals would aid beings of other races in slaying their own kin for monetary gain. However, a thorough examination of human history reveals that the rationale behind such actions is not difficult to grasp. A scholar succinctly encapsulated it. The pursuit of benefit and the aversion to harm are ingrained in the very essence of humanity. After a brief pause, Xia Feiyu noticed that Ning Yuan seemed somewhat indifferent, prompting him to speak with urgency. Brother Ning, I am sending you the invitation link to this forum. To register for an account, one must be invited by a member. By participating in the forum, you might discover who has been assigned the task of assassinating you. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan nodded, subsequently retrieving his phone to exchange contact information with Xia Feiyu. Should we not report this situation to headquarters, Brother Ning? This way, they could arrange for protection for you and your family. Xia Feiyu appeared to be the target of the assassination. Whether it was excitement or anxiety, he seemed somewhat agitated. Ning Yuan regarded him with a smile, replying, let us set this aside for now. Your sister is calling us. At that moment, Xia Xinran approached with a smile. Brother Ning, Feiyu, it is time to cut the cake. In the center of the banquet hall stood a magnificent cake, nearly as tall as a person. Xiao Meng, adorned in a custom gown and a crystal crown, resembled a princess stepped out from a fairy tale. The Xia family gathered around, their laughter filling the air as they sang birthday wishes for her. As the singing concluded, Xiao Meng closed her eyes, clasped her hands in prayer, and, under the watchful gaze of those around her, slowly opened her eyes and gently extinguished the candles before her. Observing Xiao Meng, Ning Yuan murmured to himself, Xiao Meng, the future head of the Xia family, an S-class dream spirit integrator. In the future, she will ascend to the 6th tier. The dream spirit. said to embody the rules of dreams, is born within the realm of slumber. Xia Ming encountered this spirit in her dreams and successfully fused with it. This spirit is elusive and rare, the most unique among spirit types. If only I could ascertain how she acquired the dream spirit. It would provide Xiao Luo with an additional choice. Despite this thought, Ning Yuan subtly shook his head. From the rumors in his past life regarding Xia Ming, it was not she who encountered the dream spirit, but rather the spirit that sought her out. If that were the case, how could he possibly obtain such a rare and elusive spirit? Brother Ning. At that moment, Xia Xinran's voice pulled Ning Yuan from his reverie. He stepped forward and, alongside Xia Xinran, took Xia Ming's hand, feeling the warmth of the young girl's soft grasp. He silently mused, Xia Ming, I eagerly await the day you acquire the dream spirit. Only then can you be of greater service to me. As the countdown from the surrounding guests drew to a close, the three of them pressed down together, their knife gliding smoothly through the cake. After the banquet, Ning Yuan declined Xia Xinran's offer to see him off. Upon exiting the hotel, he vanished from sight. At number 66, Chuanxi Road, Ning Yuan followed the navigation on his phone to arrive at an unmarked shop. The establishment was situated in a secluded area, surrounded by lush greenery. With only a few pedestrians passing by, the shop's decor was simple, featuring only two mannequin figures behind a glass wall. In contrast to the simplistic furnishings, the dresses adorning the mannequins were strikingly beautiful. Even for someone like Ning Yuan, who lacked an eye for fashion, the garments were undeniably captivating. The craftsmanship, fabric, and overall appearance were of a quality that left a lasting impression. Passers-by inevitably slowed their pace, drawn in by the allure of the dresses. Yet, despite their beauty, no one entered the shop. A sign reading "Closed today" hung on the door, deterring any potential customers. Ignoring the sign, Ning Yuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. The shop was desolate, lacking a cash register, with only a sofa that could accommodate 3 people. Observing the wooden door on the wall, Ning Yuan pushed it gently, but found it unyielding. In the next moment, he transformed into a shadow and passed through the wooden door. The interior beyond the door was a stark contrast to the exterior. The decor was imbued with an antique charm, featuring a wooden table at the center of the room, accompanied by 2 wooden stools. A teapot emitting wisps of steam rested on the table. From the depths of the room came the sound of flowing water, followed by the ethereal voice of Yunxi. You really have no manners. At least knock before entering a girl's chamber. Inside the wooden house, Ning Yuan chose not to respond to Yunxi's remark, instead seating himself at the wooden table and pouring himself a cup of tea. 10 minutes later, Yunxi, clad in a traditional gown, emerged from the back room. She took a seat across from Ning Yuan, her presence seemingly enhanced by the lingering scent of her recent bath. So, tell me, who exactly are you? Ning Yuan inquired, gazing at her. Yunxi offered no reply, merely resting her chin on her hands and gazing at him with a smile. After a moment of silence, noticing that Ning Yuan remained fixated on her, she sighed. How tedious. Are you certain you wish to pose this question? Ning Yuan, taken aback, asked, What do you mean? The meaning is quite simple, Yunxi replied, twirling a strand of her hair with her slender fingers. I possess knowledge and understanding far beyond your imagination. You may inquire not only about my identity, but about many matters, such as those concerning the beings you refer to as other races. Ning Yuan paused in surprise, looking at her with a hint of astonishment. Are you suggesting that you know things even the beings of other races are unaware of? Indeed, Yunxi confirmed with a nod. However, I must clarify one point beforehand. I can answer your questions, but you must agree to a condition. I previously mentioned wanting to converse, but I never promised to answer your inquiries for free. Ning Yuan frowned. Are you toying with me? Yunxi met his gaze, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. I would never dare to toy with you. Have you not heard of the principle of equivalent exchange? If you gain what you seek from me, you must offer something in return. Otherwise, I would be at a disadvantage. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Yuan replied, Very well, what is your condition? Yunxi shook her head. I do not yet know. Let us leave it at that for now. Ning Yuan, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Owing a favor is quite agreeable. I relish the idea of having debts. Observing Ning Yuan's agreeable nature, Yunxi regarded him with a peculiar expression before continuing. You may ask your question, I will answer one for you. Once you fulfill my condition, I will respond to your second question. Ning Yuan was momentarily taken aback. How can you be so certain that I will pose a second question? It is simple, Yunxi said, pointing to Ning Yuan's head. The more intelligent a person is, the stronger their curiosity. Ning Yuan fell silent. He poured himself another cup of tea, contemplating what to ask Yunxi. It was evident that she feared he might renege on their agreement, which is why she devised this clever strategy. However, if she truly possessed extensive knowledge, then the questions he could pose were manifold. After all, humanity had battled against other races for 4 to 5 centuries in his previous life, and many inquiries remained unresolved until his demise. Questions such as the true nature of the other races, the reasons for their arrival on this planet, their motives for exterminating humanity, the nature of their homeland, and whether the dark cosmos beyond was indeed a new world. Furthermore, who was the woman seated before him? Each of these inquiries piqued his interest. Yet, it was clear that she was not easy to handle. Yunshi exhibited no trepidation in his presence. Ning Yuan recognized deep down that he was at a disadvantage. At least based on his current instincts, he found Yunshi's strength to be elusive and inscrutable. What is the purpose of those otherworldly beings arriving on this planet? After pondering for a considerable time, Ning Yuan resolved to inquire about this question that had plagued humanity for centuries, a query even the other races remained unaware of. Upon hearing Ning Yuan's question, Yunshi appeared unfazed. She gently caressed the teacup in her hands before responding slowly. It is quite simple. It's a quest for treasure. Upon hearing these words, Ning Yuan looked at Yunshi with surprise. Treasure? What treasures could possibly exist on this planet? Yunshi extended her right hand, her index finger pointing downward toward the ground. This planet itself is an extraordinary treasure. In simpler terms, you may regard this planet as a seed. Currently, this seed is gradually sprouting and growing, a process referred to as the revival of spiritual energy. As for you extraordinary beings, you are essentially products of this revival of spiritual energy. The beings you refer to as otherworldly races are known externally as cultivators. These cultivators, each with varying identities and statuses, have come to this planet to await the opportune moment to compete for this seed, which is on the brink of maturation. To ensure fairness, their minds have been sealed, rendering them oblivious to most of their memories regarding themselves, the outside world, and the content of this trial. Thus, they are only aware that there exists a great opportunity meant for them. Furthermore, due to the rules governing this planet, they, as outsiders, are suppressed. However, this suppression will gradually weaken over time, while they will grow stronger, regaining their original powers. With a sigh, Yunshi continued, this is a trial for the outstanding cultivators. Only the victor will ultimately seize this seed. As for you, you are merely obstacles in their struggle. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan fell into silence. Although Yunshi's words sounded far-fetched, considering his experiences from his previous life, he believed there was truth to it. Not interrupting Ning Yuan's contemplation, Yunshi quietly observed him. After a while, Ning Yuan turned to Yunshi and asked, you mentioned that their memories regarding this trial are sealed, which is why they are unaware of their purpose. But how do you know? Were you not sealed? Yunshi shot Ning Yuan a glance. Because I am different from them. I did not come to participate in the trial. Ning Yuan wished to ask more, but Yunshi shook her head. Knowing too much in a short time would be of no benefit to you at this stage. Some powerful entities can sense everything about them simply through your thoughts. Moreover, certain terrifying beings skilled in deduction and foresight occasionally gaze upon this place. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuan ceased his inquiries and stood to leave. As he reached the door, his voice softly echoed, so, what will ultimately happen to this planet? After a moment of silence, Yunshi murmured, flowers fade and bloom again. It is merely a cycle of rebirth. Exiting the clothing store, Ning Yuan departed from Jinling, returning to Dazhou City. Before he left, Yunshi had provided him with her contact information, mentioning she would reach out if she needed him. Ning Yuan agreed. But whether he would respond later depended on the circumstances. In Dazhou City, by the Star Lake Flower Bank, Ning Yuan pushed open the door to the villa, only to find Ning Xiaoluo and Su Wei bustling about in the kitchen. Little Yuan, you're back. Upon seeing him, Ning Xiaoluo greeted him cheerfully. Su Wei, clad in an apron, also smiled at him. Ning Yuan did not respond to their greetings. Instead, he plopped down on the sofa, staring blankly at the Animal World program playing on the television. Ning Xiaoluo brought a glass of juice to his side, and, noticing his distracted demeanor, assumed he might be tired. She hurriedly fetched a cushion and placed it beside him before rushing back to the kitchen. The large yellow dog lounging on the sofa glanced at Ning Yuan, then silently switched the television to game mode. Want to play around? This time, I'll let you have half health. Ning Yuan looked at the controller the large yellow dog offered him, then back at the dog. 3 minutes later, he set down the controller, staring at the screen displaying his character's defeat. Chapter 87, Dawn Forum. Just as Ning Yuan contemplated whether to join the large yellow dog for some exercise, his phone vibrated. He opened it to find a message from Xia Feiyu. Brother Ning, hurry and check the forum. The organization that accepted the assassination mission against you has posted. Reading the message, Ning Yuan clicked on the link to the Dawn Forum account Xia Feiyu had previously sent him. After setting up the account and password, He pondered for a moment before slowly typing 4 characters, walking on thin ice. Entering the forum, he opened the bounty category. Sure enough, at the top was a post related to him. The Skeleton Society is recruiting participants for the assassination of the extraordinary Ning Yuan from the Huaxia headquarters. Interested parties, please message privately. At this moment, the large yellow dog had also come over, gazing curiously at the forum on Ning Yuan's phone. Wow, assassination? Can assassins really be so brazen nowadays? Wait a minute. Why does the name of the assassination target sound just like yours? The dog's eyelids twitched, its gaze darting between the phone and Ning Yuan's face. Because it is indeed me, Ning Yuan replied calmly. The large yellow dog fell silent instantly. After a moment, it couldn't help but burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. These people truly have a sense of humor, thinking they can assassinate you. And by the way, since when do assassins operate so openly? They should be stealthy, not recruiting like a legitimate job fair. Ning Yuan glanced at the replies beneath the post and spoke softly. Why should it be done covertly? Firstly, in this forum, no one knows anyone else. Secondly, extraordinary beings do not need to hide their intentions when targeting one another. Unlike ordinary people, capable extraordinary beings cannot be killed regardless of the circumstances. Those without power need not conceal themselves, as those with unique abilities can easily spot their targets. The large yellow dog still seemed puzzled. But even if what you say is true, aren't they afraid that powerful extraordinary beings will come posing as applicants and wipe them out? Ning Yuan shook his head. To dare assassinate a second-tier extraordinary being from the headquarters, the Skeleton Society must have at least 4 second-tier extraordinary beings stationed. To eliminate them all at once would require either a third-tier extraordinary being or more than 6 second-tier extraordinary beings. If this Skeleton Society operates within Huaxia, it would be manageable, but if they are abroad, the headquarters would not send extraordinary beings to intervene. Upon hearing this, the large yellow dog suddenly understood. The current global situation is quite peculiar. The top extraordinary beings of various nations do not cross borders. This is an extremely sensitive red line. After all, a powerful extraordinary being poses a significant threat, and how could the higher-ups, who are merely ordinary humans, not be wary? Thus, every bordering nation has perceptive extraordinary beings stationed, ready to sense if a powerful extraordinary being from another country crosses the line without proper means. There is also a substantial reason Ning Yuan did not explicitly state. Other nations would love to see the spectacle. Damn it, the large yellow dog cursed. Are we just going to sit here and wait for that damn Skeleton Society to come and assassinate you? While you might not fear them, I cannot contend with those second-tier extraordinary beings. Ning Yuan chuckled at this, then clicked on the poster's profile picture, sending a message to them. I am a second-tier extraordinary being, harboring a grudge against the headquarters of extraordinary beings in China, and I wish to partake in your upcoming mission. The large yellow dog stared blankly at the message sent by Ning Yuan. Do you truly intend to? But if you were discovered while crossing the border, wouldn't that be quite troublesome? Ning Yuan continued the conversation while responding. It's simple. Just ensure they don't realize it. The large yellow dog opened its mouth, rendered speechless. Through their conversation, Ning Yuan confirmed his suspicions. This so-called skeleton club indeed resided on a foreign island, separated from China by several nations. No wonder they felt so emboldened. Furthermore, they seemed to hold a high regard for Ning Yuan, inviting him to come for an interview in the next couple of days. Ning Yuan activated his phone's navigation and estimated the distance, replying, My friend, I am not far from your island. Perhaps we shall meet tonight. A swift response arrived, proclaiming, That is splendid news. I eagerly await your arrival. Upon reading this, the large yellow dog nearly lost its composure. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan exited the chat room and glanced at other sections of the Dawn Forum. It was evident that this forum was established by a major foreign company, dedicated to serving extraordinary beings. The sections were categorized into 4 main types: resource exchange, discussion, reward commission, and task commission. Resource exchange primarily consisted of posts offering high prices for spiritual artifacts and items, with a few posts proposing exchanges of spiritual items. The discussion section was the most vibrant, filled with extraordinary beings consulting one another on various issues, such as cultivation problems, sightings of spiritual items, or seeking assistance for personal dilemmas. The reward commission was straightforward, encapsulated by the phrase hire a hitman. Some offered money for the lives of extraordinary beings, while others sought to purchase the lives of exotic creatures or ordinary individuals. The task commission was somewhat unique, as it included not only extraordinary beings seeking assistance from others with various resources, but also many ordinary individuals requesting help from extraordinary beings. Observing the bustling forum, the large yellow dog's eyes sparkled with excitement as it exclaimed, This looks fascinating. Let me in on it too. Ning Yuan shot at a glance. You? Do you even possess a phone? At this, the large yellow dog snorted dismissively. It's merely a phone. Don't underestimate a dog. Just wait a moment. With that, the large yellow dog dashed into its room and returned, clutching a phone in its mouth. This is... Ning Yuan recognized the phone as one previously discarded by Ning Xiaoluo. You didn't expect this, did you? I got it from Sister Luo to browse various information. The large yellow dog declared proudly. Ning Yuan was left speechless. He then sent the forum invitation link to the large yellow dog via text. The large yellow dog skillfully set up an account, pausing at the user nickname section. After a prolonged silence of 2 minutes, it finally typed 3 characters with its paw, Zhuge Huang. Chapter 88. A bounty of nourishment. As soon as the account was registered, the large yellow dog eagerly began typing a post. Let me see if there are any experts in this forum. In the discussion section of the Dawn Forum, Zhuge Huang. I have a friend whose dog consumed a spiritual seed and became an extraordinary being. Does anyone know if such a dog can similarly break through to the second tier like a human? Perhaps due to the peculiar nature of the question. The post quickly garnered replies. Lightning Man. First floor, congratulations. Human Grease. Quite intriguing. Feeding a precious spiritual seed to a dog. Who's the one urinating yellow? Let us wake the poster up. God said let there be light, and I became light. Poster, your friend ISNTU, is it? I suggest you immediately report your dog to the headquarters. Shatteribus. Shet, if this is true, please contact me. I'm willing to pay a hefty sum for your pet. Old Monk Dao number Shakyamuni. I'm not sure, but the poster could give it a try. If successful, do let me know, as I have a spiritual seed ready to feed my pet. Professional feeding master. To the one urinating yellow, please enlighten my superior. Humanity has true feelings. If what you say is true, please report it to the authorities immediately. This dog holds significant research value. As the replies continued to flood in, the large yellow dog's expression darkened. What is all this? Just as it was about to delete the post, a lengthy response caught its attention. I am truly an exotic being. Humans possess spiritual intelligence. Once they successfully merge with a spiritual seed, they can unlock spiritual apertures and no longer remain mere mortals. Animals, however, are different. They lack spiritual intelligence. If they mistakenly consume a spiritual seed, 2 outcomes may occur: death or transformation into a low-tier monster. Low-tier monsters possess strength without wisdom, making them more prone to causing harm. In light of the poster's inquiry, I suggest your friend dispose of his pet. After all, monsters also qualify as a great source of nourishment, beneficial for the body. Professional troll. The one above speaks as if it's a mother pig wearing a bra. Such a farce. I almost believed it. Also, that username is utterly commonplace. I've been using it for 3 years now. It's lost its charm. Exterminate exotic beings. To the one above, you make a valid point. Whenever the poster decides to chow down, count me in. I'll bring an 82 law fight and reserve a dog leg for myself. Initially intrigued, the large yellow dog's face fell once more, especially upon reading that monsters are also considered a great source of nourishment. Instinctively, it glanced at Ning Yuan, relieved to find him oblivious to its post, and quickly deleted it. Meanwhile, Ning Yuan was perusing the resource exchange section, seeking any spiritual items that could prevent ordinary people from dying in a short span. After flipping through for a while without finding anything, he decided to post himself. Walking on thin ice. Long-term procurement of spiritual items that can keep ordinary people alive. Conditions are negotiable. Interested parties please contact. The moment the post was submitted, a reply came swiftly. Lightning Man. First floor, congratulations. And then, silence ensued. At that moment, Ning Xiaoluo and Su Wei emerged from the kitchen after a long while, bringing forth the prepared dishes and arranging them on the dining table. During dinner, Ning Yuan learned from Su Wei that she had also moved into Xinghu Huafan, and her residence was not far from his, making them neighbors. Su Wei's relocation implied that her family could also move in. Having a second-tier extraordinary being as a neighbor and being closely connected to this powerful individual naturally granted the Su family a sense of protection. In today's world, being under the wing of a gifted second-tier extraordinary being carries profound significance. Ning Yuan understood the Su family's perspective, but, for him, as long as Su Wei did not interfere with him and kept Ning Xiaoluo happy, he was indifferent to their little schemes. After dinner, Ning Yuan glanced at the dimming sky and then found an excuse to step outside. A dark silhouette flitted through the clouds. In the shadowy twilight, this figure would remain undetected. The terrifying nature of the dark spirit became evident under the cloak of night. At that moment, as Ning Yuan soared through the air, he seemed to merge with the dusky world around him. Borderline. Ning Yuan flitted by in an instant, causing the extraordinary beings stationed to guard the border of another nation to glance up in confusion at the unchanging sky before returning their attention elsewhere. Thus, Ning Yuan traversed the bustling metropolises of foreign nations, crossing one border after another. While ordinary individuals would require nearly 20 hours of flight time, he accomplished the journey in a mere 10 minutes. During this brief passage, Ning Yuan paused several times to meticulously verify his navigational coordinates. Upon passing a lively night market, he stealthily snatched a cartoon mask from a child's hands. Consequently, when he arrived at the island, the sky remained enshrouded in darkness. Gazing at the vacation villa before him, Ning Yuan donned the cartoon mask upon his face and gently pushed open the door. Inside the lavishly adorned villa hall, a rotund man lounged on the sofa, leisurely munching on peanuts while fixated on the television. His skin was somewhat dark, and he wore only a pair of oversized shorts, the flesh of his upper body jiggling with each motion as he reached for the peanuts. Upon noticing Ning Yuan's entrance, the man turned his head, a greasy smile spreading across his face. "Dear friend, you arrived in just half a day, much sooner than I anticipated." The rotund fellow seemed to surmise that Ning Yuan was from Huaxia, as he conversed in their tongue. Ning Yuan settled beside the man, observing his countenance before speaking. "It merely happens that I was nearby. You cannot possibly be from Huaxia, can you?" The man scrutinized Ning Yuan, noting the cartoon mask adorning his face, then chuckled and shook his head. "Haha, my friend, you are quite cautious. You are correct. I am not from Huaxia, merely proficient in many languages. For us, this skill is essential to evade the pursuit of extraordinary beings from various nations." Ning Yuan nodded, touching his mask, subtly implying, wearing a mask is unavoidable. "After all, my face is not fit for public view." The man agreed. "Indeed, our true appearances are listed on the wanted lists of various countries, making it impossible for us to show ourselves. However, among our companions, there are those capable of altering your appearance temporarily, ensuring your safety while undertaking missions with us." Chapter 89. As long as we are happy at this point, the man stuffed another handful of peanuts into his mouth, continuing to speak between chews. "Since you are a second-tier extraordinary being, let me be forthright. Upon the completion of this mission, you will receive 30 million from the 200 million reward." 30 million? Ning Yuan appeared contemplative. The man nodded. "Including you, there are 5 extraordinary beings participating in this mission. Do not blame me for the modest sum. You joined later. And the others are all second-tier as well." A knowing smile crept across the man's face. "So, you have 4 second-tier extraordinary beings?" Ning Yuan murmured. The man affirmed. "Indeed, we hail from various corners of the world, united by shared experiences and objectives. Should you wish to fully join us after this mission, I would warmly welcome you. One day, we shall grow powerful enough to cease hiding." Ning Yuan nodded, his laughter echoing from behind the mask. At that moment, the door to the master bedroom on the second floor swung open. A slender man with waxen skin emerged, sporting a shaved head and tattoos adorning his face. He smiled at the two seated on the sofa. "Hey, boss, is this our new partner?" The rotund man nodded and replied with a hint of implication, "Yes. This individual is a second-tier extraordinary being." Though Ning Yuan could not comprehend their dialogue, he was captivated by the scene within the bedroom. "Those two are merely ordinary people, aren't they?" Ning Yuan's tone was calm, referring to the individuals in the room. The man nodded. "Correct. They are here on vacation, and this villa is rented by them. We merely happened to pass by and decided to rest here for a few days, enjoying the beautiful scenery." Noting Ning Yuan's lack of interference, the man regarded him with a measure of admiration, then continued to explain. "You see, individuals like us are quite free. Do you know how many extraordinary beings exist worldwide according to data analysis and scientific calculations? 50,000. Without waiting for Ning Yuan's response, he raised 5 fingers. 60 billion ordinary people, 50,000 extraordinary beings. The disparity is staggering. Thus, our status is inherently superior to that of these ordinary folk. Manipulating a few ordinary individuals is akin to playing with insects. As long as we are happy, that is all that matters." As he concluded, the man laughed heartily, causing his flesh to quiver. Simultaneously, the bald man exited the bathroom, glancing at the rotund man and Ning Yuan below, and smiling as he said, "Boss, why don't you join us?" The rotund man translated for Ning Yuan. "He is inviting you." Ning Yuan shook his head. "I have no interest in such matters." The rotund man waved to the bald man above, who, understanding the cue, ceased further conversation and walked back into the bedroom, leaving the door ajar. Whether intentional or not, the door remained open as the rotund man turned back to Ning Yuan. "By the way, I haven't asked your name." Ning Yuan smiled and replied, "Me? I am Ning Yuan." With that, He slowly removed the mask from his face. Ning Yuan? The rotund man faltered, seemingly familiar with the name. Upon seeing Ning Yuan's striking features and a half-smile, his pupils dilated sharply. Before he could process the moment, he froze, unable to move, as darkness enveloped him. You. The rotund man was horrified. Ning Yuan? How is this possible? Isn't he from the headquarters of Huaxia's extraordinary beings? How could he traverse several nations to be here? Meanwhile, within the bedroom, the two men were silently and gruesomely dismembered, their blood splattering across the bed. Damn! The extraordinary being at the bedside gaped at the horrific scene, only to be swiftly reduced to a pile of dismembered flesh. On the first-floor sofa, though the rotund man could see nothing, the increasingly potent scent of blood in the air revealed the grim reality. Now, I will ask, and you will answer. Ning Yuan's voice was eerily calm, sending the rotund man's fear to its apex. He hurriedly responded, Yes, yes, yes. I will answer whatever you ask, just let me go. I originally intended to take the deposit and not complete the task. I never meant to venture to Huaxia to kill you. You must believe me. Rest assured. As long as your answers satisfy me, I guarantee your release. Ning Yuan smiled as he patted the man's face. Who is your employer? The rotund man hesitated for a moment, then trembled as he spoke. The Dawn Forum operates on an anonymous basis. I do not know who the employer is. Ning Yuan's expression darkened instantly. Do not know? What use are you to me? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Ning Yuan, the rotund man quickly exclaimed, No, no, no. I can find a way to help you locate them. As long as I inform the forum's management that the task was completed and that I need to collect the final payment from the employer, that will suffice. Will that work? Won't they be suspicious? Ning Yuan furrowed his brow. No, the forum's management does not know our true location. I can say we were already within Huaxia. Ning Yuan chuckled. Well, this rotund man has learned quickly. Following the man's guidance, Ning Yuan accessed the contact information for the Dawn Forum's management. The call connected swiftly. Hello. Why are you calling at this hour? A woman's indifferent voice responded from the other end. The corpulent man hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether Ning Yuan could comprehend their conversation. He forced a smile and fabricated a response. What else could it be? The mission to assassinate Ning Yuan has been accomplished. His head is now in my possession. How am I to claim the reward I rightfully deserve with it? Upon hearing his words, the woman on the other end of the line evidently grew suspicious. Accomplished? Are you jesting? It has not even been a day. The corpulent man feigned impatience in his tone. You are being rather verbose. Do not question the professionalism of our skull society. To be candid, we were already within the borders of Huaxia. A day is more than sufficient to eliminate him, especially considering how young Ning Yuan is. He is quite easy to handle.